This man unexpectedly traveled back 5,000 years to an era dominated by cold weapons. He had just unlocked a powerful super armory system, which included tanks, cannons, and aircraft carriers. He once thought he was about to sweep across the world, but when he clicked on the price, he was dumbfounded. Every piece of equipment costs money, and right now, he can't even afford a single penny. At this moment, a 17-year-old girl timidly walked in, carrying a broken bowl, and called out softly. Her name was Qiao, and she was Lu Chen's nominal wife. Just yesterday, Lu Chen, unable to bear the hunger, planned to go to the back mountain outside the village to dig up some grass roots to fill his stomach. Before he could even leave the village, he collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, his body was possessed by a soul from the future. Lu Chen, who had transmigrated from another world, lay on the bed and waited for a long time before the food finally arrived. He took the bowl, and without even glancing at it, poured the contents directly into his mouth. What the hell is this stuff? His mouth was filled with bitterness. Lu Chen wanted to vomit, but couldn't bear to, so he could only endure the discomfort and drink more than half a bowl in one go. Only then did he notice that the bowl contained only clear broth and a few grass roots floating on top. You call this porridge? He couldn't help but look up at Qiao. At this moment, Qiao leaned forward slightly, her eyes fixed on the grass roots in the bowl. Her throat moved slightly, as if she was swallowing unconsciously. Lu Chen suddenly saw a line of small text appear above Qiao's head. Loyalty, 100. He was stunned. He could actually see someone else's loyalty to him. This surprised him quite a bit. Oh right, I remember I haven't claimed the newbie gift pack yet. At this moment, Lu Chen was filled with anticipation. If he could get tens of thousands of tons of rice from the gift pack, that would be perfect. At that moment, all he wanted was to fill his stomach. Open the gift pack. Congratulations. You have received 100,000 power pills. Power pill. After use, the host will permanently gain a 10x increase in strength, a 1x increase in agility, and a 10x increase in physical strength. Only one pill can be used per person. For use by unmarried girls other than the host, it will permanently grant a 10x increase in strength, a 1x increase in agility, and a 10x increase in physical strength. Only one per person is allowed. Lu Chen was overjoyed. 10 times the strength, twice the agility, 10 times the physical strength. This was simply heaven-defying. Strength goes without saying, and agility means improved reaction and movement speed. The so-called physical strength obviously refers to stronger bones and muscles, greatly increasing the ability to withstand blows, which is equivalent to a 10-fold increase in defense. However, the quantity was simply outrageous. A full 100,000 pills. He was momentarily at a loss as to who to give them to. What puzzled him even more was why these powerful pills could only be taken by unmarried girls. He took out a power pill from his system space. The pill was about the size of a peanut, completely black, and emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen stuffed the power pill into his mouth and swallowed it with a tilt of his head back. Instantly, an incomparably domineering power surged from his abdomen. A tearing pain instantly swept through his body, and Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a low roar. The energy within his body surged and collided, causing him unbearable agony. Fortunately, the pain only lasted for half a minute before quickly dissipating. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power within him, his whole body brimming with energy, and even his hunger seemed to have lessened considerably. Husband, what's wrong? Qiao hurriedly pushed open the door and entered, startled by Lu Chen's low roar. Lu Chen stretched out his palm, and another power pill appeared in his hand. Qiao, come on, eat this. With no food available right now, the power pill can serve as a temporary ration. Qiao had fled to Lujia village a little over a month ago. With nowhere else to go, her father exchanged her for 3 caddies of cornmeal for Lu Chen's family. At that time, Lu Chen's parents were still alive, but they went into the mountains to forage for food half a month ago and have not returned since. They are probably dead. Qiao took the pill and examined it closely, unsure of what it was. Without further ado, she put it in her mouth. Before long, fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, and every part of her body ached. She silently endured it, thinking to herself, this is better than starving to death. Unexpectedly, the pain subsided as quickly as the tide. She suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of astonishment. I'm not dead.
Lu Chen chuckled softly. How could I let my wife die? Qiao frowned slightly, suddenly realizing that her body had undergone a dramatic change. The most obvious change was that she was no longer hungry. Not only that, but a strange power arose within him, an unprecedented sense of fullness, as if he could easily lift a 100-pound object. At this moment, Lu Chen's body was full of strength, and he finally began to calmly consider the current predicament. The Great Zhou Kingdom where he lived suffered from drought for years, leaving the land barren and with little grass or tree bark remaining. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, he suddenly heard a notification sound. An unknown treasure is located 42 meters to the northeast. He estimated that the location 40 meters to the northeast was exactly behind his neighbor Zhao Tian's house. Lu Chen gave Qiao a few instructions, then turned and went out. As he walked behind Zhao Tian's house, the notification sounded again. Unknown treasure is located 1 meter directly ahead. Lu Chen stared intently, only to find that the ground a meter in front of him was flat and unremarkable, no different from the surrounding soil. A thought struck him. It seems it's buried underground. It was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry to do anything. He simply made a small mark on the ground and then turned and went home. It wasn't until nightfall that Lu Chen quietly took the old hoe from his home and went out. Upon reaching the marked spot, he immediately began digging. In less than the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, a pottery jar emerged from the soil. Just as he was about to pick up the earthenware jar and leave, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from Zhao Tian's house. Mother, please stop hitting me. I won't do it again. I'll never steal food again. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head repeatedly, picked up his hoe, and carried the jar, tiptoeing towards home. Just as he reached the gate, he bumped into someone, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Qiao. The two returned to the house, and Lu Chen frowned and asked, "Why didn't you stay inside? What were you doing running out?" Qiao sighed softly. Zhao Daya is so pitiful. Clearly, she couldn't help but go out to see what was going on after hearing the commotion at the Zhao family's house. These days, who isn't pitiful? Lu Chen didn't say anything, but he thought to himself. If he hadn't transmigrated here, Qiao would probably be the one to starve to death next. He closed the door, returned to his room, and carefully opened the clay seal on the pottery jar in the darkness. He reached in and touched it, and a chill ran through him. I didn't even know it was a treasure. I thought it was some gold and silver jewelry, but it's just half a jar of worthless copper coins. With a thought, he put the pottery jar into his system space and then entered it. He had briefly entered that afternoon, but left after only a quick glance, worried about being noticed. Now he finally had time to examine it carefully. As a modern person who has read countless novels about portable spaces, Lu Chen felt at first glance that although this space was somewhat useless, it was still quite decent. The core area of the space consists of several acres of cultivated land, a few fruit trees, a clear spring, and a 2-story building. Looking out, the space is vast and boundless, with plains, mountains, and even a river that can be faintly seen. He went up to the 2nd floor and was pleasantly surprised to find a bedroom of nearly 100 square meters. The room was furnished in an antique style, the windows were bright and clean, and the bed was soft and tidy, making it a pleasant place to behold. The other rooms in the building were empty. It was clear that apart from the bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom, the rest were storage rooms. The thought of his own drafty little house, with straw on the bed and a tattered quilt, filled Lu Chen with reluctance, and he didn't even want to leave. But reality had to be faced. He suppressed the urge to stay in the space and decisively left. As soon as he stepped out, a system notification sounded. 3,500 copper coins found in the space. Exchange them for system currency? Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then decisively replied, "Exchange." These days, 3.5 strings of copper coins couldn't buy much grain in reality. Anyone with a brain could guess that in this year of famine, grain prices were frighteningly high. The grain in the system is supplied at a fixed price, which is obviously much more cost-effective. Successfully exchanged 3,500 copper coins. System currency balance, 3,500. Lu Chen happily entered the system shop, but when he saw the prices in the weapons section, he immediately shook his head. The cheapest standard-issue pistol cost 1,500 system coins. As for rifles, the price was even higher, reaching 5,000. With this little money, he couldn't buy any decent equipment. So he decided to buy the most urgently needed supplies first, food. 200 jin of rice cost only 400 yuan. Pork belly was 10 yuan per jin, so he bought 20 jin for only 200 yuan. When he came to his senses, his system balance was almost depleted, with only 1,500 yuan left. "I'll just buy these for now and keep the rest for later," Lu Chen thought to himself. He lay in his tattered bed, holding a piece of cream-filled bread in his hands, slowly chewing. Although the pills could stave off hunger, they could never replace real food. Thirsty, he drank some spring water from his spatial spring, its sweet taste refreshing his senses. Not only was the water sweet and delicious, but it also relieved fatigue and boosted his energy. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, While Lu Chen was still fast asleep, Qiao had already slung her small basket over her shoulder, grabbed a small shovel, and headed to the back mountain alone. Although she was still hungry, her body was unusually full of energy, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. She couldn't waste this hard-earned strength. She decided to go to the back mountain to dig up some grass roots. As for wild vegetables, they had long been dug up by the villagers. The bark on the nearby trees had also been stripped clean. Now, digging up grass roots depended entirely on luck. Qiao walked along, searching the bare ground with her head down. Suddenly, she noticed some movement not far away. She quickly walked over, dug a couple of times with her shovel, and unearthed a dark red plant root. The blade of grass was barely bigger than a bean, but she happily placed it into her basket. Just then, she faintly heard voices coming from not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, Qiao saw 4 or 5 men emerging from the ridge, chatting and laughing. "Hey, it's been days since we've had meat. That kid we caught the other day, though skinny, smelled so good." Hearing their words, Qiao couldn't help but shiver. Just as she was about to freeze, the men noticed her. "Look, there's a little fat sheep ahead." Several men's eyes gleamed with greed, and they pounced on her in a flash. Qiao was terrified. The most terrifying people during a famine were precisely these kind of people, demons who could even gnaw through human bones. She raised her hand, holding a small shovel, her voice trembling. "Don't come any closer." The tall, thin man in the lead saw her face clearly, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Don't be afraid, little sister. You're lucky to have met us today." Several men surrounded him, and Qiao desperately swung his shovel, trying to stop them. But how could this small shovel possibly stand against several strong men? In their eyes, she was just a frail little girl of only 15 or 16 years old. Nothing to be afraid of. "Come here, let Uncle pamper you." A bald man chuckled, reaching out to snatch her shovel. Qiao gritted her teeth and gripped the shovel handle tightly, refusing to let go. Just as the other party was about to grab her, crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out, followed by a deafening scream. "On my hand!" Everyone stared in horror, only to see the bald man's hand dangling at an unnatural angle from his wrist. They all gasped, staring at Qiao in disbelief. This seemingly frail young girl had actually broken a grown man's hand with a shovel. Qiao herself was stunned. She hadn't used much force, so why did the bald man's movement seem so slow and almost harmless to her? She instinctively swung her shovel. "Ah!" A man nicknamed Fifth Brother screamed again, staggering backward. Everyone looked on in shock. His arm had also been broken, and this time, even his hand had fallen to the ground. Fifth Brother's face contorted in pain, roaring incessantly. The remaining 3 hesitated briefly before swarming forward. Qiao was filled with questions. Why was she suddenly so powerful? Could it be the super strength pill from last night to her? The 3 men's movements were as slow as a tortoise's crawl, full of flaws. She raised the shovel high and smashed it down relentlessly. Screams echoed through the forest, blood splattered everywhere. Baldy and Fifth Brother, standing nearby, felt that the little girl before them was no longer a weak lamb, but a terrifying little devil. All the suffering and grievances Qiao had endured over the past 10 years seemed to erupt in this moment. Chapter 4: Bandits are coming. Qiao has been preoccupied lately. Despite her young age, she harbors a secret she can't tell anyone, and she seems somewhat absent-minded. She returned home, feeling uneasy, only to find the door tightly shut. Despite it being broad daylight, an enticing aroma wafted out, making her already hungry stomach even more unbearable. She called out, "Husband," as she pushed open the door, and for a moment she almost wondered if she had entered the wrong house. There she saw Lu Chen sitting at the dilapidated table, on which was a full bowl of steaming hot chunks of meat, and next to it, a pot of fragrant white rice was steaming. In this famine year, when even tree bark was almost gone, Qiao could hardly believe her eyes. Where did all this white rice and fatty meat come from? When Lu Chen saw her return, he immediately stood up and greeted her with a smile. "Wife, why are you only coming back now? Come and eat." As he spoke, he had already ladled out a bowl of white rice, carefully placed it on the table, and then pressed her down onto the stool. "Yesterday, I found some unexpected wealth, so I quickly went to town to buy rice and meat and made some food. Try it." Qiao then remembered that Lu Chen had brought back a jar last night. Could it be that the jar contained the unexpected wealth he had mentioned? But the town was 10 miles away, and the mountain road was rugged. It would take half a day to go there and back, and pork was something that might not be seen for half a month. As she was lost in thought, Lu Chen handed her the bowl of rice. "Don't just stand there. Eat up." The aroma filled her nostrils, and all of Qiao's doubts were suppressed. Her stomach was much more honest than her mind. She carefully scooped up a mouthful of rice and put it in her mouth. The long-lost warmth and aroma instantly brought tears to her eyes. How long had it been since she had eaten a decent meal, even in the better years of the past? White rice was a rare treat. In these famine years, being able to eat coarse rice is considered lucky. Who would dare to dream of white rice and braised pork? As she was lamenting, Lu Chen suddenly placed a glistening piece of braised pork in her bowl, its fat and lean meat perfectly balanced and its color enticing. Lu Chen gently reminded her, "Don't just eat rice, eat more meat." Qiao looked up at him, and tears immediately fell into her bowl. "Thank you, husband." She choked up, unable to say anything more. Since she was sold to Lu Chen's family, life hadn't been too hard, but Lu Chen had always been indifferent to her, his mind always on Zhao Daya next door. But today, Lu Chen's meal brought a sudden warmth to her heart. She took a bite of the meat, and the aroma instantly filled her mouth. She almost fainted. The taste was like a dream. This might be the best piece of meat she had ever eaten in her life. She even couldn't help but fantasize that this was a privilege reserved for emperors. Qiao ate a bowl of white rice with fragrant braised pork very quickly, finishing the rice in just a few bites, leaving not a single grain of rice in the bowl. She had been hungry for a while, and now she finally felt a little satisfied. "Wife, don't eat too much. We'll eat again tonight. Your stomach has been empty for too long. You can't handle eating too much at once." Lu Chen started clearing the dishes before she could respond. Qiao quickly stood up, grabbed the bowl, and said, "Husband, let me do it." As she washed the dishes in the kitchen, the incident that had happened in the mountains that day began to replay in her mind. Should I tell Lu Chen? She hesitated. I buried them all, but what if someone finds out? What if people know I killed several people? Will they think I'm terrifying? If my husband knew I killed someone, would he refuse to speak to me anymore? But if I don't say anything, I feel I'll be letting him down. And that power pill, where did it come from? Did Lu Chen really give it to me? If it weren't for that pill, she would probably be in grave danger today. Qiao was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a series of chimes. She jolted awake, immediately realizing it was the village's assembly bell. In this famine year, hearing the bell was never a good omen. Lu Chen also heard the noise, gave her a few instructions, and then hurried towards the ancestral hall. Outside the ancestral hall, a considerable number of people were already standing, and more villagers were arriving one after another, their faces filled with anxiety and unease. Village Chief Zhao Daji stood on the steps, his expression extremely solemn. He only spoke after almost everyone had arrived. This morning, Erwa and the others found a group of people in Dongshan. They didn't look like refugees. They looked more like bandits. These words immediately caused an uproar among the villagers, with voices rising and falling. Bandits? We're starving to death, and they still want to rob us. Let's fight it out, even if it means we all die. Fight? Where do you get the strength to fight? We can barely hold a hoe. Yeah, they grow up eating meat. We eat tree bark. How can we compete? Then let's run away. Run away? You try running away, there's only wasteland in front and behind. Where can we go without food? The chaotic voices grew louder and louder. Zhao Daji's face darkened, and he shouted to stop everyone. Now that we've run out of food, how can we escape if we want to survive? We have to stick together. Actually, he had a plan in mind. He still had grain in his cellar, so he wasn't afraid, but he had to protect the village. If the village couldn't be protected, he wouldn't be able to save his several hundred pounds of coarse grain either. More importantly, these bandits are different from before. They not only rob people, but also eat them. He persuaded everyone to analyze the pros and cons, speaking eloquently, and even took out 10 pounds of coarse rice to cook porridge for the villagers so they could replenish their strength. When the fighting really starts, let's make sure we can't even lift a sickle. Zhao Daji continued to encourage them. The other side only has a dozen or so people, while our village has hundreds of able-bodied men. If the fighting really starts, we might not lose. Chapter 5: Buying Weapons. As soon as Lu Chen returned home, he casually tossed the small amount of coarse rice that the village chief had distributed into his spatial storage. His family couldn't even finish all the white rice, so naturally he didn't care about this chaff and grain stuff. That little bit of rice wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. It was less than an ounce, so he simply couldn't be bothered with it. He immediately retreated to his hut and began to think about serious matters: weapons. After all, in these times of year, without something to defend oneself, one wouldn't even be able to escape if one encountered bandits. He opened the arms shop, which was filled with a dazzling array of weapons, including hundreds of types of pistols alone. However, considering the current situation, he knew that taking out firearms would be too conspicuous, so it would be better to choose some melee weapons to keep a low profile. He picked out two 1.5-meter long steel broadswords, each costing 300 yuan, which wasn't expensive. The blades were gleaming, the backs were thick, and they were quite heavy, each weighing 24 jin, approximately 12 caddies, making them difficult for an ordinary person to handle. But Lu Chen is no ordinary person now. After taking the power pill, his strength has increased tenfold, and the knife feels as light as a toy in his hand. He then turned to the crossbows, and after browsing around, found a cleverly designed repeating crossbow that could fire 10 arrows in succession, similar to a revolver, for only 500 yuan. He readily placed the order, adding another 100 crossbow bolts. In just a few swift movements, his balance was down to 100 yuan. TSK, this money's gone so fast. Lu Chen sighed, stroking his chin. Although system coins weren't cheap, the thought of his rapidly increasing combat power still made him feel quite at ease. The village was in turmoil. Everyone was on edge. Some families were figuring out how to prevent theft, while others were simply hiding their valuables. Still others had picked up hoes and sharpened knives, ready to defend their homes to the death. Upon hearing that bandits might be coming, Qiao immediately sprang into action. Her first action was to hide the nearly broken iron pot in the woodpile. That pot was probably the most valuable thing in the house. After hiding it, she suddenly remembered something. All right, Lu Chen said we have rice at home. She lifted the lid of the rice jar and was instantly dumbfounded. A whole jar of pure white rice, weighing at least dozens of kilograms. She had never seen so much white rice before. This was a lifeline. If bandits robbed it, she would be heartbroken. She picked up the rice jar and ran to the cellar. After hiding the jar, she moved some firewood to cover it up. She patted her chest and muttered to herself, "This should be safe now." Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she heard a series of curses and shouts from afar. Qiao frowned. Zhao Daya has been beaten again. Qiao had met Zhao Daya a few times. The girl was truly pitiful. She was skin and bones, covered in injuries, and could barely walk. If she continued to be beaten like this, she would die sooner or later. After thinking for a long time, she finally mustered up her courage and walked to Lu Chen's door, softly calling husband. Lu Chen had just put the crossbow bolts back into his spatial storage when he heard the voice and said, "Come in, what's wrong?" Qiao pushed open the door and was immediately taken aback by the two large knives on Lu Chen's table. "Husband, where did you get these knives?" Lu Chen smiled and said that he bought them in town. "We can each have one. If bandits really come, we can use them to defend ourselves." As he spoke, he handed one of them to her. Qiao carefully took it, her fingertips tracing the blade. It was cold and sturdy, far superior to the shovel she used to have. "Be careful, don't cut yourself," Lu Chen warned. Qiao nodded in agreement, clutching the knife with obvious affection, playing with it as if it were a precious treasure. Just then, the sound of Zhao Daya being beaten came from afar again. Qiao immediately snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Husband." She stammered for a while, her face turning red, but she still couldn't get her words out clearly. Seeing this, Lu Chen laughed out loud. "What exactly are you trying to say?" In his eyes, Qiao was like a child, even though she was actually only a year younger than him. Qiao finally mustered her courage and whispered, "Why don't you buy Zhao Daya back?" Lu Chen was taken aback and looked at her with some surprise. Of course, he knew that this wasn't something she said casually. Qiao knew that he had once liked Zhao Daya, and this suggestion was anything but generous. He remained silent for a moment, and Qiao lowered her head, her heart aching slightly. Although she knew in her heart that Lu Chen had once had feelings for Zhao Daya, she simply couldn't bear to see that girl beaten to death like that. Moreover, her thinking was quite practical. Their family had rice now, and a few pounds of rice could buy them a wife. Wasn't she herself only sold for 3 pounds of cornmeal back then? Lu Chen didn't ask any more questions, but simply frowned and began to think. He realized that the power pill he had only worked on young girls. If he could save Zhao Daya, he might gain another fighting force. This wasn't just a simple favor, it was a qualitative leap. 10 times the strength, 10 times the defense, and double the speed. If there were another boost like this, his combat power would increase exponentially. Although Lu Chen hadn't fully tested his limits yet, he could already feel that he could easily jump 10 feet high. Even those legendary martial arts masters would probably be easily defeated by him with a single punch. If he could form a girl powerhouse squad, with each member taking a super powerful pill, the scene would be unimaginable. He looked up at Qiao and asked seriously, "Are you really going to buy Zhao Daya?" Qiao nodded firmly. A pang of pain shot through her heart. Chapter 6, Buying Zhao Daya. At this moment, Zhao Daya was lying on the cold ground in the yard, her body covered in bruises, and she could barely move a finger. Her consciousness was hazy, and although she could not move her body, fragmented childhood memories floated through her mind. She vaguely remembered that she once had a kind father and a gentle mother who doted on her and cherished her like a treasure. She also remembered going up the mountain to pick herbs and going down to the river to catch fish with a boy next door when she was a child. At that time, she was innocent and carefree, but she still couldn't understand why her parents, who had once loved her so much, now wished her dead. Why did her childhood friend watch her suffer without saying a word? "You good for nothing. Still pretending to be dead? Go die and save some food." A woman's scream pierced the courtyard. Zhao Daya's stepmother, Chun, was waving a spatula, cursing and kicking, regardless of whether Zhao Daya was still alive or not, her mouth full of vicious words. In the corner, Zhao Daya's biological father, Zhao Taidan, squatted, watching this scene with no pity in his eyes, only disgust. This girl's existence was just another mouth to feed. He wished she would die sooner, so the family would be one less burden. Exhausted from her tirade, Chun felt a strange sense of satisfaction seeing Zhao Daya remain motionless, a hint of smugness creeping onto her face. Could she really be dead? That saves me the trouble of doing this every day, she muttered to herself with a cold laugh. Taidan, go drag her out and bury her. Don't let her bring bad luck here. Zhao Taidan stood up reluctantly, muttering, "Should we find a tattered mat to wrap her up? Wrap her up my foot. What'll we sleep on if we wrap her up? Hurry up, out of sight, out of mind." Zhao Taidan walked up to Zhao Daya, grabbed her arm without even glancing at her, and prepared to drag her out. But just then, a faint voice came from the courtyard gate. "Oh, Uncle Zhao, what are you doing?" Zhao Taidan was startled. He looked up and saw Lu Chen. He was immediately alarmed, thinking, this is going to escalate. Lu Chen cared most about Zhao Daya. If he knew she was dead, he would probably cause a huge uproar. Zhao Taidan quickly put on a mournful face. "Oh dear, Xiao Chen, your daughter is so unlucky. She's gone just like that." Lu Chen watched them act, sneered inwardly, but didn't expose them. He quickly walked to Zhao Daya's side and reached out to check her breath. She was still breathing, just very weakly. His expression darkened. "Uncle Zhao, what are you thinking?" Zhao Taidan sighed. "Daya is gone. I just want her to be laid to rest as soon as possible." Lu Chen said, picked up a small bag from his side, and casually threw it on the ground. "2 caddies of rice. Zhao Daya will be a member of my family from now on." Zhao Taidan was stunned, but Chen rushed over as if she had seen a treasure. She opened a bag and saw a bag full of white rice. "Oh my god, this is rice." Even in a normal year, the Zhao family couldn't afford rice, let alone now, when they hadn't seen a single grain in half a year. Lu Chen said coldly, "In a few days, you and I will go to the village head's house to sign the documents. From now on, Zhao Daya belongs to me." After saying that, he picked up the unconscious Zhao Daya and left without looking back. Zhao Taidan stood there, looking bewildered. "Daya is almost dead. What does he want?" Chen rolled her eyes. "Why do you care so much? We've already sold him. What are you worried about? He might want to eat or play with him. Hurry up. Go boil some water. Dahu and everyone eat porridge." On the other side, Lu Chen carried Zhao Daya home and carefully placed her on Qiao's bed. When Qiao saw Zhao Daya's appearance, she was so shocked that she almost burst into tears. She was no longer a person, but looked like a piece of firewood. Covered in wounds and emaciated, she whispered, "That Chen family is too ruthless." Lu Chen snorted coldly. Is Zhao Taidan some kind of good person? Chen family wouldn't dare beat him like this without his consent. He turned and went to the kitchen, scooped a bowl of spring water from his spatial storage, and took out a powerful pill. Back in the house, he had Qiao lift Zhao Daya's head, then gently put the pill in her mouth and fed her water. This medicine should save her life. He then instructed Qiao, "Go and cook some rice porridge. Feed her something thin when she wakes up." With that, he turned and left, heading towards the east end of the village. Earlier that day, at the ancestral hall, the system had suddenly alerted him. A treasure was hidden to the east. Lu Chen had already figured it out. The system could detect treasures within a 100-meter radius with extremely high accuracy. The Great Zhou dynasty is currently in chaos and turmoil. To survive in this chaotic world, he must first become stronger. Strength isn't just about fists. It also requires equipment, and equipment requires money. Therefore, his plan is to first dig up all the treasures he can find in the village and accumulate some system coins. That's the right way to go. Besides, the Great Zhou dynasty is already riddled with problems. To the north, Tartar troops were advancing south. To the south, foreign invaders roamed freely. Even the coast was in turmoil. And to the east, island nations' pirates launched frequent raids. Domestically, chaos reigned. Starving peasants rebelled, bandits roamed freely, and blood and fire were everywhere. Lu Chen knew very well that in this situation, survival depended not on luck, but on strength, weapons, and a solid foundation. What he needed to do now was to get ahead of the competition, accumulate enough power, and establish a firm foothold. Chapter 7: The Bandits Arrive. Treasure hunters know an ironclad rule. Enter the village quietly. Firing a gun is forbidden. The more discreet you are, the safer you are. Lu Chen pretended to be taking a stroll, wandering from east to west, then circling north to south, covering the entire village. Don't underestimate Lu family village just because it's small. It's full of hidden treasures. After this round, he actually discovered 5 treasure locations. He silently memorized each location, planning to secretly dig it up when things got tense at night. 99 meters due east, there's an unknown treasure. Lu Chen looked up and saw an old locust tree standing on a small hill in front of him. It seemed that the treasure was hidden there. Many people choose a conspicuous landmark when burying treasure, just in case they forget where they buried it later. He estimated the distance. It was indeed right next to the locust tree. Having nothing else to do, he decided to go check it out ahead of time. Just as he reached the tree, the system alerted him again. Unknown treasure 1 meter ahead. Lu Chen crouched down to examine it. The ground was flat and solid, seemingly buried many years ago. The traces long gone due to wind and sun. Including this, Lu family village had a total of 6 hidden treasures. They looked poor, but they actually had quite a bit of wealth. Although this place is now poor and destitute, it may have once been home to wealthy families. Back then, people with a little money liked to hide it underground, partly to protect themselves from thieves and partly to prepare for times of chaos. Now, those owners are long gone, and Lu Chen has gotten a good deal. Just as he was about to go home to rest, several urgent shouts came from afar. In the blur, he only heard one word, "Bandits are coming." Lu Chen looked closely and saw 3 people running back to the village on the hillside. Obviously, the patrolman had discovered the enemy. The village chief had arranged for the able-bodied men in the village to take turns patrolling the mountain, and sure enough, trouble came soon after the arrangement was made. "They're pretty quick," Lu Chen muttered to himself, not delaying his steps, and shouted towards the village. "Bandits are here. Get ready." The news sent chaos through the village. Men rushed to the village entrance, weapons in hand, hoes, pitchforks, and sickles. Women and children cried and dodged, the entire village descending into utter confusion. Lu Chen hurried towards his courtyard and saw Qiao standing calmly at the gate, longsword in hand. To his surprise, Qiao showed no panic, but rather a hint of excitement, like the slight anticipation of battle. "Wife, how is Daya?" Lu Chen asked with concern, looking into the house. Qiao stepped aside and said, "She just had some porridge, and she's feeling much better now." As soon as she finished speaking, Daya slowly walked out of the house, her complexion much rosier than before, and her spirits clearly restored. "Brother Chen, I came out when I heard the noise. I heard there were bandits." Her tone was calm, and her expression composed, as if she hadn't been traumatized by the life-or-death ordeal she had just faced. In reality, Daya's heart was in turmoil. Her current strength was like that of a completely different person. That powerful pill seemed like a magic elixir. She easily broke a piece of bluestone in 2, even crushing the fragments in a powder. At that moment, she felt all her resentment, grievances, and pain find an outlet. Seeing her drastically changed appearance, Lu Chen felt a complex mix of emotions. This girl had truly changed. "You two get ready too. We'll probably have to make our move soon," he said. Although it was only a dozen or so bandits who came this time, which was no big deal for Lu Chen, it would be a good opportunity for Qiao and Daya to get some training. He took out a few chocolate bars from his spatial storage and handed them to the 2 of them. "These candies are quite filling. You should have some." These candies were military rations that Lu Chen had prepared in advance. He had already eaten 2 when he was passing through the villages, and now he only had a few left. Normal people get full easily after eating too much, but these 3 are different. Their bodies have been strengthened by the super pills to be completely different from ordinary people. Their muscles, bones, internal organs, and digestive system have all been strengthened tenfold, so they can even swallow raw beef without any problem. Qiao and Daya examined the candy carefully, and Lu Chen smiled and said, "Just peel off the silver paper on the outside, and you can eat it." The 2 obediently peeled it open and carefully took a bite. Qiao immediately exclaimed in surprise, "This candy is so sweet." Daya didn't say anything, but her eyes revealed a sense of intoxication as she slowly chewed, as if enjoying some magical taste. For them, chocolate was an unprecedented taste sensation. Its sweetness and richness almost brought tears to their eyes. Especially in these times of year, being able to eat a piece of candy is like a divine gift. Seeing them enjoying it, Lu Chen turned and went back into the house, taking out his long sword. "I still need a suitable close combat weapon," he thought to himself. The crossbow is a long-range weapon, and although it is powerful, once the enemy gets close, he still has to rely on a real sword. Lu Chen was about to hand the knife to Qiao, since he already had one, and he would use a crossbow to hold the line. He wasn't afraid of close combat, even unarmed. But as soon as he came out, he saw Qiao gesturing with an iron shovel, while Daya was holding the long knife. Lu Chen laughed and handed her the knife. "Wife, this shovel is useless. Here, take this knife." Qiao declined. "I'm more comfortable using this shovel." Lu Chen was speechless. "Stop joking. This knife is for self-defense. You take it first." Qiao insisted, swinging the small iron shovel in her hand a few times. "Husband, look, I'm quite comfortable using this." Chapter 8: The Stranger's Daughter. This bandit leader, named Qiao, was a veritable monster crawled out of hell. Some people become bad later in life, but people like Qiao were born with a vicious nature in their bones, completely devoid of humanity. No one remembers his original name anymore. It's said that he got his nickname because he killed 8 people. Of the 8 people, 7 were women and children, but he paid them no heed, hacking them down without hesitation, killing them without batting an eye. In recent years, the imperial court had become increasingly unable to control the situation, and bandit leaders like Qiao had become more and more rampant and domineering, with no one daring to provoke them. His gang specialized in robbing poor villages, leaving nothing behind in their wake, not even chickens or dogs, showing no regard for human life. That day, Qiao's target was Lu family village, a remote and impoverished little village. The scouts returned saying the village was sparsely populated and lacked food, but had plenty of women, some of them quite attractive. Qiao, licking his teeth, shouted, "Brothers, Lu family village is just ahead. We'll go in and kill as many as we want, have as much fun as we want." As he walked, he stirred up the bandits' emotions, as if he were about to throw a carnival. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Lu family village was incredibly tense. When the village chief, Lu Daji, learned that the enemy was not a dozen or so, but a full 50 or 60 bandits, his face turned green, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Didn't they say there were only a dozen or so? His voice trembled, his eyes filled with despair. A villager who had just returned with the news chimed in, panting, "Village chief, those who appeared first were probably just scouts." Lu Daji seemed to have lost his mind, muttering repeatedly, 50 or 60 people. "It's over, our village is finished." If there were only 10 or so, the village men could hold them off with their lives, but if the enemy outnumbered them several times over, their chances of winning were practically zero. He stood there hesitating for a long time, too afraid to run. At that moment, he wanted to escape more than anyone else, but if he really took his family and ran first, the villagers would be the first to not let him go, even before the bandits made a move. His eyes darted around, and he managed to calm himself down. He shouted, "All the able-bodied men in the village, grab your tools and gather at the village entrance." A group of hungry, emaciated men, carrying farm tools, stumbled and rushed towards the village entrance. Lu Daji hurried home and told his wife and children to quickly pack their belongings, and that they would escape to the back mountain when the opportunity arose. But as soon as he stepped outside, he noticed several young men from the village silently following behind him, clearly watching him to prevent him from deserting. Lu Daji had no choice but to feign composure, grab his family's heirloom broadsword, and shout, "Go! Fight me to the death!" With a wave of his hand, he led the group towards the village entrance. Just as they reached the village entrance, a large group of bandits surged down the hillside, each wielding a large knife and a long spear, charging menacingly. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the glint of their blades was dazzling and chilling. "Form ranks! Form ranks quickly!" Lu Daji shouted. The villagers hastily huddled together, brandishing their pitchforks and shovels haphazardly. They looked intimidating, but a closer look revealed they were utterly bluffing. They held their weapons, their hands trembling. Some couldn't even last a moment before collapsing from exhaustion, their tools falling to the ground. Lu Daji gave a bitter smile. These men couldn't even work for more than a few minutes. How could they possibly stop ruthless bandits? He cursed himself for being so stupid. He should have given them some rice. At least they would have some strength left. But now it was too late. The weakness caused by prolonged hunger couldn't be repaired in just 1 or 2 meals. In his distress, he inadvertently spotted 2 figures in the crowd, a petite woman wielding a shovel and another leaning on a long knife. He recognized them. Lu Chen's wife, Qiao, and Zhao Tian's daughter, Zhao Daya. What are they doing here? Are they just here to watch the show? Is this a place for watching shows? He looked at the small shovel in Qiao's hand and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Using a shovel to fight, are you crazy? Qiao was thin and small, like a child, which made Lu Daji both amused and exasperated. Why didn't Lu Chen stop his wife, or did he not even leave the house? He looked around and indeed didn't see Lu Chen. He had only heard that Lu Chen had fainted from hunger a couple of days ago, and was probably still in bed. Just then, Zhao Daya suddenly moved. Lu Daji looked closely and his eyes flashed with shock. "That's a knife? Where did she get a knife?" Zhao Daya stood in the crowd like a nail, the tip of her long knife planted firmly in the ground, her hands pressing steadily down, exuding an imposing aura. In the entire village, the only thing that could be called a weapon was this large machete in her hand. These days, even hunting knives are sold for grain. So where did Zhao Daya get this one at this moment? Zhao Taidan also saw his daughter. He rubbed his eyes several times, still unable to believe it. Wasn't she beaten to death? How come she's standing here alive and kicking? He wanted to go up and ask her, but when he saw his daughter's cold, dagger-like eyes, his legs trembled, and he didn't dare to approach. Although Zhao Daya didn't even glance at him, her aura sent chills down his spine. "This is my daughter." Before he could think further, a deafening battle cry ripped through the air. "Kill!" Ahead, bandits surged forward like a tidal wave, their shouts thunderous, shaking the ground. Some villagers shrank back in fear, and Zhao Taidan instinctively shivered. The farm tools in their hands seemed so ridiculous, so powerless at that moment. Chapter 9, The Fierce and Valiant Women. Lu Daji stood at the back of the crowd. Seeing the bandits charging closer, he took a deep breath and roared at the top of his lungs, "Kill!" The villagers heard the commotion and shouted, "Kill!" in response, but their voices were weak and feeble, completely lacking any murderous intent. This display of force was utterly intimidating. Lu Daji, his face flushed with anxiety, gritted his teeth and shouted again, "Kill all the bandits! Defend our home!" This time the response was even weaker, and some people coughed immediately after shouting, unable to even stand steadily. The situation was critical, so he stamped his foot and shouted through gritted teeth, "Charge! Charge!" If they just held their ground like this, morale would definitely collapse even faster. It was better to charge out and try their luck. Several villagers, steeling themselves, rushed out, brandishing sticks and shouting loudly. But after a few steps, they looked back and saw no one following. They immediately panicked, their feet stopping abruptly as a flash of blades came hurtling towards them. The bandits' leaders were already close enough to touch them, their broadswords gleaming coldly, sending chills down their spines. The villagers were thrown into chaos. Some quietly retreated, their faces pale and legs trembling. Lu Daji was completely dumbfounded. He knew very well that this battle was likely lost. He was leading a group of starving people who could barely even scrape by under the bandits' blades. How could they possibly win? He only hoped to hold on a little longer so that his wife and children could escape to the back mountain in the chaos. He was certain he was going to die. But at this critical moment, several whooshing sounds suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, long crossbow bolts were found stuck in the bodies of the bandits at the forefront. They froze, their faces filled with shock, their bodies stiffened, and they fell heavily to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. A moment of silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone, villagers and bandits alike, stared in astonishment. The bandit line, which should have been advancing with unstoppable momentum, was thrown into disarray by the sudden attack, and the vanguard halted abruptly. Wangba Qiao, behind him, frowned, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could there be an ambush if the village harbored a dozen or so archers? His men would be in real danger. Just as he was pondering, two slender figures suddenly rushed out from the front of the crowd. One was Zhao Daya, wielding a long knife, and the other was Qiao, raising a small iron shovel. The two of them actually charged straight into the bandit group. Are they crazy? The villagers exclaimed in surprise, many of them not daring to open their eyes. The bandits were also taken aback, their tense atmosphere instantly dissipating. Oh, little lady, you're quite fierce. Come here, let me pamper you. One of the bandits approached Zhao Daya with a lewd grin, but before he could finish speaking, his head flew off. Zhao Daya swiftly swung her knife, and the man didn't even have time to scream before becoming a headless corpse. Before the others could react, she slashed again, cleaving a nearby bandit in two at the waist. The severed corpse writhed and struggled on the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. The scene was so gruesome, it was nauseating. The villagers were all stunned. No one had expected these two young women to be so ferocious. The bandits were dumbfounded. They had thought they were easy targets, but it turned out they were all knives. Kill her. Kill her now. Several bandits, realizing what was happening, lunged forward with their knives. Just then, Qiao also rushed up, her small iron shovel flashing coldly as she pierced through the chest of one of the bandits. When she pulled the shovel back, the man's intestines spilled out onto the ground, a gruesome sight. The villagers were completely dumbfounded. These weren't girls, they were two killing machines. Zhao Daya's every strike claimed a life, and Qiao's small iron shovel became a deadly weapon. In the blink of an eye, the two had slaughtered 5 or 6 bandits, leaving a river of blood and the wailing of vengeful spirits. Wangba Qiao, enraged, roared through gritted teeth, "Kill them. Whoever cuts off their heads will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver." Driven by the hefty reward, the bandits' bloodlust was ignited, and they recklessly attacked the two. Zhao Daya and Qiao were trapped, and just as everyone was about to provide support, they suddenly noticed another person on the field. It was Lu Chen. Only then did everyone realize that he wasn't actually in the battle, but was instead looting corpses. It wasn't about rescuing people or providing support. It was about ransacking bandits' pockets. Someone objected. "Lu Chen, your wife is surrounded. Aren't you going to help? You're carrying a knife. Why don't you use it to chop people up? If I had a knife, I would have gone there long ago." The one shouting was his second uncle. Chapter 10. A Great Victory. Lu Chen's second uncle, was furious to see his nephew squatting among the corpses rummaging through money bags, completely ignoring Qiao's fierce fight ahead. He couldn't help but yell, "Xiao Chun, your wife is still fighting those bandits over there, and you're out here rummaging through corpses? Are you heartless or brainless?" Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently, too lazy to even reply, and continued to pull the money pouch off a bandit's waist, stuffing it into his pocket. He was completely absorbed, as if the place beside him wasn't a battlefield but a marketplace. Several villagers nearby were also itching to grab a couple of pouches from the pile of money on the ground. Several times, the bandits' blades whistled past Lu Chen's head, so close they could hear the wind whistling through them. The villagers nearby were terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, but Lu Chen remained focused on rummaging through the corpses, his movements unwavering, as if the collapse of the sky were none of his concern. Ahead, Qiao and Zhao Daya fought fiercely within the encirclement, their movements like wolves leaping into a chicken coop. Bandits fell in droves, their screams echoing. The scene so gruesome, it sent chills down the villagers' spines. The notoriously ruthless bandits were like livestock to be slaughtered by these two girls, each one killed with a single blow, completely unable to withstand their attacks. Wangba Qiao, standing at the rear, grew increasingly disheartened, his expression shifting several times. He had witnessed firsthand how most of his 50 or 60 brothers had perished in a short time, while those two seemingly frail young girls didn't even have a scratch on their bodies, killing with a ferocity surpassing that of wild beasts. Zhao Daya was silent and ruthless. Each of her slashes was enough to take a life. Qiao looked timid, but she swung her shovel while muttering to herself to bolster her courage, and each strike was enough to kill a bandit on the spot. As a result, the bandits' attempt to surround and kill her turned into being slaughtered. They couldn't even touch the two women's clothes and were instead gradually butchered into mincemeat. The villagers were terrified by the sight before them. They never imagined that these two seemingly frail women could unleash such fighting prowess, routing dozens of bandits. Especially Zhao Daya. Wasn't she constantly tormented by her stepmother, practically on the verge of death? Everyone genuinely thought she was about to be tortured to death, but now she was taking them down one by one, as if she had crawled back from hell to claim her own life. As more and more bandits fell, the remaining bandits finally became afraid. Their initial arrogance vanished as if doused with cold water. At first, they thought the two young girls were just throwing their lives away, but then they realized they couldn't defeat them, and later they realized they couldn't even touch them. Finally, they realized the battle was hopeless. The encirclement grew larger and larger, and no one dared to stray more than 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters from the two girls. In fact, if Qiao and Zhao Daya took even a small step forward, some bandits would scramble backward in fear. When the bandits were reduced to only about 10 men, Wang Qiao seemed to wake from a dream, breaking out in a cold sweat. Defeat came too quickly, so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to give orders. Only one thought remained in his mind: escape. He decisively turned and ran, abandoning even his brothers. Lu Chen had been watching him closely. Seeing the bandit leader flee, he remained calm, leisurely slinging his crossbow over his shoulder and steadily taking aim. Whoosh! The first arrow missed, grazing only Wang Qiao's shoulder. Lu Chen frowned and drew the bowstring again. Whoosh! The second arrow struck the bandit's thigh, causing Wang Qiao to stumble but continue running for his life. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry. His third arrow was aimed steadily. The crossbow twanged softly, and the bolt shot through the air, striking Wang Qiao squarely in the back. Wang Qiao collapsed to the ground, struggling only a few times before dying. "The bandit leader is dead," someone shouted, and the villagers erupted in cheers as if celebrating a New Year's feast. Lu Deji, even more excited, rushed to the front, yelling, "The bandit leader is dead. Surrender now." Unfortunately, despite his fervent shouts, his steps were weak and feeble. The villagers behind him, those shouting along, didn't dare to actually charge forward. Even with only a dozen or so bandits left, these starving, emaciated villagers were no match for them. Just as the villagers hesitated, the bandits themselves were already on their last legs. "Our leader is dead. Run for your lives." The bandits scattered in panic, creating utter chaos. Lu Chen looked at them and said, "Don't let a single one escape." Qiao and Zhao Daya exchanged a glance, nodded, and immediately gave chase. With their speed and skill, these remnants of the bandits wouldn't be able to escape their grasp. Lu Chen continued searching the body with his head down, but when he looked up, he saw Lu Qingping quietly approaching the bandit leader's corpse, glancing back at him every now and then, clearly trying to steal the bandit leader's money bag in the chaos. Before Lu Chen could speak, the group of villagers behind him couldn't hold back any longer and swarmed towards the fallen bandit's body like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, almost trampling it into a human wall. Just as everyone rushed forward, "Stop right there!" Lu Chen roared, his voice like thunder, making everyone jump. All the villagers who were about to pounce on the corpse were frozen in place, too terrified to move an inch. Chapter 11. The village chief's family also had no surplus food. During the battle, these villagers hid farther than anyone else, but now that the bandits have been almost wiped out, they have started to get tempted, thinking of picking up some cheap food from the pile of corpses. Their skin is as thick as a city wall. Lu Chen roared, startling the villagers who were about to rush forward to loot the corpse, and then continued with their own business without looking back. In fact, Lu Chen had already searched through most of the corpses on the ground. Only 5 or 6 bodies and the bandit leader's body remained untouched. The ones who escaped were left for Qiao and the others to hunt down. While the villagers were still stunned, Lu Chen quickly searched through the remaining corpses, then slowly walked towards the bandit leader Wang Qiao, who had died not far away. As soon as he approached, he saw Lu Qingping squatting down next to the bandit leader, reaching out to lift his clothes. When Lu Chen got closer, Lu Qingping grumbled with dissatisfaction. "You want the body too? You can't search it all by yourself, can you? Let me handle this person." Lu Chen sneered inwardly. This guy was incredibly audacious. He knew perfectly well that this was the corpse of a bandit leader and that he had the most money on him, yet he still wanted to take it all for himself. His skin was ridiculously thick. He said coldly, "I killed this man. Why should I let you have him?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingping flew into a rage, his face turning red with anger. "I am your second uncle. Is this how you speak to your elders?" Lu Chen looked up at him, his tone even colder. "I'll talk back to you the way you want to talk to me. Do you think you're worthy of being my elder?" Speaking of which, Lu Qingping and his third uncle Lu Qingyan used to come to their house for meals every day, always choosing to come during meal times, and they never missed a meal of cornbread and grass porridge. If they hadn't come every now and then to eat up all of Lu Chen's savings, he wouldn't have starved to death at the village entrance. And now they still have the nerve to use their elders to pressure him. After Lu Chen's parents went missing up the mountain, the two brothers never visited again. Lu Chen was so hungry that he almost fainted and went to beg for food, but Lu Qingping treated him like a beggar and kicked him out. For someone like that to talk about seniority is utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing Lu Chen's disobedient words, Lu Qingping flew into a rage. You brat, you've gone too far. Should I ask the clan leader to expel you from the clan register? Everyone in Lujiao village shares the surname Lu and adheres to clan rules and family laws. Anyone who disrespects their elders may be expelled from the clan. Lu Chen wasn't intimidated at all. Whatever you want. After saying that, he ignored him and went straight to the bandit leader's corpse. He flipped through his clothes and found a heavy money bag that weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. Judging from the sound, it didn't seem to be copper coins, but rather gleaming silver fragments. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, stuffed them into his pocket, and walked home without looking back. Once the villagers saw him walk away, they immediately lost control and rushed forward to snatch the body, hoping that Lu Chen might not have searched it thoroughly and that they could still find some scraps. Even without silver, these clothes and weapons are treasures. Swords and spears can save lives, and clothes are at least better than their tattered garments. In these days, let alone money, even a patch of cloth is hard to find. Who would complain that these blood-stained clothes are unclean? Soon enough, the bandits' corpses were stripped down to their underwear, and the young women and wives who had come to watch were so frightened that they turned away and ran away, unable to bear to look any longer. Qiao and Zhao Daya returned soon after, carrying the corpses of several bandits who had failed to escape. Seeing this scene that was not suitable for children, they simply turned their heads away in silence and followed Lu Chen home. They had only taken a few steps when Zhao Tianxiao came from behind. Daya, you stop right there? Zhao Daya turned her head and glanced at him, her expression indifferent, and continued walking forward without saying a word. Zhao Taidan was still shouting from behind. Did you pretend to be dead to deceive me all along? Don't you acknowledge me as your father? Zhao Daya didn't reply at all, not even acknowledge it. Qiao glanced at Zhao Taidan with a complicated expression, then followed Zhao Daya into the courtyard. Village Chief Lu Daji stood at a distance watching the three of them, his brows furrowed. These three people have changed so much. Not only their personalities, but their skills are completely different. It's as if they've been transformed. But he dared not have any more doubts or questions in his heart, with only one thought in mind. He must never offend them in the future. Although the village entrance was littered with corpses, in the end, Lu family village survived today entirely thanks to these three. Not to mention, not a single villager died in this massacre, which was a miracle and a great achievement. Lu Daji had made up his mind that he would treat these three people like living bodhisattvas from now on. However, there is still a problem. The corpses scattered all over the ground must be dealt with. Otherwise, if a plague breaks out, the whole village will still not survive. So he shouted loudly, everyone needs to clean up the body later. Every family needs to send someone, otherwise we'll all suffer if something happens. But the villagers immediately complained. Village chief, are you making us dig holes on empty stomachs? Be careful you don't fall in first. It sounds like a joke, but it's actually true. These days, people are so hungry they can barely stand, and they faint after a little exertion. After thinking it over, Lu Daji's eyes lit up, and he came up with a brilliant plan. So he turned around and headed to Lu Chen's house. He was thinking to himself that Lu Chen had made a fortune today, and he was so rich he could hardly carry the money in his hands. He had to spend some of it to hire someone to bury the body. Lu Chen's family originally had a courtyard and a gate, but it had fallen into disrepair over the years. Half of the courtyard wall had collapsed, and the gate was long gone, leaving only an empty door frame. As soon as Lu Daji stepped into the courtyard, he smelled a faint milky and sweet aroma, which made his stomach rumble. Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun. Lu Chen walked out of the house, holding a white, fluffy thing in his hand and eating it. It looked like a steam bun but wasn't, and the aroma was so strong it made your mouth water. Lu Daji's eyes widened immediately. The aroma was too enticing. He had never seen anything so fragrant in his entire life. Immediately afterwards, Qiao and Zhao Daya also came out of the house, each carrying the same fragrant food. They ate and chatted, looking relaxed and satisfied. As Lu Daji watched the three of them eat with gusto, a trail of clear drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. He prided himself on being knowledgeable and well-traveled, but he couldn't figure out what this food was even if you beat him to death. However, the aroma alone was enough to whet his appetite. As a village chief, his family had the most abundant grain, but in those days, even with grain, people couldn't afford good food. Every day, he ate grassroot porridge mixed with tree bark, and he had long since lost a lot of weight due to hunger. Seeing the cream bread in Lu Chen's and the other two's hands, how could he possibly resist? Chapter 12. It's time to distribute the grain. As the village chief of Lujiazhai, Lu Daji prides himself on being knowledgeable and experienced, but today he was completely dumbfounded by the fragrant white steamed bun in Lu Chen's hand. He took 2 steps closer, his eyes practically glued to Lu Chen's hands, and asked curiously, "Nephew, what is this stuff you're eating? It smells so good." Lu Chen replied casually, "Bread? Bread? What's that? I've never heard of it before." Lu Daji's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Lu Chen didn't bother to explain. He swallowed the piece of bread in his hand in a few bites, and then spread his hands. "I'm done eating." Seeing that Lu Chen had finished eating, Lu Daji turned his attention to Qiao and Zhao Daya, who were still slowly munching on their bread, eating with great relish. The two pretended not to see Lu Daji's cunning eyes and didn't give him a single glance. These days, food is more valuable than life itself. Who would be foolish enough to give up a delicious meal they've already got their hands on? Besides, they weren't afraid of Lu Daji robbing them. With his limited courage, he was no match for them. Having gone through this great battle, Qiao and Zhao Daya finally understood just how strong they were. It's no exaggeration to say that the entire village combined wouldn't be a match for them, let alone a village chief. Lu Chen's power pill was simply a miracle cure. After taking it, he felt like he had a completely new soul, brimming with energy. The two were no longer the little girls who could be manipulated at will. Now, they were the masters of the battlefield. Lu Daji watched them finish the bread, but didn't dare utter a single word. He witnessed their ruthlessness in killing bandits this morning. They were truly formidable. However, he still had doubts. Why was Zhao Daya at Lu Chen's house? Wasn't she family? Just as I was wondering what was going on, I suddenly heard a shrill voice shout from behind. "Zhao Daya, what are you doing at someone else's house? Get home now." The group turned to look and saw that it was Zhao Daya's shrewish stepmother, Chen. When Chen heard that Zhao Daya was not dead and had even killed the bandits, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. The thought of Lu Chen buying her away with 2 jin of rice made Chen furious. This girl is worth more than 2 jin of rice, at least 5 jin. These past 2 days, Chen has secretly eaten half a pound of white rice. She ate until her belly was round and her eyes were bright. The taste was simply heavenly. Once she's eaten rice, making her eat grass roots again would be worse than killing her. When Zhao Daya saw Chen Shi, her eyes turned cold, and she turned her head away, too lazy to pay attention to her. She is now Lu Chen's person. Lu Chen saved her life, and her body was changed by the power pill. She has nothing to do with the Zhao family anymore. Lu Chen felt annoyed when he saw Chen's face and said coldly, "And Zhao, I traded 2 caddies of rice for Daya. What do you mean by coming here?" Qiao chimed in, "That's right. Sister Daya was almost starving to death back then. If my husband hadn't saved her, she would have been buried alive by you." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately sat down on the ground, slapping her thigh and wailing, "Is there no law in this world? I raised her with my own hands, and you think you could just buy her away with 2 pounds of rice?" Her outburst annoyed Lu Daji, who frowned with disgust. Everyone in the village knew about Chen's evil deeds. Zhao Daya was beaten every day and couldn't even get enough to eat. Even the dogs lived better than her. Lu Daji remembered that when he saw Zhao Daya a few days ago, she was so weak that she could barely walk and looked like she was starving. If Lu Chen hadn't intervened, this girl would have been dead long ago. So he roared, "Zhao family's daughter-in-law, have you no shame? Get back here right now." To everyone's surprise, Madame Chen cried even louder, "You're bullying us, the Zhao family's orphans and widows. All you know how to do is bully honest people." This tantrum even gave Lu Daji a headache. Just as he was about to ask Zhao Taidan to deal with her, Zhao Daya took matters into her own hands. She strode forward, and upon seeing her, Chen immediately pretended to pounce on her and hug her, trying to use the same trick again. But she never expected that Zhao Daya was no longer the little girl she could manipulate. Zhao Daya grabbed Chen by the back of the neck, lifted her up like a chick, and then flung her out of the courtyard, making her fall flat on her face. Chen was so dizzy from the fall that she screamed in pain and couldn't move at all. She probably had broken bones. She never imagined that this girl could even move her now. Zhao Taidan finally dawdled out of the house, but when he saw Chen Shi on the ground, he didn't dare to utter a sound. He knew in his heart that he couldn't afford to offend any of these women right now. In the end, he could only drag and pull Chen back home. Over here, Lu Daji finally stammered out his purpose. "Xiao Chen, Uncle has something he wants to discuss with you." Lu Chen replied irritably, "What does the money I got have to do with you?" Lu Daji blushed. He didn't want to share the silver. He wanted Lu Chen to contribute some money and grain to solve the problem of disposing of the corpses at the village entrance. Ultimately, if it weren't for Lu Chen and his 2 companions, Lu family village might have become a ghost village long ago. Even the thick-skinned Lu Daji knew he should repay kindness. But he really had no choice. If the corpse wasn't buried quickly, the village would be doomed if the plague broke out. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen said, "How about this, Uncle 13? You have the whole village come to help bury the body. Later, Each family can come to my house to collect 2 caddies of rice and 1 caddy of flour. Upon hearing this, Lu Daji was stunned. 2 jean of rice and 1 jean of wheat flour per household. How much grain must Lu Chen have stockpiled? These days, grain prices are skyrocketing, and even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it, let alone distribute it so generously. He was so excited he could barely speak. Thank you. Thank you so much, nephew. I thank you on behalf of the whole village. Lu Daji was moved to tears and quickly gathered the villagers to bury the body. Meanwhile, some villagers had already harbored impure thoughts and set their sights on the use of the corpse's flesh. Upon hearing that they would receive grain in return for helping with the burial, they immediately abandoned their despicable idea of eating human flesh. Encouraged by the food, everyone perked up and worked diligently, even on empty stomachs, managing to bury all the corpses. Afterwards, everyone gathered at Lu Daji's doorstep, waiting to receive their grain. I haven't tasted a single grain of rice or wheat flour in 5 years. The village chief is the best. He actually distributed grain. More than 100 people were gathered at the entrance, staring intently at the door, waiting for the moment when the grain would be distributed. Chapter 13 is missing again. Those who frequently distribute porridge and grain know that their reason for giving alms to the poor is simply to gain a good reputation. At this moment, Lu Daji was in a very good mood and felt very secure. Their family of more than 10 people, carrying their valuables and food, hid in the back mountain. After seeing that there was nothing wrong in the village, they returned home safely. Seeing the whole family together, Lu Daji once again thanked Lu Chen's ancestors for 18 generations. With Lu Chen as our young master, our Lu family village will be very safe and secure from now on. Simply expressing my gratitude to Lu Chen in my heart is far from enough. We need to actually do something concrete. Therefore, Lu Daji did not rush to discuss the distribution of grain when facing the villagers. Instead, he solemnly praised Lu Chen extensively in front of all the villagers. If it weren't for Lu Chen, would any one of us be alive? If it weren't for Lu Chen, his wife Qiao, and Zhao Daya, we'd probably all be cut into jerky by now. Don't you agree? I also want to mention something else. Zhao Tian's daughter, Zhao Daya, has been sold to Lu Chen for the price of 2 caddies of rice. Now Zhao Daya is a member of Lu Chen's family. Everyone should remember this. So, the reason our Lu family village is safe today is entirely thanks to Lu Chen and his family of 3. Lu Chen is a great benefactor to everyone in Lu family village. We must all remember this kindness and never be ungrateful. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood. The villagers understood everything Lu Daji said. The problem was that they had just spent a lot of effort burying the bandits' bodies, and now they were all exhausted, hungry, dizzy, and seeing stars. They were just hoping that Lu Daji would distribute the grain as soon as possible. Also, there's something very important I need to tell everyone. Seeing Lu Daji speaking with great enthusiasm and spittle flying everywhere, the villagers' patience gradually ran out. They whispered amongst themselves, complaining that the village chief talked a lot of nonsense and was just spouting empty rhetoric. Lu Daji pretended not to hear any of this and simply asked, "What is this important matter? You guess." Seeing the commotion among the crowd, Lu Daji then said, "The important thing is that the rice and flour distributed to each household were all proposed by Lu Chen himself." The crowd erupted in uproar. What? Lu Chen is distributing food? Isn't his family dirt poor? Where did he get the food? You've been babbling on for so long, so you're not distributing food? If you're not distributing food, then what are you babbling about? Lu Daji waved his hand. Now, the villagers can go to Lu Chen's house to collect their grain. The villagers scattered and rushed towards Lu Chen's house. They talked as they walked. Does Lu Chen's family really have grain? Where do they get the grain from? He was almost starving to death yesterday. If it weren't for us carrying him home, he might have died. Would his family have rice or flour? The village chief is probably lying to us. It's hard to say. Didn't Lu Daji say that he bought Zhao Tian's daughter with 2 jean of rice? Hey, isn't that Zhao Taidan? Taidan, tell me, is this true? You really sold your daughter to Lu Chen? Zhao Taidan kept his head down, trying to be invisible. After all, selling one's daughter is not a respectable thing. Say something. Did your daughter sell 2 jean of rice to Lu Chen? Taidan, when did your daughter become so amazing? She can take on dozens of bandits by herself. That's incredible. With a daughter this strong, are you selling rice too cheaply for 2 jean? Zhao Taidan remained silent, focusing solely on his journey. When Zhao Daya was sold to Lu Chen, she was barely clinging to life. To be honest, at that time, she wasn't even worth half a pound of coarse grain. He didn't know what happened, but Zhao Daya not only came back to life, but also became so good at fighting. And then there's Lu Chen's wife, Qiao. How did she, a skinny girl who usually doesn't dare to speak loudly, become so powerful? A large group of people quickly arrived at the gate of Lu Chen's house. Before they even entered the house, everyone saw that the yard was piled high with small bags. Lu Chen had been waiting for a long time. Today he found more than 200 taels of silver on the bandits' corpses. They found over 100 taels of silver on that bandit leader alone. 200 taels of silver, when converted into system funds, amount to more than 200,000. The purchasing power of the system's funds is roughly equivalent to the currency he used in his previous life. A pound of rice costs only 2 yuan. A pound of wheat flour also costs 2 yuan. More than 100 kilograms of rice and more than 60 kilograms of wheat flour, added together, cost less than 400 yuan. For a mere 400 yuan, you can win over the hearts of the entire Lu Jiao village. It's such a bargain. He will need these villagers in many more situations in the future, and winning their hearts and minds is essential. When buying the rice and flour, Lu Chen only briefly carried Qiao and Zhao Daya on his back. Qiao and Zhao Daya weren't stupid. These things couldn't be kept from them. He will explain this to them later. The small paper bags in the system store cost only 1 cent each. He directly packed the rice and flour into these paper bags for easy distribution. Lu Chen instructed Qiao and Zhao Daya. You two are responsible for distributing this grain to the villagers. Only 1 portion per household. Remember that. Qiao nodded and said, Yes, my husband. Since taking the power pill and going through 2 battles, Qiao is no longer the shy, timid wife she once was. Qiao now radiates confidence. And Zhao Daya is no longer the Zhao Daya she used to be. Zhao Daya seemed like a different person. She became cold and taciturn. She had already considered herself Lu Chen's servant, doing whatever Lu Chen said. The villagers rushed into Lu Chen's yard, creating a chaotic scene. Lu Chen put on a stern face. Line up, one at a time. No one dared to say anything, and soon a long line formed. Suddenly, someone rushed to the front of the line and squeezed to the head. The villagers who had been pushed aside wanted to get angry, but when they saw who it was, they didn't dare to say anything more. Zhao Daya held 2 paper bags, one containing rice and the other containing flour. She looked at the man and said coldly, Go to the back of the line. Lu Qingping immediately flew into a rage. You're nothing but a lowly slave my nephew bought. How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Chen said calmly to Zhao Daya, Daya, if anyone causes trouble, throw them out. Zhao Daya immediately put down the paper bag in her hand. Lu Qingping stiffened his neck and glared. Let's see who dares to touch me. Lu Chen, I'm your second uncle. He only got halfway through his sentence before Zhao Daya grabbed him by the back of the neck and lifted him up. You bitch, how dare you touch me? Believe me or not, I'll beat you to death. Lu Chen, you unfilial son. I'm your second uncle. With a flick of her arm, Zhao Daya sent Lu Qingping flying out of the courtyard. After that, Zhao Daya acted as if nothing had happened, picked up the bag, and handed it out to the villagers at the front of the line. Outside the courtyard, Lu Qingping's shouts and curses could be heard. The villagers pretended not to hear and continued to line up to receive their grain. When it was Zhao Tian's turn, Zhao Daya looked at him as if he were air, without any emotional fluctuation. Daya, I'm your own father. Could you give me an extra bag of rice? You know your 2 younger brothers are always hungry. Zhao Daya reached out and shoved him aside. Next, Zhao Tian panicked. Daya, I haven't received it yet. Go to the back of the line. Zhao Daya said coldly. Zhao Tian was about to say something when he saw a cold glint in Zhao Daya's eyes. He immediately fell silent and obediently returned to the end of the line. The distribution of the 60-odd portions of food was soon coming to an end. At the very end of the list were Zhao Tian and Lu Qingping. Zhao Tian obediently accepted the grain and didn't say another word. Lu Qingping was unwilling to accept this. He was thrown out of the yard by Zhao Daya, and his head was broken. His arms and legs were covered in injuries. He naturally didn't want to suffer this loss for no reason. Lu Chen, I'm your second uncle. How dare you let your servant beat me? This isn't over. If you don't compensate me with a few bags of grain, I'll take you to the authorities. Believe me, I'll have the magistrate arrest you and put you in jail. Lu Chen waved to Zhao Daya and Qiao. Put the things away. Since he doesn't want to take them, then don't give them to him. Also, you two remember, if anyone dares to cause trouble in our house, throw them all out. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by screams, Lu Qingping was once again thrown out of the yard by Zhao Daya. Chapter 14, Anything Can Be Dreamed Of. Look closely, this 6th brother's name is Lu Chen. That night, the entire Lu family village was shrouded in an unusual tranquility. The villagers, who had received 2 kilograms of rice and flour, were even more excited than during the Lunar New Year when they ate dinner. My stomach, which had been empty for so long, finally got some nourishment. With a little strength restored, the fertile fields, which had been neglected for so long, finally received some nourishment. The children, who were so hungry they couldn't sleep every day, had a rare good night's sleep. Taking advantage of the darkness and the fact that everyone was engrossed in their own entertainment, Lu Chen quietly went out. He had already scouted out the location of the treasure in the village. You can simply visit each location one by one. At the first treasure spot, he dug up a few pieces of silver, totaling only about 5 taels. The second treasure location was several pieces of gold and jade jewelry. At the third treasure site, he actually dug up a gold ingot weighing 20 taels. The fourth treasure location contained more than 2,000 copper coins. The fifth treasure location was a small box filled with silver ingots weighing 10 taels each, totaling over 100 taels. At the sixth treasure location, under the big locust tree, he dug up a jar containing neither gold nor silver, but several antique calligraphy and paintings. These valuables were accumulated by generations of the Lu family village, but unfortunately, they have all now benefited Lu Chen. Lu Chen put all the valuables into his spatial storage and then returned home. At home, Qiao and Zhao Daya were still awake. Clearly, they were waiting for Lu Chen. Lu Chen also knew that they had many questions for him. In the dark room, Lu Chen asked the two women to sit down and listen to him speak. Yesterday, I fainted from hunger at the village entrance. After Shizi and the others carried me back, some strange things happened, Lu Chen said after thinking for a moment. Qiao and Zhao Daya listened to him quietly, outwardly showing nothing, but inwardly they were inexplicably hoping for something. The miraculous super pill, the never-before-seen food, the rice and flour that appeared out of nowhere. This is definitely not something an ordinary person could do. But Lu Chen did not immediately satisfy their curiosity. He changed the subject, asking, "Have you heard any similar stories?" "What story?" the two women asked in unison. "For example," Lu Chen said, "for example, there's a story about a farmer who went up the mountain to chop wood. On the mountain, he met two old men playing chess. He stood there and watched them play. After the game was over, he went down the mountain to go home. But when he returned to the village, he found that the village had changed drastically. When he asked, he learned that his family had died more than 100 years ago. The handle of the axe in his basket had rotted away. He had only watched people play a game of chess on the mountain. He didn't know that more than 100 years had passed. This story is called Watching Chess and Rotten Axe Handle Die." Qiao and Zhao Daya were greatly surprised and were about to say something when Lu Chen started telling another story. There's another story about a scholar who, one day, met a Taoist priest at an inn. The priest was cooking millet porridge there. He chatted with the Taoist priest, talking about his lofty ambitions, saying he wanted to pass the imperial examinations, become a high-ranking official, serve the country, and speak out for the people. After listening to him, the Taoist priest took out a porcelain pillow and told him to lie down and rest for a while. When he woke up, the Taoist priest had already left. After that, the scholar studied diligently and passed the imperial examination with flying colors a year later. He then married a beautiful wife and thrived in the officialdom, rising through the ranks one after another. Later, he led troops to quell the border rebellion, and the emperor bestowed great rewards upon him, bringing him to the pinnacle of his life. His sons were also all outstanding individuals who entered officialdom and became high-ranking officials. Unfortunately, one day, the emperor listened to slander and threw his whole family into prison, where they remained for 10 years. Later, when the new emperor ascended the throne, he was reinstated to his original position. In short, he had tasted all the bitterness, sweetness, sourness, and saltiness of his life. After his death, none of his descendants fared well. However, at that moment, he suddenly awoke. When he looked again, the Taoist priest was sitting opposite him, and the millet porridge in the pot was still boiling. The story was called The Dream of Yellow Millet Before It Was Fully Cooked. After hearing the story, Qiao and Zhao Daya remained silent for a long time. They had never heard these two stories before and found them very novel. Watching someone play a game of chess, 100 years can pass in the blink of an eye. Imagine having a dream, experiencing a lifetime in the dream, only to wake up to find a pot of rice porridge still not cooked. These two stories left Qiao and Zhao Daya with lingering memories, finding them truly wonderful. At this moment, Lu Chen said, "After I was carried back, I lay in bed and had a long dream." In the darkness, Qiao and Zhao Daya both stared wide-eyed. "Could it be?" Qiao murmured. Zhao Daya rarely spoke up, but she did. "Brother Lu, you didn't also experience a lifetime in your dream, did you?" Lu Chen shook his head slightly. "If you're going to brag about it, then brag about it in a more mysterious way." "Actually, I experienced 3 lifetimes in my dreams." 3 lifetimes? Qiao and Zhao Daya both exclaimed in surprise. Lu Chen continued, "The first life, which is my life, is a life of poverty and hardship for Qiao and me. In the end, we both starved to death." Qiao sighed deeply. Given their family's previous circumstances, they were definitely not going to have a good ending. However, she also felt a strange sense of sweetness in her heart. She actually spent her entire life with Lu Chen in his dreams. Zhao Daya, however, felt disappointed. She must have died long ago in Lu Chen's dream. "In my second life, I went to a magical world where food and clothing were plentiful and technology was advanced. People could use something called a cell phone to chat with people thousands or tens of thousands of miles away, and even see friends tens of thousands of miles away. People could ride huge iron birds and fly in the sky, covering tens of thousands of miles in a single day. The 2 stories I just told you are what I heard in this world." Qiao and Zhao Daya listened with rapt attention. They had no doubt about Lu Chen's words, because the things Lu Chen said were things they couldn't figure out no matter how hard they tried. Then there's only one possibility. He really saw these things in his dreams and actually lived through 3 long lifetimes in his dreams. And what about the third life? Qiao couldn't wait to hear how wonderful Lu Qiao's third life would be. We finally reached the crucial point. Lu Chen said, in my third life, I ended up in a world of cultivation. Cultivating immortality. Qiao and Zhao Daya screamed again. This time their voices were even louder, so much so that they quickly covered their mouths. Yes, cultivating immortality. Lu Chen said solemnly. If it's not magic, then how does he explain his system? No wonder. Zhao Daya suddenly understood. That powerful pill, what else could it be but a magic pill? If it were an ordinary elixir, how could it have made her and Qiao so strong? Chapter 15, So Hungry. Students who frequently engage in deception know that there are strategies involved in deception. Therefore, Lu Chen sighed and said, unfortunately, I have disappointed you. Husband, what's wrong? Qiao had a bad feeling. Even in the world of cultivation, immortals are only a tiny minority. The vast majority of people are just ordinary people like ants. Lu Chen sighed again. Immortals, how ethereal and transcendent they are. With a wave of their sleeves, they can flatten hundreds of mountains. With a flick of their fingers, they can annihilate millions of people. Throughout my life, I have relentlessly pursued the path to immortality. I left my homeland and traversed mountains and rivers, all in search of the immortal path. Yet in the end, I have accomplished nothing, not even managing to cross the threshold of the immortal path. Qiao and Zhao Daya looked regretful. It wasn't until I was nearly 80, old and frail, that I had no choice but to return to my hometown to await the day I would die. Lu Chen's tone was sorrowful and heavy. One day, I was tending to the vegetable garden in my yard when a wise old man with an otherworldly air suddenly appeared. As soon as I saw him, I knew he was no ordinary person, but an immortal. The immortal said that he had traveled for 10,000 years and felt mentally and physically exhausted, so he wanted to find a place to rest and calm down. After that, he stayed at my house for more than half a month. I served him diligently every day. After half a month, he left. Before leaving, the immortal said that he had a slight connection with me and bestowed upon me a minor supernatural power. This supernatural power can communicate with the outer world and can be used to exchange for and purchase various items. Unfortunately, because I failed to enter the path of immortality, I can only buy ordinary mortal items and cannot purchase items from immortals. As for the power pills you ate before, I can only say that they were mortal medicines tainted with a trace of immortal energy. After all, I also lived a lifetime in the immortal realm, so this could be considered an extra reward from this supernatural power. Lu Chen has finished speaking. Qiao and Zhao Daya still felt sorry for Lu Chen. If only he could cultivate himself into an immortal. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, and a large pile of things appeared out of thin air and fell onto the wooden table. Lu Chen picked up something. This is a toothbrush used for brushing your teeth in the morning and evening. He picked up another item. This is toothpaste. You can apply it to your toothbrush to clean your teeth better. This is soap. You can use it to wash your hands, face, and body. This is shampoo, especially for washing hair. This is laundry detergent for washing clothes. This is a towel for wiping your face. This is a lighter used for starting a fire. This is... Although it was night, the 3 of them had taken the power pills, which strengthened all their organs and greatly enhanced their night vision. As a result, they could see objects in the dark several times better than ordinary people and could see them clearly. Lu Chen explained the purpose and usage of each item to the 2 of them one by one. Qiao and Zhao Daya were completely stunned. This magic is truly amazing. Lu Chen had no choice. Living here was inconvenient in many ways, so he could only buy some daily necessities for now. Qiao and Zhao Daya both have a loyalty rating of 100, so he doesn't need to worry about them revealing his secrets. On the contrary, they would do everything they could to cover for him. It's time for a midnight snack. What would you 2 like to eat? It was late at night, and Lu Chen felt a little hungry. He figured the 2 of them were hungry too. We've already eaten so much today. Let's eat again tomorrow, Qiao said. Both of them knew that Lu Chen's things didn't actually appear out of thin air, but were bought by Lu Chen with money. Lu Chen smiled. Although I don't have a lot of money, I can still afford to cover the food and expenses for our family of 3. Tell me what you want to eat. It won't cost much. Qiao tilted her head and thought about it again and again. She felt that the chocolate she ate today tasted very good, and the cream bread was also very delicious. She didn't know how to choose for a moment. Zhao Daya said, Brother Lu, don't we have rice at home? Why don't I go and make some rice? Lu Chen smiled again. They were both quite thrifty and were thinking of ways to save him money. However, having made a considerable profit today, he didn't care about this small amount of money at all. He stretched out his hand, and 3 roast chickens and 3 scallion pancakes appeared on the table. The roast chicken and scallion pancakes were steaming hot and smelled delicious. Qiao and Zhao Daya couldn't help but swallow at the same time. They couldn't resist the aroma alone. Eat up, you can eat more, it's okay. The three of them are physically stronger than ordinary people, so eating more won't be a problem. After all, the three of them have been hungry for too long and were craving food. It's not too late to reduce your food intake when you've eaten too much meat and fish and your mouth isn't sore anymore. The roast chicken comes with gloves, so wear gloves before you eat it, Lu Chen reminded them. Qiao and Zhao Daya's appetites were whetted, and without further ado, they quickly put on gloves, picked up the roast chicken, and started gnawing on it. It smells so good. It smells so good. The two ate with their mouths full of oil. Lu Chen had been craving this for a long time, so he picked up a roast chicken and started eating it. At this moment, at the corner of Lu Chen's courtyard wall, Lu Qingping suddenly wrinkled his nose. Huh? What's this? It smells so good. Lu Qingping was thrown out twice by Zhao Daya today, and his leg was crippled both times. He was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to file a complaint, but the county government was dozens of miles away, and he felt he wouldn't make it to the county office alive. Therefore, he planned to steal some rice from Lu Chen's house after everyone had gone to sleep. But when he listened from the corner, he found that Lu Chen and the other two were not asleep and were whispering to each other in the room. Just as they finally stopped talking, a delicious aroma of meat wafted over. These days, are there still people who can afford to eat meat? Lu Qingping couldn't believe it. If even grassroots are scarce, who can afford meat? Could it be that they're eating? Lu Qingping thought of the bandits who had died. No, it's roast chicken. Oh my god, it's roast chicken. Lu Qingping was filled with jealousy and hatred, as if a fire was burning in his chest and abdomen. A few years ago, when he went to town, he smelled the aroma of roast chicken in front of the roast chicken shop. Unfortunately, given his family's financial situation, he probably will never be able to afford roast chicken in his lifetime. Eating roast chicken in the middle of the night. What an extravagant family that must be. Let alone in such a year. Even a year of great harvest, no one in Lujia village would be willing to eat roast chicken. Squatting in the corner, smelling the aroma of roast chicken, Lu Qingping felt as if he were being roasted over a fire, suffering terribly. Lu Qingping hadn't eaten anything for 3 days straight, and his stomach was throbbing terribly. Now all I can do is smell the aroma of roast chicken from the corner. Lu Qingping's saliva unknowingly dripped onto his clothes. Inside the house, Lu Chen asked as he ate, "Does this roast chicken smell good? Fragrant. Is it tasty? Tasty. Is it oily? So much oil." Qiao and Zhao Daya both answered loudly. All three of them heard someone hiding outside, which is why they spoke like that on purpose, deliberately trying to tempt the person hiding in the corner. Lu Chen had basically guessed who the person hiding in the corner was. Today, everyone in the village received rice and flour, except for Lu Qingping. Everyone else is eating rice, so who would have the time to eavesdrop? Lu Qingping was the only one who didn't have the chance to enjoy such a meal, so only he had the leisure to do so. Lu Qingping listened to the three people inside the room asking and answering questions, and he almost ground his teeth to powder. He was both hungry and craving, angry and resentful, envious and jealous. In a moment of despair, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 16, Space Farming. Look closely. This farmer's name is Lu Chen. He is farming in the system space. After finally resolving the food crisis, Lu Chen, mindful of potential dangers even in times of peace, naturally began to plan for the future. The system has a vast and boundless space. If it is fully developed, it will bring him a continuous source of food and wealth in the future. After Qiao and Zhao Daya went to sleep, Lu Chen bought some rice seeds, wheat seeds, potato seeds, sweet potato seeds, as well as various vegetable seeds such as cabbage, radish, and tomato. He entered the space and planted the seeds one by one in the several acres of cultivated land. Different seeds required different sowing methods. However, the system space is extremely intelligent. He only needed to think about it to quickly complete the sowing. This is actually how a system should be. After all, if tens of thousands of acres of farmland are developed in the future, relying on him to work alone, he would probably work himself to death and still not be able to cultivate more than a few acres. After sowing the seeds, Lu Chen used his mind to control the watering of the fields with spring water. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed that several fruit trees not far away were laden with fruit. Lu Chen was quite surprised. He remembered that when he last came in, these fruit trees had just started bearing fruit. In just 1 or 2 days, the fruit actually ripened. Lu Chen wanted to go over and pick a few apples to try, and also to let Qiao and Zhao Daya have taste. But then he suddenly thought of something and tried to put his idea into practice. The next moment, 2 bright red apples appeared in his hands. Sure enough, everything in this space can be controlled with a thought. This is so convenient. Lu Chen took a bite of an apple. It's crisp and sweet and very delicious. It tasted better than any other variety of apple he had ever eaten before. He picked another peach and tasted it. It was sweet, juicy, and incredibly delicious. Lu Chen was secretly overjoyed. It seems that everything in this space is extraordinary. He went to the spring again, cupped some water in his hands, and drank a mouthful. Wow! Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although the spring water is neither salty nor sweet, it tastes excellent. One sip and you feel incredibly comfortable all over, just like taking a few bites of chilled watermelon on a hot summer day, making every pore on your body feel refreshed. I should have known better than to buy bottled water. I'll just drink this spring water from now on. After several years of drought, the village now only has one well with some murky water, barely enough for the villagers to cook with. They can't even afford to use it to wash their faces, let alone take a bath or wash clothes. The spring water in the space seemed to be inexhaustible. He used a lot of water to water the land, at least several tons, but the water level of the spring did not decrease at all. After Lu Chen came out of the space, he went to the water tank at home and filled the empty water tank with the spring water from the space. After finishing all that, Lu Chen went back to his room to sleep. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. After getting up, Lu Chen found that Qiao and Zhao Daya had already cooked rice porridge and were waiting for him to eat. A breakfast consisting only of rice porridge is indeed too simple. However, compared to life a few days ago, this was already incredibly good. During the meal, Lu Chen said, "After we finish eating, let's go to town." Taking out various items from Lu Chen's system isn't very convenient. It requires going through official channels first. He needs to buy a donkey cart or ox cart to find a place for his things. Qiao was excited when she heard that they were going to town. Since she came to Lu Chen's house, she has hardly ever left the village. But Zhao Daya said she wouldn't go. She had to look after the house. There's still food at home. It wouldn't be safe to leave someone behind. That's fine. I'll take you next time. After the meal, Lu Chen took Qiao and headed towards Fengqi Town. Fengqi Town is not far from Lujiazhai, only a dozen or so miles of mountain road. The two witnessed a truly tragic scene along their journey. People can be seen lying dead on the roadside from time to time. There were also groups of people fleeing the disaster. Lu Chen shook his head secretly. Where can they possibly escape to? Within the entire Great Zhou dynasty, few places were safe. The entire Central Plains and surrounding areas were suffering from famine. However, their location was right in the heart of the Great Zhou dynasty. In other words, no matter which direction you go, there is no good place within 1,000 miles. Upon arriving in Fengqi Town, Lu Chen discovered that the situation there was not very good either. A scene of desolation. Most of the shops have already closed. Lu Chen asked some passersby for directions and quickly found the alley where mules and horses were sold. Unfortunately, there were only 2 skinny donkeys and a sickly old ox. Helpless, Lu Chen could only randomly pick a donkey. For such a donkey, Lu Chen was charged 10 taels of silver. After buying the donkey, Lu Chen suddenly saw a carriage on the street corner, but there was no horse. Lu Chen immediately became interested. Donkey carts and oxen can only be considered hand carts. The carriage, however, had a canopy, and the goods inside were not visible to outsiders, making it ideal for Lu Chen to transport goods through the void. How much is this carriage? The old man selling horse-drawn carriages held up 2 fingers. 2 ounces? I'll take it. Lu Chen examined the carriage carefully. It was made of high-quality materials and looked good. He guessed it belonged to a wealthy family and was being sold for some unknown reason. After buying the carriage, equipping it with the necessary gear, and harnessing the donkey to it, Lu Chen looked at it and thought it looked quite presentable. The donkey was small and not quite right for pulling a horse-drawn cart, but it would have to do for now. Anyway, he was just using the car to cover for him, so there's no need to take it seriously. Even if he wanted to buy a horse now, he couldn't. The two drove their carriage to a cloth shop and bought 7 or 8 bolts of cloth for a few taels of silver. Although Lu Chen's system shop also sells military uniforms and civilian clothes and even ancient leather armor, none of them are quite suitable. Afterwards, the two continued driving the donkey cart around the town. Lu Chen wanted to see what kind of shops were in town and what they sold. Fengqi Town is the largest town in the surrounding area, and it used to be a very prosperous and bustling place. After several years of famine, the place has become somewhat dilapidated. Lu Chen was driving the carriage when Qiao suddenly called out from inside. "My lord, smell it. It seems something has happened over there." In fact, Lu Chen also smelled a faint scent of blood. However, he initially thought it was someone slaughtering pigs and chickens, so he didn't pay any attention. "It looks like human blood." Lu Chen looked in the direction from which the smell of blood was coming. That area is entirely populated by residents of the town. "Wait here for me, I'll go check." Lu Chen got off the carriage and quickly walked into an alley. Once inside the alley, the noise from the street decreased significantly. He listened intently and quickly determined the approximate location. The gate of a house ahead was ajar, and there seemed to be faint sobbing sounds coming from inside. Lu Chen leaped into the courtyard. The yard was a complete mess. Something definitely happened. Chapter 17 has a new member. Those who frequently participate in online gambling know that when the person you're gambling with is a stunningly beautiful woman, you often have other thoughts on the matter. Whether to go straight to the end or to do something first and then go to the end, many men know how to choose in this dilemma. "You're the eldest, you go first." "Shall I go first?" "Don't be so polite, brother. Please come on over." "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Lu Chen tiptoed to the door and heard several people inside politely deferring to each other. He casually took out a long sword from his spatial storage and then pushed open the door. Inside the room, 4 men were surrounding a young girl. Inside the room, on the floor, lay 2 corpses lying in pools of blood. Hearing the commotion, the 4 men turned around abruptly and saw Lu Chen carrying a long sword. "Who are you?" the leading man asked in a deep voice. Lu Chen sized up the 4 people. These 4 men were dressed as ordinary farmers, but they were all strong and powerful, clearly not real peasants. The girl behind them, though dressed as an ordinary village woman, had fair and smooth skin, which Lu Chen could tell was not from an ordinary family. At this moment, her mouth was bound with a strip of cloth, and her eyes were filled with terror and despair as she looked towards Lu Chen. "Who are you, and why are you getting involved in this mess?" The burly man at the head of the group shouted in a low voice again. In their eyes, Lu Chen, wielding a long sword, was certainly no ordinary person. Lu Chen did not answer. The reason he did not act immediately was because he was calculating the chances of saving the person. The 4 burly men were armed with different weapons. One carried a knife, one a sword, one an iron fan, and the other a short dagger. Judging from the weapons in their hands, they were clearly martial arts masters. Lu Chen felt a little regretful. Actually, although his system shop doesn't have profound martial arts manuals like the Nine Manual, it does have general skill books, such as swordsmanship and knife techniques. Although these skill books have very ordinary names such as knife technique and sword skill, they are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, advanced, master, and god. But Lu Chen knew one thing. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. Even ordinary swordsmanship, in this world, would probably be far superior to many swordsmanship techniques with impressive-sounding names. But it's no use talking about this now. Lu Chen could only rely on his powerful physique to test the strength of the martial arts masters in this world. The 4 men inside the house, seeing Lu Chen standing at the door without saying a word or making any other move, finally couldn't hold back any longer. A man said in a threatening tone, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." A ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the other man, holding an iron fan. His iron fan trembled violently, and 3 cold beams shot towards Lu Chen. With a light flick of his long sword, Lu Chen chopped down 3 hidden weapons. All of them looked surprised. Now, taking advantage of their momentary daze, Lu Chen charged forward like a cannonball. The 4 men hurriedly brandished their weapons and rushed towards Lu Chen. The blade flashed repeatedly. There was no clanging sound of weapons clashing. There were no screams of agony before death. The flashing of the blade ceased. 4 human heads rolled to the ground. Looking at the 4 corpses lying on the ground, Lu Chen was somewhat stunned. His strength completely overwhelmed his opponent. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Yesterday, Qiao and Zhao Daya performed well in their fight against the bandits, but compared to my performance just now, they were far inferior. But he had never practiced any swordsmanship before. But now is not the time to think about these things. Lu Chen looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. This was not a place to stay. He looked at the girl again. The girl's eyes were filled with horror as she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen reached out and untied the gag from her mouth. The young girl bowed gracefully to Lu Chen. "Thank you for saving me, my benefactor." Lu Chen asked briefly, "Are you going to report to the authorities? Or are you coming with me?" The gang of thugs are not simple people, but the girl's identity is also not simple. "I'll go with you." After a moment's thought, the girl bit her lip and made up her mind. Lu Chen reached out and put his arm around her waist, quickly crossed the backyard, climbed over the wall, and entered another alley before putting her down. At this moment, the girl's face was flushed, and her head was almost drooping to her chest. She had never been so close to a man before, and her heart was pounding like a deer. "Don't speak, come with me." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he led her through 2 alleys and back to the main street. Upon arriving at the carriage, Lu Chen helped the girl onto it and drove away from Fengqi town. Inside the carriage, Qiao sized up the girl in front of him. This woman has an incredibly beautiful face, fair skin, and a figure that is the envy of many. Even Qiao, who is also a woman, couldn't help but feel close to her. However, the girl's face was not good at this moment. In addition to her grief, there was also a cloud of worry between her brows. Qiao knew she had just suffered a misfortune, so she didn't want to bother her and could only comfort her slowly when she got home. It was dusk when the carriage returned to Lujia village. Qiao led the girl into the house, while Lu Chen unloaded the donkey and tied it in the yard. After that, he bought 10 large white steamed buns from the space, 2 caddies of pork belly, 2 large cabbages, a piece of tofu, 2 caddies of vermicelli, and some seasonings such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. He hadn't had pork stew with vermicelli in a long time, so that's what he'll have for dinner tonight. Inside the house, Qiao and Zhao Daya were chatting quietly with the girl, while Lu Chen was cooking in the kitchen. Zhao Daya heard the noise from the kitchen and came over to help. Lu Chen said, "I'll take care of things here. You go and talk to them." Women can talk easily. 3 women make a drama, and it doesn't take long for them to get a general idea of the girl's situation. Seeing that Lu Chen insisted, Zhao Daya had no choice but to go. When the three of them sat down at the table to eat, Lu Chen saw that the girl's emotions had basically stabilized. During the meal, Lu Chen didn't ask any questions, but from listening to the three of them talk, he learned that the girl's name was Qiao. The three of them quickly finished their meal, and Zhao Daya and Qiao went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Only Lu Chen and Qiao remained in the room. What are your plans? Lu Chen got straight to the point. If she wants to be with him, he won't refuse. It's just supporting one more person. It's a small matter for him. In chaotic times, Lu Chen urgently needs to cultivate his own team. If she had other ideas, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't force her to stay. Forced relationships are never sweet. What he needs are loyal subordinates. Qiao lowered his head, seemingly afraid of Lu Chen. However, she quickly raised her head, her gaze firm. Brother Lu, you've been so kind to me. I, Qiao, am now your man. Lu Chen kept looking at Qiao. The line of text above her head initially showed a loyalty level of 90, which then quickly changed to 100. Chapter 18 Soaring Combat Power. Look closely, this girl's name is Qiao. Her background was so mysterious that she didn't even dare tell the man who saved her life. That evening, Lu Chen convened a family meeting. I estimate that the fall of the Great Zhou dynasty will be within the next 2 or 3 years. Lu Chen's opening remarks were a bombshell. Qiao and Zhao Daya remained calm upon hearing this. After all, Lu Chen had lived 3 lives and had seen real immortals before, and even obtained their supernatural powers. But these words sent a jolt through Qiao's heart. Who exactly is this boy from the remote, impoverished mountain village? Over the next 3 years, we must at least be able to protect ourselves and build our own team, and the 3 of you are the core members of that team. Upon hearing this, Qiao broke out in a cold sweat. Is this something a human being would dare to say? Lu Chen was ready to rebel the moment he opened his mouth in front of her, a newcomer who had just joined. This is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. Lu Chen noticed that Qiao's loyalty level displayed above his head had begun to decrease. It dropped from 199, then to 98, 97, and finally settled at 95, where it stopped decreasing. Lu Chen nodded secretly. Hearing his treasonous and rebellious remarks, Qiao's ability to maintain a 95% loyalty level to him shows that she is still capable of being cultivated. Next, we need to do 3 things. Lu Chen continued. First, the 3 of you need to strengthen yourselves. I will teach you some combat techniques. Secondly, our family will grow larger in the future, so I plan to build a big house. Third, we need to find some good-natured, unmarried women of suitable age to expand our ranks. As for why we must find unmarried women, it's because the powerful pill I have only works on unmarried women. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he looked at the 3 girls and asked, "What questions do you have? You can ask them, and we can discuss them." Zhao Daya was the first to ask a question. Brother Lu, building a house isn't easy these days, is it? After all, Zhao Daya grew up with Lu Chen since she was a child, so she felt the least pressure in front of him. She felt that everyone in Lujiao village was so hungry they could barely walk, so how could they work? Lu Chen said, "Everyone who comes to help build the houses will be provided with meals and 1 pound of rice per person per day." Upon hearing this, Zhao Daya immediately said, "Then it's all right. If word got out that they provide meals and give each person a pound of rice a day, the entire Lu family village will be fighting tooth and nail to get their hands on them. Even if they didn't give out rice, but only provided meals, people would still fight tooth and nail to get a share. People in the village are at risk of starving to death at any moment. Many haven't eaten anything for days. If it weren't for the few kilograms of grain that Lu Chen distributed, people might already be dying." At this moment, Qiao asked, "Brother Lu, what is this power pill you mentioned?" Lu Chen stretched out his hand, and in his palm was a pill. However, because it was too dark inside, Qiao couldn't see anything at all. Lu Chen stuffed the pill into Qiao's hand. Then he said, "This is the power pill. You take it later. Wife, please keep an eye on it for me." After giving his instructions, Lu Chen went out and bought a bunch of hay and some corn from the system shop, then fed the donkey he had just bought. Then he took out some spring water from his spatial storage and fed it to the donkey. After experiencing it firsthand over the past 2 days, Lu Chen learned that the spring water in this space has the effect of strengthening the body. At the same time, Lu Chen felt that the spring water also had the effect of treating minor ailments. Qiao and Zhao Daya, as well as Lu Chen himself, all have various health problems. After drinking the spring water for 2 days, all the discomfort they felt disappeared. This might be due to the effects of the stimulant, but it's more likely that the spring water also played a role. The donkey looks sickly. It should recover quickly after drinking the spring water. At this moment, Qiao inside the house had already taken the stimulant. After experiencing excruciating pain all over his body, Qiao felt a surge of joy as he observed the changes in his body. Her frail body is now full of strength, and she feels completely relaxed, as if she has been reborn. She feels like she could take on 100 of them right now. If she had met Lu Chen sooner and taken the powerful pill sooner, the 2 old servants who had served her for over a decade wouldn't have died tragically at the hands of villains. "Sister Qiao, Who exactly is Brother Lu? Chuyin couldn't help but ask Qiao. Actually, she can only be considered Lu Chen's servant now. Logically, she should address Lu Chen and Qiao as master and madam. But Lu Chen repeatedly emphasized that she was not allowed to call him that. Qiao thought for a moment and said, "My husband was fortunate enough to meet an immortal and has some supernatural powers. This great strength pill can be considered a magic pill. An elixir." Chuyin felt as if he had opened a new door and seen a bigger world. She actually came into contact with an extraordinary person. Chuyin had no doubt about Qiao's words. She personally experienced the miraculous effects of the power pill. Who but an immortal could produce such a miraculous medicine? That evening, Lu Chen purchased 2 skill books from the system store. One book is Master-Level Swordsmanship, and the other is Master-Level Archery. Ordinary swordsmanship and archery skills only cost 1,000 yuan. Advanced swordsmanship and archery skills selling for 10,000. Master-level swordsmanship and archery skills, however, cost as much as 100,000 system coins. Fortunately, Lu Chen now has 250,000 system coins. After buying these 2 books, I still have 50,000 left. The gold and silver in the space warehouse, if converted into system currency, would amount to nearly 300,000. Lu Chen is now considered a small-time millionaire. Today, he deliberately drove his carriage around the town for a long time in search of the hidden treasure. After going around, he actually discovered more than 60 treasure locations. Fengqi town is much larger than the small Lujiazhai, so the buried treasure there is probably much more valuable. He plans to dig up these treasures the next time he goes to town, which will be another windfall. After purchasing master-level swordsmanship and master-level archery, Lu Chen immediately clicked to learn them. In just a short while, Lu Chen mastered both skills. Is this the power of the system? Lu Chen fell into deep thought. If an ordinary person's fighting power is 1, then someone who has taken the power pill would have a fighting power of at least 100. Having mastered master-level swordsmanship, Lu Chen estimated that his combat strength now exceeded 300. His master-level swordsmanship boosted his combat power by at least 200 points. At the same time, after mastering swordsmanship, his originally poor physical condition was also compensated for, and his combat strength eventually reached around 300. However, Qiao and her 2 companions' current combat strength is far from reaching the standard of 100. Lu Chen estimated that the 3 of them had a combat strength of at most around 50. Because their original foundation was too weak, their physical weakness will be made up for after they learn swordsmanship. In this way, after learning swordsmanship, their combat power will far exceed that of Lu Chen, reaching a level almost identical to Lu Chen's current level. Lu Chen was in a very good mood. He never expected that a mere sword technique would cause his small group's combat power to increase dramatically. Chapter 19. Building a House. Students who frequently build new houses know that the first step in building a house is definitely choosing a location. Early the next morning, Lu Chen walked around the village and finally settled on the address of the new house. The southeast corner of the village has a relatively flat terrain, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, making it very suitable for building houses. It's just that this place is a bit far from the other houses in the village and somewhat remote. However, Lu Chen's house is also located in the southeast corner of the village, which is quite close to his current home. After choosing a location, Lu Chen went to the home of village chief Lu Daji. No matter the era, when you need someone to do you a favor, you must bring a gift. Lu Chen spent 10 yuan to buy 2 jin of brown sugar from the system store and carried it to the village chief's house. Seeing the brown sugar in Lu Chen's hand, the village chief's wife, Zhang, smiled broadly, calling him my dear nephew with great enthusiasm. Brown sugar was a rare treat, and even as the village chief's wife, Zhang hadn't had it for several years. Upon entering the main room, Lu Daji dismissed the rest of the family and then asked Lu Chen, "Nephew, what brings you here today?" Lu Chen didn't mince words and got straight to the point. "Uncle 13, I've come today to buy a piece of land in the village and build another house." Build another house? Lu Daji was somewhat confused. What kind of year is this? Families can't even afford to eat, let alone chew tree bark. Who would bother building a new house? Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, my current house is too dilapidated. In the future, I want to buy a few more servants, so I want to build a new house. You also want to buy people?" Lu Daji thought Lu Chen must have gone mad. Even though Lu Chen had just received some silver, rice was still very expensive. Although the amount of silver wasn't small, it wouldn't buy much rice. Moreover, he also needs to build a new house and buy servants. More people mean more mouths to feed, and everyone needs to eat every day. There's no harvest from the fields right now, so we have to buy all the grain with money. Lu Daji was constantly worried about feeding his large family and regretted having too many children. And Lu Chen actually wants to buy people at this critical juncture. I really don't know what he's thinking. Is this what you call a poor person suddenly becoming rich and not knowing what they want or who they want? But Lu Daji couldn't say much. He only offered a few words of advice to Lu Chen, but seeing that Lu Chen insisted on building a house and buying servants, he could only let him go. "Which plot of land do you want to buy?" How big of a house do you want to build? Lu Chen said, let's buy 5 acres of land in the southeast corner of the village first. As for how big the house should be, I'll think about it. Lu Daji sighed inwardly again. How big of a house was he planning to build? He actually wanted to buy 5 acres of land. Even the village head's house in House on Village only occupies half an acre of land. Knowing he couldn't dissuade him, Lu Daji could only say that plot of land is worth 2 taels of silver per mu, so 5 mu would be 10 taels of silver. But with the current chaos of war, the land deeds have to be processed in the county, which is quite troublesome. It's okay, I'll go with you then, Lu Chen said. Lu Daji frowned and hesitated before saying, how about you let your nephew's wife and Zhao Daya go along too? He had witnessed Qiao and Zhao Daya's abilities, so he wasn't afraid even if they encountered a small group of bandits on the way. But Lu Chen himself looked down on him. Okay, we'll do it your way. That's settled then. After Lu Chen left, Zhang came out of the inner room and chatted with her husband for a long time. Has this young man lost his mind? Why is he building houses? Why is he buying servants? We all know he's made some money, but even a lot of money can't support him spending like this. Sigh, a family really needs an elder. This young man is so reckless. No matter how much money he has, he'll squander it all. For the first time, Lu Daji felt that his wife's words made a lot of sense. In the afternoon, Lu Daji led a few people to measure the land for Lu Chen's house. With some food in their stomachs and a bit of energy, the villagers of Lujiazhai joined in to watch the excitement. Nowadays, villagers have virtually no entertainment activities, so this kind of thing is considered a major event in the village. Chu Yun couldn't show his face right now, so Lu Chen, Qiao, and Zhao Daya went with the village chief to measure the land. The villagers were all talking about it, and they all thought the same thing as Lu Daji. Has Lu Chen's brain been damaged by a door? Does he still want to build a new house these days? I heard from the village chief's wife that he's planning to buy a few servants. What's he thinking? Does he think he has too much grain to eat? If he can't finish it, he can lend us a few pounds. I also heard that he bought a full 5 acres of land for his homestead. 5 acres of land. How many rooms is he planning to build? Is he planning to build a palace? Ugh, what a waste of money. Lu Chen overheard some of the murmurs from the crowd, but they didn't care. After measuring the land for their home, Lu Chen and his 2 companions returned home. Shortly after I arrived home, several villagers came to visit. Xiao Chen, when will your new house construction start? My sons De Zhuang and heir Zhuang are pretty idle at home. Could they come and help with the construction? Nephew, building new house is a big deal, and it's not easy for you to manage it all by yourself. How about I come and help you? We're all family, so pay doesn't matter, as long as you can provide a meal. Brother Lu Chen, we grew up together. When you build your new house, you absolutely must call me brother. If you don't, I won't consider you my brother anymore. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen explained the terms of the contract. What? Lunch is provided, with unlimited rice and steamed buns. What? Meals are provided, and you even get paid a pound of fine rice a day. Several villagers couldn't believe their ears when they heard about this treatment. The promise of unlimited rice and steamed buns alone would drive the entire village crazy. If it weren't for the 2 gene of rice and 1 gene of wheat flour distributed by Lu Chen, most of the villagers wouldn't have eaten refined rice and wheat flour for several years. They planned to feed their whole family for a month with just these 3 pounds of refined grain. If you'd like to help, come to my house starting tomorrow. Lu Chen planned to strike while the iron was hot and build the house as soon as possible. Many of the village's experienced house builders would often go to town to help build houses when the harvest was good. At that time, there were basically no professional construction teams in the countryside. The villagers were enough to build houses. After these villagers left Lu Chen's house, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Lu family village. Many villagers flocked to Lu Chen's house, fearing that if they arrived, even a moment later they would miss their turn. Some villagers who originally had no such idea, as well as some villagers who had some minor grudges with Lu Chen's family, couldn't sit still any longer and followed the crowd to Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen accepted all comers. He treated even Zhao Daya's biological father, Zhao Taidan, the same way. Almost every household in Lujiazhai had someone sign up. Lu Chen was busy for quite a while. Even the 2 sons of the village chief, Zhao Daji, signed up. Chapter 22 Uncles. Look closely, this man's name is Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping is about to faint from anger today. When he heard that Lu Chen's family was going to build a new house, he immediately grabbed his younger brother Lu Qingyuan and followed the others to Lu Chen's house. That kid is such a spendthrift. Tell me, everyone, in this kind of year, who would build a new house? He must be bored out of his mind. Lu Qingping walked and chatted with several villagers. As an elder, he kept complaining about Lu Chen in front of several villagers. Lu Qingyuan chimed in. Even if it's for building a new house, you can't hire this many people. Even if each family contributes 1 person, that's still over 60 people. And they're providing meals. How much grain would that take to eat every day? I heard they're even providing enough to eat. You tell me, even the village chief's family can't possibly have enough to eat every single meal. The villagers just listened. No one responded to the 2 brothers. The Lu brothers didn't seem embarrassed and continued talking to themselves. TSK, TSK. Not only is it enough to fill his stomach, but it's also rice and white flour buns. When I get there later, I'm going to give him a good talking to. My brother is gone, so I'm his elder now. Without me as his elder to take care of him, he'll squander his family fortune sooner or later. Several villagers cursed inwardly. Everyone was finally able to have a full meal, and these two actually interfered, so naturally they weren't going to give them a friendly look. Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan were lazy and gluttonous, and they were also petty thieves. Their character was extremely bad, and many people would avoid them like the plague. The only reason I'm hanging out with these two today is because of Lu Chen. If they weren't Lu Chen's uncles, these villagers would have run far away long ago. When Lu Qingping and his brother arrived at Lu Chen's house with several villagers, there were still many people waiting to register in the yard. Seeing so many people in front of him, Lu Qingping pushed his way forward. Lu Qingyuan also squeezed into the crowd. Lu Chen was talking to two villagers who had signed up when Lu Qingping went up and interrupted their conversation. Xiao Chen, I'm not trying to criticize you, but why did you bring so many people here to build just a few houses? You should rest first. Let me give you my opinion. Lu Qingyuan also spoke in the tone of an elder. Xiao Chen, we are all family. If you want to build a house, your second uncle and I should handle it. You go in first, and we will take care of choosing the people. The two brothers had already decided that they would not accept anyone who had ever had a conflict with them. Take Su Heng next to us, for example. He's a son-in-law who moved into the family's home, yet he still wants to take advantage of their family. He's just dreaming. They hadn't forgotten that 2 years ago, when they went to steal his family's geese at night, Su Heng caught them and gave them a good scolding, making the two brothers lose face. Want to help Lu Chen's family again today? No way. This is a great job that guarantees a full meal, and you get a pound of rice every day. Lu Chen looked up and saw Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Although these were his two uncles, he considered them nothing. Even a stranger is 100 times better than his two uncles. When his parents were still alive, these two uncles would come to his house every day to freeload. After his parents went into the mountains and disappeared, they never came to his house again. When Lu Chen was starving to death, he wanted to borrow some food from their house to save his life, but they cursed at him and eventually beat him out of the house by the two brothers. How dare they even show their faces now? You two don't need to worry about my family matters. Please go back, Lu Chen said without any politeness. Lu Qingping immediately flew into a rage, hands on his hips, glaring at his elders, and said, How dare you speak to someone like that? Is that how you talk to your elders? Lu Qingping has been seething with anger since the night before last. While Lu Chen and the others were at home eating roast chicken, he fainted from hunger. What an unfilial child. Lu Qingyuan chimed in, Xiao Chen, this is wrong of you. No matter what, we are your uncles. Look at yourself. Is this how a junior should speak? Lu Chen laughed in anger. Elders? When my parents were still alive, you two came to my house every day to freeload, but when I was starving to death, how did you treat me? Your junior. You have such a big face, daring to call yourselves my elders. Seeing that Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan were still trying to cause trouble, Lu Chen immediately shouted into the house. Daya, Zhao Daya immediately came out of the house. Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan had both witnessed Zhao Daya's fierceness, and they immediately cowered when they saw her come out. Lu Qingping shrank back a few feet and hurriedly said, Xiao Chen, we're all family. Let's talk this out. Daya, my Xiao Hua was just digging for grassroots with you a few days ago. Upon hearing Lu Qingping's words, Lu Chen suddenly had another idea. When Zhao Daya reached out to grab Lu Qingping by the back of the neck, Lu Chen said, Wait a minute. Zhao Daya obediently took a step back. Lu Qingping breathed a long sigh of relief and gave Lu Chen a fawning smile. The way everyone looked at Lu Qingping was full of disdain. Lu Chen spoke up. Originally, I would never have wanted either of your families, but upon hearing this, Lu Qingping thought, there's hope. He hurriedly said, Nephew, just say it, we'll listen to you. Yes. Uncle will listen to you. Lu Qingyuan hurriedly echoed. Then let Xiaohua and Xiaoyu come. However, since they are girls and still young, they can only be given half a gene of rice a day. If you are willing, then let them come. If not, then never mind. Lu Xiaohua is Lu Qingping's eldest daughter, and she is 13 years old this year. Lu Xiaoyu is Lu Qingyuan's eldest daughter, and she is only 10 years old this year. Their status in their respective families was not much different from that of Zhao Daya. They started working nonstop from a very young age. They did all the cooking, laundry, yard cleaning, field work, and grass cutting. The two of them did everything inside and outside the house. Meanwhile, their younger brothers only ate, drank, and had fun all day long, doing nothing at all. Even so, they were still beaten and scolded by their parents every day and ordered around by their younger brothers. This is an extreme example of the preference for sons over daughters. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were servants bought by the two families. They are not even as good as servants. In this respect, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan truly deserve to be called brothers. Although they are still young, Lu Chen is already considering whether to take them into his home. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, both Both Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan looked troubled. They were certainly not happy to have their daughter help Lu Chen's family. If you come to help, you'll get a full meal, including rice and steamed buns. You don't want to? Then forget it. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Daya. Lu Chen finally understood. Zhao and Daya now understand her own position very well. Zhao Daya used to call him Brother Chen, but now she calls him Brother Lu. Moreover, nowadays, she does whatever Lu Chen says without hesitation. Seeing Zhao Daya's unfriendly expression as she prepared to attack, Lu Qingping panicked and hurriedly said, all right, let my Xiaohua handle it. Lu Qingyuan also said, I'll have Xiao Yu come too. If they don't agree, I'm afraid they won't even have half a pound of rice to eat every day. Without this half pound of rice, someone from either of their families would have starved to death within the next few days. Chapter 21. If we're going to build something, let's build a courtyard house. Students who frequently build courtyard houses know that the size of courtyard houses varies. The small courtyard house occupies only half an acre of land and has about 10 rooms. Large courtyard houses can cover an area of more than 20 or even 40 mu. That evening, Lu Chen found Tian Luzhu, who had the most experience in building houses in the village. Tian Luzhu often leads a few people from the village to the town to help people build houses. He is the undisputed leader of the construction industry in Lujiaz High. After arriving at Tian Liuzhu's house, Lu Chen felt a little regretful. Tian Liuzhu's family didn't even have oil for lamps, so the house was pitch black. With no other option, the two of them moved 2 stools to the yard and sat down to chat. Feng, Liuzhu's wife, also warmly brought them 2 bowls of water. Tian Luzhu hadn't helped anyone build houses for 2 years, and his family was also struggling financially. Lu Chen is now the hope for the entire village to survive. Luzhu's wife looks at Lu Chen as if he were a white rice bun. Thinking of the rice buns she was about to receive, she kept swallowing her saliva as she looked at Lu Chen. If she weren't a bit older, Lu Chen would have suspected that she had feelings for him. Uncle Zhuzi, I've come today to ask you about my plans to build a 3-courtyard house. I need a lot of bricks, tiles, and wood. I'd like to know the total cost. Upon hearing this, Tian Luzhu was immediately stunned. Feng, who was sitting on the threshold listening to the two talking, was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped, and she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Huh, nephew, my hearing isn't very good. I didn't hear what you said clearly. After standing there dumbfounded for a long time, Tian Luzhu finally asked tentatively. Lu Chen repeated it again. How much material is needed for a courtyard house with 3 courtyards and 3 entrances, and how much silver will be required in total? Tian Luzhu then realized he hadn't misheard. He paused for a while before saying, Nephew, you're young, you don't understand building houses. Do you know how many rooms there are in this 3-courtyard Sihiyuan? How many rooms? Tian Luzhu immediately adopted the demeanor of a professional and said, This courtyard house with 3 courtyards has at least 20 rooms. More than 20 rooms. After saying that, he glanced sideways at Lu Chen, wanting to see how stunned he would be. Lu Chen's family only has 2 people in total, and even if you include Zhao Daya, there are only 3 people. With such a big yard, how do they live? Does each person have to live in 10 rooms? But Lu Chen touched his nose and said slowly, Only 20 rooms? That's a bit few. I've heard that 3-courtyard houses come in all sizes. The house I'm going to build will need at least 40 rooms. What? More than 40 rooms? Tian Luzhu jumped up immediately. He really jumped. There was no faking it. Are you serious? Lu Chen said, Yes, really. Lu Chen had already thought it through. Actually, 40-odd rooms aren't quite enough. If we don't have enough land later, we can buy more and continue building. Tian Luzhu looked at Lu Chen again and again. By the moonlight, Tian Luzhu stared at Lu Chen for a long time, and only after seeing that Lu Chen was not joking at all did he begin to believe him. He stroked the few strands of beard on his chin, shook his head, and thought for a long time before slowly saying, Such a big house should cost at least 1,000 taels of silver. Building such a large house is not as simple as just buying bricks, tiles, and timber. All aspects of the expenses must be taken into account. Moreover, just the blue bricks and tiles alone would cost several hundred taels of silver. Lu Chen stood up and said, The money is no problem. In the next couple of days, you can draft a plan to see how the house should be built. Once you've decided, we'll start construction in a couple of days. Before leaving, he added, Uncle Zhu, I've decided on your wages. 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of flour a day. I'll leave the house to you. Oh, and remember to come to my house for dinner tomorrow. Watching Lu Chen walk out of the courtyard, Tian Luzhu and Feng Shi stood there dumbfounded for a long time without making a sound. After a while, Madame Feng approached Tian Luzhu and asked uncertainly, Father-in-law, did I hear that right? Xiao Chen said 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of wheat flour a day. Tian Luzhu initially thought he had misheard, but after hearing Feng's words, he was certain that he hadn't misheard. You ignorant woman, you're so short-sighted. All you've got is 5 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of flour. Tian Luzhu pretended to be calm. However, Feng was his wife, and his pretense naturally did not escape her notice. You make it sound so easy for you, so why are you trembling like that? Tian Luzhu then realized that his body was shaking uncontrollably, as if he had malaria. Isn't it because the air is too cold? Madame Feng. It's only been a few months. Where did this chill come from? Listen to yourself. Your voice is trembling. Indeed, Tian Liuzhu's voice trembled as he spoke. 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of wheat flour. That's enough to keep their family of 10 or so alive for a month. In this year of great famine, we should be thankful if we don't starve to death. This young man from the Lu family saved our whole family's lives. Tian Luzhu was extremely grateful. If Lu Chen's family ever has any problems in the future, we must do our best to help them. Madame Feng added. Lu Chen's home. Before going to sleep, Lu Chen remembered 2 more things. He asked Chu Yun, Miss Chu, can you read? Chu Yun replied, I know a few characters. Lu Chen knew that she was just being modest. A lady from a respectable family like her could read most books fluently as long as she could read. He immediately said, from now on, you will teach her and her 2 daughters to read. My wife and my daughter, starting tomorrow, you 2 will spend at least 1 hour each day learning to read with Chu Yun. The 3 agreed in unison. From now on, the 3 of them will have to master the use of firearms. If they are illiterate, it will be difficult for them to learn how to use some modern weapons. He would observe first to see how well Chu Yun could read. If she has a high level of education, she can become the cultural studies teacher in his team. He did not want to hire a male teacher who was more qualified. In his team, everyone must have a certain level of combatability, or at least the ability to protect themselves. He doesn't need a weak scholar who only knows how to read books. Also, Miss Chu, what about your current identity? Without a second thought, Chu Yun immediately replied, I am willing to sell myself into slavery. Lu Chen smiled and said, actually, if you are unwilling, I will not force you. Even if you do not do this, I can still protect you. Since Chu Yun took the power pill, her loyalty has long since returned to 100%. Although her unregistered status is inconvenient, Lu Chen can protect her now. Chu Yun replied, Brother Chu, you saved my life in town and gave me the power pill. I belong to you completely, without any reluctance. If that's the case, then let's sign a contract of servitude. Chu Yun went into the inner room, bought a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone from the system space, and wrote a simple contract in the dark. The 2 of them signed their names, and the matter was settled. This is just a private white contract, not a red contract with an official seal. That's enough. Chapter 22 The Big Pot of Rice arrives. Look closely. This girl's name is Lu Xiaohua. If her biological father, Lu Qingping, was the #1 scoundrel in Lujia village, then her biological mother, he sure, was the #1 shrew in Lujia village. You bastard. Listen to me. When it's time to eat less and hide all the food in your clothes to bring back to me. Also, that half-pound of fine rice, if you dare to keep even a single grain, I'll skin you alive when we get back. His finger jabbed hard into Lu Xiaohua's forehead. The petite Lu Xiaohua was so jabbed that she stumbled back 2 steps and almost fell flat on her back. Yes, mother, I understand. Lu Xiaohua looked terrified, like a frightened little quail. In the next room, at the home of the 3rd brother, Lu Qingyuan, a similar scene was unfolding. Lu Xiaoyu was also repeatedly warned by her parents. Don't think that just because you went to your cousin's house to work, he can protect you. Remember, we are your real parents. You must remember to be filial to us. Here's a bag. Remember to put all your rice and steam buns in this bag when you eat. Don't let anyone see it. It's okay if you eat less, but if your 3 younger brothers go hungry, I'll beat you to death. When Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu came out of the house, both little girls looked gloomy. When they heard that they could go to their cousin's house to help out, they were excited for a long time, thinking that they would finally be able to have a full meal, and it would be rice and white flour steam buns. But who knew that their parents had all thought of this and had already cut off their hopes in advance? Let's go, little you. Even if we don't get enough to eat, it's good to have a little bit. At least we won't starve to death. Lu Xiaohua comforted her 10-year-old cousin. A glint flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Yes, even if she could only eat a couple of mouthfuls of rice or a couple of bites of steam bun, her life would not have been in vain. As far back as she can remember, she has never tasted what rice tastes like, nor has she ever known what white steam buns taste like. She hasn't eaten a single grain of whole grain for over a month. She hasn't even had a sip of herbal soup for 2 days. Thinking of the rice and steam buns that were about to be eaten, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Chen's home. Lu Chen never expected his house to be so lively today. Before dawn, Lu Chen was still lying in bed when he heard a commotion outside, but he ignored it. Lu Chen didn't get up until it was fully light. When he stepped outside, he witnessed a spectacular scene. His small courtyard was packed with people. Even outside the courtyard, there were more than 100 people. Fortunately, Lu Chen was prepared. He had prepared all the cooking utensils before going to bed last night. 2 large iron pots for cooking rice and stir-frying vegetables, a steamer for steaming buns, a large basin for kneading dough, a large iron spatula for stir-frying, several large cutting boards, 200 large porcelain bowls, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, MSG, chicken bouillon, broad bean paste, and chili sauce. There are also 30 gene of pork belly, 10 gene of pork fat, 100 gene of Chinese cabbage, 20 gene of tofu, 20 gene of vermicelli, 10 gene of white radish, and 10 gene of red radish. All the tableware and ingredients had already been piled up in the kitchen and the main room. What he's going to do today is make a big pot of stewed pork with vermicelli, served with rice and steamed buns. Today he made sure these villagers had a good meal. With the 2 kilograms of rice and flour he distributed to the villagers the day before yesterday, their stomachs should be able to hold up today. When the villagers saw Lu Chen come out, they immediately stirred up a commotion. Xiao Chun, tell me, what do you want your uncle to do? Nephew Xiao Chun, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it. Give me your orders. Nephew. Lu Chen held out his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. If anyone knows how to build a stove, let's build a few stoves in the yard first. I can. Let me do it. I can do it too. I'll do it. I'll do it. Lu Chen said. Then I'll trouble you uncles to build 3 stoves and 3 cutting boards, and then go find some firewood for cooking later. A dozen or so villagers immediately began to busy building stoves. There were also about 20 villagers who hurriedly left the village to find firewood. The remaining villagers stared expectantly at Lu Chen, waiting for him to assign them tasks. Come a few more people and move all the meat and vegetables out of the house and process them. Several villagers hurried inside the house and brought out the meat and vegetables. Upon seeing the meat and vegetables that had been brought out, all the villagers gasped in shock. They never expected that they would actually have meat to eat today. And there are so many. This is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Lu Chen added, after we finish building the stove, let's cook a big pot of rice porridge first. After we finish the porridge, we can stir-fry some vegetables, steam rice, and steam buns later. With so many villagers in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't just buy cooked food from the system store, so he had to make it on the spot. After explaining these matters, Lu Chen asked Qiao and Zhao Daya to keep an eye on things at the scene, while he went back into the house. Chuyan stayed alone in the inner room and did not show himself. Lu Chen wanted to talk to her. Chuyan also had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Lu Chen. Aren't you wondering where all these things of mine came from? Lu Chen asked. Chuyan was also puzzled. This room was completely empty before I went to bed last night. When I woke up, I found a room full of kitchen utensils and a huge pile of ingredients. Where did these things come from? She didn't believe that Lu Chen had bought these things from the town overnight. Not to mention that it's hard to buy these kinds of foods in town now. Even if you could, who would sell them to him in the middle of the night? When Chuyan heard Lu Chen ask her this, she naturally wanted to know the answer. However, she suddenly realized something, and her gaze toward Lu Chen became firm. Brother Chu, your secret is my secret. Whether you tell me or not, I'm still yours. She was originally a servant girl bought by Lu Chen, and Lu Chen was her master. Moreover, Lu Chen was not only her savior, but also her second parents. The fact that Lu Chen cares about her feelings and her inner thoughts makes her feelings for him even stronger. Lu Chen was surprised that Chu Yun was so understanding and nodded secretly. It's so comfortable dealing with smart people. He then said, you will gradually learn about this matter in the future. He said no more. At this moment, in the courtyard, the villagers were busy building stoves, washing and rinsing vegetables, chopping meat and vegetables, and kneading dough. However, without Lu Chen's permission, no one asked anyone to cook. Actually, the villagers were all very curious. They were supposed to be there to help build the house, but Lu Chen hasn't made them do any work yet. It wasn't until Qiao told them to cook a large pot of rice porridge that the villagers started boiling water. When it was time to add rice to the pot, the 2 villagers took the rice bags, put only a little bit into the pot, and dared not add any more. After all, this is pure white, finely polished rice. When they cook rice porridge at home, they only put a small handful of brown rice into the pot and dare not put in more. Qiao retorted, add more, add more. It's too little, add more. When everyone saw the rice in the bag being poured into the boiling iron pot, their mouths watered involuntarily. Who would dare to be so extravagant when cooking rice porridge? It's almost like rice. Chapter 23, Is it okay to eat for free? Those who have often gone hungry during famines know that if you're suddenly able to have a full meal, you absolutely cannot eat too much. This is why Lu Chen cooked a pot of rice porridge first. Although he had just distributed a few kilograms of grain to the villagers, these villagers were used to being frugal and would certainly not be willing to eat more. This rice porridge was meant to be the last thing these villagers ate. A large pot of rice porridge was quickly devoured. Oh, this rice porridge smells so good. This rice porridge is so thick. Yesterday, the rice porridge in my house was so thin you could see your reflection in it. The villagers, numbering around 100, were very satisfied with their rice porridge. After the meal, a rosy glow appeared on their dark, thin faces. The spring water in the system space is very nourishing, as Lu Chen has experienced firsthand. In addition, this was also because the villagers were too excited. Therefore, they appeared to be full of energy. After the villagers finished drinking the porridge, Lu Chen spoke. Uncles and brothers, there's not much to say today. We just need to clear the weed from the land and level the ground. The villagers did not understand what he meant. Nephew, is that all? An uncle asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, that's all for today. After lunch, you can go home and rest. What? You can get 2 meals with such a small amount of work. The villagers were all stunned. What kind of treatment is this? Lu Chen said, uncles, brothers, and sisters, I know that everyone has been having a tough time lately. If we start doing heavy work right away, our bodies will definitely not be able to take it. So I want everyone to have a few good meals first to rest and recuperate. Once we have the strength, we can officially start working. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. There are still such great employers in the world. So all those past 2 days were just him inviting everyone to his house for a free meal. Thank you all for your help. Please clean up the ground on the homestead in the next couple of days. The villagers were extremely grateful and hurried to their homesteads not far away. Lu Chen called out to the few people walking behind him and asked them to start a fire, cook the pot, chop the meat and vegetables, and rinse the rice to prepare for the afternoon's communal meal. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were also kept behind by him to help prepare the dishes. After that, Lu Chen handed over the remaining work to Qiao and Zhao Daya. He then returned to his room. He closed the door and entered the system space. He had forgotten one thing, to pick the fruit from some of the fruit trees. Only by picking all the fruit can the fruit tree continue to flower and bear fruit. He only had to think about it for a moment before all the fruit from the trees was put into the warehouse. The crops and vegetables in the several acres of land have already grown quite tall. Lu Chen estimates that they will be ready to harvest in about 2 more days. Crops in the system space have a very short growing season. Let's cultivate a few more acres of land. It's convenient for planting and harvesting anyway. With another thought, Lu Chen expanded the area of the field instantly. In the blink of an eye, the farmland area reached about 100 acres. Lu Chen wanted to cultivate more land, but he felt a little dazed and his head was spinning. So, there are restrictions on reclaiming land. Lu Chen estimated that he could only cultivate about 100 acres a day, any more than that, and his mental energy couldn't keep up. This mental energy is probably equivalent to a game character's mana bar. 100 mu a day is not a small amount. 100 days would be 10,000 mu. Don't rush, take your time. Lu Chen bought some rice and wheat seeds from the system store and planted them in all the fields. Perhaps due to system space limitations, rice, like wheat, is entirely grown in dry fields and does not require paddy fields. He then sprinkled spring water on the fields. Afterwards, he went to his room in the small building and took a nap for a while. The clean, soft bedding had a faint scent of sunshine. Compared to the beds here, the beds at his home were like pigsties. He was eagerly anticipating the completion of the new house so he could move in as soon as possible. Upon waking up, he quickly left the space. When I went outside, it was still not noon. Lu Chen sensed something was amiss. It is very likely that time in the system space is not synchronized with real time. He felt like he had slept for at least 4 hours in the space, but in reality, only a short while had passed. He bought a watch in the system store, checked the sun's position, adjusted the time by feel, and then put the watch on his arm. That's right, to avoid being seen, he wore it on his arm instead of his wrist. It was still early before lunchtime. In this rural area, people have eaten 2 meals a day for generations. Nephew, how do you steam these buns? An uncle came over and asked Lu Chen, looking rather embarrassed. Lu Chen really knows his stuff. In his past life, he really did steam buns, and he even owned his own shop. He not only steamed buns, but also steamed dumplings. He not only steamed buns, but also made dumplings. He can not only make dumplings, but also make spicy soup, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and pan-fried buns. And he can also stir-fry dishes and cook large meals. It's all tears when I think about it. Recalling his past life, Lu Chen's eyes welled up with tears. What did they say? I've been steaming buns since I was little, and I've experienced everything. In his previous life, Lu Chen had worked in quite a few industries. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost everything. Lu Chen then explained the method of steaming buns to the group of them. Of course, he also had to keep an eye on things from the sidelines to prevent any mistakes. Lu Chen chatted with a few villagers who were preparing the food for a while, and he quietly checked the time. It's already 2 p.m. Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves. Let's get started. 10 pounds of chopped pork fat were poured into a newly opened large iron pot and simmered over a low flame. Before long, the pot began to sizzle and crackle. After the cracklings were fried until golden brown, Lu Chen scooped them out and then ladled out most of the lard. The villagers haven't had any oil in their stomachs for years, so the dishes can't be too oily or they'll get diarrhea. Then pour the chopped pork belly into the pot and stir fry. Soon, the aroma filled the air. The aroma of the food caught the attention of the villagers who were helping to prepare it, and they all gathered around the large pot. Nephew, I didn't know you could cook. One of the villagers stared at the oily pork belly in the pot, trying to make conversation. While busy with his work, Lu Chen chatted with him casually. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu stood at a distance, occasionally glancing in their direction. Qiao brought over 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, picked up some fried pork cracklings, and came to the 2 of them. Xiaohua, Xiaoyu, come on, try this. Lu Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand. No, sister-in-law, I'm already full. Lu Xiaoyu, who was only about 10 years old, seemed even more uneasy. She put her hand behind her back and kept shaking her head, saying, Sister-in-law, I don't want to eat. Qiao shoved the bowls into their hands. Eat up. It's not anything special. We still have a long way to go, so have a little something to tide you over. Lu Chen specifically asked Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu to help, and Qiao had already vaguely guessed his intention. They naturally treated the two of them differently. Qiao said that this oil residue was not a good thing. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu, however, did not think so. They haven't eaten meat for years. Even fried pork cracklings were something Lu Xiaohua had only eaten once several years ago. That taste. Many times at night, she would dream of eating fried pork cracklings, and when she woke up, her saliva would soak the blanket. Finally, she can eat pork cracklings again. Chapter 24, Eating and Taking. Look closely, this chef's name is Lu Chen. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a large pot of steaming hot and fragrant stew was served. Zhao, Daya, and Qiao, each holding a large rice ladle, were preparing to serve food to the villagers. The 100 or so villagers, their eyes fixed on the meat and vegetables in the big pot, were already itching with anxiety. It really is rice. And big white steamed buns. This young man is really honest. This dish also contains fatty pork, tofu, and glass noodles. Even wealthy families wouldn't dare eat that during the new year. Lu Chen is such a kind young man. He's taking good care of the villagers. We should treat him well in the future. The villagers talked loudly, as if afraid that Lu Chen wouldn't hear them. Just before the meal was served, Lu Chen explained something to the villagers, whose eyes were practically glowing with envy. It's not that I'm reluctant to let everyone eat more, it's just that everyone has been hungry for so long, so we dare not eat too much at once, otherwise our stomachs will burst. Your belly might not burst, but your stomach could. The villagers have been suffering from hunger for a long time, and they knew that. One villager immediately shouted, "Brother Chen is right. Old Wang from the next village died last year from overeating, didn't he? I want to see him," and he vomited a lot of blood. It was truly horrible. Brother Chen is doing this for our own good. The villagers all agreed. Therefore, each person can only take about half a bowl of vegetables, 2 steamed buns, or a bowl of rice. We will gradually increase the amount of food for everyone in the future. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Line up, let's eat." The villagers, having been served their rice, didn't even bother to find a seat before immediately shoveling several mouthfuls into their mouths. It smells so good. It smells amazing. It's so delicious. I've forgotten how long it's been since I've tasted meat. And this rice, it's so white and has such a chewy texture. If I could eat as much as I wanted, I could eat 5 big bowls. Everyone ate while praising the food. Lu Chen, Qiao, and Zhao Daya were not given any special treatment. The 3 of them also got food and ate with everyone. The ingredients are green, and the processing is clean and hygienic. He also likes to eat this kind of large pot cooking, so there is no need to cook separately. While eating, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that his 2 cousins seemed to have strange expressions. "It's just a meal. Why are you acting like a thief?" At first, he thought that Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were just used to being teased at home and had to be careful even when eating. But he soon discovered that the 2 of them had barely eaten anything. They quietly poured the food into a small bag they were carrying. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. This is probably not an isolated case. Many villagers probably secretly hide some food and take it home so that their families can also eat some. He immediately stood up and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, I know you all have your own difficulties, but I invited you here to work. If you don't have enough to eat, how can you work for my family? Therefore, I hope everyone will finish their food and not take it home." Many villagers looked somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing this. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, looked utterly frightened. They exchanged glances, unsure whether they should take out the food they had hidden. When everyone was almost finished eating, Lu Chen gestured to Qiao to get some more food for Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu, and told her to watch the 2 of them finish eating before he was done. After everyone finished eating, Lu Chen asked Zhao Daya to distribute rice to everyone. Although work hasn't officially started yet, we've already promised to distribute the grain, so we can't go back on our word. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all rushed over to help wash the pots and dishes. After that, they happily went home with their share of rice. On their way home, they were still savoring the meal and were already looking forward to tomorrow's meal. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were the last to leave. In the end, Lu Chen did not expose their secret of bringing food along. It wouldn't be a bad thing to let their parents have a taste of the benefits. After all, this was the last bit of sweetness they could taste. In the future, they might often think about this sweet treat and the feeling of longing for it, but not being able to get it probably won't be very pleasant. After everyone had left, Lu Chen drove the carriage towards the town amidst the envious gazes of several villagers. Lu Chen's available funds were insufficient to cover the cost of building the house. He went to the town and dug up those dozens of treasures. While Lu Chen leisurely made his way to Fengqi town, Lu family village was already in an uproar. Every household was enjoying the food and steamed buns brought back by the men who had gone to help Lu Chen's family. Many people, or rather the vast majority of villagers, haven't smelled meat for several years. The food they secretly took back was not much. Those who didn't go to help with the work could only taste a small bite of fatty meat or a small piece of white steamed bun. A woman said to her husband, "My dear husband, I only ate half a piece of meat today. Bring back a few more pieces tomorrow, so I can have a little more." The man replied, "Why are you always thinking good things? Lu Chen saw me taking these foods today, and it won't be okay tomorrow. What if he sees me taking food home again and fires me? A pound of rice a day isn't enough for you guys." The woman could only sigh and give up. A pound of rice a day is 100 times better than before. Without that pound of rice, people would starve to death. Zhao Tian's house. Chen divided the pieces of fatty meat and tofu that Zhao Tian had brought into 3 portions, one for her and one for her 2 sons, and half a steamed bun for each of them. They quickly devoured it all. That unfilial brat Daya. I secretly asked her to add more food for me, but she didn't even lift an eyelid. "I'm so angry," Zhao Tian said angrily. Upon hearing this, Madame Chen jumped 3 feet high in anger. "Is this how she treats you, her father? No way. I'm going to find her tomorrow. She's Lu Chen's concubine, so Lu Chen still has to call me mother-in-law. If I go to my daughter's house to ask for some food, does he dare refuse me?" Zhao Tian was so frightened that he quickly covered her mouth. "My goodness, please don't call me that. If Lu Chen hears you, it'll be terrible." Chen slapped Zhao Tian across the face. "Look at you, you coward. We are her parents. If it weren't for me, was she a grown-up like this? Do you think I've raised her for nothing all these years?" Zhao Tian almost knelt down before her. "My goodness, Daya isn't the same Daya she used to be. She's completely ruthless now. If you dare to cause her trouble, who knows what she might do?" While things were in turmoil at Zhao Tian's place, the homes of the 2 brothers, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan, were also not peaceful at the same time. Holding a fire poker, he roared fiercely at Lu Xiaohua. "Tell me, where did you hide the food? Why did you only bring back so little? I heard that everyone was given 2 steamed buns. Why did you only bring back 1? Lu Xiaohua was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. "Mom, my brother Chen saw that I'd secretly hidden some food, so I ate a steamed bun." Madame He's eyes widened in fury, and she slapped Lu Xiaohua's thigh with a stick. "What? You dare to steal steamed buns? Those are white flour steamed buns. My white flour steamed buns. Your father, your brother, and I haven't eaten white flour steamed buns for years, and we haven't even had a taste yet. And you good for nothing, have already eaten them. How dare you?" The same scene was playing out at Lu Qingyuan's home. Chapter 25, Another Encounter with Robbers. Those who frequently travel at night in ancient times know that it was essential to find someone to accompany you when traveling at night. Especially during times of war and chaos, walking alone at night is practically tantamount to suicide. When Lu Chen drove his donkey cart home from Fengqi town, it was already past midnight. He was in an extremely happy mood at that moment. Fengqi ancient town has a long history, with a documented history of over 1,000 years. Its rich heritage spanning over 1,000 years is undeniable. He gained a lot from this trip. He dug up dozens of treasure sites one by one, and he himself lost count of how much gold and silver he unearthed. Lu Chen roughly estimated that it must have been at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. Converted into system currency, that's tens of millions. He now feels like he's become a small tycoon, and a small goal is within reach. Riding a wave of spring breeze, the horse's hooves are light and carefree. As the cool night breeze blew, Lu Chen couldn't help but hum a little tune. Stop right there." Several loud shouts disrupted Lu Chen's good mood. He saw a few people lined up not far in front of the carriage, blocking the already narrow dirt road. Lu Chen looked at them calmly, without saying a word. As a master, one is naturally aloof. Too much nonsense will damage his image as a wise man. The leader pointed his broadsword at Lu Chen. "This road is mine." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chen flicked his finger, and a pebble flew out, hitting the man squarely in the face. The man let out a scream, and his broadsword clattered to the ground. He covered his face with his hands, jumping up and down on the ground in pain. Seeing this, the others shouted and pounced on Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat upright in the carriage, flicking his fingers repeatedly, sending pebbles flying, all aimed at the faces of the men. Instantly, cries of agony rose and fell. Lu Chen snorted coldly and continued driving the carriage forward. He couldn't even be bothered to kill those few little karami. After the carriage had gone far away, the few people who had been lying by the roadside rushed out to check on their injured comrades. "How can this person be so powerful?" someone exclaimed upon seeing their comrade covered in blood. "Third master, thank goodness we didn't come out. If we had, we would have been in deep trouble." The gaunt third leader, his eyes gleaming, whispered, "Baldy, big head, you two follow him and see which village he's from." 2 men, one tall and one short, hurriedly ran towards the carriage. Hearing barely audible footsteps behind him, Lu Chen ignored them and continued on his way. After returning home, Lu Chen unloaded the donkey, tied it up, and lingered in the yard for a while before seeing the 2 guys who had been following him leave. He now has excellent night vision. On moonlit nights, he can see things as clearly as in daylight. Seeing that no one was around, He bought 20,000 blue bricks from the system store and piled them on the land where he was going to build a house. After arriving in town today, he inquired and found that all the nearby brick factories had stopped operating. In such a famine-stricken year, amidst the chaos of war, only a fool would build a house. Left with no other choice, he had to buy building materials from the system store. In the system store, blue bricks cost 1 yuan each. Building materials are naturally available in the system store. After all, building barracks and fortifications also require building materials. He also bought more than 10 tons of cement, more than 10 tons of steel bars, and dozens of tons of sand from the system store. After neatly stacking the building materials next to the house site, Lu Chen returned to his house. He closed the door, bolted it, and then turned and entered the system space. The flow of time within the system space differs from that outside. He sleeps for 8 hours in the space, while the outside world is less than an hour away. After several experiments, Lu Chen roughly estimated that the time flow rate between the two was about 1 to 10. However, crops in the system space mature in a shorter time. Let's get the house built first. Over the next few days, construction began on Lu Chen's house, and the construction site was bustling with activity every day. If it weren't for the fact that all the villagers were dressed in rags, Lu Chen would have thought he had returned to his previous life. Lu Chen provides these villagers with 2 meals a day. One meal consisted of rice porridge, while another meal included meat, vegetables, refined rice, and large white steamed buns. The villagers of Lujiazhai, especially the young and strong laborers who came to his house to work, are noticeably much stronger. Part of the reason is that they had eaten their fill. Another reason is that the water Lu Chen used for cooking was spring water from his space. Over the course of a few days, the villagers were deeply grateful to Lu Chen. They never expected that Lu Chen could provide them with meat every day, ensuring they were well fed and satisfied. It's like celebrating Chinese New Year every day. That's not quite right either. Even in good years, they never ate this well or this much during the New Year. Lu Chen wasn't idle either. In addition to instructing workers on how to use cement and steel bars on the construction site, he also discussed with Master Mason Tian Luzhu how to design the drainage system and many other issues. Tian Luzhu is smart enough. Lu Chen only needs to give him a little hint, and he immediately knows what to do, saving Lu Chen a lot of trouble. In addition, he had to drive his horse-drawn carriage out every evening and return late at night. He did this simply to find sources for his building materials and ingredients, to get them legitimate. The land deed for the homestead has been issued. On the day the groundbreaking ceremony was held, Lu Chen and village chief Lu Daji went to the county town together and stamped the land deed. For the past few days, Lujia village has appeared calm on the surface. But Lu Chen had long noticed that every night when he returned from town, there were always a few people following his carriage from a distance. Fortunately, Zhao Daya volunteered to stay at the construction site at night, and those people didn't cause any trouble. What's meant to happen will happen. Lu Chen had no idea when they would make their move. The area surrounding Lujiazhai is all mountains. There are countless bandit strongholds in the mountains. These bandits came from a diverse background. Some were starving people who couldn't survive, some were habitual bandits, some were itinerant marauders, and others were deserters who went up the mountain to become bandits. These bandits are numerous. He couldn't kill them all, nor was there any need to. In fact, Lu Chen had no prejudice against these bandits. If you don't provoke him, he naturally won't provoke you either. If anyone dares to provoke him, he will make sure they never leave alive. Lu Chen felt that the bandits who had been eyeing him for the past few days were gathering their strength and preparing to take over Lu family village in one fell swoop. To outsiders, Lu Chen's act of building a new house was nothing short of a trap. It would be strange if they weren't tempted. Currently, there's enough cement and steel bars for building houses, but there's still a long way to go in terms of bricks and tiles. He had to go out every day so that the building materials that appeared out of nowhere the next day wouldn't arouse suspicion. Many villagers, including the village chief, have asked him many times how these bricks and tiles were transported back. Lu Chen then said that he had hired someone to bring it back overnight on a cart. Whether others believe it or not, and to what extent they believe it, is none of his business. Later, he will build a wall around the entire village. Once the villagers have seen it many times, they will get used to it. That evening, Lu Chen drove his horse-drawn carriage to town, as usual. They had only gone halfway when dozens of people suddenly emerged from the woods beside the road and surrounded Lu Chen. Chapter 26, Murderous Demon. Look closely, this donkey's name is Xiao He. It is very scared now. The eyes of the group of people in front of me were filled with longing for food. The way they looked at me was as if I were looking at the donkey meat in a donkey meat sandwich, the donkey meat in donkey meat soup, or the donkey offal platter. Little Black didn't want to die. It didn't want to become donkey meat. It hasn't even had a few good days yet. Hey, look at this donkey. It's so fat. These days, if a donkey can be raised this strong, this kid must be really fat. If we slaughter this donkey, maybe I can have a taste. After the group surrounded Lu Chen's carriage, most of their attention was focused on the donkey. Little Black trembled with fear. It had seen that look many times before. A burly man, 8 feet tall and as imposing as an iron tower, stood majestically in front of the carriage, wielding a three-ringed broadsword. Just obediently accept your death, and Grandpa will grant you a whole corpse. D, D, D. Dozens of bandits roared in unison, creating an astonishing sound. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been so scared that they wet their pants. In fact, some people were genuinely terrified and even peed their pants. Startled, Qiao peed a little on the ground. The burly man with the iron tower looked arrogantly at Lu Chen sitting in the carriage, feeling quite smug. His tactic of striking first and gaining the upper hand never fails. Unfortunately, when he saw the boy in the carriage, his expression remained unchanged. This kid scared out of his wits. Although he was skilled at throwing stones, it was just a minor trick that could fool others, but it couldn't fool Li Er, the soul-severing blade. His reputation as Li Er, the soul-severing blade, was earned by venturing into piles of corpses. Men, drag him down. Li Er slammed his three-ringed broadsword heavily on the ground and gave the order. The bandits in front immediately stepped forward, ready to attack. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Lu Chen's hand. This knife is straight and long, only 2.5 fingers wide. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the knife reflected a faint, cold light. Interesting. Li Er's lips curled up. He hadn't expected the boy to dare to resist. Does this young man really think he's a martial arts master? So what if he's a martial arts master? Li Er was no pushover either, and besides, his 50 or 60 men from Black Wind Ridge were no pushovers either. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Men, cut him down. Li Er shouted loudly. The bandits brandished their weapons and charged at the carriage. Lu Chen leaped lightly off the carriage and landed right in the crowd. As soon as he landed, several sharp blades rushed towards him. Lu Chen suddenly swung his longsword. Blood spurted out. 4 fine heads flew high into the air. What a fast knife! Li was secretly alarmed. He didn't even see clearly how that one blow killed his 4 brothers. Kill! Seeing their brothers killed, the bandits were not afraid. Instead, their murderous intent was aroused even more. They outnumbered and outgunned. How could they possibly be no match for a mere teenager? Whoosh! A flash of light, and 3 heads rolled to the ground. Whoosh! Blood splattered everywhere, and 4 more people were cut in 2. Whoosh! A bandit was cleaved in 2 from head to crotch. Lu Chen stepped forward and swung his sword. With each step, death ensues. He walked step by step, mercilessly killing one bandit after another. His strikes never missed. With each swing, at least one bandit would die on the spot. He took a big step, slashed with his long sword, and cut 5 bandits in half at the waist. A strong, pungent smell of blood quickly filled the air. Li Er's expression gradually turned ugly. He had never seen such an efficient method of killing. That's right, this wasn't a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. His brothers, who spent their days licking blood from the edge of a knife, were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They allowed the boy to kill at will. They were powerless to resist. They had barely raised their weapons, and before they could even exert any force, they had already become victims of the blade. Is he even human? At this moment, in Li Er's eyes, Lu Chen had become a devil, a murderous monster. In just a few breaths, as if in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had killed off 50 or 60 bandits, leaving only a handful. The remaining bandits were still in a daze. Before they could figure out what was happening, the ground was already littered with the corpses of their companions. They didn't even have time to consider whether they should run away. Lu Chen didn't give them time to consider. He swung his knife swiftly and decisively. Bloodshed means death. Show no mercy. These people were all strong and healthy. They were not starving people forced into exile. Even though they were once starving people, they have now undergone a qualitative change. Most people don't even have tree bark to eat right now, yet they're all well-fed and obese, which speaks volumes. Now, there is one last person standing in front of Lu Chen. Li Er was trembling, his body drenched in cold sweat. The arrogance and pride he had shown just moments before had vanished. Spare me. Li Er threw down his 3-ring broadsword and knelt down in front of Lu Chen with a thud. Hero, spare my life. I was blind and ignorant. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please spare my life. Li Er kept kowtowing to Lu Chen until he bumped his forehead so hard that he developed a large bump. Facing Lu Chen, he couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance, because he knew that in front of this boy, he was like an ant. The boy could easily crush him to death with just a single finger. Lu Chen kicked out, and Li Er flew out without even uttering a sound. Lu Chen didn't look at Li Er again before returning to the carriage. He glanced at a grove of trees not far away, turned the carriage around, and headed towards Lujia village. After the carriage had gone far away, 2 heads emerged from behind a large rock in the woods. Amazing, incredibly amazing. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his face and said in a trembling voice. The other man was also still in shock, his face pale, and he said in a low voice, I never expected that there would be such a person in this desolate and treacherous place. The 2 sat on the ground in a daze for a while. Then one of them said, what do you think our general's chances of winning against him are? What are your chances of winning? Wake up, you're really dreaming. You mean, our general? If our general knew what you were thinking, he would probably drag you out and execute you on spot. After a long silence, this is a dangerous place. We should leave quickly. Wait a little longer. My leg is a bit weak. My legs are a little weak too. Just then, Lu Chen drove his carriage and arrived outside Lu family village. Outside the village, there was a large, dark mass of people. There were at least 300 or 400 people. Really? Lu Chen stopped the carriage and looked at the group of people from distance. For several days, they had been searching around the village, but finally couldn't resist and stormed in. Clearly, the people he encountered on the way were part of this group. It's good that they're here. Once we've dealt with them, things should be quiet for a while. Chapter 27, Let the Fight Begin. Those who have frequently been robbed by bandits know that many bandits not only want money, but also their lives. Lu Daji, the village chief of Lu Jiazhai, looked at the dark mass of bandits outside the village and felt utterly hopeless. Judging from this posture, it's obvious they're going to massacre the entire village. Upon learning of the approaching bandits, the villagers spontaneously organized themselves without Lu Daji needing to give any instructions. Almost all the able-bodied men in the village were helping to build houses on Lu Chen's family's land. Upon hearing that bandits were approaching, they immediately ran home, retrieved their weapons, and rushed to the village entrance. These weapons were all left behind by the bandits, who were wiped out last time. With weapons in hand and plenty of food to eat these past few days, the villagers were full of confidence, feeling that even if bandits came, they would be able to fight them. But when they saw how many bandits were attacking, they were all terrified and at a loss for what to do. Village chief, what should we do? Village chief, there are so many bandits. Even if we have the greatest skills, we can't beat them. Village chief, is it too late for us to escape? Village head, Lu Daji's head was throbbing from listening. What can he do? He could only look at Qiao and Zhao Daya, who were not far away. Whether the lives of everyone in Lu Jia village could be saved depended entirely on these two women. Unfortunately, he had just heard that Lu Chen had driven his carriage to town. If Lu Chen were here, he might be able to help take charge of the situation. Lu Daji suddenly noticed a girl with an unfamiliar face standing next to Qiao and Zhao Daya. This girl, like Qiao and Zhao Daya, held an identical long sword in her hand. Who is this woman? Could it be that Lu Chen has bought another concubine? Or is she a maid he just bought? Judging from her appearance, she doesn't seem like a servant. Lu Daji was full of suspicion, not knowing the girl's origins. At this moment, Qiao and the other two were also discussing in hushed tones. Zhao Daya said, "Brother Lu isn't home, so we must protect our new house no matter what, and not a single brick or tile can be missing." In Zhao Daya's view, Lu Chen's family business was the most important thing. Chuyin also said resolutely, "Even if it means death, we will protect Sister Xie." Although Chuyin had taken the power pill and knew that she was no longer the same as before, she had never fought anyone and therefore did not know how strong she really was. With too many bandits, Chuyin felt that protecting Qiao was the most important thing. Qiao said, "We must not forget the sword techniques that my husband taught us the night before last." The night before last, Lu Chen took the 3 of them to the back mountain and taught them a set of sword techniques. Strictly speaking, that cannot be considered a set of sword techniques. It can only be considered as basic knife skills and training methods. After Lu Chen taught them, the 3 of them practiced in the back mountain for 2 hours that night. Last night, the 3 of them went to the back mountain together and practiced for 2 hours. They had only practiced this sword technique for a total of 4 hours. Although the time was short, the 3 felt that they had made rapid progress, and that the more they practiced, the more unfathomable the sword technique seemed. Every moment, they can draw endless combat skills from this sword technique. Zhao Daya and Chu Yun said in unison, "We won't forget." These knife skills seem to be deeply imprinted in their minds. Qiao said, "All right, let's start the fight." Zodia noted, "Okay." Chu Yun hesitated. "Are we just gonna go like this?" Hundreds of bandits. Just looking at them was enough to make one's heart tremble. Faced with a formidable enemy, shouldn't she first devise a tactic or something? Qiao smiled and said, "In my husband's words, they are nothing but clay chickens and earthenware dogs. Nothing to worry about." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Daya dashed off towards the bandits. Seeing this, Qiao hurriedly followed. Helpless, Chuyin had no choice but to follow closely behind, gripping his long sword and charging out. The 3 men, like 3 sharp knives, charged into the bandit group. 3 women, that's interesting. At the rear of the bandit group, Zhao Jindo, the leader of Black Wind Ridge, held a fine steel spear and smiled as he watched 3 graceful young women charge forward. "They're afraid of being loved by my brothers, so they've come here specifically to die, aren't they?" Zhao Jindo watched the 3 girls approaching rapidly and considered whether or not to capture them alive. After all, these 3 women are all rare beauties. They had excellent figures and looks, with skin as smooth as jade, and were even more beautiful than the rich young ladies in the county town. It would be such a pity if one of my men accidentally hurt them. Seeing Qiao and her 2 companions charging in, the bandits laughed uproariously. "Young lady, come to me, let me pamper you. This is the first time I've ever seen such a fiery young lady. I wonder if she's just as fiery in bed. Look at your delicate skin. I can't bear to hurt you. Brothers, this one up front is mine. None of you are allowed to take it from me. I'll let you have it after I'm done playing with it. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Daya had already come up to him. This guy had a lewd look on his face, holding a knife in one hand and trying to grab Zhao Daya with the other. Zhao Daya swung her long knife with lightning speed, and the bandit was already decapitated. Meanwhile, Qiao and Chu Yun had also charged into the bandit group. With flashes of sword light, more than 10 bandits lay dead on the ground. As soon as they engaged the enemy, Qiao and Zhao Daya realized just how exquisite the swordsmanship they had just learned was. Previously, they could only rely on their physical advantages to overwhelm their enemies. Now, they can kill enemies faster and more accurately with less than 1/10 of their strength. The footwork, legwork, and bodywork included in this sword technique make their bodies 100 times more agile. Among the enemy ranks, they were like butterflies fluttering in a sea of flowers. Though the enemy was numerous, they couldn't even touch the hem of their clothes. That was absolutely exhilarating. Chu Yin was even more shocked at this moment. In the past, she considered each of these fierce and ruthless bandits to be someone she simply could not contend with. But now, the bandits in front of her were like a group of 3-year-old children, letting her do whatever she wanted. In her eyes, the bandits' movements were slow, weak, and powerless. They were like stalks of chives, easily harvested by her. I'm actually this strong. Even though Chu Yin was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. That miraculous power pill and profound swordsmanship actually made me a martial arts master in a short time. Oh no, it seems I'm much stronger than the top martial arts masters. Qiao and their 2 companions charged into the enemy ranks, unstoppable and deadly. Anyone who touched them was instantly killed. Wherever they went, the bandits fell down like straw. In the blink of an eye, Qiao and his 2 companions had carved out a large open space. On the open ground, the bandits' corpses lay scattered in pools of blood. Not a single one was injured. They all perished. Chapter 28, The Village Chief's Little Thoughts. Look closely. This 6 brother's name is Lu Daji. Seeing Lu Chen's 3 daughters charge into the enemy ranks and kill the bandits, the villagers cheered. As the village chief, Lu Daji felt a greater sense of honor and responsibility than the villagers. At first, when he saw the large number of bandits, for a moment he even considered whether he should turn around and run away once the fight started. But thinking of the hundreds of elderly, weak women and children behind him, he still decided to fight the bandits to the death with the villagers. Seeing how powerful Lu Chen's 3 daughters were, killing bandits as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs, he knew that he and the villagers of Lu family village had once again escaped death. Charge! Fellow villagers, kill the bandits. Lu Daji raised a spear and gave the order to attack. The villagers then seemed to wake from a dream, raised their weapons, and charged the bandits. When the bandits attacked last time, the villagers were so hungry that they had no strength left, and it was understandable that they dared not rush to fight the enemy. But this time, they were all well-fed and full of energy. It wouldn't be right to leave Lu Chen's girls to fight alone. The villagers swarmed forward and attacked the bandits. Lu Daji followed slowly behind, also rushing forward. He wasn't walking at the back out of fear, but rather because he felt that as the backbone of the villagers, he couldn't afford to be harmed in the slightest. If anything happened to him, it would cause the villagers to lose their morale. On the other hand, it was because he was thinking his own little scheme that he ran a little slower. When Qiao first came to the village, she was thin and small, shy and timid, and didn't dare to look people in the eye. But now, she's more imposing than a general on the battlefield. And then there's Zhao Daya. I watched her grow up. She was always a pushover, getting beaten and scolded by her stepmother and bullied by her younger brother. But now she's changed so much. And that strange woman, where did she come from? How come she's so powerful? Lu Daji was completely baffled. These past few days, the villagers have been gossiping about it countless times in private, even while lying in bed. They were all talking about the same thing. Why did Qiao and Zhao Daya suddenly become martial arts masters? Lu Daji suddenly looked up and saw a carriage parked all alone on the opposite hill. A person sat upright in the carriage. Isn't that Lu Chen's nephew? Lu Chen sat in the carriage, as if he were watching a battle or a play. He looked completely confident. He had no intention of coming down to fight. Clearly, he had great confidence in the abilities of Qiao and the other 2. Lu Daji felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He thought of his youngest daughter, Xilan. Xilan from his family was already of marriageable age. However, with years of famine, finding a spouse has become a difficult task. The boy they had their eye on was rejected because the village chief, Lu Daji, was too poor. When families came to propose marriage, Lu Daji complained that the boy's family was too poor, fearing that his daughter would suffer from hunger after marrying into such a family. Before long, Xilan was almost 16 years old. If she doesn't find a husband soon, the villagers will start gossiping about her behind her back. How about we marry Xilan to Lu Chen as a concubine? I've watched Lu Chen grow up. He's a good person, rich, and has a house. She definitely won't go hungry or be bullied if she marries him. The more Lu Daji thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Lu Chen's family is building a new house, which is a large, secluded mansion covering several acres. He went to the construction site and saw that there were dozens of houses. Even the house of Chun, the wealthiest man in town, is far inferior to that of Lu Chen's house. Just as Lu Daji was making plans, ahead, the villagers were already fighting with the bandits. A villager, wielding a large knife, slashed at the bandit in front of him. The bandit had already been terrified by the three girls' ferocity. When he saw the villagers coming at him, he hurriedly raised his knife to block them. When the bandit felt a powerful force coming from him, and he couldn't hold onto his broadsword, he was knocked to the ground. The villager was overjoyed at the sight and swung his knife down again. The bandit couldn't dodge backward in time, and a large gash was cut open in his chest and abdomen, with his intestines spilling out. The villager was stunned. He never expected that he could so easily defeat a bandit. The other villagers soon discovered that they were stronger than the bandits, and the bandits were no match for their attacks. Seeing that the bandits were even weaker than themselves, the villagers' confidence soared, and shouts of battle filled the air. However, these villagers were still far inferior to Qiao and his two companions. Over there, Qiao and her two companions were like tigers among wolves. No, more like tigers among chickens. They charged left and right through the bandits' ranks, and the bandits didn't even have time to turn and run before being cut down by them. The more the bandit leader, Zhao Jindo, looked, the more horrified and chilled he became. Of his nearly 400 men, almost half were killed in the blink of an eye by 3 women. He had never seen anything like it in his life. This is no longer a battle. It's a one-sided massacre. This isn't a massacre of a village. It's practically handing themselves over to be slaughtered. Zhao Jindo gritted his teeth and roared, "Kill! Brothers, kill them! Slaughter these little wenches. There will be a hefty reward." He simply refused to believe that he and his brothers couldn't even defeat 3 mere little girls. He didn't believe that the 3 girls had inexhaustible strength. They would eventually run out of energy. Once they're exhausted, kill them, and the remaining villagers will be no threat. Even if he loses most of his men, as long as he robs the richest man in the village, he will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. The family that can build such a large house in the village must have at least several thousand taels of silver. When the time comes, he can take all that silver and fly away, living in anonymity and becoming a wealthy man. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Kill them. Upon hearing of the great reward, the bandits let out a shout and, relying on their numbers, mustered their courage once again to attack Qiao and his 2 companions. Qiao and his 2 companions fought with increasing ferocity, slashing and hacking with their long swords, their blades flashing and blood filling the air. Lu Chen sat in the carriage, watching Qiao and the other 2 from afar. They only used 1/10 of their master-level swordsmanship. If they practice for a while longer, their combat effectiveness can make a qualitative leap. Lu Chen could instantly master the sword techniques purchased from the system store. However, it takes a long time to master the skill when teaching it to others. However, if taught to young girls, they learn at a speed 100 times faster than ordinary people. In other words, it might take an ordinary person 3 to 5 years to master this sword technique, but they only need 1% of the time to fully master it. The reason Lu Chen didn't participate in the battle was that he wanted them to grow through combat. Going into battle and killing enemies is the best way to improve your swordsmanship skills. Chapter 29, Great Victory. Students who frequently go to the battlefield know that morale is one of the most crucial factors in determining the outcome of a war. Throughout history, there have been countless examples of battles in which a few thousand people chased after tens of thousands. The bravery of Qiao, and their companions was something these bandits had never seen before. They had never even heard of it. In front of Qiao and the other 2, one would die upon meeting them, not even surviving for a second. Even now, none of these hundreds of people have even touched the hem of the 3 women's clothes. The weapons in the bandits' hands were completely useless. Qiao, and the other 2 seemed to cherish their long swords. With each strike, they deliberately avoided the bandits' weapons and aimed directly at the enemy's vitals. They are like killing machines, using the fewest movements and the least amount of force to launch the most lethal attacks. They killed so many bandits that they were terrified. Anyone with eyes could see that the scales of victory had completely tipped in Qiao's favor, even though the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the very beginning. The bandits were decimated and unable to mount an effective attack. When they saw Qiao and his 2 companions charging towards them like gods of death, they had only one thought in their minds: retreat, retreat, retreat. Yet he still could not escape death. The bandits went from initially charging desperately to retreating in fear, then putting up a stubborn resistance, and finally collapsing. Zhao Jindo now understood that he had truly lost today. They were utterly defeated. The 3 women he had longed for died from exhaustion, and he feared he would never see them. Zhao Jindo finally raised the steel spear in his hand. I refuse to accept this. I, Zhao Jindo, will drag someone down with me, even if it means my death. Zhao Jindo, who had roamed the 10,000 mountains for more than 10 years, finally raised a steel gun and charged towards Qiao. No matter what, he was a martial artist and had a small reputation in the martial arts world. He had been conserving his energy for a long time, and he was confident that he could trade one for one with a woman who had been fighting for a long time. Kill! Zhao Jindo flicked a spear and thrust it at Qiao, who had his back to him. Qiao slashed down a fleeing bandit with one blow. Suddenly, she heard a sharp wind coming from behind. She shifted her feet, turned her body lightly, and slashed her long sword diagonally backward from below. Zhao Jindo was cut in half at the waist. Zhao Jindo, who was not yet dead, was filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe he was dead. Another one. This guy actually dared to launch a sneak attack. He has some nerve. Qiao was somewhat surprised. By this time, the bandits had already been killed and were fleeing in all directions, unable to even avoid her. Yet, someone still dared to come and die. It must be said, this person was really bold. Poor Zhao Jindo, the leader of Black Wind Ridge, thought he could successfully launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Qiao didn't treat him like a human being at all. Just like dealing with other bandits, Qiao defeated him in the first half of the encounter. From beginning to end, Qiao only ever regarded him as an ordinary nobody. The leader is dead. The leader has been killed. The bandits screamed in shock when they saw Zhao Jindo being cleaved in two with a single blow. Only then did Qiao glance at Zhao Jindo lying on the ground. Even though Zhao Jindo was split in two, he could still live for a while longer. He tried to roll his eyes, looking at Qiao's petite figure, feeling extremely unwilling and regretful. What a terrible situation he's run into. He painstakingly built up a team over more than 10 years, finally gained a foothold, and finally made a name for himself, only to be defeated by a few young girls in the end. Zhao Jindo died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. With their leader dead, the remaining dozens of bandits scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions for their lives. Qiao shouted, "Not a single one can be left alive." Having said that, he turned and chased after the nearest bandit. Zhao Daya and Qiao also split up and chased after the bandits. The villagers also chased after the fleeing bandits. Only then did Lu Chen leisurely drive his carriage to the village entrance. It's harvest season again. He got out of the car and began to search the bandits' corpses one by one. His looting efficiency was extremely high. All the valuables on the bandits were automatically stored in the system's warehouse at his thought. He went over the corpses one by one and found that these bandits were much fatter than the bandits from last time. Almost every bandit had several taels of silver on him. Just as Lu Chen was diligently licking the bag, the women and children who had been hiding in the village also arrived at the village entrance one after another. They watched enviously as Lu Chen licked the bag, but none of them dared to come over and compete for it. Now, Lu Chen is not only the benefactor of all the villagers, but also their granary. Without Lu Chen, many of them might have starved to death. Right now, the grass roots around the village have been dug up cleanly, and the tree bark has been eaten away. If it weren't for the rice Lu Chen distributed, they wouldn't have been able to survive. Moreover, they were counting on the men and their family to work for Lu Chen's family and bring food to support them in the future. Although the villagers dared not steal the valuables from the corpse, they did not leave. In fact, their numbers increased. Before long, a large group of elderly people, women, and children gathered at the village entrance. Lu Chen only focused on searching for valuables on the corpse and paid no attention to the villagers. To be honest, the valuables carried by the bandits were of little help to the villagers. With grain prices rising more than tenfold, they can't buy much grain with this money. It's better to let him have it for free. It's much more cost-effective for him to buy grain from the system store. When he turned over a corpse, he suddenly frowned. There's still one fish that slipped through the net. The bandit was covered in blood and grime, but Lu Chen noticed that his eyelids were trembling slightly. He was clearly faking his death. Lu Chen ignored him and continued to loot his spoils. "Brother Lu, I'm back." Lu Chen looked up and saw that Zhao Daya had returned. "Brother Lu, this was taken from the corpse." Zhao Daya was carrying a heavy cloth bag. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "Okay, you can take it first." Before long, Qiao and Chu Yun also returned. With the help of many villagers, all the fleeing bandits were killed. Some villagers handed over the money they had looted from the bandits to Lu Chen. Some villagers might pocket the looted money, but Lu Chen didn't care. Compared to the large portion he received, what the villagers kept was negligible. With the help of Qiao and his two companions, the bandits were quickly looted. After that, Lu Chen gestured to the villagers, saying that the rest was up to them. The villagers then swarmed forward, some tearing off clothes, some grabbing weapons, and some taking off shoes. The women who had been watching covered their faces and fled. "With so many clothes, I'm not afraid of winter this year. With so many weapons, my wife will have something to defend herself if bandits come again. These shoes are too many. One pair for each person in our family is enough." Lu Jiao village has about 400 residents, and this time there are about 400 bandits. These bandits have come to bring warmth to Lu Jiao village. Although many of the bandits' clothes were slashed to pieces by Qiao and her group's knives, they could still be worn after being mended. As for the bandits' weapons, they were enough to arm every child in Lu Jiao village. Today was a great harvest. Chapter 38 Girls' Thoughts. Look closely. This bandit's name is Niao. He lay amidst the pile of corpses, listening to the excited shouts and cheers of the surrounding villagers, and he was terrified. A villager came over and quickly stripped him naked. He felt incredibly ashamed and instinctively tried to cover his genitals, but the villager noticed the moment his hand moved slightly. The villager immediately put a knife to his neck and shouted at Lu Chen. Chenhua, come quick. There's another one alive here. When Niao realized he had been discovered, he stopped pretending and hurriedly covered his lower body with his hands. Lu Chen came over when he heard the sound. He had something else to ask. He crouched down, looked at the naked bandit, and asked, "Tell me, where is your hideout?" This band of bandits was different from the previous one. They were much stronger. Their weapons were superior, and their clothes were much neater. Clearly, they were local residents, not bandits. Most importantly, Lu Chen didn't find much silver on the bandit leader, so he must have hidden the gold and silver in the bandits' den. With their leader dead and all their companions killed, Niao had no reason to hide anything and immediately spilled the beans, telling everyone he knew. "We are from Black Wind Ridge. The one with the long spear is our leader. This time, only about 10 brothers from the stronghold have left." Black Wind Ridge? All right, take me there now. In the vast mountains with numerous peaks, Lu Chen had no way of finding his way without a guide. Niao put on the clothes the villagers had given him back and obediently led Lu Chen into the depths of the mountains. Throughout the journey, Niao dared not have the slightest disloyalty and remained very honest. Those 3 formidable girls treated the young man with utmost respect, clearly indicating they were no ordinary people. After Lu Chen and his companion left, Lu Daji immediately ordered the villagers to dig a pit and bury the bodies. Disposing of hundreds of bandit corpses is a huge undertaking. I doubt it will be finished by tomorrow. This time, the villagers made no demands and willingly dug a large pit at the foot of a mountain outside the village. While directing the villagers to dig the pit, Lu Daji pondered how to bring it up with Lu Chen. At first, he thought the method was brilliant, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. "My Xiaolan is quite pretty, but compared to his 3 daughters, she's not much better looking. Lu Chen already has 3 wives and concubines, and Xiaolan is not as beautiful as the other 3. What should we do if he refuses to take Xiaolan as a concubine? Zai, I think this is a bit difficult. How about I go home and discuss it with my wife?" Lu Daji was preoccupied with his thoughts and left the villagers who were working behind as he returned home alone. "Chui'er, I want to discuss something with you." Upon hearing Lu Daji's plan, Wang Chui'er, the village chief's wife, immediately jumped up. "What? You want Xiaolan to become someone's concubine? Lu Daji, isn't Xiaolan your own daughter? How can you treat her like this?" Lu Daji earnestly said, "Old woman, look at the chaos right now. Who knows when the rebel army will attack us? Don't you know the situation of Lu Chen's family? Only their family can protect Xiaolan. Besides, look at Qiao and Zhao Daya and their family. What were they like before? And what are they like now? If our Xiaolan could be as capable as them, who would dare to bully her in the future? At that time, our family of more than 10 people would probably have to rely on Xiaolan to protect us in this chaotic world." Wang Chui'er then sat down again, thought it over carefully, and realized that what her husband said made sense. Even the village chief's family has to be very frugal with their meals right now. If the world continues to be chaotic, they probably won't be able to make it much longer. If Xiaolan goes to Lu Chen's house, she will not only have good food and drink, but also the ability to save her life. Not only is she capable of protecting herself, but she can even protect her entire family of more than a dozen people. But Wang Chui'er suddenly said, "Lu Chen is from our clan. How can Xiaolan marry him?" Lu Daji said, "We are already beyond the 5th degree of kinship with him. That doesn't sound good either. People will definitely gossip. Don't forget you're the village chief." Lu Daji stood there for a long time, then sighed. "Is this really that difficult? No, we can't just let this go. Think again. Is there any other way?" At this moment, Wang Chui'er was even more concerned than Lu Daji. These days, being alive is more important than anything else. Although Xiaolan was a girl, the couple doted on her very much. After all, she was their only daughter. Lu Daji said somewhat awkwardly, "Let me think about it some more." The couple thought about it, and then thought about the next day. As soon as Lu Daji and his wife got up, they heard some extremely bad news. Their eldest and second daughters-in-law were sitting at the front door chatting. "Have you heard? Lu Chen brought back 5 girls last night." "5 girls? Where did they come from?" "I heard they were rescued from a bandit's den. The same band of bandits from yesterday." "What's their name? Black Wind Ridge?" "5 little girls. How old are they?" "The youngest is only 11 years old, and the oldest is only 15 or 16. What do you think Lu Chen is thinking? Does he have so much food he can't finish it all? Why bring back these little girls? It's just a waste of food, isn't it? You've got it wrong. Lu Chen wants 3 wives and 4 concubines. TSK. Can his physique handle it? Wang Chui'er panicked when she heard this. What? Lu Chen brought back 5 more girls? Including the 3 people in his family. That makes 8. What about Xilan? She grabbed Lu Daji by the back of the neck and dragged him into the inner room. Honey, what do you think we should do about this? We need to hurry up with Xilan's matter. Otherwise, how will she ever be able to get back into Lu Chen's house? Lu Daji was also panicked. What he thought was a sure thing yesterday suddenly seems hopeless after just one night. At this moment, in Lu Xilan's room next door, Lu Xilan bit her lip tightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Houses in rural areas are often built cramped and poorly soundproofed. Lu Daji and his wife whispered to each other until midnight last night, and Lu Xilan overheard most of it. As she grew older, several of her childhood friends in the village got married one after another, but she was still unmarried. She wasn't in a hurry. She never had any romantic feelings for Lu Chen. But after hearing her parents' conversation last night, a flame suddenly ignited in Lu Xilan's heart. Once this flame is ignited, it can never be extinguished. Lu Xilan secretly witnessed both bandit attacks. The scene of Qiao and Zhao Daya fighting against the bandits filled her with excitement. Their performance was more manly than any man's, comparable to a mighty and iron-blooded general on the battlefield. This made her extremely envious. But she never considered marrying Lu Chen and never even entertained the slightest thought about it. Even if I can't marry Lu Chen, as long as I can enter Lu Chen's family, will I become as capable as Qiao and Zhao Daya? The flame in Lu Xilan's heart reignited. Chapter 31, 5 New Subordinates. Those who frequently take concubines know that the first thing to do after bringing a concubine home is to verify her virginity. Last night, Lu Chen returned home with 5 girls in the early hours of the morning. Upon arriving home, he immediately arranged for the 5 girls to rest. The old house of Lu Chen's family only had 3 rooms. Apart from the main room, one room was where Lu Chen lived, and the other room was where Qiao and Zhao Daya lived together. The 5 girls who were rescued could only sleep on the floor in the main room for the time being. The next morning, Lu Chen called Qiao aside. Wife, go and ask them if they had been bullied by the bandits in the bandit stronghold. Qiao understood what Lu Chen meant. She just didn't understand why Lu Chen was doing this. Lu Chen felt it was necessary to tell her the reason. The power pill is only effective when used by unmarried girls, and the sword techniques I teach you can only be quickly mastered by girls. Qiao then realized what was happening. These powerful pills are incredibly precious. Each one can completely change a woman's destiny, so they certainly shouldn't be wasted. At the same time, she also understood why the 3 of them learned swordsmanship so quickly. These things from the immortals are truly wondrous. Okay, I'll go ask right away. Soon, Qiao returned. My lord, they're all still virgins. It turns out that these 5 girls were maids of a wealthy family in the county. Last month, the family was robbed by a group of deserters, and the entire family was killed. They survived only by hiding in the woodshed. Afterwards, they fled to the county town together, but were kidnapped by bandits from Black Wind Ridge on the way. If the bandits hadn't happened to come to Lujia village to rob them, they might have been ruined by the bandits. Are you sure? Although there were 100,000 pills, Lu Chen was unwilling to waste a single one. Qiao said, Husband, I'm very sure. There are 2 girls whose virginity marks are still intact. Lu Chen was relieved. Lu Chen entered the main room. The 5 girls stayed inside, unaware of what fate awaited them. Their lives were relatively stable while they were with their master. Although they were not well-fed or clothed, they were not starving to death, which was much better than most ordinary people. Now that their master is gone, they're like a lone boat in the ocean, facing imminent death, starvation, or being bullied and killed. The boy who rescued them was clearly not from a wealthy family. His house was bare, and he didn't even have a decent piece of furniture. Such a family certainly couldn't support several of them. Perhaps what awaits them is being sold, or perhaps they didn't dare to think any further. Seeing their distressed expressions, Lu Chen asked in a gentle tone, What are your names? How old are you? Young master, my name is Xiaomei, and I am 15 years old. Young master, my name is Xiaojiu, and I am 15 years old this year. Young master, my name is Xiaolan, and I am 13 years old. Young master, my name is Xiaoyan, and I am 12 years old. Young master, my name is Xiao Xiang, and I am 11 years old. Lu Chen looked them over. In terms of appearance, they are quite good-looking, better than most rural women. The buyers must have been carefully selected. What are your surnames? Xiaomei replied, Young master. Lu Chen waved his hand. Just call me Brother Lu from now on. Brother Lu, we were all sold to our master by our families. We don't have surnames with our master. Please give us surnames, Brother Lu. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This Xiaomei was someone with ideas. She said this to reassure Lu Chen that she would belong to him from now on and would have no further connection with her family. In that case, you'll take my surname from now on, Lu. The girls said in unison, Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Chen took out 5 power pills and handed them to them. This is my secret tonic. It can strengthen your body and increase your strength. If you all take it, I will need you to work for me in the future. The girls, unsuspecting, picked up the medicine and put it in their mouths. Soon, the drug took effect, and the girls were sweating profusely from the pain. Lu Chen said, "Hang in there. Everything will be all right soon." After saying that, he turned and left. The girls endured excruciating pain all over their bodies, inside and out, and all thought they were going to die. They just didn't understand why. If they wanted them to die, they would save them in the first place. After the pain subsided, they quickly noticed the changes in themselves. Xiaoju, do you feel like we've gotten stronger? Sister Xiaomei, I feel like I have so much energy in my body, like I've become a completely different person. Xiao Yin and Xiao Xiang, where are you two? I also feel much stronger. Me too. What kind of medicine did Brother Lu give us? It's amazing. After taking this medicine, I feel like I've been reborn. Several girls chattered excitedly inside the room. The youngest child, Xiao Xiang, squeezed the broken wooden table in the room hard, and a corner of the table broke off instantly. Xiao Xiang was startled when she saw this. What should I do? What should I do? I broke Brother Lu's table. Xiao Xiang was so frightened that her face turned pale. Xiao Xiang, how could you be so careless? This is the only table in Brother Lu's house. When Brother Lu comes back, we'll see how you explain this. Xiao Xiang, don't be afraid. When Brother Lu asks later, don't say a word. Just say that I broke it. No, Sister Xiaolan. How can I let you suffer for me? Just as the group was in a panic, Lu Chen walked in. Xiao Xiang hurriedly stepped forward and was about to kneel down, but Lu Chen raised his hand to stop her. Lu Chen said, "You must never kneel down lightly in the future. This is not customary here." Thank you for your guidance, Brother Lu. Several girls agreed. Lu Chen glanced at the numbers above their heads. Great. Loyalty has all reached 100. When they first arrived last night, their loyalty level was only around 50 or 60 points. From now on, you will all listen to my wife, Qiao. Do whatever she tells you to do. The girls said in unison. Okay, Brother Lu. Lu Chen nodded secretly. They gained 5 more subordinates with maxed out loyalty. Chapter 32, New Clothes, New Look. Look closely, this 11-year-old girl's name is Xiao Xiang. At that moment, she was busy at Lu Chen's construction site. She was like a butterfly, running from left to right, from front to back, never stopping for a moment. Moving bricks, hauling soil, transporting sand. She could do the work of 4 or 5 strong laborers by herself. Miss Xiang, you've been busy all day? You should take a rest. Little Xiang, don't tire yourself out. Take a rest. Little Xiang, let us men do these dirty and tiring jobs. You don't need to do them. The villagers, seeing that Xiao Xiang was such a small girl doing all the hard work, couldn't bear it and told her to stop and rest for a while. Xiao Xiang, however, didn't listen at all and continued to work nonstop. Among the 5 sisters, she was the youngest and shortest. Her busy figure evoked pity from the villagers. However, the villagers did not blame Lu Chen for abusing her, because she simply wouldn't listen to advice. Even when Lu Chen told her to rest for a while, she didn't really listen. I can only repay Brother Lu's great kindness by working harder. Among the 5 sisters, Xiao Xiang felt that she had no advantage whatsoever. Sister Mei and Sister Zhu have great figures. Xiaolan is tall and slender, and she can also talk. Xiao Yin is pretty and lovable. She was utterly useless. If she doesn't do more work, she's really afraid that one day Brother Lu will kick her out. Brother Lu was the best person she had ever met in her life. She's good-looking, kind-hearted, and very generous to them. They were able to eat their fill every day, with meat and many other delicious foods she had never seen before. Xiao Xiang felt that she must have done something incredibly good in her past life to be living such a wonderful life in this one. Xiao Mei, Xiao Zhu, and the others, along with Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and even the matriarch Qiao, all came to the construction site to help every day. What reason does she have not to work hard? Moreover, she has inexhaustible energy now, and even if she is busy all day, she doesn't feel tired. Brother Lu's new house is huge. It has at least 40 or 50 rooms of all sizes. I used to think Brother Lu's family was very poor. Lu Chen is certainly not poor now. The silver obtained from raiding Black Wind Ridge this time totaled more than 6,000 taels of silver. Adding the gold and silver he obtained from treasure hunting in Fengqi Town last time, he now has the equivalent of 17,000 taels of silver on hand. Now that he had money, Lu Chen would go on a shopping spree in the system store every night. He used 5,000 taels of silver to exchange for 5 million system currency in the system shop. This money should be enough for him to live on for a while. He found the long knife category under the knife category. Lu Chen decided to buy a few more long swords of better quality. During the last bandit attack, the long knives in the hands of Qiao and the other 2 were all damaged to varying degrees. After all, none of the 3 of them had studied human anatomy, so the blade would inevitably cut into the bone, and after a lot of cutting, the blade would eventually break. This knife costs 30,000. Lu Chen suddenly saw a long sword, shaped like a tang sword, but slightly longer, with a total length of 1.25 meters and a blade length of 1 meter. This knife is slightly shorter than the one I bought last time, but it's also more maneuverable to use. This is an alloy knife, much better than the steel knife I bought last time. Of course, the price is also better. The knife he bought last time only cost 300 yuan, but the one he sees now costs 30,000 yuan, a full 100 times more expensive. Lu Chen carefully read the product manual. Made from a variety of alloys and forged over a long period of time, it has many advantages such as high hardness, strong toughness, ability to cut through iron like mud, and the ability to kill without leaving a trace of blood. Lu Chen's mouth watered at the sight. Although it's a bit expensive and can't be equipped in large quantities, my core members in the early game should each have one, right? Lu Chen gritted his teeth and placed an order for 10. 300,000 yuan disappeared in an instant. This is far from over. Lu Chen bought another book on master-level marksmanship. This marksmanship is not the same as that marksmanship. This marksmanship technique is a skill manual for shooting firearms. With a thought, Lu Chen instantly mastered the marksmanship. The next moment, many memories that Lu Chen had never had before appeared in his mind. Proficiency in all firearms, pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles will instantly reach master level. Another 100,000 yuan is gone in an instant. Now that I've mastered marksmanship, the next step is naturally to buy a gun. Lu Chen spent a long time browsing through the system shop before finally selecting 3 weapons. A pistol with a 12-round capacity costs 3,500 yuan. An assault rifle with a 35-round magazine costs 8,800 yuan. A sniper rifle with a 5-round magazine costs 45,000. There are hundreds of types of pistols and rifles. Lu Chen carefully selected and deliberated, considering many factors such as range, power, magazine capacity, recoil, accuracy, durability, and handling comfort before finally choosing these 3 guns. After Qiao and the others have mastered the swordsmanship, he will then teach them archery and spearmanship. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to learn one skill at a time. It's time to buy some clothes for the girls. Lu Chen really couldn't get used to wearing ancient clothes. The material is rough, and the style is also awkward. Now that his family has grown, it's necessary to buy several sets of clothes in the same style. He searched for a long time in the system store and finally selected 2 sets. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy a couple more sets, but the dozen or so people in his family weren't really adults yet. They were all still growing. If he bought too many at once, they would be too small by the time they were ready to wear them. One set is a casual uniform, and the other is a combat uniform. These 2 sets of clothes are actually military uniforms. Its style was neither ancient nor the modern military uniform of his previous life. Its style of clothing lies between ancient and modern times, representing a perfect blend of traditional and contemporary fashion. These 2 sets are perfect. They need to be both aesthetically pleasing and practical for combat, and they don't look too out of place in this era. After selecting the style, Lu Chen made a mark. The next day, the first thing Lu Chen did was to find Qiao. Wife, could you tell me your heights and measurements? You know, that's right. After all, Lu Chen and Qiao were not actually husband and wife, so it was really difficult for Lu Chen to say such a thing to a young girl. Lu Chen could only gesture with his hands to show his chest, waist, and hips, saying, "These are my measurements." Seeing Qiao's face turn slightly red, Lu Chen added, "This way, the clothes will look better." Qiao lowered her head shyly, nodding repeatedly, her voice barely audible. "Yes, yes, I understand, my husband." Lu Chen added, "Also, measure their feet again so I can choose the right shoes." Fortunately, women in this time and space don't bind their feet. Lu Chen thought bound feet were terribly ugly. "Yes, my lord." After saying that, Qiao lowered her head and left. 2 days later, when Lu Chen's family of 9, all dressed in sky blue military uniforms, appeared in the sight of the villagers of Lujia village, everyone in the village went crazy. Men and women, young and old. Out of a village of 400 people, a total of 390 came. Apart from the elderly and sick lying in bed, and infants still in swaddling clothes, the entire village turned out. They surrounded Lu Chen's family, staring at them as if they were some rare and precious thing, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. "What kind of clothes are these? I've never seen them before. This is so beautiful. So beautiful. Look at Lu Chen's wife's clothes. Oh my, her chest is her chest, her waist is her waist, and her buttocks are her buttocks, unlike our clothes, which look like water buckets. Take another look at the shoes they're wearing. They're so shiny. Tis TSK. My goodness. Look at Lu Chen, that young man. He looks so handsome in that outfit. How come I never noticed how handsome he was before? Beautiful. This dress is beautiful. And these shoes are even more beautiful." The country folk are uneducated and don't know many fancy words, so they can only use the simplest language to praise Lu Chen's family. That's right. The 2 outfits Lu Chen chose would make even an ordinary person look several times more handsome. Moreover, Lu Chen was already quite handsome, and Qiao and the others were already good-looking and had great figures. With their crisp military uniforms and tall military boots, they looked even more dashing. Chapter 33, 15 caddies of grain to buy cousin. Children who frequently suffer domestic violence know that if they don't want to be beaten too badly, they should cry out loud. The heart-wrenching cries of Lu Xiaohua echoed from Lu Qingping's house once again. You wretched wretch. You're so efficient at work outside, but why are you so slow and clumsy at home? I'll beat you to death, you lazy, good-for-nothing little slut. He took a rattan cane and began to whip Lu Xiaohua repeatedly. Lu Xiaohua curled up into a ball and let out a shrill cry. Beat him hard. Beat this traitorous little beast to death. Instead of stopping Lu Qingping added fuel to the fire. Lu Qingping was constantly seething with anger. Why does this good-for-nothing get to eat and drink well at Lu Chen's house every day, while he, as the father, can only drink that bland and tasteless porridge at home? Whenever Lu Qingping saw the men in the village talking about Lu Chen's family's meals with their faces shiny with oil, he would get so angry that he would feel dizzy. If he hadn't given birth to that wretched child, Lu Xiaohua, he would be working as a laborer at Lu Chen's house right now. Whenever Lu Qingping saw Lu Xiaohua return from Lu Chen's house with a satisfied look on her face, he felt like kicking her a few times. To be able to eat big slices of fatty pork every day, to eat glistening tofu every day, and to eat fragrant steamed buns every day. Whenever he thinks of these things, Lu Qingping always drools while gnashing his teeth in hatred. Fortunately, Madame could find fault with Lu Xiaohua every day and beat her up every day, which calmed Lu Qingping's anger down a little. You unfilial brat. You eat meat at other people's houses every day. Why don't you bring some back for us? They said we couldn't bring any. So you didn't? Aren't I your mother? Aren't your father your father? He sure was exhausted from beating and stopped, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Huddled in a corner, Lu Xiaohua felt incredibly grief-stricken. When she was working at Lu Chen's house, she felt like she was living like a human being. The people around her were kind to her, she could eat her fill every day, and she could eat meat every day. Even when she was working, she was in a good mood. But as soon as she got home, it felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell. Her parents looked at her as if she were an enemy, finding fault with everything she did. She would be severely beaten if she made even the slightest mistake. She vaguely guessed why her parents treated her this way. Isn't it just because she can get enough to eat? Isn't it just because she can eat good food at Lu Chen's house? Is it her fault? She gently touched the wounds on her body, feeling a piercing pain. But the pain in her heart was even greater. Why does she have to suffer like this? Is it because she's a money loser? When will this ever end? The next day, when Lu Chen went to the construction site, he quickly discovered the injuries on Lu Xiaohua's body. Did your dad hit you again? Lu Xiaohua lowered her head and said, Do you want to leave that home and come live with me? Lu Xiaohua suddenly looked up, her bright eyes fixed on Lu Chen. To Lu Chen's house? This was something she never even dared to dream of. Even if Lu Chen's family doesn't lack food, he can't just support someone for nothing. Lu Chen's older and younger sisters are going to marry him as his concubines. But she was Lu Chen's cousin. What else could she do at Lu Chen's house besides eat? If you're willing, I'll figure something out. Lu Xiaohua remained silent for a long time before finally nodding heavily. Brother Chen, I do. After that, Lu Chen found Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyan's life at home was equally difficult. However, compared to her cousin Lu Xiaohua, she was beaten and scolded a little less. Not much, just a little bit. Lu Chen asked Lu Xiaoyu the same question again. Lu Xiaoyu readily agreed. She had had enough of that house too. Every day she longed to grow up quickly so she could get married and leave that den of wolves. When the afternoon workday ended, Lu Chen announced something. Starting tomorrow, Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu don't need to come anymore. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were both taken aback. Why doesn't Lu Chen want them anymore? Didn't we agree to help them leave their own homes and come to Lu Chen's house? Why aren't they letting them come and help again? The villagers had no idea what was going on. Lu Chen usually took good care of his two cousins and had mentioned it several times, asking people to arrange easier tasks for them. Why can't they come? The villagers all knew that if this continued, they would soon be tormented to death by their parents. However, everyone knows that Lu Chen is at odds with his two uncles, so his actions are understandable. It was just tough on the two girls. When Lu Xiaohua returned home, dejectedly carrying half a pound of rice, Lu Qingping and his wife immediately noticed that something was wrong with her expression. What's wrong now? Who are you looking at with that long face? Are you mourning? Are you itching for a beating again? He immediately launched into a tirade, spitting everywhere. Dad, Mom, Brother Chen won't let me go to work anymore. After saying that, Lu Xiaohua looked at Madame He with a face full of fear. This beating is inevitable. It will be far more severe than usual. What? Lu Qingping and he sure were struck dumb. Without their daily half-pound of rice, how will this family survive? Their family is now surviving entirely on this half-pound of refined rice. He sure didn't even have the heart to hit or scold Lu Xiaohua anymore, and sat down on the ground and started howling. You damned Lu Chen, you've ruined my family's livelihood. I will never forgive you. I will kill you, you unfilial son. He could only vent her anger verbally. None of the people in Lu Chen's family were easy to mess with. Even if she had 100 lives, she wouldn't dare to cause trouble at Lu Chen's house. Lu Qingping was so angry that his eyes rolled back. He pointed at Lu Xiaohua. Tell me, how exactly did you little beast, offend him? How could Lu Xiaohua know? Her mind is completely muddled right now. When she learned that Lu Chen wanted to free her from her suffering, she felt like she was dreaming all day long, so happy that she wanted to jump for joy at any moment. But in the blink of an eye, she fell into an endless abyss. You won't tell me, huh? I'll beat you to death. It'll be better if you die, saving us from wasting food. Lu Qingping picked up a rattan cane and lashed it at Lu Xiaohua. Lu Qingping rarely hit her himself, but today he simply couldn't bear it any longer. Stop! A furious shout suddenly came from outside the gate. Village chief Lu Daji strode into the courtyard. Lu Qingping was taken aback. Brother Daji, what brings you here? Lu Daji's face was dark. If I hadn't come, were you planning to beat your daughter to death? If we're talking about the Lu family village, the person Lu Daji despises the most is Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping is dishonest and thieving, but even setting aside the fact that he beats his own daughter, he can't stand it. Lu Daji only has one daughter, whom he dotes on terribly, much more so than his sons. But Lu Qingping doesn't treat his own daughter like a human being at all, and he wishes he could beat her 3 times a day. If Lu Chen hadn't asked him for help, he would never have wanted to step into Lu Qingping's house in his entire life. Lu Qingping was a little confused when he heard Lu Daji say that. His wife beats his daughter every day, and nobody cares or asks about it. What on earth happened to Lu Daji today? Brother Daji, look at our Lu family village. Which family doesn't beat their children? What's wrong with me beating my own child? Lu Daji said with a stern face, if I didn't see it, that would be fine. But since I did see it, I naturally have to take care of it. Village chief, even if you were the village chief, you can't interfere in my family affairs, can you? Lu Qingping was no pushover either, and immediately changed his expression, even altering his form of address. Lu Daji sneered. Can't manage it? If I, the village chief, can't manage it, then who can? Do you know the laws of our Great Zhou? Even if it's your own child, if you beat him to death or maim him, you'll be punished and imprisoned. Lu Qingping was genuinely unaware that this provision existed in the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. He immediately felt a little guilty. But I didn't cripple her, much less kill her. Lu Daji pointed at Lu Xiaohua's body. Look at the injuries on her body. He pointed again at the rattan cane in Lu Qingping's hand. Look at this thick rattan cane in your hand. Do you dare say you didn't beat her to death? Lu Qingping hurriedly threw the rattan cane aside. But I didn't really kill her. Seeing her husband flinch, he sure scrambled to her feet and rushed to Lu Daji. Lu Daji, tell me, which law says you can't hit your own child? I'm going to hit him. I'll hit him every day. I'm going to beat this traitorous bastard to death. Lu Daji glanced at Madame He with disdain. He couldn't even be bothered to look at such a shrew. When he sure saw Lu Daji looking at her like that, she felt extremely humiliated. Enraged, she lunged at Lu Daji with bared teeth and claws. Lu Qingping hurriedly grabbed her. Dare to hit the village chief? Do they even want to live in the village anymore? Taking this opportunity, Lu Daji secretly gave Lu Xiaohua a wink. Lu Xiaohua's head seemed to split open suddenly, and she instantly woke up as if from a dream. No wonder. She was beaten every day, and the village chief never even came to see her. The village chief, who hadn't visited her house in 800 years, came today for that very reason. Lu Xiaohua took 2 steps forward and knelt down in front of Lu Daji. Uncle 13, save me. Please, save me. Lu Daji was taken aback. Xiaohua, what do you mean by that? Lu Xiaohua said with a look of terror. My mother's going to beat me to death today. Lu Daji glanced at Madame He again, then looked down at Lu Xiaohua and asked, why did she want to beat you to death? Lu Xiaohua sobbed uncontrollably. 13th uncle, today Brother Chen said I couldn't go to his house to help out anymore. When I came back, my parents said they were going to beat me to death, just to save the family's food from wasting it. Lu Daji looked at Lu Qingping with a gloomy expression. Is this really true? I was just saying it. How could I possibly actually kill her? Lu Qingping said sheepishly. Lu Xiaohua hurriedly said, 13th uncle, please don't believe my father's words. He really wants to beat me to death. Lu Daji glared at Lu Qingping and asked again, Xiaohua, don't be afraid. Your uncle will stand up for you. Tell me, what are your plans? It must be said that Lu Daji's questions were very insightful. Just like a defense attorney questioning a defendant. It's like scratching an itch. Uncle 13, I don't want to die. I'm still young. I haven't lived enough yet. I don't want to die here, sob, sob, sob. Lu Daji looked at Lu Xiaohua with heartache. Although there was an element of acting involved, what she said was the truth. This child, how much suffering he has endured. He was too lazy to waste any more words with those 2 good-for-nothings, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingping. So he said, no matter what, I am Xiaohua's uncle. I feel sorry for my niece and don't want to see her tortured to death by you. Since you don't treat her like your own daughter, why don't you let her come to my house and keep my Xiaolan company? I will treat her like my own daughter from now on. What do you think? The Lu Qingping couple stared at each other, momentarily unable to quite grasp what was going on. What's going on? Is the village chief going to raise this girl for them? Everyone knows that Lu Daji is usually very stingy. How could he bear to use his own food rations to support an outsider? He was the first to realize what was going on. She immediately exclaimed, "How can that be? My Xiaohua will be getting married soon, and when she gets married, she'll definitely need a dowry of several taels of silver." Hearing what Madam he said, Lu Qingping understood and shouted angrily, "You heartless Lu Daji, you've really gone too far. Trying to get a dowry for free? You're always thinking of such good things." Lu Daji chuckled. "Are you kidding me? A dowry of several taels of silver? Go ask around and see what the going rate is for marrying off your daughter these days." Lu Qingping and his wife were speechless. These days, every household doesn't even have grassroots to eat. So who want to get married? Even if an ordinary family offers their daughter a dowry, it's not guaranteed that someone will be willing to marry her. Even when it comes to marriage, the dowry is at most 3 to 5 caddies of coarse grains and rice. That won't do. Madam, he jumped up again. I've fed her and raised her all these years. How could I possibly give you a daughter for nothing? If you want my daughter, bring me 20 caddies of fine rice. Lu Daji was so angry he laughed. 20 caddies of refined rice? In this entire Lu family village, apart from Lu Chen's nephew's family, let's see who can come up with 5 caddies of refined rice. No way. Not even 15 caddies less of fine rice. At most 5 jin of coarse grains. 20 caddies of coarse grains. 8 caddies of coarse grains. In the end, Lu Daji bought Lu Xiaohua for the price of 15 caddies of coarse grains. As Lu Daji led Lu Xiaohua out of Lu Qingping's house, he felt smug. My nephew Lu Chen is even planning to donate 50 caddies of refined rice. Sigh, my nephew is still too kind-hearted. What Lu Daji didn't know was that 50 caddies of refined rice was only worth a mere 100 coins in Lu Chen's eyes. Chapter 34 County Government Runners. Look closely, this 10-year-old girl is named Lu Xiaoyu. Wearing a sky-blue military uniform, she ran around the construction site, helping one person carry cement and another carry steel bars. Although she was so busy that her feet barely touched the ground, she was extremely happy. Last night, her parents sold her to the village chief for 20 caddies of coarse grains. Then, somehow, the village chief took her to her cousin Lu Chen's house. The construction site was surrounded by villagers who came to watch the spectacle. There were elderly men and women with white hair leaning on canes, women chatting, and even more children of all ages. Almost every day, many people come to Lu Chen's new house to watch the excitement. After all, there are not many entertainment activities on weekdays, especially in the past few years of disasters. The village has become even more lifeless. The construction of Lu Chen's new house was the only major event in the village in recent years. 5 or 6 girls around 10 years old, their eyes filled with envy, kept asking Lu Xiaoyu all sorts of questions. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, you look so beautiful in this dress. Xiaoyu, can I touch your clothes? Xiaoyu, how did you become part of Lu Chen's family? Can you tell me? Xiaoyu, are these shoes comfortable to wear? Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu felt as if she were flying in the clouds, completely overwhelmed by immense happiness. All of this happened so suddenly. Early this morning, Lu Chen's cousin gave her a pill. After taking the pills, she seemed like a completely different person with inexhaustible energy. Her cousin also bought her new clothes. She could only admire these clothes before, but now she was actually wearing them herself. On the other side of the construction site, Lu Xiaoyu's cousin, Lu Xiaohua, was also surrounded by a group of children her age. Not far from the construction site, under a withered mulberry tree, village chief Lu Daji was intently watching the direction of the construction site. As the village chief, Lu Daji was rather reserved. He only watched from afar and did not approach. That's really true. Lu Daji's attention was entirely focused on the Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu sisters. Xiaoyu is only 10 years old, yet she can carry so many steel bars. Xiaohua isn't very old, maybe only 13? How could she be so strong? She can easily lift a sand basket weighing over 100 pounds with one hand. I couldn't do that either. My nephew is no ordinary person. Lu Daji discovered that every girl who entered Lu Chen's house became incredibly strong. If we send Xiaolan to his family, even if she can't marry Lu Chen, it wouldn't be bad if she were like Xiaohua or Xiaoyu. Anyway, Lu Chen wouldn't mistreat her. Lu Daji seemed to have finally made up his mind and turned to go home. Lu Daji had only walked for a quarter of an hour when 6 constables with broadswords hanging from their waists appeared under the mulberry tree. Finally arrived. Damn it, I'm exhausted. A constable plopped down on the ground, took out a water bag, and gulped down several mouthfuls. The other constables craned their necks to look in the direction of the construction site. That's really strange. In this day and age, there are still people building new houses. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it no matter what. Look at the mountains and this land around here. All along the way, it's all barren. Forget about crops. You can hardly find a single blade of grass. How are they going to build houses? Let's not worry about all that. We just need to collect the grain and the money. What if they say no? No? They dare say they had no food or money to build such a big house. Yes, even if it's crowded, we have to squeeze out a few cartloads of grain. Damn it, my family has only had half a bowl of thin porridge, and my stomach is completely empty. If we don't find a way to get some food soon, I'm thinking of going up the mountain to become an outlaw. Speaking of which, I heard that Black Wind Ridge, which is located nearby, was raided a few days ago. Who do you think did it? It's a case of double-crossing. Who else could it be? Could it be those soldiers who were just eating for free? Have you rested enough? Let's go take a look. Several constables swaggered into the bustling construction site. The government officials have arrived. They look like constables from the county government. We haven't seen anyone from the county for many years. What are they doing here? The villagers had an innate fear of government officials, and they sized up the arrogant bailiffs with shifty eyes. Where's your village chief? A clerk, with his nostrils flared, asked in an unfriendly tone. Someone had already gone to call Lu Chen. While waiting for the village chief, several constables kept an eye on the construction site. This house is quite large. It's even bigger than the house of the wealthy family in our county. How come I've never heard of such a person in this poor place before? The constables were filled with excitement. We caught a really big fish. Just then, someone shouted, "Dinner's ready." With that shout, a rich aroma instantly wafted into everyone's noses. The elderly, women, and children watching the commotion around the construction site all swallowed hard. Usually at this point, they would leave on their own, since others were eating and they would feel embarrassed to stay any longer. But today is different. Because several constables from the county government came, there's still some excitement to be had. Several constables couldn't help but swallow hard. This smells amazing. There's meat. There's actually meat. This definitely smells like meat. Yes, that's it. It's the smell of meat. The officers' eyes lit up. As superiors, having the meat here is a sign of respect. They didn't even need to mention it. The family would obediently bring the food to them. However, they should be invited inside first. At this time, the villagers working on the construction site had already lined up in front of the two large pots. Bowl after bowl of fragrant pork stew with vermicelli was distributed to the villagers. The villagers held large white steamed buns in their hands, taking a bite of vegetables and then a bite of the soft, fragrant bun. Those who like to eat rice will shovel a mouthful of rice into a bite of vegetables, their faces beaming with a satisfied smile. The constables waited for a long time, swallowing their saliva, but the master of the house still didn't invite them over. What's going on? These servants were treated as honored guests wherever they went. I've never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that they didn't see us? One of the constables coughed loudly twice. Still, no one came. Could it be that they don't know we're from the county government? All the constables touched the broadswords at their waists. One of them even drew his broadsword and pretended to wipe it a few times. Still, no one came to invite them. Only then did the constables realize what was happening. It turns out they didn't take them seriously at all. Even if the homeowner didn't see them, someone would have gone to inform them, wouldn't they? Seeing that there was not much food left in the large pots, the constables felt extremely ashamed and angry. Chapter 35 is extortion. Friends who frequently deal with local officials know that if anyone dares to disregard them, they will go berserk or even cause a plague. This was the first time these constables had suffered such humiliation, and they immediately became furious. "Grandma, you old man." The head constable stepped forward and kicked over a basket of sand. The other constables followed suit and began smashing and destroying the materials on the construction site. Upon seeing this, the villagers who were squatting nearby, eating scattered and hid to the side. The villagers eating nearby, as well as the women and children watching the commotion, all watched from a distance, and no one went forward to dissuade them. At first, these constables thought they were very powerful. Look, these are the troublemakers, each one a coward. But later, they realized something was wrong. The villagers looked at them as if they were watching a group of monkeys. This further enraged the constables. The head constable roared, "Smash! Smash it as hard as you can. Smash it until the master comes out." In the end, the host they were waiting for never came out. However, they were met by the village chief instead. Lu Chen arrived late. Logically speaking, he should have arrived long ago. But Lu Chen walked forward slowly, swaying from side to side. Those who know. When government officials visit, it's usually not a good thing. If I had arrived any later, my eldest nephew would probably have already resolved the problem. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was also wondering what the officials had come here for. Tax grain? In this year's harvest, where is there any tax grain to pay? His first thought was to collect taxes, but there has been no harvest for the past few years, so where has the grain come from? Is it because of the bandit attack on the village? No way. Those officials in the county government don't have the time or inclination to care about such things right now. What exactly happened? Lu Chen racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. He walked slowly, but the road always has an end. As he approached the construction site, the first thing he saw was several constables smashing and destroying things. Lu Chen panicked immediately. He couldn't afford to offend the constables, and he couldn't afford to offend Lu Chen even more. He, the village chief, is going to suffer. Sir, sirs. Lu Daji trotted up to the constables, bowing as he asked, Gentlemen, what is the reason for this? He did not ask why this is so. Instead, they asked, why is that? Why is this? What's going on? Why is this the case? Fearing offending a few constables, he asked the questions in a more gentle tone. The officers then realized that they might have gone a bit too far. Yes, why would they vandalize something on someone else's construction site? Are you suggesting they say it's because the host didn't invite them inside for a meal? After stammering for a while, the head constable finally straightened his chest and said arrogantly, Do they have the county government's seal and deed for building houses here? Lu Daji replied with a forced smile, Yes, sir. I just went to the county government office a few days ago to get the seals and contracts. The head constable said indifferently, Oh, then it's nothing. The constables really couldn't find anything wrong with the person. Upon hearing this, Lu Daji immediately realized something was wrong. These constables are just looking for trouble. But Lu Chen is not someone you can easily get along with. In his eyes, hundreds of vicious bandits were nothing more than clay chickens and earthen dogs. How many people are there in your county government office, including all the constables? If you really piss him off, he might just wipe out your entire county government. Lu Daji is a smart man. Yesterday, when he was discussing the matter of Lu Xiaohua and her sister with Lu Chen, he casually mentioned to Lu Chen whether or not the 5 girls who had just been added to Lu Chen's family should be registered as slaves. Lu Chen immediately said, From now on, no one in my family will need to go through the household registration and contract process anymore. What does this mean? Lu Daji understood it all too well. Lu Chen no longer takes the government seriously. Lu Daji could only bite the bullet and ask, Gentlemen, what brings you here? Requisition grain. Requisitioning grain? Lu Daji was taken aback and hurriedly said, We haven't harvested a single grain of rice in the past few years, so where would we get any more grain? How dare you? One of the constables shouted. He pointed to Lu Chen's house site. If they didn't have a single grain of food, where would they get the money to build houses? If they didn't have a single grain of food, why are their meals so good? The thought of that pot full of pork stew with vermicelli filled the officers with rage. A group of lowly people, yet they can still eat meat. They can still eat white flour buns, and they can still eat pure white rice. These servants, who run errands for the people every day and seek their welfare, can't even get enough thin porridge to eat. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it. If we don't skin them alive, there's no point in them continuing to work as constables. Lu Daji blinked and said, Sir, I don't know. Maybe he picked up the money somewhere. Lu Daji felt it was best not to mention killing the bandits and destroying their hideout. If he tells the truth, there could be a lot of trouble later. If the county finds out about this and sends someone to demand the gold and silver from the bandits' den from Lu Chen, then it would be a crime for him, the village chief. Upon hearing this, the constables thought, Found it? Isn't this obviously just making excuses for them? Just as the head constable was about to lose his temper, he noticed a group of people walking towards them from not far away. That's right, it's a team, not a group of people. Lu Chen arrived with Qiao and the rest of the family. This. The constables were all stunned. These 10 or so people were all dressed exactly the same. They were lined up from tallest to shortest, each with an upright posture and an imposing air. As they got closer, they could see that, apart from the boy in the lead, the rest were all pretty girls. The clothes these girls wore perfectly showed off their figures, especially the belts around their waists, which tightly bound their slender waists, forming a beautiful curve that made one's blood boil. None of the constables had ever seen anything like this before. Their stunning beauty, coupled with their identical attire, captivated the eyes of several constables. Nephew, Lu Daji, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly said, These gentlemen are officials from the county. Lu Chen approached Lu Daji, 13th uncle. He then turned to the constables and said, Gentlemen, my name is Lu Chen. Are you looking for me? Several constables looked displeased. Let alone these lowly country folk, even wealthy people in the city, who would dare not address them as officer? And these lowly country folk actually call them government officials. Cough, cough. Several constables were looking at the row of stunningly beautiful women behind Lu Chen, and they all felt a sense of inferiority. In the past few days, Qiao and the others have been eating and drinking spring water from Lu Chen's space. Nourished by the spring water, their skin became fair and delicate, with a rosy glow and as smooth as cream, adding to their beauty. The head constable puffed out his chest to hide his unease and said, We are here today to collect grain. Since you can build such a large house, you must have plenty of surplus grain at home, right? Yes, there are many more, Lu Chen said calmly. The constables exchanged glances, feeling reassured. How much exactly? How much polished rice? How much wheat? How much wheat flour? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, There are probably 400 or 500 share of refined rice, 500 or 600 share of wheat, and 40 or 50 share of white flour. How many? The constables all exclaimed in surprise. Lu Daji also cried out. The villagers who were watching the commotion also exclaimed in surprise. Good heavens, Amiba, there's so much grain, it would take several lifetimes to eat it all. There were tens of thousands of kilograms of refined rice, tens of thousands of kilograms of wheat, and several thousand kilograms of wheat flour, which was several times more than the county government's granary. Actually, Lu Chen was still understating the amount. The fields in the space are mostly planted with rice and wheat. In the past few days, he has been clearing 100 mu of land every day, and now he has cleared 800 mu of land. Several crops have been harvested so far, with an average yield of 1,800 jin per mu. It is estimated that there are now 2 million jin of grain in the warehouse. The constables were so excited that their faces were flushed, as if they were drunk. Fat. So fat. The head constable immediately said, "Well then, since that's the case, we are reasonable people. How about this? You keep 1/10 of this grain, and the remaining 9/10 will all be transported to the county government today." Upon hearing this, Lu Daji exclaimed, "Is this requisitioning grain? This is robbery." Lu Chen laughed as well. "Officer, you jest. Why should I give you my family's grain?" Upon hearing this, the constables thought, "What? You dare to disobey the government's orders? Young man, listen up. This is grain requisition. Whether you like it or not, you have to hand over this grain to me." Lu Chen's smile froze instantly. "Whose father are you?" "Old." The head constable only managed to utter one word before a hand slapped him across the face. "Ah!" The constable was sent flying. A streak of blood floated out in midair, along with a few yellowish-black teeth. After striking out with her palm, Zhao Daya retreated behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained calm and asked, "Is there anything else?" The constables were all worldly wise. It turns out that the row of girls behind the boy wasn't just there for show. They were actually martial arts masters. They turned around and saw their leader lying motionless on the ground, clearly unconscious. Such fast movement. That was a lot of force. What a powerful palm technique. Before the constables could even see how the girl made her move, their leader was already flying away. Is this someone they can afford to offend? However, even when the duck is cooked, its beak remains hard. To save face, one of the constables puffed out his neck and said, "You dare to assault an officer? Do you have a death wish? Do you know what crime this is? This is a crime punishable by confiscation of property and extermination." Lu Chen didn't speak, but just stared at him quietly. The constable felt uneasy under his gaze and dared not say another word. Another bailiff whispered, "Why don't we go back today and report to the magistrate and ask him to make a decision?" "Then let's go back first." "Go back. Go back." They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would lose half their lives like the leader. As the constables spoke, they prepared to lift their leader away from there. "Did I tell you to leave?" Lu Chen's icy voice rang out. The constables froze, all looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun, "Go and see how much damage they have caused us." Chu Yun responded and went to check the materials that the constables had just smashed. Not long after, Chu Yun returned and said to Lu Chen the total loss amounted to 351 taels of silver. The constables all shuddered. "What are all these? They're so expensive." Lu Chen said, 351 taels of silver. Let's make up the difference." After struggling for a while, one of the constables finally managed to utter a few words. You're trying to extort me." Lu Chen looked at him and nodded seriously. "Yes, it's extortion." In the past, these constables would have drawn their swords long ago. But now they simply can't even come up with that idea. One of the constables said in a humble voice, "Young Master Lu, we don't have that much silver." "No money? No problem. Just hand over all the money you have on you." The constables obediently took out the loose silver and copper coins they had on them. "Not enough. Leave your knives behind." The constables looked at each other and finally reluctantly took off their swords and put them on the ground. "That's not enough. Take off all your clothes too." This made the constables revolt. There were about a dozen beautiful young women watching from the opposite side. They wouldn't take their clothes off even if you beat them to death. Lu Chen said to Qiao, "You guys go first." Qiao led the group of girls away quickly. The women who had been watching the commotion all ran away, only glancing in this direction from a distance. Lu Chen's tone became stern. "Take it off." Chapter 36 Ding, the highly skilled martial arts officer. Look closely. This official's name is Wei Shuya. He was the magistrate of Naihitu County. After seeing the disheveled state of the several yamen runners, he smashed 4 fine blue and white porcelain teacups in a row. These 6 yamen runners arrived in neat clothes and with an arrogant air. Now look at them, completely naked and in a sorry state, with only a few strips of cloth covering their private parts. These strips of cloth were stolen from a village. Because of these few strips of cloth, they received a severe beating. Although they kept claiming to be servants from the county government, the villagers didn't believe them at all. Without their skin, they were nothing in the eyes of those villagers. Fortunately, the villagers eventually took pity on them and gave them a tattered piece of clothing. They tore the tattered clothes into strips, barely managing to cover their private parts. It was pitiful that they carried their injured eldest brother all night before finally making it back to the county government office. They've rebelled. They've rebelled. You unruly people. These damned unruly people. Wei Xia had served as an official for 20 years, and he had never heard of such a thing. Li San, go and call Officer Ding here. Yes, sir. A constable ran out quickly. Martial arts masters? Oomph. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, can you possibly be stronger than Constable Ding? Ding Wang was the head of the constables in Hudou County. His teacher was Wei Chongqing, the renowned chief constable of the Great Zhou dynasty, one of the 4 great constables of the Great Zhou dynasty. Wei Qing was highly skilled in martial arts, and his reputation resounded throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. In terms of martial arts skills alone, he ranked among the top among the tens of thousands of constables in the Great Zhou dynasty. Ding Wang, on the other hand, was a true disciple of Wei Chongqing. Ding Wang's kung fu skills were unmatched in the Hudou County area. If Wei Chongqing hadn't chosen the wrong side and been sidelined, and Ding Wang hadn't been implicated, he wouldn't have been relegated to a lowly constable position in Hudou County. Over the years, Ding Wang has made numerous contributions. Ding Wang deserves much credit for Wei Shuya's repeated commendations from his superiors. Half an incense sticks time later, Ding Wang strode into main hall with steady steps and a solemn expression. Grown-ups. Ding Wang bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. The anger on Wei Shuya's face vanished instantly, replaced by a warm, spring-like smile. Officer Ding, bandits have appeared in our Hudou County. Villagers in Lujiazhai, under the jurisdiction of Fengqi Town, are plotting a rebellion. This is how it happened. Ding Wang's tense face finally relaxed. He glanced at the naked constables, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. There are bandits everywhere, and the county government is short-handed. If he were asked to lead a team to suppress bandits, he really wouldn't want to do that. After all, even the strongest fists can't fight against a large group of people. No matter how skilled he was in martial arts, he was no match for the hundreds or thousands of bandits. My lord, they're just a few unruly commoners, nothing to be afraid of. Ding Wang came from the capital, and his experience and knowledge were considerable. The so-called martial arts masters in the eyes of the county magistrate, and these yamen runners were nothing more than bricks and tiles in his hands. This job is far too easy. Wei Shuya stroked his long beard and nodded with a smile, saying, then I'll have to trouble Constable Ding to make the trip. Go quickly and pick a few capable constables to capture all those ignorant and unruly people. If they dare to resist arrest, kill them on the spot. Yes, sir. Then you shall set off immediately. I await your good news. Please rest assured, my lord, I will certainly not fail you. Ding Wang turned around, head held high, chest puffed out, and strode away. As Wei Shuya watched Ding Wang walk away, he said in a deep voice, You lot, tell me carefully, are those rebellious scoundrels in Lu family village really as formidable as you say? Your Excellency, I have not uttered a single falsehood. Every word I have spoken is true. My lord, although Officer Ding is strong, I don't think he will necessarily succeed on this mission. Wei Shuya glared at him. How dare you? The constables swallowed all the words they wanted to say. Wei Shuya snorted lightly. Although Ding Wang had made many merits, he was unruly and sometimes didn't even respect Wei Shuya, the county magistrate. Wei Shuya had long disliked him. If Ding Wang can capture those few troublemakers and collect tens of thousands of caddies of grain, that will be a tremendous achievement. If Ding Wang is no match for them. Ding Wang, however, was unaware of the magistrate's intentions. He selected 8 of his most capable constables and immediately set off for Lu family village. At this time, everything in Lujiao village was as usual. Early in the morning, village chief Lu Daji loitered around Lu Chen's house. After loitering around several times, he finally mustered up the courage to find Lu Chen. Nephew, I have a few words to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Lu Chen knew what he wanted to say, so he said, 13th uncle, please speak. I'm listening. Isn't your treatment of these officials today a bit hasty? Lu Chen smiled and said, 13th uncle, I will take responsibility for my own actions and will not implicate the villagers. Upon hearing this, Lu Daji knew that there was no point in trying to persuade him. Since the deed is already done, there's no use in regretting it. He only reminded Lu Chen, then you'd better be careful, the government won't let this go. I know, it's okay. Lu Daji still felt uneasy. If Lu Chen hadn't caused this huge trouble, he would have already given his daughter Xiaolan to Lu Chen. For now, this matter can only be put on hold for the time being. Rebellion, in any dynasty, would result in the confiscation of property and the extermination of the entire clan. He didn't want his daughter to become a traitor. He's still young and impetuous. Such a good kid, what a pity. Lu Daji returned home with a sigh. As soon as Wang Chui'er saw Lu Daji, she immediately grabbed him and asked, what did Xiao Chen say? It's no use saying anything now. He dared to assault the officials and strip them naked. Do you think the government will let him off? Wang Chui'er immediately frowned upon hearing this. What about our Xiaolan? Don't bring this up again. Just then, a crisp, clear voice came from inside the house. Father, mother, I want to make my own decisions about my own affairs. Lu Xiaolan came out of the house. Lu Daji was taken aback. What's going on? What decision are you making? Many parents don't realize that their whispered conversations and secretive nighttime activities are often obvious to their children. Sometimes they think the children are too young, and even if they hear or see something, the children won't understand. That's completely wrong. There's a saying, children's eyes are discerning. You think they don't understand, but that's just your opinion. Father, mother, I want to go to brother Lu Chen's house. Lu Xiaolan stood at the door, her face full of stubbornness. She stood straight like a tree. Wang Chui'er was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "You child, how can you say such things?" If outsiders heard this about a young, unmarried woman, wouldn't her whole family lose face? Lu Daji was trembling with anger. "Where did you learn all this from?" "Father, mother, let's come inside. I have something to say to you." Lu Daji was even angrier. He pointed at Lu Xiaolan and said, "You think you're so great." Lu Xiaolan hurriedly tugged at Lu Daji's sleeve. "Keep your voice down. Are you afraid others won't hear you, or something?" "Fine. Fine. Fine." Lu Daji suppressed his anger. "Come on, let's go inside. Let's see what you can say." The father and his two daughters entered the house. "Father, mother, whether our family can survive and thrive from now on depends on whether you can seize this opportunity." The conversation between the father and his two daughters lasted for nearly 2 hours, during which Wang Chui'er even forgot to cook. On the other side, Lu Chen knew, of course, that the government would not let the matter rest. Since he dares to do it, he must be unafraid. Last night, he sent the alloy knife he had just bought from the system store to Qiao and the others. Then he thanked Qiao for leading a dozen or so girls to practice swordsmanship on the back mountain for most of the night. Early this morning, he sent them to the mountains, which are far from the village, to continue practicing their swordsmanship. Even last-minute preparation can be effective. Moreover, they receive a 10,000-point proficiency bonus when practicing the sword techniques produced by the system. By the time a truly formidable enemy attacks, their swordsmanship will have already reached a basic level of proficiency. Even though they were hacking and slashing indiscriminately, their combat strength was still considerable. Coupled with his master-level swordsmanship, he would have no problem killing enemies on the battlefield. Chapter 37. The village chief sells his daughter. Girls who frequently sell themselves into slavery know that loyalty to their masters is the most basic professional ethic. As for Lu Xiaolan, even before she stepped into Lu Chen's home, her loyalty to Lu Chen was already at its peak. Lu Xiaolan was not an illiterate, uncouth girl. In previous years, when the harvest was good and her family was well off, her father sent her third brother to study at a private school in town. Although my third brother only studied for a little over 2 years, he has no problem recognizing characters. Lu Xiaolan then pestered her third brother to teach her to read. Over the years, she has learned quite a few words and has even read several books. Several copies of the records of Chu are still treasured in her family's book box. Her third brother didn't read much of this book, the records of Chu, but Lu Xiaolan practically wore it out from use. The Chu Ji records the dynastic changes over 2,000 years, including accounts of emperors of various dynasties, major and minor battles, biographies of famous figures, and various strange and ingenious skills. History teaches wisdom. In terms of intelligence, Lu Daji and his wife are far inferior to their own daughter. Lu Xiaolan had long seen that the Great Zhou dynasty was on its last legs and would not last long. What followed was endless war within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. For a small village like Lujiazhai to survive in this chaotic world is nothing short of a pipe dream. But with Lu Chen as an anomaly, everything became possible. Lu Xiaolan discovered that Lu Chen had immense potential for development. Regardless of the origins of his grains, vegetables, and meats, just the fact that he could transform a weak woman into a deadly weapon on the battlefield would make him invincible in this chaotic world. Lu Xiaolan presented the facts, reasoned with the people, and cited classical texts, offering earnest and heartfelt advice. Lu Chen has the potential to become an emperor. Finally, Lu Xiaolan said this. Mr. and Mrs. Lu both gasped in shock. In the past half-day, the couple simply couldn't win the argument against their daughter. Normally, Lu Xiaolan rarely talks about these things with them. She rarely even speaks. The moment she opened her mouth today, she stunned the couple. Where did she learn all this from? For some reason, Lu Daji thought of a legendary figure from ancient times, Zhuge Jingyang. Throughout more than 2,000 years of history, Zhuge Jingyang has always been synonymous with intelligence and strategy. Could it be that my daughter received the teachings of Master Zhuge in her dreams? At this moment, Lu Daji had already developed a certain illusion. If he didn't send Xiaolan to Lu Chen's house, he would be committing an unforgivable crime. At this time, Lu Chen is still weak and insignificant. If I don't join now, it will be too late when I join him after he has become powerful. Lu Daji understood, of course. Now that Xiaolan has joined, she is part of Lu Chen's core team and a key figure who can be relied upon. If Xiaolan joins after Lu Chen's power has grown, her role will be much lighter. Fortune favors the bold. Lu Daji gritted his teeth and made up his mind. At this critical juncture, when Lu Chen is facing a crisis, If he sends Xiulan over now, it will surely make Lu Chen look at Xiulan and his entire Lu Daji family with higher regard. There's no time to lose. Xiulan, let's go find Lu Chen right now. Lu Daji was getting impatient. Wang Chui'er panicked and grabbed Lu Daji, saying, "Husband, can we talk this over again? Do you think we can afford to mess with the government?" A woman's view. Lu Daji shoved Wang Chui'er away. It was as if he had shaken off the stumbling block that was preventing him from becoming rich and powerful. At this moment, Lu Chen was at the construction site, discussing with Tian Lu Zhu how to lay the sewer system for the new house. "That's easy. You just need to dig up these places. I'll go back to town and find a blacksmith to make some round iron pipes. Then we can bury these iron pipes." Lu Chen had already thought this through. Iron pipes are definitely not suitable. They will rust over time. Then use stainless steel pipes. All the water pipes are made of corrosion-resistant stainless steel. As for toilets and bathtubs, they are purchased directly from the system store. Generally, outsiders are not allowed into one's own bathroom. In the near future, he also wants to install electric lights and various household appliances in his home. Do whatever makes you comfortable. Nephew. Lu Daji led Lu Xiulan to Lu Chen's side and called out cautiously. The thought of the heights Lu Chen might reach in the future filled Lu Daji with dread. Wow, this person might become a star in the future. I can't even imagine it. I absolutely can't think about it. Lu Chen turned around and saw that it was Lu Daji, so he quickly stood up. "Uncle 13, what brings you here?" Lu Daji's house is at the north end of the village, while Lu Chen's new house is at the southeast corner of the village. The distance between them is not short. When Lu Chen asked him this question, Lu Daji was immediately speechless. The words he had prepared were nowhere to be uttered. So many villagers are watching. How could he possibly bring it up? He's a village chief, and he's saying he wants to sell his own daughter to Lu Chen's family? "Nephew, I want to discuss something with you. It's like this." Lu Daji stammered and stuttered for a long time, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Seeing that her father was too shy to speak, Lu Xiulan stepped forward. "Brother Chen, I want to go to your house and keep Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu company. Would you be willing to take me in?" At first, Lu Chen didn't quite understand what was going on when he heard this. The villagers working nearby didn't understand what Lu Xiulan meant either. However, they quickly came to appreciate its flavor. What? The village chief is going to give his own daughter to Lu Chen. Is the village chief going to sell his daughter? Is Miss Xiulan going to sell herself to Lu Chen? Lu Chen is Xiulan's cousin. How can she be his concubine? No, Xiulan wants to be Lu Chen's maid, just like Xiao Hua and Xiao Yu. The villagers were all dumbfounded. Is Lu Daji really struggling to make ends meet? Has he even resorted to selling his children? At this moment, Lu Xiulan said again, "Brother Chen, as long as you let me go to your house, I'll do whatever you want, whether I'm a servant or a maid." "Yes, yes, yes," Lu Daji hurriedly said. "From now on, Xiulan will be yours, Lu Chen's woman, a slave to you, at your beck and call." Lu Chen gave Lu Daji a deep look. I never expected that Lu Daji, a mere village chief, would have such vision and insight. He made a fortune from that venture capital investment. He made that bet incredibly accurately. 13th uncle, Xiulan, have you both thought it through? Lu Chen was short-handed at the moment, and his need for girls was always greater, so he naturally accepted all comers. There was another reason why he accepted Lu Xiulan so readily. He saw that Lu Xiulan's loyalty level was displayed above her head, which was 100. He hasn't done anything yet. How did he get 100? Lu Chen had little interaction with the village chief's daughter on a regular basis. In fact, they were practically strangers. Although they lived in the same village, they had barely exchanged more than a few words. "Brother Chen, I've made up my mind. I will never regret it, and I will never go back on my word," Lu Xiulan said without hesitation. Lu Daji also said, "Nephew, what Xiulan said is what I also wanted to say, and I will never go back on my word." Chapter 38, I am Lu Xiulan from Lu Family Village. Look closely, this constable's name is Ding Wang. He appears to have a high opinion of himself, but inwardly he is extremely arrogant. In this desolate and treacherous place, he felt like a lotus flower that had fallen into this filthy mud for no reason. No matter what he did, Ding Wang felt it was beneath his dignity. His master was one of the 4 most famous constables of the Great Zhou dynasty. As his master's disciple, he also possessed unparalleled martial arts skills and once dreamed of making a name for himself and establishing a great career. Who knew that fate would play such a cruel trick on him? And he was implicated by his master, ending up in this godforsaken place. To think that I, the dignified senior disciple of the Broken Blade School, would actually run to this poor village where people can't even afford pants for a few worthless commoners is truly despicable. From afar, Ding Wang could see Lujia village at the foot of the mountain. The rows of low, dilapidated mud brick houses exude one word from the inside out: poverty. Who gave these stupid peasants the audacity to go against the government? Just because you have a martial arts master? That's hilarious. You've only learned a couple of half-baked farming tricks, and you actually think you're an expert? How laughable. Arriving under a withered locust tree, Ding Wang's eyes gleamed as he looked at the group of villagers working on the construction site. This house is quite large. No wonder our county magistrate is so interested in it. Ding Wang sneered inwardly. Wei Shuya was always one to act without a reason. It turned out that he had his eye on this wealthy family in a village. Ding Wang, however, did not care about these things. His future achievements were far beyond what a mere county magistrate could attain. He wouldn't even look at such a small amount of red and white food. Ding Wang turned around and glanced at the constables expressionlessly. The lead constable immediately ran up to the villagers and shouted sternly, "Officer Ding is here. You unruly people, come and pay your respects at once." Seeing his menacing demeanor, the villagers all stopped what they were doing and looked in his direction. Two villagers rushed off to find Lu Chen. Ding Wang stood beneath the tree, wielding a large, golden sword, exuding an imposing aura without being angry. The villagers could tell at a glance that this official was not to be trifled with, and they were both shocked and frightened, not knowing what to do. Ding Wang was furious. After all, they were just lowly country folk who didn't even know the most basic manners. He immediately showed displeasure and snorted coldly. Several constables understood the implied meaning from the sound of the stringed instrument. They gripped the hilts of their knives and charged at the villagers like wolves and tigers. The villagers became even more frightened and retreated repeatedly. "Damn it, why are you running? Go and see Officer Ding. You pigs, you idiots deserve to starve to death. Don't run. If you run again, I'll chop you up." Several constables drew their knives and herded the villagers in all directions like chicks. Just then, a person slowly walked over from not far away. Several villagers ran quickly to Lu Chen. Brother Chen, run. The constables are here at the county government office. Nephew Lu Chen, you absolutely mustn't go over there. They're here to arrest you." "Xiao Chen, these police officers are so unreasonable. They said they're going to chop us up." Lu Chen laughed and said, don't panic. He called out loudly, "Fellow villagers, don't be afraid, they've come for me." Then he looked at the officials standing under the big locust tree. Ding Wang also saw Lu Chen, and his eyebrows immediately furrowed. This person is no ordinary individual. This was Ding Wang's first impression of Lu Chen. It is also the keen intuition of a martial artist. This young man possessed extraordinary bearing, remaining neither arrogant nor humble, and showing no sign of panic. His clothes are quite novel. Didn't Wei Shuya say that the expert was a woman? Who is this young man? Just then, Lu Chen arrived in front of Ding Wang. "Officer, are you here to see me, Lu Chen? You're Lu Chen?" Ding Wang stared intently at Lu Chen with a sinister look in his eyes. He seemed to have heard Wei Shuya say that the so-called highly skilled woman was actually Lu Chen's subordinate. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Putting everything else aside, his outfit alone is eye-catching. This made the boy appear even taller and more slender. Neat, capable, and efficient. Lu Chen smiled. "I am indeed Lu Chen." Ding Wang's lips twitched slightly. Then he suddenly shouted sharply, "Men, tie him up." Several constables immediately surrounded them. Arresting officer, an official who apprehends and captures bandits. Qiao, a short video platform, is used by officials to apprehend thieves. The constables took action to fight and defeat the enemy. Qiao is responsible for capturing and tying up the enemy. One was responsible for hitting and the other for tying. They were collectively known as constables. For constables, wielding gleaming broadswords, approached Lu Chen from 4 directions. The other 4 swift men, armed with ropes, bracelets, shackles, and chains, followed closely behind. Lu Chen stood quietly, without making any move. He didn't even glance at the constables, but coldly stared at Ding Wang not far away. Ding Wang felt uneasy under Lu Chen's gaze, sensing that something was amiss. The constables had never encountered such a calm prisoner before, and their movements were somewhat hesitant. "Hurry up and do it!" Ding Wang roared angrily. The 4 constables then stepped forward, simultaneously extending their knives towards Lu Chen. They were preparing to use sharp weapons to hold someone hostage, so that several quick-witted people could come and tie them up. "Stop!" A sharp rebuke made the constables freeze at the same time. A girl of about 15 or 16 years old was walking briskly towards them. "And who are you?" Ding Wang looked at the young girl. "I am Lu Xiaolan from Lu Family Village. With me here, none of you can touch my brother Chen." The person who came was Lu Xiaolan. She just went home to pack her things, preparing to move in with Lu Chen. Before they even reached Lu Chen's house, they heard several villagers say that government officials had come to arrest people. She shoved the thing she was carrying into Lu Daji's hands and ran over. Lu Daji panicked. He carried large and small bags and followed behind Lu Xiaolan, panting heavily. "Xiaolan." Lu Daji then tried to stop him. But Lu Xiaolan acted as if she hadn't heard and stood in front of Lu Chen. A sinister smile appeared on Ding Wang's face. "Was it you who assaulted the officials in my county government yesterday?" Lu Xiaolan raised her head proudly. "I hit him." Lu Daji panicked when he heard this. "Wasn't it Zhao Daya who beat someone up yesterday? How did she end up taking the blame?" He wanted to step forward and explain, but after glancing at Lu Chen beside him, he had no choice but to back down. He believed that Lu Chen could protect his daughter. Since you confessed, then tie them all up, Ding Wang said menacingly. Such a delicate young girl is going to be beheaded sooner or later anyway, so he can't waste her. He has to enjoy her on the way back. Several constables immediately took action. 2 constables beckoned to Lu Chen, while 2 others approached Lu Xiaolan with lecherous looks on their faces. Go to hell, Lu Xiaolan shouted and swung her fist at the constable on the left. The constable, still smiling, reached out to grab her wrist. Little sister, you're really fierce. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xiaolan punched him in the chest. The constable was sent flying 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, away as if struck by a massive boulder. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Ji Xiaolan threw another punch, sending the constable on the right flying as well. This! The villagers were stunned. Ding Wang was also stunned. The constables were dumbfounded. Lu Daji's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. How could he not know what his own daughter is like? She usually gets sweaty from doing just a little work, so when did she become so strong? Could it be that Lu Chen truly possesses the magic to turn stones into gold? Today, his daughter just entered Lu Chen's house and suddenly possessed amazing divine power. This is unbelievable. Chapter 39 isn't that impressive either. Those who frequently interact with immortals know how ethereal and transcendent they are. However, the village chief of Lu Jiazhai felt that he had witnessed a miracle. To be able to send a grown man flying 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, away, that takes immense strength. At this moment, Lu Daji was so excited that his whole body was trembling. I've struck gold. I've struck gold. I, Lu Daji, have hit the jackpot. My daughter was right. Lu Daji's mind raced, and he thought of all the women in his family. My eldest granddaughter is 7 years old this year. I wonder if Lu Chen thinks she's too young. Should I send my eldest and second daughters-in-law over too? But I'm afraid my eldest and second sons will curse me to death. If Lu Chen doesn't mind that my old woman is too old, should he let her go too? Just as Lu Daji was plotting his own scheme, Lu Xiaolan, with lightning speed, also sent the other 2 constables flying. Throughout the entire process, Lu Chen didn't move an inch. Seeing this, the remaining 4 quick-witted men dared not step forward to tie up the person and hurriedly hid behind Ding Wang. Ding Wang ignored these cowardly fellows. He shifted his gaze from Lu Chen to Lu Xiaolan's alluring figure. The evil thoughts that had been in his mind just moments before had completely vanished. Ding Wang secretly made his plans. She's incredibly strong. Even I probably couldn't withstand a single punch from her. However, her movements were clumsy, her attacks were haphazard, and her body was full of openings, clearly indicating that she had never practiced martial arts before. That doesn't mean there's no chance of winning. Having practiced martial arts for 20 years, Ding Wang is extremely confident in his own strength. He had killed more than a dozen barbarians who were much stronger than him. Ding Wang snorted twice and strode towards Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan nervously took a step back, but she quickly regained her footing. The person in front of me has a very imposing presence and looks quite formidable. She had just taken a powerful pill, and she wasn't confident she could beat her opponent. But she cannot back down, because Lu Chen was right behind her. She didn't know whether Lu Chen had taken the power pills or not. After all, from what she observed, it seemed that this stimulant only worked on women. Seeing the change in Lu Xiaolan's expression, Ding Wang felt reassured. As expected, she was just all brute force and nothing to fear. He immediately shouted sternly, "Girl, if you obediently submit, I promise I won't let you die too miserably. How about it?" Lu Xiaolan said coldly, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop with the nonsense." Ding Wang suddenly laughed. "You, a mere ant with only brute strength, dare to dream of competing with the sun and moon." Having said that, he slowly drew the broadsword from his waist. Seeing that the other party had taken out a knife, Lu Xiaolan felt even more uncertain. She had only her hands empty. "Go to hell." Lu Xiaolan rushed towards Ding Wang and punched him in the chest. Ding Wang was caught off guard by Lu Xiaolan's preemptive strike and hurriedly parried with his knife. Seeing the other person's knife blocking her way, Lu Xiaolan didn't have time to think and grabbed the blade. Well, Ding Wang was taken aback. He never expected that this little girl would dare to grab his knife. His knife was just sharpened last night. It's exceptionally sharp. Even when he wipes it himself, he has to be very careful to avoid cutting his palms. This little girl actually dared to grab his knife with her chubby pink little hand. Ding Wang's face turned cruel as he forcefully pulled the knife into his arms. What a pity for that little hand. I'm afraid half of it is gone. However, the next moment, Ding Wang's expression changed drastically. The broadsword remained completely unmoved. Ding Wang even doubted that he was dreaming, and he pulled the knife into his chest again with all his might. Still nothing. The broadsword seemed to be ingrained in the opponent's palm. Lu Xiaolan was also extremely surprised. Her palm wasn't cut by the blade. When the other person tried to take the knife back, she felt that their strength was weak. Without further hesitation, Lu Xiaolan grabbed the blade and pulled it back. She then took the broadsword. Ding Wang, however, was pulled forward by the hilt of the knife and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Lu Chen, with her broadsword in hand, slashed fiercely at Ding Wang. Ding Wang quickly dodged to the side. Snap! Ding Wang couldn't dodge in time, and his entire right arm was severed at the root by Lu Chen. Blood gushed out instantly. This! Ding Wang was in so much pain, he almost cried out. But his pride as a master made him suppress it. What's going on? Why can't even a sharp blade hurt her? Why couldn't I even dodge her simple, unadorned slash? Why did I lose to a country girl? At this moment, the pain of losing his arm was secondary. Ding Wang's mind was still filled with a multitude of questions. If he doesn't understand these things, he won't die in peace. Go to hell. Lu Chen didn't give Ding Wang time to think it over. She swung her knife again, this time hitting Ding Wang on the head. Ding Wang tried to dodge, but the knife came too fast. That's too fast. In an instant, Ding Wang went through all the martial arts skills and moves he had learned in his life and his mind. After that, he realized that no matter what, he could not avoid this knife. It turns out, she wasn't just all brute strength. She also possessed a sword-drawing speed that I could never match. Blood-splattered, people died. He's dead. Lu Chen could hardly believe that she had killed this seemingly powerful person. It doesn't seem that impressive. At this moment, several Qiao users were shaking uncontrollably. Officer Ding is dead. That arrogant and haughty Constable Ding, who even the county magistrate had to smile obsequiously when speaking to him, actually died, just like that. Even Ding, the head constable who was quite well known throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, died silently. And he died at the hands of a country girl. Who would believe it if I told them? They didn't believe it, and Zhao Daji didn't dare to believe it either. He couldn't believe that his youngest daughter, who wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, had actually killed someone. She not only killed people, but she killed 5 people. Moreover, these 5 people were not ordinary people, but government officials whom everyone avoided. For a moment, Lu Daji was filled with a mixture of shock and fear, joy and worry, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What shocked him was that his daughter had actually committed murder. What he fears is that from now on, Lu Daji and his entire family will be locked in a life-or-death struggle with the government, with no way to retreat. What worries them is that there will never be a peaceful day again in their Lu family village. What pleased him was that his daughter's amazing move would surely make Lu Chen look at her with new eyes. If Lu Chen ever achieved great things, his daughter would definitely enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor. At that time, even Lu Daji will be able to benefit from his daughter's good fortune. Lu Chen saw the changing expressions on Lu Daji's face, not far away, and guess what he was thinking? In Lu Chen's memory, this village chief had 2 important characteristics. He was stingy, and he was good at scheming. However, Lu Chen didn't care or pay attention. He was already deeply bound to himself, and he had no other way out but to follow him. Lu Chen glanced at the 4 trembling constables and waved his hand at them. You lot, get lost. The constables, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, turned and ran. Even after running quite a distance, they would occasionally look back to see if anyone was chasing them. Chapter 40, I'm going to start making grand promises. Look closely. This commander's name is Su Hui. What? My junior brother Ding Wang was actually killed by the rebels. Enraged, Su Hui smashed the table in front of him with a single blow. Just now, the magistrate of Hudou County sent someone to say that his junior brother Ding Wang had been killed by a group of rural rebels. For a moment, Su Hui was both shocked and frightened. During the power struggle, Master Wei Chongqing was implicated and several of his disciples were also involved. The master pulled strings and managed to get his most beloved junior brother, Ding Wang, to hide in Hudou County so that his second senior brother could take care of him. Less than 2 years later, Ding Wang died unexpectedly. How could he explain this to his master? Although their master, Wei Chongqing, was temporarily sidelined, it was clear to everyone that these martial artists were nothing more than lowly pawns who drifted with the tide. Anyone has the opportunity to recruit them and make them a great asset to their organization. They could turn their fortunes around at any time. Therefore, no one dares to deliberately offend them. That damned Wei Shuya, how dare you play tricks on me? One day, I'll tear you to pieces. Su Hui was nearly 40 years old and had seen all sorts of conspiracies and tricks. He saw through it at a glance. The death of his junior brother Ding Wang must have been a trick played by county magistrate Wei Shuya. Damn it, you really think I'm just a figurehead? You dare to kill my junior brother right under my nose. Once I wipe out this band of rebels, you, Wei Shuya, can just wait to die. His army was the only one stationed in Hudou County. In this chaotic world, his power was far greater than that of a county magistrate. Whoever he wants to die, he can kill. Men, muster the troops. All soldiers, follow me to Lu family village. Today I will raise the entire Lu family village to the ground. Inside Lu Jia village. It was now the 3rd day after Lu Xiaolan killed the official. On the surface, Lu Jia village remains peaceful. But the villagers all knew that their peaceful days were numbered. Everyone knows that killing government officials is a serious crime of treason. The villagers, young and old, were all secretly observing Lu Chen's family. He wanted to see something unusual about Lu Chen's face, but they were all disappointed. Lu Chen remained calm, as usual, continuing with his usual activities. It's as if Lu Xiaolan didn't kill 5 officials, but rather 5 chickens. How long will it take to finish this house? At the construction site, Lu Chen questioned Tian Luzhu. Now, his house is overcrowded, and at night a large group of maids huddle together to sleep. When he gets up at night, there's not even room to put his feet down. We need to move into our new house as soon as possible. It will take at least another 20 days to complete. To be honest, I've never built such a big house before. Luckily, there are many people in the village helping out. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 months to build such a big house, Tian Luzhu said truthfully. It will take another 20 days or so. Lu Chen frowned. He really couldn't wait that long. Could we build the backyard first, and then gradually construct the 2 front yards, the back garden, and the side yards? What do you think? Tian Luzhu thought about it, and decided that this would work. He also knew that Lu Chen's family was large, so building the backyard first would allow people to move in sooner. He immediately said, "All right, I'll arrange for someone to build the house in the backyard first." Seeing that Lu Chen was about to leave, Tian Luzhu called him back. "Xiao Chen, there's something else I'd like to talk to you about." Lu Chen turned around. "What is it? Please tell me." Tian Luzhu hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's like this. These past few days, I've seen many people who come to help, but they all dawdle and don't put in any real effort." Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. "Why? Is it because you think I'm not paying you enough?" Tian Luzhu hurriedly said, "It's not because of that." "Then why?" Tian Luzhu said, "As you know, we've harvested nothing from this land right now. We've even eaten all the grass roots and tree bark. They're afraid that once your house is built, they won't have anything to eat anymore." Tian Luzhu had heard villagers talk about it more than once, all wanting to work on the construction site for a few more days so they could get more food for their families. "Oh, I see." Lu Chen's brows relaxed. His efforts to win over these villagers were not simply out of kindness. He will need these villagers to help him with infrastructure projects in the future. He immediately smiled and said, "I know about this, it's all right." Lu Chen knew it was time to make empty promises to the villagers. For thousands of years, the people of Lujia village have only eaten 2 meals a day. The same applies when helping out at Lu Chen's house. Around 10 a.m., Lu Chen would have someone cook a large pot of rice porridge. This pot of rice porridge is very thick, almost like rice. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's time for the villagers to enjoy a big pot of food. A big pot of stewed cabbage and pork with rice noodles, and unlimited rice and steam buns. It could be said that this meal was better than what most villagers ate during the Spring Festival. Before lunch, Lu Chen arrived at the construction site and gathered everyone together. "Today, I would like to say a few words to my fellow villagers." The villagers all stared intently at Lu Chen. "Fellow villagers, do you feel satisfied if you can have a few full meals?" The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Are you still not satisfied with being able to eat your fill? Their ultimate goal is simply to have enough to eat. Okay? Let alone years of famine. Even in good years, few of them can get enough to eat. Even in the village chief Lu Daji's family, they can only have enough to eat for 2 or 3 months at most throughout the year. If we're talking about being able to eat your fill every meal, then only the wealthy families in towns and counties could afford that. Lu Chen continued, "Everyone, please rest assured. From now on, I guarantee that everyone in our village will have enough to eat." The villagers naturally didn't believe it. Although the men who come to help at the construction site can eat their fill, their families are only kept alive with a few mouthfuls of thin porridge, barely escaping starvation. Lu Chen seemed to have guessed what they were thinking and said, "After my new house is built, I guarantee that every family and every person will have enough to eat." One villager muttered under his breath, "Once the houses are built, we'll be out of job. How can we possibly have anything to eat then?" Someone said, "Once this house is built, why should you give us food for free?" "All right, he's not a bodhisattva. Why should he support us for nothing?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "After my house is built, I plan to build a city wall around our village, and then build a moat outside the city wall." Upon hearing this, all the villagers gasped in surprise. Although Lu Chen's new house was large, it was nothing compared to the city wall. Moreover, a moat needs to be dug. These are all incredible projects. It definitely won't be built in just 3 to 5 months. City walls? Moat? If these are repaired, we'll never have to fear bandits again. These city walls and moats are meant to protect everyone in our village. Is Lu Chen planning to pay for their construction himself? If that's the case, we'll have food to eat for the next few months. Our family members will be able to live a few more months. The villagers were in a frenzy, their gazes toward Lu Chen burning with fervor. Of course, these villagers aren't stupid. They knew that Lu Chen had offended the government. The government will inevitably come to suppress him. But so what? In the past 2 years, the government has completely ignored the lives of the people, leaving them to fend for themselves. It is said that the imperial court also distributed disaster relief grain. But before the grain could reach the people, it was divided up by officials at all levels. It's better to rely on Lu Chen than on the government. At least Lu Chen has given them tangible benefits. Just then, Lu Chen spoke up again. After the city walls and moat are completed, I also want to build hundreds of new houses in the village so that every family will have a new place to live. Upon hearing this, the villagers were all in an uproar. Chapter 41 Good days are in sight. Bosses who frequently make grand promises to others know that the bigger and more rounded the promise, the greater its effect. Strictly speaking, Lu Chen's actions weren't exactly empty promises. This was something he had planned long ago. He originally intended to proceed step by step, but now it seems that this approach is not appropriate. These villagers are very thoughtful. They have long-term plans. Lu Chen didn't think they were selfish. They just wanted to survive. They feared that once Lu Chen's house was built, they would lose their only means of survival. Lu Chen understood them. Most importantly, Lu Chen also needs them. Lu Chen continued to make empty promises. Whether it's the city walls, the moat, or these hundreds of houses in the village, none of these are small projects. Relying solely on the people in our village is not enough. I hope that the villagers will bring their relatives and friends to help complete these projects as soon as possible. He continued, "Don't be afraid, don't panic. After these projects are completed, you will still have food to eat. At that time, under the organization of the village chief, you can form patrol teams and reconnaissance teams to protect our Lu family village. Everyone who joins these teams will have food to eat and will be allocated grain." The villagers were in an uproar. They were all so excited that their faces turned red and their hearts were pounding. "Lu Chen, from now on, our whole family's lives are in your hands." Suddenly someone shouted, "Lu Chen, from now on I'll follow you. I'll go through fire and water for you. I'll never back down." Lu Chen, Lu Chen. The villagers erupted in shouts. At this moment, Lu Chen was their great benefactor and savior. They'll follow whoever gives them a way to survive. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "From today onwards, anyone in the village between the ages of 12 and 65, regardless of gender, can come to my house to help. In addition to providing 2 meals a day, each person will also receive 1 pound of fine rice per day." This time, the villagers could no longer contain themselves and erupted in a wave of cheers. Previously, each family could only provide 1 or 2 able-bodied men, and they could only get 1 or 2 kilograms of rice per day. But now, most of their family members can come to the construction site to work and can get several kilograms of rice a day. Families with more members can even get 10 kilograms of rice. In this way, their whole family can have enough to eat. Not only can they eat their fill, but they can also store up a lot of food every day. The villagers were extremely grateful, and some even knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Chen repeatedly. Lu Chen gestured for them to get up. "Fellow villagers, from now on, you don't need to kneel when you see me. Understand?" Hearing Lu Chen's serious tone, the kneeling villagers quickly stood up. They didn't understand why Lu Chen wouldn't accept their kneeling. Isn't it only natural to kneel and thank someone for a favor? They don't understand. Lu Chen's expression softened slightly, and he said, "After work today, you can register the names of any family members who meet the requirements, and they can start work tomorrow. All right, everyone, let's eat." Unlike usual meal times, the villagers did not rush to line up for food. They were all processing what Lu Chen had said today. These past few days, they've been worried about whether they'll survive and how many more days they have left. But today, Lu Chen gave them hope to live, and they can still live very well. During meal times, villagers gather in small groups, squatting on the ground to eat and chat. "Lu Chen is taking care of us villagers. We must never forget this kindness. I'm so ashamed. I've been too lazy at work these past few days. I can't be lazy anymore. If what Shenwazi said is true, then we'll have hope for the future. I was worried every day that my little ones at home wouldn't live long, but now I can finally relax. Why won't Lu Chen make us kneel down and thank him? Why do you think that is? I just can't understand it. Hurry up and eat, so we can get back to work. We can't let Lu Chen down." The villagers ate very quickly today, and without resting after their meal, they immediately prepared to start working. Just then, the villagers saw Qiao leading about a dozen girls, running quickly from the direction of the back mountain. Their clothes were so eye-catching that it was impossible not to notice them. The villagers felt a vague unease. These past few days, Qiao has been leading the group of girls out of the village into the mountains early every morning, only returning to the village when it gets dark. Nobody knows what they went to the mountains for. I just don't know why they came back so early today. They looked hurried and seemed a little nervous. The villagers suddenly felt uneasy. Lu Chen was currently harvesting crops in his spatial dimension. The crops in the fields grow very quickly because he has to cultivate new fields and sow seeds every day, so that crops ripen and need to be harvested every day. Initially, Lu Chen was worried that there was too much grain and not enough warehouse space. After the grain is harvested, it will be automatically stored in the warehouse. The warehouse in his space consisted of only that 2-story building. There are only about 20 rooms in the building. Even if all of them were used to store grain, these houses would still be far from enough. But Lu Chen's worries were unnecessary. More than 1 million kilograms of rice and more than 1 million kilograms of wheat were put into 2 warehouses, taking up only a small space in each warehouse. Lu Chen estimated that the size of each warehouse was not what he could see with his eyes. He even felt that each of these warehouses was like an inventory in a game, which could be stacked infinitely. In other words, no matter how many items there are, as long as they are of the same category, they can all be put into the same warehouse. This system's warehouse is really impressive. However, as the saying goes, having gained one thing, one desires another. Although the storage capacity of each warehouse seems unlimited, there are only about 20 warehouses in total, which is clearly too few. I just don't know how to increase the number of warehouses. After harvesting the crops, Lu Chen was about to go to his bedroom to rest when he heard Qiao's voice outside. My husband! My husband! Lu Chen left the space and opened the door. Qiao and Zhao Daya stood outside the door, filling the already cramped main room to the brim. The younger ones, such as Xiao Xiang and Xiao Yu, couldn't even squeeze into the room. My lord, a large army is approaching from the east. They've arrived? Lu Chen wasn't surprised. He asked, how many people are there? Qiao frowned. There are about 1,000 people. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. Qiao hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped. What's wrong? They had a dozen or so cavalrymen and a squad of archers. Lu Chen understood what Qiao was worried about. After all, they had never encountered the regular army of the Great Zhou dynasty before, so it was normal for them to be a little nervous. Wait a moment. Lu Chen closed the door and quickly entered the system store. Search for riot shields. After using the store more, Lu Chen also figured out some tricks of the trade. Simply think of a product you're searching for in your mind, and you can quickly find the corresponding product. With time running out, Lu Chen couldn't be too picky and could only choose from the slightly more expensive shields. This one will do. This riot shield is made of high-strength composite fibers and can protect against close-range fire from large-caliber handguns. It should be fine against regular arrows. It's just a bit pricey. One set costs 50,000 yuan. Lu Chen felt a pang of heartache, but also felt it was necessary. For defensive equipment, you have to choose the best. He bought 12 shields at once, spending 600,000. After that, he opened the door, took out the shields one by one, and distributed them to Qiao and the others. Chapter 42. The soldiers are coming to massacre the village. Look closely, this group of soldiers has come to massacre the village. No, to wipe out the rebels. Su Hui, fully armored and wielding a crescent-shaped blade, rode a robust chestnut horse, and, surrounded by a dozen cavalrymen, arrived at the small hill outside the entrance of Lujia's high village. Behind him stood 1,000 soldiers. Throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, there were hardly any fully staffed 1,000-man squads. For many commanders of 1,000 households, the best they could manage was to muster 500 soldiers in order to embezzle public funds. Su Hui, however, is different. He was not greedy for money. He only wanted military power. What he values most is the tangible weapon of the gun. As long as you have enough troops, getting money is a piece of cake. He brought his troops here today, partly to avenge his junior brother Ding Wang. Secondly, they were interested in the money and grain in this small village. Pass down the order. Everyone take a short break. After a long march, the soldiers were exhausted. In order to minimize casualties, Su Hui needed to ensure that his soldiers were well rested before going into battle again. Look, soldiers. The soldiers are here. Upon seeing the densely packed soldiers on the hillside outside the village, the villagers of Lujiazhai immediately began to shout. The villagers working on the construction site and the people chatting around the site were all in a panic. At this moment, Lu Chen led Qiao and the others to the construction site. Each of them carried a huge iron plaque and held a long knife, forming a line behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen said loudly, "Fellow villagers, please go home quickly and do not go out for the time being." Someone shouted, "Chenwazi, there are so many soldiers, you few probably can't handle them. I'm going home to get a knife and fight them." "Yes, let's fight them. Brother Chen, if anything happens to you, the people in our village won't survive either. Folks, let's all go back and get our weapons and fight them." "Nephew." Lu Chen looked at the villagers and nodded secretly. His efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. He shouted, "The soldiers who have come this time are far superior to those bandits. You are of little use here. Go home and wait until I have dealt with them before you come out." The villagers understood. Lu Chen thought they were in the way. "Go back, everyone." Lu Chen waved his hand and said again. The villagers then gradually dispersed. After all the villagers had left, Lu Chen said to Qiao and the others, "Remember what I just told you. When the enemy fires arrows, you all hide behind your shields and hold your ground. When the enemy launches a charge, you rush into their ranks, 2 people in a group, covering each other. You all remember that." "Brother Lu, we've all remembered," the girls said in unison. He then specifically instructed Qiao, Xiao Yu and the others are still young, so please take good care of them. Qiao nodded emphatically. "Husband, don't worry. I promise I won't let them get hurt." Lu Chen waved his hand. "Form ranks at the village entrance." Qiao and his group, holding shields, lined up in a neat row at the entrance of the village. The shields stood side by side, forming a tight iron wall. They bent over, holding long knives, and observed the movements of the soldiers opposite them through the bulletproof glass above the riot shields. Lu Chen stood aside, gazing at the soldiers on the hill. On the hilltop, Su Hui had already taken in Lu Chen and the others' movements at the village entrance through his binoculars. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He carefully put the telescope into the leather case at his waist. He bought this telescope from a merchant in the western regions at a high price, and he often used it to play with and admire the scenery and birds. This is the first time it has truly come in handy. Interesting. Su Hui couldn't hide his smile. Do you really think you can use a few mere girls to hold off my army of 1,000? His troops were far superior to those idle soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty. He rigorously trained these soldiers day and night, making each one an elite soldier. Even if the opponents were all martial arts masters, they would be instantly annihilated under the crushing force of his iron-blooded soldiers. Then let's see what you're made of. Su Hui waved his hand. Archers, prepare. 300 archers simultaneously held their bows and arrows. Upwards. Release the arrows. A rapid, popping sound of bowstrings filled the air. Hundreds of arrows, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, traced an arc through the air as they hurtled towards Lu Chen and his companions. Knock, knock, knock. Arrows rained down, covering the sky. Lu Chen and his group were instantly engulfed by a rain of arrows. Upwards. Release the arrows. Another volley of arrows. Upwards. Release the arrows. After 3 waves of arrows were scattered all around Lu Chen and the others. Their riot shields were riddled with bullet holes, making them look like hedgehogs. But the formation remained unchanged. The smile on Su Hui's face vanished. Their shields are pretty good. They actually blocked all the arrows. But later, these shields will be mine. He waved his hand and shouted, "Cavalry, charge!" More than 10 cavalrymen immediately charged down the hill. Taking advantage of their downward momentum, they increased their speed. The cavalrymen on horseback brandished their long sabers, shouting as they charged rapidly toward Qiao and his men shield formation. Cavalry has an inherent advantage in breaking through shields. The powerful charge of cavalry could easily break through the thin shield-bearing positions. Kill! Accompanied by shouts of battle, the cavalrymen raised their sabers high and slashed at the thin shields. Just then, Qiao and the others suddenly leap high from behind the shield. It was over 10 feet tall. Their lithe figures through the gaps in the cavalrymen's sabers descended from their high perch, hovering above the cavalrymen's heads. The cavalrymen's sabers were powerful and heavy. Once they struck, they didn't even have time to retract their blades before they saw the gleaming light of the sabers above their heads. A flash of blade and a head falls. A dozen or so war horses, carrying the headless corpses of the cavalrymen, continued their charge forward. The remaining cavalrymen were terrified at the sight. They hurriedly lowered their bodies, preparing to turn their horses around, but to their surprise, several girls had already caught up with them like maggots clinging to bones. These cavalrymen had never seen anything like it before. These young girls, though not very old, all seemed to be top-notch experts, and experts they had never seen before. Holding horse-slaying swords, they turned around to kill them. But these girls were just too fast and too agile. Before the cavalrymen could even swing their swords, the long swords in the girls' hands were already upon them. Too fast, the remaining cavalrymen were killed in a single encounter by the girls. On the hill, Su Hui was horrified when he saw this. These cavalrymen were all his personal guards who had followed him for many years. They were closer than brothers. He never expected that they would all be defeated by a few girls today. He had intended to reward them with some military achievements, but his plan backfired, causing them to lose their lives in vain. Chapter 43, Average Level of Grandmaster. Those officers and soldiers who frequently led the massacre of villagers know that villagers are essentially pigs and sheep. Su Hui never treated these troublemakers as human beings. Normally, these troublemakers are like leeks, pigs, and sheep that can be sucked dry. When needed, these troublemakers become their readily available battle merits. Su Hui originally thought that the villagers of Lujiazhai, each of their heads was a merit in the war. He hunts birds every day, but unexpectedly, one of his eyes was pecked out by a bird today. His most elite cavalry, the cavalry force he had spent countless sums of money and effort to train, vanished in an instant. Su Hui's heart was bleeding. His face was so pale that it turned ashen. He now wished he could skin these dozen or so girls alive, eat their flesh, and bury their skin. Swordsmen and shieldmen, charge. Spearmen, coordinate with the vanguard, and slaughter them. Archers, stand by. Su Hui was not blinded by anger. He calmly issued orders. He ultimately underestimated these girls. However, he made the same mistake again. 300 swordsmen and shieldmen led the way, followed by 300 spearmen, marching forward in orderly steps. Swords and spears stood in a forest, and footsteps echoed. On the parched land that had not seen rain for many years, they trampled out billowing dust. The dark mass of heads was extremely intimidating. The gleaming swords and spears were truly awe-inspiring. At this moment, Qiao and the others had picked up their riot shields again and formed a shield wall to prevent the soldiers from suddenly firing arrows. Xiaoyu and the other girls, who were still quite young, were killing people for the first time, and their emotions were somewhat unstable. Seeing the densely packed soldiers pressing in from the opposite side, they became even more nervous. Lu Chen did not speak. He didn't want to encourage them with words. This is a test for them. This is also a necessary experience for them. In this cannibalistic world, they must go through these experiences before they can truly awaken to the truth. At that moment, many people in the village were secretly peeking in this direction through the broken windows. Some of the bolder ones peeked over their own walls to look this way. Some people even climbed onto the roof to watch the battle. So many soldiers. It's terrifying. These soldiers are different from the ones we've seen before. They look quite formidable. Yes, they look very imposing. Can these girls hold out? If they can't, our Lu family village will be finished. Village Chief Lu Daji, supporting his wife Wang Chui'er, quietly crept from the north end of the village to behind a large tree not far from the village entrance, secretly watching the direction of the village entrance. Wang Chui'er's legs felt weak and limp. If Lu Daji hadn't been supporting her, she wouldn't have been able to stand at all. Honey, will Xiaolan be all right? Lu Daji was also very flustered, but he dare not show it. If it weren't for him being the pillar of support, his wife might have fainted from fright long ago. He should be all right? I trust Lu Chen. This is my first time with so many officers and soldiers. Xiaolan and her group only number 10 or so, and Xiaoyu and the other girls are only 10 or so years old. Are they really capable? I'm so worried. As Wang Chui'er spoke, her body went limp and she leaned into Lu Daji's arms. Their thoughts reflected the thoughts of everyone in the village. Almost no one believed that a dozen or so girls could hold off so many soldiers. At this moment, the 600 sword and shield soldiers and spearmen were only a dozen steps away from Qiao and the other shield formation. At the very front were dozens of swordsmen and shieldmen, who formed a tight shield wall with their shields. The second row consisted of dozens of spearmen who would thrust their spears out with all their might through the gaps in their shields when engaging the enemy. Swordsmen and shieldmen are primarily defensive, while spearmen are primarily offensive. They have practiced hundreds of times, and their teamwork is extremely seamless. Kill! The frontline swordsmen and shieldmen suddenly accelerated and charged towards Qiao and his group. The pikemen followed closely behind, gripping their steel spears tightly with both hands. Kill! At Qiao's command, he gripped his shield and used his elbow to smash it forward. The two swordsmen and shieldmen were instantly knocked down by the force of the impact, and the two spearmen behind them also tripped up. Zhao, Daya, and the others also simultaneously rammed their shields forward. A large number of officials in the front row were knocked down. Kill! Qiao and his men brandished their long swords and charged into the government army's ranks. They brandished their shields, pushing and blocking, and all who were hit were knocked to the ground. Instantly, the officers and soldiers' formation was thrown into chaos. Go to hell! With a single slash, Lu Xiaolan split the head of a spearman in two. Go to hell! A swordsman and shield man who had been knocked to the ground had his sternum shattered by her foot. Kill! Zhao Daya charged ahead, and with a powerful shield bash, she knocked the shields of 3 soldiers away. With a swift and sharp swing of her long sword, she slashed open the bellies of 2 spearmen. The thin iron armor worn by the officers and soldiers was as thin as paper under her blade. Under Qiao's encouragement, the younger girls, including Xiaoyu, finally started to play freely. I'll fuck you to death. I'll fuck you to death. Xiaoyu's longsword only thrusts, never slashes, targeting the gaps and weak points in the enemy's armor, each strike drawing blood. The long knife that Lu Chen bought this time was designed specifically for killing. The blood grooves on both sides of the blade are very close to the tip of the blade. Once stabbed, the blood will flow continuously, and even if no vital organs are injured, it is difficult to survive. Moreover, Xiaoyu specifically targets the enemy's vital points. Therefore, although Xiaoyu's attacks were not as sweeping and powerful as Zhao Daya's and the others, her efficiency in killing enemies was not low. Kill! On the battlefield, the sounds of battle were deafening, and dust filled the air. Blood and filth were everywhere. Lu Chen stood alone at the edge. If any soldiers or officers came by without thinking, he would easily take them down with a single stroke of his knife, clean and swift, as if nothing had happened. These officers and soldiers were all shrewd, and they could tell that Lu Chen was the leader of these girls. Knowing that he was not someone to be trifled with, they deliberately avoided him. Therefore, Lu Chen encountered few government soldiers, killed the fewest people, and had the most leisure time. He did not take the initiative. After all, he was just using these soldiers to train Qiao and the others. On the hilltop, Su Hui took out the telescope again. On the battlefield, the two sides were locked in fierce combat, with dust flying and thick smoke billowing, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. He examined the telescope closely for a long time, then suddenly pursed his lips. The two sides have been fighting for so long, and it seems like not a single one of them has died. The other party's clothes were too conspicuous. They were all sky blue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell how many of them were left. 12. 12 again. 1 man and 11 women, not one missing. Apart from the boys watching from the sidelines, the 11 girls were extremely skilled, charging and fighting their way across the battlefield, and no one could get close to them. Suhui became increasingly alarmed as he looked at the document. Even he, if trapped in the army, could not last more than half an incense stick's time, even if the sky were to break. Could it be that they're all more skilled in martial arts than me? Could it be that they're all grandmasters? Or even great grandmasters? Suhui couldn't believe it. He's been stuck at the half-step grandmaster realm for several years, so his insight is naturally sharp. These little girls' strength seems to be no less than that of his teacher, Wei Changqing. Wei Changqing was one of the few grandmasters in the Great Zhou dynasty. These little girls, how old are they? 11 grandmasters. Who would believe that? Chapter 44, Assault Rifles. Notice that this nominally anti-bandit campaign has now reached a fever pitch. The disciplined officers and soldiers, despite facing heavy casualties, still fought bravely. Their enemies, however, were just a group of young girls. Charge! Charge! Under the fierce attack of a dozen or so girls, the soldiers' formation was repeatedly broken, but they quickly regrouped and formed large nets to surround the girls. Unfortunately, with a single charge from these girls, they tore their barely organized formation to shreds once again. With each charge by the girls, a large number of soldiers' corpses would fall to the ground. A dozen or so young girls, with delicate and charming looks, appeared to these soldiers as if they were gods of death. With each flash of their long knives in the sunlight, soldiers would fall dead on the spot. Even the shields they carried inflicted heavy casualties on the soldiers. Each of their shield strikes was like a charging bull, knocking several soldiers out of their mouths and killing them instantly. These officers and soldiers had never seen such a scene before. This is completely different from their usual training. They could only rush towards these girls like moths to a flame, one after another. Once on the battlefield, their only duty as soldiers is to fight bravely forward. It's also an instinct developed after years of being brainwashed by superiors. On the battlefield, blood splattered everywhere. On the hilltop, Su Hui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Seeing his soldiers die one by one, Su Hui was filled with remorse. Even if we win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. As a commander, he was destined to suffer a severe blow. Whereas Lu Ti Zhengliang, Battalion Commander Lu Ti and Zhengliang were filled with trepidation and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Sir, your subordinates are here. You too, go and bring me their heads." Lu Ti and Zhengliang looked panicked, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Yes, sir." At this point, the battle was so intense that it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe, and it was no longer suitable for them to ride in a battle. They had no choice but to dismount, take a single sword in hand, and charge into the enemy lines. Lu Ti and Zhengliang had followed Su Hui in suppressing bandits many times and were considered veterans of many battles. But faced with today's bizarre battle situation, they have no chance of winning whatsoever. They charged into the formation, but only lingered on the periphery, not daring to advance at all. These girls are all ridiculously strong. They don't know if they can even last a single move against them. Charge! Charge! What are you all afraid of? Get them! Lu Ti hid behind a group of soldiers, brandishing his broadsword and shouting repeatedly. Zhengliang was the same. He only supervised the battle from the rear and dared not get close enough to fight. They actually wanted to sneak up and launch a surprise attack. But after seeing the girls' ferocity up close, they lost even the thought of launching a sneak attack. Because they witnessed 3 spearmen sneaking up on a girl from behind, only to be cleaved in 2 at the waist by the girl's slash. It's too bloody. These girls are amazing. I'm afraid even if the adults in their family were to fight, they wouldn't be a match for these girls. Their kung fu skills were far inferior to those of their parents. Su Hui had already seen their lewd actions through the telescope. He hadn't expected that his 2 most trusted lieutenants would be so cowardly, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and he devised countless ways to deal with these 2 cowards. Wait until this battle is over, and see how I deal with you all. Actually, Su Hui only asked them to participate to test the girls' abilities. Perhaps his previous guess was wrong. Su Hui didn't want to believe it from the bottom of his heart that they really had the strength of a grandmaster. They might not be as formidable as he had imagined. They're only strong against ordinary soldiers. If they encounter a true martial arts master, they might be exposed. Although Lu Ti and Zhengliang's skills were far inferior to his, they were not ordinary people either. Taking on 10 opponents single-handedly is also a piece of cake. But Lu Ti and Zhengliang didn't even have the courage to face them. This was completely unexpected by Su Hui. Su Hui, his face grim, shifted his gaze to the boy in a corner of the battlefield. It was obvious that this boy was their leader. Killing him would greatly demoralize the enemy. Archers exist. Su Hui pointed and shouted, "Target that boy, shoot him dead." "Grown-ups," one of the centurions said, "this might cause some collateral damage." Su Hui retorted angrily, "Accidental injury? Haven't we lost enough of our own men already? He immediately ordered, shoot arrows. Kill him. 300 archers immediately knocked their arrows and aimed at the boy. Swish, swish. A barrage of arrows rained down on the boy at the edge of the battlefield. Lu Chen focused most of his attention on the officers and soldiers on the hill. Seeing the soldiers raining down arrows, Lu Chen held up his riot shield in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. Countless arrows struck the riot shield. This riot shield is really useful. The 50,000 yuan was well spent. These arrows posed no threat to him whatsoever. He was unharmed, but the soldiers next to him suffered. Many of these arrows missed their target and struck the soldiers. More than a dozen soldiers were hit by arrows, and their screams were deafening. Immediately following, another wave of arrows rained down. Lu Chen remained hidden behind the riot shield, completely unharmed. I wonder if I'll get hurt if I try to take all these arrows with my bare hands? Given Lu Chen's current physical strength, these arrows probably wouldn't be able to harm him at all. But he did not risk his life. Once we capture these bows and arrows, we'll test how many arrows my body can withstand. After several volleys of arrows ended, Lu Chen saw that the archers on the other side had stopped firing. You're done, now it's my turn. Lu Chen took out his assault rifle from the space warehouse. He then mounted his rifle on his riot shield and aimed it at the archer squad opposite him. Da da da, da da da. It was a series of bursts of fire. More than a dozen archers on the hill immediately fell. When one magazine was empty, he quickly pulled out another one from his spatial storage, swiftly replaced it, and aimed at the archers again. Da da da. On the hill, the archers' formation was thrown into chaos. Sui stared at the boy in the distance with a puzzled expression. He only heard a crisp sound, like the sound of firecrackers. Then, a large number of his archers fell. Sui came to the side of a fallen archer and saw a bloody hole in his head. He also saw another corpse with a similar bloody hole in its chest, from which blood foam was gushing out. What kind of firearm is this? Sui certainly knew about firearms. He himself had 2 muskets. However, this musket has a very short range. It can barely be used within 10 paces, and beyond that, it becomes inaccurate. And here, it's a good 200 or 300 steps away from that boy. In addition, don't these firearms only carry 1 bullet? But the boy fired dozens of bullets in a row. How'd he do it? Chapter 45, Those who kill will be killed. Students who frequently handle guns know that after firing continuously, the barrel of the gun will quickly become hot and red hot. After quickly emptying 2 magazines, Lu Chen did not continue firing. 2 magazines, 70 rounds in total. According to his observation, he killed or wounded at least 25 soldiers. His kill efficiency would be considered godlike on a battlefield in later times. He changed to another magazine and then observed the situation on the battlefield. In fact, he was not worried about the outcome of this battle at all. He wasn't too worried about Qiao and the others' safety. Their physical strength is 10 times that of ordinary people, so even if they are accidentally injured, it will only be a superficial wound at most. Seeing that Qiao and the others were still agile and swift in the enemy ranks, and that their killing speed had not decreased at all, he felt relieved. At this point, the number of casualties among the officers and soldiers had approached 300. It seems these soldiers won't be able to hold out for much longer. He looked up at the hillside. On the hilltop, the officer on horseback was directing the archers to retreat. Clearly, they wanted to retreat to the hilltop to avoid his assault rifle fire. Lu Chen did not intend to shoot the officer in charge. With this officer dead, the troops would quickly scatter, which was not the outcome Lu Chen desired. Lu Chen planned to eliminate as many armed forces as possible in the surrounding area. Whether they were government soldiers or bandits, Lu Chen viewed them all as threats to his early development. CQ, Zhu Jun. Lu Chen shouted. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun, who were fighting fiercely in the battle, paused slightly and looked at Lu Chen. You two come with me. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he held a shield in one hand and a gun in the other, and charged towards the hilltop. Upon seeing this, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun immediately brandished their swords and shields, charging fiercely towards the enemy in front of them. The soldiers blocking their way were instantly torn open, leaving a bloody path. Lu Ti was shouting and yelling behind a group of soldiers when he suddenly looked up and saw Xie Qiao's petite figure rushing towards him with fierce speed. Lu Ti hurriedly swung his knife and slashed. Xie Qiao ignored him and swung his shield at him. Seeing her fierce approach, Lu Ti quickly retreated. Bang! He couldn't retreat in time. Everything went dark, and the shield smashed into his face. Poor Lu Ti, a dignified battalion commander, was knocked to the ground by Xie Qiao in just one exchange and immediately lost consciousness. Xie Qiao charged forward without stopping, stomping 1 foot hard on his chest. Lu Ti didn't even utter a sound before being reincarnated. Zheng Liang, who was 10 steps away, saw this scene and heard the crisp sound of Lu Ti's sternum breaking. He was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. Lu Ti, a mere battalion commander, was crushed to death by this young girl like an ant. They didn't even glance at him from beginning to end. So insignificant, so utterly despicable. Just as Zheng Liang was filled with a sense of shared sorrow, he caught a glimpse of another person attacking from his side. Another girl was charging towards him. Zheng Liang felt a chill run down his spine. The girl brandished her long sword wildly, and blood splattered wherever she went. The soldiers in front of her lay scattered on the ground like straw. Her beautiful eyes completely disregarded these officers and soldiers. Her gaze was fixed only on the boy running in the distance. Zheng Liang hesitated for a moment, holding his long sword. If he were to back down and run away at this moment, wouldn't he lose face? But if he were to fight an enemy, would he still be alive? That brief moment of hesitation meant Zheng Liang never had another chance. In the blink of an eye, the girl had already appeared in front of him. Kill! Zheng Liang had nowhere to hide, so he mustered his last bit of courage, roared, and swung his knife at the girl. At this moment, Zheng Liang witnessed an unbelievable scene. The girl leaped up and flew nimbly like a bird to the tip of his knife. Indeed, he observed carefully. The girl lightly touched the tip of his knife with one foot. At this moment, his long sword was at its fastest speed. Zheng Liang couldn't understand how this girl could calculate so precisely. She touched the knife tip with her toe, and then kicked him in the head with her other foot. Zheng Liang felt a sharp whistling sound in his ears, and before his feet even landed, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It's over. He felt that he was not facing a human being at all. It's the devil. A devil that can take a person's life in an instant. At this moment, Zheng Liang felt a little regretful. Why did he join the army in the first place? How exhilarating it must have been for him to raise his butcher's knife and kill people. But why was he so terrified and helpless when he was about to be killed? Puff! Zheng Liang's head was instantly smashed. The two captains were killed almost simultaneously, and the surrounding soldiers were all shocked. Normally, these two are always so imposing. But they couldn't even withstand half a move from their opponent before meeting their demise. The officers and soldiers were already disheartened by the killings, and now they had no fighting spirit left. They wanted to escape, they wanted to retreat. However, because their formation was so tight, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Kill! Seeing that the morale of the officers and soldiers had suddenly plummeted, Zhao, Daya, and the others swung their long swords even faster and more fiercely. Although the number of officers and soldiers was large, they could no longer organize a strong offensive. They were allowed to kill at will, like slaughtering chickens and sheep. Seeing their comrades die one by one, the officers and soldiers could only hope that the commander would quickly order a retreat so that they might be able to save their lives. But at this moment, their commander was already in dire straits. When Su Hui saw Lu Chen leading two girls charging towards them, a strange fear rose in his heart. Today, it's no longer about how many men we've lost. Whether he can save his life seems to be a question. All archers, draw your swords. Shu Yihuad. On the battlefield, when even the lightly armored archers in the rear need to discard their bows and draw their swords, it means that the outcome of the battle is basically decided. Don't panic. I still have several hundred archers. They can hold out for a while. For the first time, this commander, who was at the half-step grandmaster level, actually started to panic. Su Hui, seated on his warhorse, raised his saber high and shouted, "Quickly kill all three of them. Whoever kills one will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold." Kill! The archers, wielding large swords, charged towards Lu Chen and his two companions. If you can kill one person, you will receive 100 taels of gold. With 100 taels of gold in hand, one can live a life free from worries about food and clothing. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. More than 200 archers, all of them now brave men. The blades flashed, and a large crowd surged about. They quickly surrounded Lu Chen and his two companions. Kill! Lu Chen threw the riot shield forward, knocking down several soldiers. Then he picked up his assault rifle. Da-da-da-da. A volley of horizontal fire. A large area in front of him was cleared away instantly. Nearly 20 soldiers fell in pools of blood. He quickly changed the magazine and fired another round. Another large group of officers and soldiers were swept to the ground. None of the officers and soldiers had ever seen such a sight before. Seeing how fierce the firearm in Lu Chen's hand was, they were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. No one dared to take another step forward. Chapter 46 is nothing. Watch closely, this sixth brother is about to start showing off. Tongzi, bring 10 more assault rifles, 40 magazines, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. As soon as Lu Chen silently recited the command, 10 more rifles appeared in the spatial storage. He immediately put the assault rifle in his hand into the warehouse as quickly as possible, and almost at the same time, took out another assault rifle from the warehouse. Without being visible to the naked eye, he had already switched to a different assault rifle. Da-da-da. Lu Chen, holding his assault rifle, fired another burst at the soldiers in front of him. Da-da-da. One burst of bullets ended, and without even a half-second pause, another burst followed. Da-da-da. 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 A storm of bullets rained down on the stunned officers and soldiers. The officers and soldiers fell down one after another, like leaks. These officers and soldiers even forgot to run away, watching helplessly as bullets pierced through their bodies. Commander Su Hui was dumbfounded. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were also dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Su Hui almost dropped the saber in his hand. The shock in his heart had far surpassed his fear. There are such deadly weapons in this world. Who can withstand this? Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were beyond words to express their shock. Although they hadn't seen Lu Chen make a move much, they knew he was very powerful. But I never imagined he would be this good. Da da da. Da da da. The rifle in Lu Chen's hand was still roaring like the Grim Reaper. Soldiers and officers are still falling in rows. The ground around the three of them was littered with the corpses of soldiers. Some of the wounded who were not yet dead were struggling and wailing in pain in pools of blood. It's like hell on earth. Seeing this, the soldiers finally realized they had to run. They cannot possibly stand up to this murderous demon, no matter what. As if someone had given them an order, the remaining officers and soldiers all scattered in a panic. Where do you think you're going? Xie Qiao gave a sharp shout and stepped forward to chase after him. Chu Yun also chased after the fleeing soldiers in another direction. Lu Chen switched from burst fire to single shots, aiming at the fleeing soldiers and picking them off one by one. As for the officer leader sitting upright on his warhorse, Lu Chen paid him no attention. Da, da, da da da. Under Lu Chen's precise shooting, the fleeing soldiers were shot down one by one. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also cut down the remaining survivors one by one. In no time at all, more than 200 archers had been killed or wounded. Lu Chen then looked at the officer in charge. Your turn. Lu Chen looked at Su Hui as if he were looking at a dead man. Su Hui did not run away. He knew very well that he couldn't escape no matter what. If that's the case, why doesn't he die with dignity? Do you dare to fight me fairly? Su Hui slashed through the air with his saber and glared angrily at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled, a smile so innocent and pure, like a boy next door. Su Hui was momentarily dazed. For a fleeting moment, he felt that the boy in front of him resembled his eldest nephew. So innocent and naive. Harmless. Then I'll grant your wish. Su Hui was startled awake by Lu Chen's words, and then he saw that the rifle in Lu Chen's hand suddenly turned into a slender straight knife. Su Hui felt a jolt in his heart. My heart skipped a dozen beats. Evildoer. Su Hui, who never believed in ghosts and gods, had his established worldview collapse at this moment. Are you a human or a ghost? Su Hui's voice became shrill. Lu Chen lightly swung his long sword. To you, I am the devil. After saying that, he leaped into the air. A bright white blade flashed towards Su Hui. Su Hui's pupils contracted, and he slashed forward with his long sword. D. Lu Chen uttered a single word. Su Hui's heart stopped when he saw the blade flashing towards him. Too fast. Too tricky. My life is over. Then he felt a sudden dizziness. He saw a warhorse with a headless rider on it. That looks like him. Lu Chen swung his long sword, and drops of blood fell from the blade. It's nothing. He climbed to the top of the mountain and looked down at the battlefield below. The battle outside the village is also nearing its end. The remaining officers and soldiers were in complete disarray, with 20 or 30 soldiers having already left the battlefield and fled into the distance. Lu Chen switched his long sword back to a rifle, aimed at the deserters, and picked them off one by one. Within a distance of 500 meters, his marksmanship was impeccable. Lu Chen's appearance caused even greater panic among the officers and soldiers on the battlefield. They lost all will to fight and began to scatter and flee. Zhao, Daya, and the other girls transformed from warriors into hunters, splitting up to chase after the fleeing government soldiers. At this time, the villagers who had been hiding in the village also came out of their homes one after another. They began to gather at the village entrance. It started with young and middle-aged men, then women, children, and the elderly. They stared at the corpses of soldiers lying on the ground outside the village entrance, their expressions unusually complex. There was shock, surprise, and above all, disbelief. My God, so many soldiers. All of them are dead. So many soldiers. Were they really all killed by those few girls? That must be several hundred soldiers, right? There are still several hundred on the hill, probably over 1,000. A dozen or so of them actually killed 1,000 government troops. Look at these government troops. They're all wearing armor. They're much more formidable than the bandits. Would Zhao Daya and her group be considered to be fighting against 100 people? I saw Xiaolan with my own eyes kill 3 soldiers with a single stroke. SK. The soldiers looked at her like they'd seen a ghost. You didn't see Xiao Yu, that little girl, only 10 years old, but she was killing them one by one like slaughtering pigs. The villagers were talking about it, but no one mentioned Lu Chen. In their minds, Lu Chen was already beyond their reach. When they saw Lu Chen walking back from the hilltop, the villagers' eyes were filled with awe. Soon, the girls who had been chasing the deserters returned. They were covered in blood from head to toe, except for their bright eyes. Even they themselves couldn't believe that they had actually wiped out this 1,000-strong government army unit. And it seems quite easy. No pressure at all. They gathered around Lu Chen, awaiting his orders. Great job. You all did a fantastic job today. Let's have a celebration party tonight. The girls' faces lit up with joy. It's not easy to get praise from Lu Chen. At least, this is the first time Lu Chen has acknowledged their fighting strength. Now, go and collect the silver coins from the corpse. Qiao immediately led a group of girls to start searching through the corpse. There are too many corpses. On average, each person has to search 100 corpses. With only 10 or so of them, it's hard to say how long it will take to search. Lu Chen then asked the villagers to help him lick the bag. Give all the silver you find to my wife. As for the weapons, armor, and bows and arrows on them, they are all yours. Upon hearing this, the villagers all rushed forward. Even 4- or 5-year-old children and elderly women with canes joined in licking the bags. Chapter 47 Victory Celebration Banquet. Those who frequently loot boxes know that whether you can get a chicken dinner tonight depends on whether you can loot a lot of boxes and get a lot of loot. The villagers of Lujiazhai all know that whether they can survive in this chaotic world depends on how much equipment they can gather for self-defense. At this point, the corpses piled up and pools of blood became the target of the villagers' frenzied looting. This is mine. I got here first. I found this helmet first. Get away from me. This knife is mine. These shoes are mine. Mine. Chickens flew and dogs barked, creating utter chaos. Some people were so fiercely competitive over a single, intact suit of armor that they were about to come to blows. Some people even brandished the large knives they had just found at the villagers who came to fight over them. There was also a little girl who had a short knife snatched away by an adult, and she sat on the ground, crying loudly in grievance. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. In this era, resources were already extremely scarce. After several years of disasters and wars, these villagers would eagerly pocket anything of value they saw. Lu Chen understood them. However, this is not a good solution. He saw Lu Daji not far away and went over to him, saying, "Uncle 13, how about this? Let them collect all the things together and then distribute them according to the number of people in the family. What do you think?" Seeing that all the villagers were like this, Lu Daji couldn't stand it anymore and said, "All right, let's do it this way." Immediately, Lu Daji shouted loudly, instructing the villagers to pile all the equipment together in one place before distributing it to them. The villagers then calmed down. However, their enthusiasm for looting equipment decreased significantly, and their movements became noticeably slower. The women, seeing people starting to strip the clothes from under the corpse's armor, all left cursing and swearing. Soon, a large pile of various equipment was stacked up at the entrance of the village. Qiao sorted and collected the money collected from the villagers. Zhao Daya led the girls to gather the scattered warhorses and then carefully examined the pile of clothes for the silver and copper coins hidden inside. There were too many officers and soldiers this time, and cleaning up the battlefield took a lot of time. Lu Chen wasn't particularly interested in these spoils of war. He only locked up 2 things. One was silver, the other was a warhorse. These days, warhorses are an extremely scarce strategic resource. A horse can cost as much as 40 or 50 taels of silver. Price is secondary. The key issue is that horses are available but not in the market, and ordinary people have no way to buy them. He noticed that the officers and soldiers who came this time had brought a total of 17 warhorses. However, only 15 horses were tethered at the village entrance. Those 2 horses have most likely run into the deep mountains. After making the arrangements and having the village chief oversee things, Lu Chen returned home. He took out about 10 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of cooked beef, 3 chickens, 2 fish, and some vegetables from his spatial storage to prepare dinner for the day. After the battle, he had to cook a good meal for the girls to reward them. It can also be considered a victory celebration banquet. Since the room was too small, Lu Chen moved the table to the yard. He bought this new table from his online store a few days ago. It's big enough to seat more than a dozen people. He then took out 2 old-fashioned lanterns that he had specially bought from a store. Although this lantern has an old-fashioned style to Lu Chen, it is still very advanced for people of this era. After all, the outer glass cover alone is quite valuable. After a flurry of activity, plates and bowls of various dishes were served on the table. It was already getting dark. Just as Lu Chen lit the 2 oil lamps, Qiao returned with a group of girls. Some of them carried bags, others shouldered sacks, returning home laden with their purchases. "My lord, the village chief is distributing the spoils of war to the villagers. This is the silver we earned today." Qiao placed a heavy bag on the ground. Judging from the sound, it should be a copper coin. Zhao Daya and the others also piled up their large and small bags on the ground. "Go wash your hands and eat quickly." At Lu Chen's call, all the girls ran to wash their hands and then sat around the table. Looking at the table full of delicious food, the girls all had drooling expressions on their faces. Xiaoyu pointed at the steamed sea bass on the large plate, her face flushed with excitement. "Brother Chun, it's fish. It's fish." Years of severe drought had dried up the river. She only remembered seeing fish once, but she only drank 2 sips of soup from it. She had never tasted fish meat in her life. Lu Xilan and the others looked at Lu Chen with strange eyes. "You can't even buy fish in the county town now, so where did he get his fish from? You have fought bravely against the enemy today, and your contributions are considerable. This meal is my reward for you all. Come on, let's eat." Lu Chen ignored their questioning looks and called everyone to start eating. The girls were starving and immediately started eating. Lu Xiaolan picked up a piece of meat, put it in her mouth, chewed it a few times, and then looked at Lu Chen in a low voice. Brother Chen, is this beef? Beef is a rare commodity these days. Because cattle were important means of production, the imperial court never allowed ordinary people to slaughter cattle privately. The common people could only eat a couple of pieces of the cow after it died of illness or old age and was slaughtered after being reported to the government. Yes, it's beef. Lu Xiaolan didn't ask any more questions, and Lu Chen didn't say anything more either. Xiao Hua suddenly exclaimed, "What's this dish called? It smells delicious." "This is dompa pork, made from pork." Xiao Xiang asked again, "What's this called?" "It's so soft, tender, and fragrant. It's delicious." "This is braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens." Although the dishes Lu Chen made were just some common home-style dishes, Qiao and the others had never seen them before, and they asked all sorts of questions. Lu Chen didn't find it troublesome and answered each question one by one. Just then, Lu Xiaolan suddenly called out, "Father!" Everyone looked over and saw that the village chief, Lu Daji, was standing outside the courtyard gate. He stood awkwardly at the entrance, unsure whether to go in or not. Anyone with even a modicum of self-respect wouldn't rush to visit someone's home during mealtimes. Moreover, he is the village chief. Lu Chen stood up to greet him. "13th uncle, come over here and sit down. Have something to eat." Qiao got up and went inside to get another set of bowls and chopsticks, which she then placed on the table. No, I just came to tell you something." Lu Daji originally planned to just explain the situation and then leave. Seeing the table full of food, with more than a dozen large plates and bowls, and the aroma of meat wafting through the air, he couldn't move his feet any further. In the past 6 months, he only managed to eat a small piece of meat a few days ago. That was something his child secretly took back while working for Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen later became stricter, forbidding anyone from bringing food home, and he never tasted meat again. Lu Chen pulled Lu Daji to the table, and Lu Daji had no choice but to sit down. No, that won't do. I need to get back right away after I finish talking to you." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Chewing on the fragrant slices of meat, the satisfaction in his mouth made Lu Daji feel incredibly comfortable all over. "Nephew, I have something to tell you. Your second uncle has a horse hidden in his house." Chapter 48, The Black-Faced Gatekeeper. Look closely, this guy with gleaming green eyes is sharpening his knife, ready to slaughter the horse and eat it. As Lu Qingping sharpened his knife, he would occasionally turn his head to look at the warhorse tethered in the yard. This warhorse was large and exceptionally robust. After killing it, you can get several hundred pounds of clean meat. Cut into strips, air dry it, and then store it. If we eat sparingly, we can eat for a year. At this moment, the horse in Lu Qingping's eyes was no longer a horse, but a large piece of fat meat. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The knife was sharpened. Lu Qingping gently touched the blade with his hand. It was sharp enough. He took his knife and approached the warhorse. The warhorse seemed to sense the danger and kicked wildly on the ground with its forehooves. "Behave yourself. I'll give you a quick death." Lu Qingping aimed his knife at the warhorse's neck, trying to find a good spot to finish it off with one strike. "Stop!" A loud shout startled Lu Qingping. He turned his head and saw that the village chief, Lu Daji, was leading several people into the courtyard. Lu Daji was furious. This fellow actually wanted to kill this warhorse. A warhorse can fetch dozens of taels of silver, but once it's killed, it's worthless. That's not the point. The point is that this warhorse was a spoil of war that Lu Chen obtained by killing government soldiers. "What do you want to do?" Lu Daji strode up to the warhorse and stopped Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping glanced sideways at Lu Chen behind Lu Daji. Lu Chen was accompanied by Qiao and Zhao Daya. "What are you talking about? I'm killing my own horse for meat. What's it to you?" Lu Daji angrily retorted. "Your horse? When did you buy this horse, and how much did you spend? Tell me." Lu Qingping retorted, his neck stiff. "How much money I spend is none of your business. Go away, get out of my way." Lu Daji was so angry that he felt a lump in his throat and couldn't speak for a moment. Lu Chen stepped forward, his face showing displeasure, and said, "Return your warhorse, and we'll be fine. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Qingping immediately jumped up and said, "When have I ever shown you any mercy? Your family eats and drinks well every day, but have you ever thought of me, your own uncle?" Lu Chen's face darkened. "If you insist on being unreasonable, then don't blame me." Having said that, he prepared to use force. At this moment, Lu Chen's second aunt, Madame He, rushed out of the house with her hair disheveled. She plopped down in front of Lu Chen, slapping her thighs with both hands, and began to wail, "Murder! Someone's been driven to death. My own nephew is trying to drive my whole family to their deaths. I don't want to live anymore." Lu Daji was trembling with anger. He pointed at Lu Qingping and said, "Are you trying to renege on your promise?" At this moment, the surrounding neighbors were attracted by the commotion. They all pointed and whispered at Lu Qingping and his wife. "I told you long ago, these two are just thinking too much. They bring the horse to his house. Do they think it'll really become his? Don't they realize that Lu Chen will do what they want? They say they're Lu Chen's uncle and aunt, but I think they're not even as close as us outsiders. Yes. When Lu Chen's parents were alive, those two brothers would come over every day to beg for money. Now that Lu Chen's parents are gone, they haven't even come to ask about them once. Have you ever seen an uncle like that? Lu Chen probably hates them to death. He'd rather let outsiders benefit than let those two cowards get away with it. It's only because Lu Chen was kind-hearted that he bought Xiao Hua, fearing she would be tortured to death by them. Otherwise, Xiao Hua might have been beaten to death by them long ago. Hearing the villagers' gossip and sarcasm, Lu Qingping became enraged and rushed to the courtyard gate, where he began to hurl insults at the villagers outside. You bunch of heartless, gossipy women, get out of here. Don't block my doorway, or I'll kill you all. Lu Chen didn't want to stay there any longer and said to Qiao, take the horse back. He then said to Zhao Daya, whoever dares to stop you, you'd better deal with it yourself. Ever since Zhao Daya was saved by Lu Chen, her personality has changed drastically. Even if Lu Chen asked her to kill her own father now, she probably wouldn't hesitate for a second. Therefore, Lu Chen specifically kept her by his side, acting as a stern doorman. Among the group of girls, Zhao Daya was the tallest, almost as tall as Lu Chen. It's perfect for a cold-faced, ruthless character. Qiao stepped forward and untied the horse's rope. As soon as he saw that she was about to lead the horse away, she immediately got up from the ground and pounced on Qiao. Her actions made Zhao Daji secretly shake his head. This crazy woman doesn't even realize that Qiao today is no longer the timid wife who didn't dare to look anyone in the eye yesterday. How dare they go up and provoke her? They must have a death wish. However, before Qiao could make a move, Zhao Daya stepped forward, grabbed Yishur by the back of the neck, and lifted her up with a little force. He struggled wildly in midair, but couldn't break free. Seeing this, Lu Qingping was enraged and rushed towards Zhao Daya with his knife. Zhao Daya turned around and gave him a cold look. Lu Qingping's anger was instantly extinguished by her icy gaze. Almost all the villagers witnessed Zhao Daya's frenzied killing of bandits and government soldiers. Lu Qingping also saw it clearly. Just thinking about that scene makes his liver tremble. Lu Chen, do you really not want our family to live anymore? Lu Qingping dared not provoke Zhao Daya, so he could only turn his attention to Lu Chen. No matter what, he is Lu Chen's uncle. Would Lu Chen really dare to beat up his own uncle in front of the whole village? Lu Chen said calmly, second uncle, what are you saying? We separated our families a long time ago. What does it matter to me whether your family is doing well or poorly? How could I possibly care about your life or death? Lu Chen. Lu Qingping pointed at Lu Chen, his lips trembling with anger. When your family built your house, the whole village went to help and received grain. Why didn't you let me and your third uncle go to help? We can't farm this land, and my family doesn't have money to buy grain. Aren't you deliberately trying to make our two families starve to death? Lu Chen laughed. If it weren't for you two uncles taking advantage of my parents' weak nature and coming to my house every day to beg for food, will my parents have risked going to the deep mountains to find food? After they disappeared in the mountains, I begged you to help me find them. I remember clearly what you said and what you did at the time. Lu Qingping was speechless. Lu Chen continued, during these years of famine, how much food did your two families take from my family? I'm afraid it's impossible to count. But when I was starving to death and came to your family for food, what did you do? The villagers erupted in another uproar. Many people criticized Lu Qingping's family. Lu Chen was too lazy to waste any more words with them and turned to leave. Qiao led her warhorse, closely following Lu Chen. Zhao Daya threw his shirt to the ground and left Lu Qingping's house. Disperse, everyone disperse. Lu Daji waved his hand, and the villagers dispersed. Inside the courtyard, Madame Yi plopped down on the ground again, wailing and cursing as she cried. Lu Qingping, you good for nothing. You can't even discipline your own nephew. Why don't you just kill yourself? Oh, my life is so miserable. I don't want to live anymore. Lu Chen, you heartless, black-hearted, rotten-necked bastard. You're trying to drive my whole family to their deaths. Lu Qingping was furious and angry, and with Yishur wailing incessantly in his ears, his head was about to explode. He looked in the direction of Lu Chen's house, gritted his teeth and growled, Lu Chen, if you're ruthless, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll make you regret this. Chapter 49, the villagers all want to sell their daughters. The work of burying the soldiers' bodies took a full 3 days. Construction on the new house had to be suspended. The soldiers' corpses were mostly stripped naked by the villagers, so Qiao and the others naturally couldn't participate. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen taught Qiao and the others the master-level archery techniques. Every morning, Lu Chen would lead them deep into the mountains to find a secluded spot and teach them archery. He also bought 12 cost-effective compound bows, each costing 1,000 yuan. He also bought 12 repeating crossbows, each costing 6,000 yuan. The repeating crossbow he bought this time can be preloaded with 10 bolts. It is powerful, accurate, has a long range, and strong penetrating power, making it a true killing weapon. The repeating crossbow he bought from a store last time was nothing compared to this one. It was practically a toy. Superior archery skills are indispensable. There are many times when a silent crossbow bolt is more effective than a gun. Stretch out one arm straight ahead, raise your thumb, and then look into the distance. Do you see two thumbs? One real and one virtual? Now, I'm going to teach you how to measure distance with your thumbs. Lu Chen explained a simple thumb distance measurement method to the girls. The ability to quickly calculate the distance between friendly and enemy forces is an essential skill on the battlefield. This is a compound bow. This is a repeating crossbow. These are arrows, and these are crossbow bolts. Practice diligently during this time. Lu Chen knew that things would likely be relatively peaceful here for the foreseeable future. But this was merely the calm before the storm. The regular army they killed was clearly an elite force from the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty court will certainly not let this go. An even more brutal battle awaits him. During this period, he needs to reorganize his troops and prepare for war. As dusk fell, after a full day of training, Lu Chen led Qiao and the others back to the village. As soon as I arrived at the village entrance, I was surrounded by a large group of people. Lu Chen, I beg you, please take your sister Ernie to your home. Chenwazi, this is my Xinjin. I want her to be with you, so please accept her. Xiao Chen, what do you think of my Xiaoing? The villagers all brought the girls around them to Lu Chen. The girls were of varying ages, ranging from 15 or 16 to only 8 or 9. Lu Chen asked, puzzled, what are you doing? A woman pleaded with a forced smile. Chenwazi, you see how hard my family's life is. That's why I was thinking of giving my daughter to you. So she can have something to eat, right? Yes, my family's in the same boat. We're almost starving, and we're also thinking of giving our daughter to you. All the villagers pleaded with Lu Chen. They're not fools either. Even the village chief, Lu Daji, gave his most beloved daughter to Lu Chen. They all witnessed Lu Xiaolan arriving at Lu Chen's house, and then several government officials came shortly after. Then, the frail Lu Xiaolan killed these ravenous officials with a few punches. Later, she displayed great prowess in battles against government troops, killing countless soldiers. Although the villagers didn't understand the reason, they did know one thing. Once their daughter joins Lu Chen's family, it's like a meteoric rise to the top. These farming families with daughters of marriageable age had discussed it countless times and talked about it for countless nights in private. Today, they finally decided to take a gamble. In order to ensure that their daughter could have a future and also to find a good support for their whole family, Lu Chen looked at the villagers and paid special attention to the girls who had been brought by their parents. There were more than 30 girls. Although Lu Chen had been distributing food to each of their families during this period, but they were all still pale and thin and very weak. Lu Chen immediately said, in that case, I will accept them. He said to Qiao, go to the village chief's house and ask him to help draft some contracts. Daya, take them home and get some rice. Give each family 50 caddies of fine rice. Everyone was overjoyed to hear this. 50 caddies of rice. That's 50 pounds of polished rice. This was completely unexpected for them. In fact, even if they weren't given food, they would still be willing to send their daughters to Lu Chen's house. This is truly an unexpected delight. The villagers were deeply grateful and thanked Lu profusely. Lu Chen added, after we sign the contract, you should take the children home first. Once my house is built, they can come to my house. What do you think? Okay. We understand. You don't have anywhere to live right now. I'll have my daughter move in after your new house is built. Soon, Lu Daji came over and helped them sign the indenture. The villagers, carrying rice sacks, happily led their daughters home. Lu Daji was quite pleased with himself at this moment. He was far-sighted. He sent his daughter over early in the morning. Otherwise, he would be one of these villagers at this moment. This means that the initiative has already been lost. Xiaolan, his daughter, had also lost her importance in Lu Chen's heart. In the following period, the construction progress of Lu Chen's new house accelerated significantly. These villagers were eagerly anticipating the completion of their new houses so they could send their daughters to Lu Chen's home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the home of the Lu brothers, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyan, venomous curses could be heard every day. That damned Lu Chen, that heartless and rotten-necked Lu Chen, so unfilial. Why can other people's daughters sell 50 caddies of fine rice, while my daughter only sells a dozen caddies of coarse grains? Is this how you treat your own uncle? God, may lightning strike him dead. Xiao Yu, you unfilial daughter. Ever since you entered Lu Chen's family, you haven't come back to see your own mother even once. I raised you with so much hardship, changing your diapers and feeding you. And in the end, I've raised a white wolf like you. They didn't dare to confront Lu Chen, so they could only vent their anger by cursing at home. But cursing won't bring them food. After Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were sold, the Lu brothers, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan, lost their source of food. Previously, when the two sisters were working for Lu Chen, they would bring back half a pound of rice to his family every day. Now, they can only leave the village every day to search for food. The grass roots and tree bark near the village were long gone, so they had to go to places further away from the village to look for them. The food they find each day is barely enough to keep them alive. Just as the two families were struggling to make ends meet, Lu Chen's new house was finally completed. Strictly speaking, it's basically completed. Lu Chen drove the carriage back to town several more times. After returning, he found Tian Lu Zhu and showed him some things. These are glass windows, which can be installed on the windows so that we don't need to put up paper windows anymore. This is the toilet, this is the bathtub, and this is for showering. Tian Lu Zhu was greatly shocked when he saw these rare things that he had never seen before. Where did you buy these things? They must have been very expensive. Lu Chen laughed and said, I was lucky to run into a merchant from the western regions. The goods weren't too expensive, but they weren't cheap either. Come, let me tell you how to install these things. Chapter 50. My nephew is not human. Those who frequently host housewarming banquets know that the more guests you invite, the more generous the monetary gifts you receive. However, when Lu Chen was preparing the banquet, he informed the villagers in advance that he did not want a single copper coin as a gift or any other presents. They were told to bring their whole family to his house for the feast, where there would be plenty of food to eat. Thus, Lu Chen's banquet became the largest feast in Lu family village since its construction. The entire village turned out and rushed to Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen's house had tables and chairs set up in the front yard, main yard, back garden, side garden, and martial arts training ground. 300 or 400 people entered Lu Chen's house, yet they did not feel crowded at all. More than 20 women were helping out in the kitchen, working simultaneously in 2 kitchens. The chicken, duck, fish, meat, and various vegetables left the women helping in the kitchen completely bewildered. Even if it were the county magistrate's family holding a wedding banquet, I doubt they'd have this kind of lavishness. I've never even seen many of these dishes before, and I don't even know their names. TSK. I wonder how much money this banquet will cost. In the courtyard, the table was laden with colorful candies and plates of exquisite pastries. The old man, with his few remaining teeth, ate all sorts of foods they had never heard of before, his eyes crinkling with laughter. The children, their hands full of candy and their pockets bulging, ran and played excitedly in the yard. Wow, people these days. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would be so successful? Yes, just a while ago, he and Qiao were so hungry they could barely walk. And look at all this food in front of us. If Chenhua's parents knew he was doing so well, they would be overjoyed in heaven. Shut your mouth. You're talking nonsense. His parents just went into the mountains and haven't come back yet. Why are you cursing him like that? If Chenhua hears this, see how he deals with you. Yes, his parents are just missing. Maybe they just got lost in the mountains and wandered off somewhere else. They might come back in a while. Amidst the villagers' everyday chatter, Lu Chen spoke briefly before instructing the kitchen to serve the dishes and begin the meal. One fragrant dish after another was served, and everyone immediately started eating without a moment to chat. This meat smells delicious. This dish tastes so delicious. This soup is really good. One sip, and it's so delicious it warms my heart. What kind of dish is this? It's delicious. This chicken is so tender, fragrant, and delicious. Come on, let's have a drink. Heaven have mercy. I thought I'd never get to drink a drop of alcohol again in my life. This liquor is really strong. I felt a little dizzy after just one glass. It's good liquor, really good liquor. A sumptuous feast left the villagers of Lujiazhai thoroughly satisfied, their mouths greasy with oil. They reminisced about the hardships of the past few years, eating grass roots and gnawing on tree bark, and then looked at the lavish feast before them, filled with emotion. Many people were moved to tears as they ate. If it weren't for Lu Chen, I would never have been served such a fine meal in my entire life. This is the first time I've ever eaten a full meal. Before, I'd only ever eaten until I was about 70% full. At the same time that Lu Chen was holding a grand banquet at home, 150 li away, inside the Fengzhou camp. General Jiang Wenyu frowned, his face grim. My lord, I have investigated thoroughly. All of Su Hui's 1,000 men have been killed in battle. Only one deserter was captured by Hudou County, but this deserter seems to have been greatly frightened and is no longer in his right mind. He cannot be asked about the details of that day. After the brigade commander finished his report, he lowered his head and remained silent. Jiang Wenyu's expression changed repeatedly. Although Su Hui only had 1,000 men, they were well-trained and had formidable fighting power, making them the most important elite force in Fengzhou. Jiang Wenyu originally planned to use Su Hui's elite troops when the rebels attacked. Little did they know that just as the rebels arrived, Su Hui's troops had already been wiped out in a small village. Are you sure there are no rebels in Hudou County? The adjutant said, Sir, I have investigated and found that there are only some insignificant bandits and robbers in Hudou County, and no large-scale rebel army. Jiang Wenyu's brows furrowed even more. Could it be that the unruly people of Hudou County have also started an uprising? But how could they possibly be a match for Su Hui? My lord, I will immediately send a spy to Hudou County again. Yes, you must find out for me exactly how Su Hui died. Jiang Wenyu suddenly thought of something and said, have someone investigate again to see if there are any powerful figures in Hudou County, I mean martial arts masters. Yes. At this time, Hedo County Government Office. Lu Qingping was kneeling in front of Magistrate Wei Shuya, accusing him with righteous indignation. My lord, although Lu Chen is my nephew, it's one thing for him to bully his neighbors, but I never expected that he would actually dare to kill a government official. It's bad enough that he killed the officials, but he even dared to kill soldiers. Your Honor, I must uphold justice and sever all ties with Lu Chen. Today, the old master has made the decision for me. I will break off all relations with Lu Chen. From now on, we will go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. Wei Xia looked impatient and raised his hand to stop Lu Qingping's rambling, saying, Just tell me, how did Lu Chen kill so many soldiers that day? Upon hearing this, a look of fear flashed across Lu Qingping's face. Wei Xia took in Lu Qingping's expression. I'm here to help you, so don't be afraid. Just tell me what's on your mind. Lu Qingping forced himself to remain calm and said, Sir, my nephew Lu Chen, he's not human. Wei Xia angrily retorted, Nonsense. Speak. What's the reason for this? How is he not human? Seeing Wei Xia's anger, Lu Qingping hurriedly said, Sir, although Lu Chen is my own nephew, he suddenly seems like a completely different person more than a month ago. He's changed so much that I hardly recognize him. Wei Xia slammed his hand on the table. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, how is he not human, and how did he kill the soldiers? Sir, that day, dozens of bandits attacked the village. Lu Chen's wife and a village girl named Zhao Daya. The two of them killed all the bandits. That day, several officials came to our village. The village chief's daughter, Xiulan, went up and punched them one by one, killing them all in just a few punches. And that day, too, fear reappeared on Lu Qingping's face. On that day, 1,000 soldiers came to our village. At this point, Lu Qingping's body trembled slightly. Lu Chen's wife led a dozen or so young girls, each wielding a gleaming broadsword, and they hacked at the soldiers. One slash at a time, one kill after another. Sometimes a single slash could kill 2 or 3. The soldiers were in a terrible state. It was truly a river of blood. Then, Lu Chen pulled out something, and like setting off firecrackers, it went off with a series of loud popping sounds, and all the soldiers fell to the ground. Chapter 51 Marry a Good Man. Look closely, this county magistrate is almost scared to death. Is what you say true? Those 1,000 soldiers were really killed by those 10 or so girls. Lu Qingping pointed to the sky and swore, Your Honor, everything I have said is the truth. If I have uttered even half a lie, may I be struck by lightning. He thought for a moment and then said, No, Lu Chen also killed a lot of government soldiers. He killed most of those archers. He was holding some kind of weapon and fired wildly at the archers. Row after row of archers fell down. In fact, some of what Lu Qingping said was not something he had seen with his own eyes. He only learned about it from conversations with other villagers. Wei Shuya was pale and sat in the armchair for a long time without saying a word. If what the villagers say is true, then Lu Jiazhai will likely become a major problem in Hedo County. Moreover, he was completely powerless to eradicate this malignant tumor. The Great Zhou dynasty is currently beset by internal and external troubles, with war raging everywhere. Hoping that the troops stationed in various places will come to suppress them is uncertain, and it is unknown when that will happen. A single spark can start a prairie fire. It looks like another group of rebels is about to emerge in Hedo County. Grown-ups, Lu Qingping called out timidly. Wei Shuya then remembered that there was still someone kneeling on the ground. He took out 2 taels of silver from his sleeve and said, I'm rewarding you for your meritorious report. Lu Qingping took the silver, weighed it in his hand, and felt quite disappointed. He dragged his weak body, enduring hunger and thirst, and ran all day before finally reaching the county town. I thought I would get at least 10 taels of silver. Who knew that the county magistrate was so stingy, he only gave away 2 taels of silver. The price of grain is outrageously high right now. 2 taels of silver can't buy much grain. Despite his dissatisfaction, Lu Qingping dared not utter a single complaint and had to smile and kowtow in gratitude. Go back to the village now. If Lu Chen makes any unusual moves, remember to report to the county government. I will reward you handsomely. All right, you may leave now. After Lu Qingping left, Wei Xia hurriedly summoned his advisor, and the two whispered in the study until midnight. At this moment, Lu Chen was arranging for the new members to move into his home. Qiao and Zhao Daya, along with about 10 other girls, live in the backyard. The backyard has 5 main rooms and 5 side rooms on each side, for a total of 15 rooms. There are enough rooms for them to live in. Lu Chen arranged for the more than 30 girls he had just taken in from the village to stay in the front yard. The layout of the front yard is basically the same as that of the backyard, except that there are a few more gatehouses. Lu Chen had already prepared all the furniture in advance. The house is spacious now, and Qiao and the others in the backyard each have their own room. As for the front yard, Lu Chen placed 2 bunk beds in each room, and each room could accommodate 4 people. More than 30 girls who came later were all assigned to the front yard. As for the dozen or so rooms in the intermediate court, only Lu Chen lives there at present. The 3 courtyards each have a main house and 2 side rooms, each with a toilet and a bathroom, for a total of 9. There is a kitchen in the front yard and a kitchen in the middle yard. Lu Chen bought new bed sheets and quilts from the system store, and also bought 4 sets of sky blue military uniforms for each of them according to their body size. Lu Chen had prepared 2 sets of military uniforms for Qiao and the others, but he later realized that it was not enough. After a battle, they were covered in blood, so much so that they couldn't wash it off and had to be replaced. Anyway, he doesn't lack money right now, so what's a new set of clothes? After a battle, he would change into a new set of clothes. Lu Chen then purchased 50 long swords and 50 repeating crossbows from the store, the same type of weapons as Qiao and the others. Lu Chen arranged for the girls to stay at his home for 2 days before having Qiao distribute the power pills to them. The day after the girls took the power pills, Lu Chen summoned them to the martial arts arena in the courtyard. All of you go over there and lift that stone lock with one hand. The girls lined up and took turns lifting the 150-pound stone lock. Of the 36 girls, 35 could easily lift the stone lock. Only one girl named Jinjin tried to lift the stone lock, but it didn't budge at all. Qiao looked at Lu Chen. It was obvious that this girl named Jinjin had lost her virginity at some point. The power pill only works on virgin women. Therefore, this Miss Jinjin will not be able to enter the Lu family. For some reason, Jinjin looked at the group of girls blankly and then at Lu Chen. She couldn't understand why others could lift the stone weight while she couldn't. She witnessed firsthand how a 9-year-old girl from her neighborhood could lift a stone lock, while she herself was already 16. Lu Chen said to Qiao, "Take 50 caddies of rice and take her home. Tell her family that she is too weak to fight on the battlefield and that she should find a good family to marry into." Qiao beckoned Jinjin over, then led her away from the training ground. Lu Chen scanned the girls. The loyalty rating displayed above their heads is mostly 100. There were only 2 or 3, and their loyalty score was over 90. Basically no problem. Lu Chen distributed the long swords to them one by one. He then said, "From now on, you will follow me and must fight on the battlefield. Today, I will teach you a sword technique, so study it carefully." He immediately demonstrated the master-level sword technique to the group of girls. In the following days, Lu Chen had Zhao Daya lead the group of girls in training at the martial arts arena every day. When Lu Chen built the house, he deliberately made the courtyard wall relatively high. The Tuzhan-high wall was enough to block outsiders from spying. They no longer need to go deep into the mountains to train. The house was finally completed, but before Lu Chen could even rest properly in his new home for 2 days, the village chief, Lu Daji, came to visit. "Nephew, your house is wonderfully built. Look at these windows, so bright and airy. And look at all the furniture inside. Each piece is so beautiful. And this floor, so shiny, so smooth. You can see your reflection in it." While savoring the fine tea that Lu Chen had brewed for him, Lu Daji kept looking around and praising it endlessly. After exchanging a few casual words with Lu Chen, Lu Daji quickly got down to business. "Xiao Chen, is that thing you mentioned the other day still going to work?" Lu Chen said, "13th uncle, we're all family here, so please speak freely." That's right. Lu Daji hesitated to speak. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile, "Is it about building the outer wall of the village?" "Ah, yes. Lu Daji nodded repeatedly. He sighed and said, "Right now, our village is entirely dependent on you. These hundreds of people in the village are counting on you to survive. I know that the people of our village owe you so much. Without the grain provided by Lu Chenfa, countless people in the village would have starved to death. I heard that over 100 people have starved to death this year in the neighboring Sunjiazwang village." Lu Chen smiled and said, "We're all from the same village, so we should help each other out. How about this? Starting tomorrow, we'll begin building the city walls and digging the moat. Also, I'm planning to build a few more towers on the hills next to the village, so that if any bandits come, we can detect them early. What do you think?" Lu Chen wasn't playing the role of a pushover. To put it bluntly, in his eyes, these villagers were just his laborers. Labor is practically free, so why not use it? The more the better. Okay. Xiao Chen, that's perfect. I'll go and tell the villagers right away, and we'll start work tomorrow. Lu Daji was extremely excited. As he was leaving, he suddenly said, "Xiao Chen, I heard from the refugees outside the village yesterday that the Marquis of Jinyuan in the south has rebelled and is preparing to go north to the capital, saying that he wants to purge the court of corrupt officials. I don't know if this is true or not. If they really are going to the capital, they may pass through our Hudo County." Lu Chen was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Chapter 52, I actually have 2 cousins. Students who frequently fled famine knew that if they wanted to get something to eat on the road, the best option was to beg for food from wealthy families. In the past few days, Lu Chen clearly sensed that something was wrong. In the past, there have been people fleeing famine from outside the village, but far fewer than in the last few days. There were several times more people fleeing famine on the road than usual. Many people saw how grand Lu Chen's house was and wanted to come and beg for food. Lu Chen then instructed Qiao and the others to steam more buns and cook more rice porridge. When they encountered beggars, they should give them a few buns and a bowl of rice porridge. Currently, Lu Chen has cultivated approximately 4,000 acres of land in his system space. He can cultivate 100 acres every day. On average, it takes about 3 days to harvest. The warehouse was filled with countless grains. Later, seeing that there were so many people fleeing famine, he simply opened a soup kitchen outside his door. He arranged for Qiao to look after the soup kitchen, while he himself wandered around outside the village every day. Where to build the city wall depends on the terrain around the village. In addition, he also needs to consider the size of the area to be built. He planned to build the entire Lujia village into a small city, so its scale naturally couldn't be too small. The farmers in Lujiazhai originally lived in a rather scattered manner. Building about 3 times the size of Lujia village would be enough. We can replan this place in the future and rebuild houses, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, or even 20 or 30,000. If that's not possible, we can build 2 or 3-story buildings. With a plan in mind, Lu Chen and Lu Daji drew up the construction route for the city wall. When Lu Daji saw the city wall plan by Lu Chen, he was immediately stunned. He was a little confused. Xiao Chen, does our Lu family village really need to be this big? Isn't building such a long wall a waste? Lu Chen said, 13th uncle, if it weren't for the steep mountains to the north and west and the river to the east, I would have liked to build an even bigger one. Seeing Lu Daji's confusion, Lu Chen continued, when bandits come, government troops come, deserters leave, and rebels come, and war continues, won't people from nearby villages come here for refuge? Which family in our village doesn't have a few relatives? If relatives come to our village for refuge, can you stop them from coming in? Lu Daji seemed to understand, but he didn't quite get it. However, since Lu Chen has said so, he'd love to build an even bigger one. The larger the village is built, the longer it will last, and the more days the villagers can eat their fill. The construction of the city wall began in full swing. Anyone in the village who can lend a hand, regardless of gender or age, can work on the construction site. 2 meals a day are still provided. A strong laborer can earn 2 jin of rice a day. The elderly, weak, women, and children can receive 1 pound of rice per day. Upon receiving this news, the entire village turned out and rushed to the construction site. At the same time, even more refugees came to Lujiazhai. Having tasted success with Lu Chen, they didn't want to leave. Who wouldn't want to leave if they could eat steamed buns and drink fragrant rice porridge at Lu Chen's house every day? Lu Chen then arranged for these refugees to work on the construction site, providing them with meals and rations as well. As for their accommodation, he told them to find their own solutions. Outside Lujiazhai village, a bustling scene unfolded. Lu Chen would drive his horse-drawn carriage out every evening. Now that they had war horses, the carriage no longer needed that little donkey, so Lu Chen sent it to the construction site to help haul soil and bricks. At midnight, Lu Chen took advantage of the darkness to take out a large amount of cement, steel bars, bricks, and sand from his spatial storage and piled them up at the construction site. To avoid being discovered, Lu Chen specifically gathered the refugees outside the village in a place far away from the construction site. When dawn broke, Lu Chen said that he had hired people to bring the materials back during the night. Whether people believe it or not is none of his business. Lu Chen was busy at night, and he was also busy during the day. In addition to inspecting construction sites, he also had to receive requests for audiences from refugees. Master Lu, please take my daughter in. Young Master Lu, my daughter is very pretty. Let her be your maid. These refugees, having seen and heard everything they heard, quickly came to know that Lu Chen was a rare and virtuous man. If you send your daughter to Lu Chen's house, you'll be in for a world of good fortune. Even if she couldn't give him a concubine, being a servant would be a huge step up for him. Lu Chen receives 3 to 5 girls every day. The front yard is almost too small to accommodate everyone. Lu Chen then found Tian Luzhu and asked him to lead a team to build another house to the south of his own house. This is how the new house was built. Lu Chen drew a sketch for Tian Luzhu on a piece of paper. This house is similar to a courtyard house, but not quite the same. These 4 rows of houses form a circle, enclosing an open space in the middle. Each row has 10 to 11 rooms, all built as 2-story buildings. In total, there are about 80 rooms. Tian Luzhu was a man of some experience. He had built houses before. After discussing some details, Tian Luzhu went to select workers and prepare to start construction. This time, when building the house, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't go to Lu Daji to sign the land deed again. Although neither of them said it outright, they both understood each other implicitly. At this point, Lu Chen had already become the person in charge of Lu family village. Lu Daji is now just a gopher. Occasionally, he also has to say something. Just after Lu Chen sent Tian Luzhu away, he saw Lu Daji leading a dirty little girl toward him. Lu Chen looked at the 7 or 8-year-old girl and felt as if he had seen her before. Cousin Lu Chen. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the little girl burst into tears. Lu Chen then remembered that her name was Miao Lingling. and she was the second daughter of Lu Chen's maternal uncle's family. Lingling, what brings you here? Lu Chen saw that Miao Lingling was covered in dirt, and there were faint traces of blood on her bare feet. His uncle's house is about 7 or 8 miles away from Lujia's high. She's such a young girl, traveling such a long distance all by herself. I really don't know how she managed to get here. You should know that there were many starving refugees on the road, and if she had been a little unlucky, she might have lost her life. Cousin, my father starved to death. My uncles are going to sell me and my sister. Miao Lingling cried, so hard she could barely breathe. Come on, let's go home first. Lu Chen led Miao Lingling back home, first grabbing a steamed bun and handing it to her. You eat first, I'll go get you a bowl of water. Lu Chen, the original owner of the body, did not know what it felt like to be hungry. Miao Lingling had run such a long way and could have fainted from hunger at any moment. We need to eat something first. He took a bowl of spring water from his spatial storage and handed it to Miao Lingling. Miao Lingling ate the steamed bun in big bites, almost choking several times, clearly very hungry. Eat slowly and drink some water. Looking at his little cousin, Lu Chen felt very guilty. After transmigrating, he was so busy with his own little world that he completely forgot he had a maternal uncle. This is actually understandable. After all, he was a transmigrator, and he didn't care much about his predecessor's family and friends. Take Zhao Daya, for example. Her previous life and her love were unbreakable. But Lu Chen, who had transmigrated from another world, didn't seem to care much about her. Chapter 53, A family that eats up their inherited property. Look closely, this girl's name is Miao Lingling. Qiao let her to take a hot shower and changed into a new set of clothes. She looked at herself in the large mirror and couldn't believe that the girl in the mirror was herself. Wearing a uniquely styled and stylish soft hat, a sky blue bodysuit, a sturdy leather belt around her waist, and tall boots, she looks both cute and cool. She had never seen this kind of outfit before. It's beautiful, absolutely stunning. Her original clothes were full of patches and holes. She had never worn new clothes since she could remember. Qiao led her to the main hall to see Lu Chen. Sister-in-law, is this really your cousin's and your new home? I've seen all these things before. Miao Lingling blinked her big eyes, looking at everything around her with great curiosity. When she first came, Lu Chen's family was still living in a dilapidated thatched house. In just 2 short months, my cousin's family has built such a big house. Everything in the house amazed her. The automatic hot water pipes and the fragrant foam during showers. And that spotless toilet. If Qiao hadn't told her, she would never have guessed it was a toilet for defecating and urinating. As soon as Lu Chen saw Miao Lingling, he handed her a powerful pill. Come on, Lingling, eat this. It's good for your health. You might feel a little uncomfortable after eating it, but just bear with it and it will pass. Miao Lingling didn't suspect anything and swallowed it directly. A moment later, Miao Lingling recovered from the pain, covered in sweat. She soon discovered that her body had undergone tremendous changes. Cousin-in-law, I feel so energetic. Is it because of that pill? Qiao smiled and said, yes, it's because of that pill. After taking this pill, you won't be afraid of being bullied anymore. Miao Lingling thought of her 2 uncles at home and clenched her little fists tightly. Lu Chen said, let's go back to your house. Miao Lingling's face also showed a look of anxiety. Cousin, let's go quickly. If we are too late, my sister will be sold by them. Lu Chen returned to the inner room and soon came out carrying a bundle. Let's go riding. Lu Chen led a war horse out from the east courtyard. Since the stables haven't been built yet, these dozen or so war horses can only be temporarily kept in the east yard. The east courtyard is divided into 2 courtyards, north and south. The south courtyard is a garden, and the north courtyard is a training ground. The 2 courtyards are connected to the main courtyard by 3 moon gates. After leading the war horse out of the house, Lu Chen first put Miao Lingling on the horse's back before mounting himself. Drive! The war horse galloped forward with all its might. The 2 arrived at the Miao village in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, after traveling 7 or 8 li. By integrating his memories from his past life, Lu Chen remembered frequently visiting his maternal grandfather's house when he was a child. But in recent years, he has come very rarely. Visiting relatives during years of disaster is a huge burden for both sides. 2 years ago, Lu Chen's maternal grandparents died of illness and starvation. Last year, Lu Chen's aunt also died of illness and starvation. Now, his only uncle has also died of illness and starvation. Actually, there's no disease at all. They starved to death. Just like this year of great disaster. To be honest, there have never been any natural disasters or man-made calamities. It was entirely a man-made disaster. The Great Zhou dynasty has a vast territory, and although the area affected by disasters in recent years is large, it is still less than 1/6 or 1/7 of the total territory. Fengzhou, where Lu Chen is located, is situated in the heart of the central plains of the Great Zhou dynasty. The north was the capital city, a place of immense wealth. The south is a land of fish and rice, rich in natural products. In the eastern coastal areas, there is no shortage of food and drink either. The area west of the 10,000 mountains is also very prosperous, known as the land of abundance. If the imperial court hadn't been incompetent and the officials hadn't been lazy, simply transferring grain from elsewhere, the disaster area wouldn't have been filled with starving corpses and riots wouldn't have broken out. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a surge of pent-up emotions. Lu Chen rode his horse to Miao Lingling's house. The two dismounted, and Lu Chen tied the horses to the gate. The gate was ajar, and Miao Lingling jogged into the courtyard. Sister, sister, where are you? Sister? But no one answered. Miao Lingling cried anxiously. Cousin, my sister must have been sold by my uncles. Lingling, don't worry. Let's see if she's inside first. Lu Chen searched every room, even the woodshed, but found no one there. He suddenly turned to Miao Lingling and asked, Who are the uncles you're talking about? Miao Lingling sobbed. They're my uncle's eldest and second eldest uncles. Lu Chen understood. It turns out he was my cousin, not my uncle. They are Lu Chen's maternal grandfather's two nephews. That's true. If he's Lu Chen's maternal uncle, then he's also Lu Chen's maternal uncle. Lu Chen was about to take Miao Lingling to her uncle's house when he heard a commotion outside. What a strong horse. It must be worth a lot of money. I heard that Lingling brought it back. She dares to come back? Perfect. We can sell the horse and her together. Dad, doesn't that mean we're rich? After we sell the goods, I want to eat white flour pancakes. Eat, eat. All you ever do is eat. Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? A group of people, making a lot of noise, rushed into the courtyard. Miao Lingling was both surprised and frightened. She hid behind Lu Chen, tugging at his clothes, and whispered, It's my uncles. Lu Chen looked at the group of people indifferently. Could they be the legendary, ruthless people who devour the property of those who have no descendants? The two families, totaling more than 20 people, filled the courtyard. Oh, isn't this Lingling? You look so beautiful in that outfit. A woman stared at Miao Lingling's clothes, her eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Mom, I want to wear it. I want to wear her clothes. And those shoes she wore, they're so beautiful. I want to wear them too. All right. The clothes are yours, and the shoes are yours too. I'll have her take them off for you to wear later. She's going to live a life of luxury with a rich family, so naturally she can't take these clothes with her. This young man looks kind. Whose child is he? Isn't that the horse he rode here on? Isn't this Yingzi's child? A few years ago, when Yingzi came back to visit her parents, she often brought him along. It's been years since we last saw him. He's grown so much. So Lingling went to her aunt's house. That's so far. She must be really strong. I think she's just not hungry enough. Lu Chen listened to their clamor indifferently, already knowing what kind of people they were. Miao Lingling suddenly poked her little head out from behind Lu Chen and asked, Uncle, second uncle, where's my sister? Did you really sell my sister? A tall, middle-aged man said sternly, What nonsense are you spouting, kid? What kind of talk will this make if outsiders hear us? A woman next to him said with a forced smile, Lingling, we're letting your sister go and enjoy life. What's with all this selling stuff? It sounds awful. Worried about her sister's safety, Miao Lingling looked up at Lu Chen and shouted, You sold my sister out. I heard everything you said. Give me back my sister. Give me back my sister. Chapter 54, The Explosion of the Microcosm. Kids who often go out in groups to eat up leftovers must know that if you're going to eat, you have to eat it all up, leaving nothing behind. But Lu Chen never expected that his two distant uncles had such huge appetites. His two distant uncles seemed to have already considered Miao Lingling as their own and completely ignored her cries. They even set their sights on Lu Chen. It also included the war horse that was tethered outside the gate. What's your name again? Oh, Lu Chen, right? Don't you recognize me? I'm your uncle. The old man whom Miao Lingling called uncle, Lu Chen remembered was called Miao Daniu. Miao Daniu approached Lu Chen with a big smile on his face. Lu Chen looked at him expressionlessly. Seeing that Lu Chen ignored him, Miao Daniu said with a shy face, You mustn't believe what Lingling says. Children talk nonsense. How can you take it seriously? We're just doing this for the good of the two sisters. We have only good intentions and are trying to find them good families. You're talking nonsense, Miao Lingling exclaimed. You're just spouting nonsense. I heard that you sold us to the town for those few dozen kilograms of coarse rice. Miao Daniu glared at her, startling Miao Lingling so much that she hurriedly hid behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't want to waste any more words with them. He still had to go and save Miao Lingling's older sister, Miao Yaya. He immediately said coldly, Tell me, where did you take Yaya? Just as Miao Daniu was about to speak, his wife behind him interrupted. You child, how dare you talk to your uncle like that? Right now, your maternal grandparents, uncle and aunt are all dead, and your parents are gone too. We are your closest elders. If you dare to talk to your elders like that again, I'll beat you to death, you little brat. Another woman chimed in loudly. That's right. From now on, we'll be your elders. Even if we beat you to death, you'll have to accept it. Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at the two wicked women again. They must be his distant maternal aunts. Their appearance reminded Lu Chen of his second and third aunts. Indeed, villains are born with 7/10 of a resemblance. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, his two distant uncles thought that Lu Chen was intimidated by their two wives. They simply dropped the pretense and revealed their true intentions. Let me put it this way, Xiao Chen. Look at my family and your second uncle's family, with 20 or 30 people in total. Life isn't easy for us during this famine. Here's what I'll do. I won't make things difficult for you. Just leave the horse at the gate and give us 5 taels of silver as hush money, and you can go back. Yes, yes, yes. Leave the horse here and give us another 5 taels of silver, or you won't be leaving. The distant second uncle also rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Lu Chen was still a little confused. What does that mean? If we leave the horse behind, we'll have to give him another 5 taels of silver. What kind of godlike operation is this? Judging from this situation, does it mean that even the emperor has to pay a toll when he passes by their house? Lu Chen really didn't understand, so he wanted to find out why he should pay this money. What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Lu Chen looked innocent and naive. You don't understand? I know you don't understand. So as your elder, I have to teach you properly, so that you won't suffer a great loss in the future and not even be able to save your own life. Miao Daniu said earnestly. I would like to hear the details, Lu Chen said. Do you know that the private sale of horses is forbidden in our Great Zhou dynasty? Do you know that selling horses can be punished with exile? You are lucky to have met us. We are family, so let's not stand on ceremony. I will keep this horse for you, and I will also take the blame for the crime of selling horses privately. See how I, as your uncle, treat you? Lu Chen smiled. Then I should thank you. Of course, of course. We're all family. No need to thank me. Do you have any silver on you? If not, I see your clothes are really nice. TSK. If I wore them and walked around the village, Miao Daniu squinted his eyes in ecstasy, as if he could see the women in the village casting hot glances at him. Lu Chen burst out laughing. As he laughed, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Miao Daniu by the neck. Miao Daniu made a painful sound in his throat, but couldn't utter a single word. Tell me, where's my cousin Yaya? Miao Daniu was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely and his hands were flailing wildly in the air. You unfilial brat. How dare you lay a hand on your elders? You don't want to live anymore. Miao Erniu cursed angrily and rushed forward. Don't hit my cousin. Miao Lingling suddenly rushed over and shoved Miao Erniu hard. Miao Erniu flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily into the gate. Upon seeing this, everyone stared at Miao Lingling in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Miao Lingling hadn't expected herself to be so strong. She looked at her small hands and then turned to look at Lu Chen. Clearly, her power came from the pill Lu Chen gave her. In that instant, Miao Lingling was filled with immense excitement. Just as my cousin-in-law said, after taking the pills, she no longer had to be afraid of being bullied. You little slut, you've got some nerve, daring to hit your second uncle. Miao Lingling's second aunt lunged at Miao Lingling, baring her teeth and claws. I'm going to skin you alive. Miao Lingling didn't think much of it and bumped her head into her second aunt's stomach. My second aunt was knocked to the ground and rolled around in pain, clutching her stomach. You've rebelled. You've defied heaven. You've defied the heavenly order. You little slut. How dare you hit my mother? I'm going to beat you to death. Miao Lingling's 2 cousins were furious and came over, ready to beat her up. Miao Lingling nimbly dodged, avoiding the 2 men's punches and kicks. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Miao Lingling punched her 2 cousins twice. The 2 cousins were beaten until they vomited blood on the spot. Lu Chen nodded slightly. That's right. If anyone bullies you, fight back. If anyone doesn't submit, beat them until they do. Just don't kill them. Actually, what Lu Chen really wanted to say was, it doesn't matter if I kill him. Hearing Lu Chen's words instantly ignited a small flame hidden in Miao Lingling's heart. The pent-up grief and indignation burst forth all at once. She waved her little fists and rushed into the crowd. You sold my sister. You've bullied us. You dare steal my house. You dare steal my land. You dare steal my pancake. You dare steal my hair accessory. I'll teach you to hit me every day. Let you. The 20 or 30 adults and children in the courtyard were beaten by Miao Lingling and ran away with their heads in their hands. They never knew that such a small person could be so strong. Why does she hit so hard? Chapter 55, let's give it a try. Look closely. Miao Lingling is showing off her power, beating her uncles and their families so badly they were running away in terror. Lu Chen was overjoyed to see this. He hadn't expected that Miao Lingling was actually a natural martial arts prodigy. Apart from the first time she struck and severely injured her second uncle, she always demonstrated remarkable control over the force she used in her subsequent attacks. Although the 20 or 30 people in the courtyard were beaten and cried out in pain, they were not seriously injured, at most suffering only superficial wounds. Although Miao Lingling was not yet 9 years old, she knew that killing someone meant paying with your life and that you had to pay compensation. Therefore, she knew very well how to use force. All right, let them go for now. Finding your sister is the priority. Miao Lingling then reluctantly stopped. My cousin said he'll let you off this time, but let's see if you dare bully us again. Miao Lingling raised her little fist and waved it triumphantly in front of everyone. The crowd lay on the ground, staring at Miao Lingling in fear, and no one dared to shout anymore. Only then did Lu Chen release Miao Daniu from his grasp. Miao Daniu was panting heavily. Just now, he felt like he was about to die. Tell me, where is Yaya? Miao Daniu dared not be stubborn anymore and hurriedly said, she was sent to the county town by the boy. How long have they been gone? It's been about 15 minutes. Lu Chen said to Miao Lingling, Lingling, let's go. After saying that, he kicked Miao Daniu in the chest. Miao Daniu was kicked more than 10 feet away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Chen and Miao Lingling went out the gate and saw a large group of villagers watching the commotion outside. Upon seeing Lu Chen and his companion emerge, they all retreated a considerable distance. Dinyo and Ernyo, those two pairs of brothers, are really despicable. They deserve to be beaten. Yes, they bullied those two helpless girls. Now, they've finally gotten their comeuppance. Speaking of which, when did Lingling learn Kung Fu? She's only a few years old, yet she beat up dozens of people. This young man is really handsome. He looks like Ingzi's child. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Lu Chen and Miao Lingling rode away on horseback. On a mountain path, two men and a woman were herding a staggering young girl like livestock. A burly man with a full beard wielded a leather whip, striking the girl again and again. Hurry up, you lazy little bastard. If you don't hurry up, I'll miss my meal. With her hands bound, the girl struggled to move forward under the lash of a whip. Another thin man stared lewdly at the girl's waist, his eyes filled with lust. TSK, such top-quality goods. What a pity that the old man got such a good deal. If it were anyone else, I would have taken her right there and then. A middle-aged woman with her face covered in makeup looked at the thin man with disdain, her lips curling up to her cheeks. With your physique, you should save your breath. You're probably just all show and no substance. The skinny man's face flushed red instantly. He glared at the woman and said, You slut, do you know how powerful I used to be? I used to be known as the 8 times a night man. The woman clicked her tongue repeatedly. You said it's just a claim. Who knows if it's true or not? The skinny man roared. You slut. How about I give you a try? The woman's eyes lit up. Let's give it a try, do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I'm just afraid you'll be crying and begging for my father later. The woman spat, feigning shyness, covered half her face with her handkerchief, and gave the thin man a flirtatious wink. Shall we give it a try? After saying that, she glanced around a few times and finally fixed her gaze on the ravine next to her. That ditch is very deep. Even if dozens of people went in, no one would see them, let alone two. The skinny man then began to look at the woman properly. To be honest, the woman was quite attractive, especially her 2 large, plump buttocks, which were very tempting. I just closed my eyes and pretended she was the pretty girl in front of me. Feeling great, the thin man became increasingly agitated and could no longer restrain himself. He grabbed the woman's wrist and tried to drag her into the ravine. The bearded man, also getting a little angry, said, Fine, let's go. Hurry up and finish this. I need to cool off too. Upon hearing this, the woman blushed. She hadn't expected to find 2 treasures today, and now she was going to have a good time. Just then, the group heard the sound of horses' hooves approaching from afar. On horseback, Miao Lingling pointed ahead. Cousin's sister. Look, that's my sister. Lu Chen had already spotted 4 people ahead. Sister. Sister. Miao Lingling shouted loudly towards the front. The girl turned around quickly and saw Miao Lingling on horseback. Before the 2 men and 1 woman could think further, their war horses galloped up and arrived in front of them. Lu Chen jumped off his horse and carried Miao Lingling down with him. The girl looked anxious. Lingling, what are you doing here? Cousin Chen, you guys need to leave quickly. Leave quickly. Miao Lingling rushed to Miao Yaya and hugged her tightly. She looked up at Miao Yaya with teary eyes. Elder sister. The bearded man lashed his whip hard at Miao Lingling and her companion, yelling, What are you doing? You're asking for death. Miao Lingling turned around and grabbed the whip. The bearded man pulled hard, but couldn't pull the whip back. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Lu Chen kicked him hard in the back. The bearded man didn't even utter a sound before he went to meet the king of hell. Hey kid, who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? The skinny man roared. Lu Chen kicked again, and the skinny man flew lightly into the ditch beside the road. The woman, Lu Chen, was very capable. She turned and fled. Miao Lingling grabbed her arm. The woman tried to shake him off twice, but couldn't break free. Miao Lingling punched the woman in the stomach. The woman immediately arched her back in pain, and large beads of sweat rolled down her back. Miao Lingling did not stop. She continued to punch the woman repeatedly. Bad people. You're all bad people. I'll teach you to bully my sister. I'll teach you to buy my sister. Soon, blood began to seep from the corner of the woman's mouth. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't utter a single word. All right, Lu Chen spoke up. The woman in front of me is still alive, but in reality, she is already dead. Lu Chen could tell that almost all of her internal organs had been shattered, and she could barely breathe. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Miao Lingling stopped. Lu Chen untied the ropes binding Miao Yi's hands, took out 2 pieces of bread from his bundle, opened a bottle of water, and handed them to her. Miao Ye looked at the bread in her hand and smelled its sweet aroma. She had never seen this kind of food before. Eat quickly, Lu Chen said. Miao Ye handed a piece of bread to Miao Lingling. Sister, I've already eaten at my cousin's house. You should eat now. Miao Ye was clearly starving. She wolfed down 2 pieces of bread and drank a few sips of water before she could catch her breath. Chapter 56. The wedding date is approaching. Those who frequently build city walls know that city walls must be built to be sturdy in order to resist foreign invasion. Although Lu Chen had already told Tian Lu Zhu how to use cement and steel bars, he still went to the construction site to inspect every day. At the same time, he often chatted with the homeless people at the construction site. In the past few days, he has obtained a lot of information from the refugees who have fled here. These refugees came from all directions, and they heard news from many sources, some true and some false, so they couldn't believe everything. Lu Chen compiled and analyzed the information he had heard, and finally concluded that the rebellion of Marquis Jingyuan was probably true. The project needs to be accelerated. The rebellion of the Marquis of Jingyuan should not be viewed as an isolated incident. Wherever the rebels go, they will inevitably cause even more suffering to the people. At that time, I fear there will be even more rebels. Although Lu Chen has a powerful team, the number of rebel troops is too large, and he will be overwhelmed when the time comes. Lu Chen sought out Lu Daji. It's time for Lu Daji to step in again. Uncle 13, I'd like to invite the villagers of Sunji Yazwang to help repair the city wall. I'd appreciate it if you could go and find village chief's son and see what he says. Upon hearing this, Lu Daji said, What do you mean? He couldn't be happier. More than 100 people have starved to death in Sunji Yazwang. Right now, people are dying in their village every day. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire Sunji Yazwang will be gone in no time. In that case, you should go immediately. I heard that the Marquis of Jingyuan will be attacking soon, so the city walls need to be built as soon as possible. Lu Daji immediately stood up and said, I'll go right away. Uncle 13, please wait a moment. Lu Chen asked Qiao to call Hu Yeye and Hu Lingling over. Then he went to the kitchen and brought out 4 bags of rice, each weighing 100 jin, 50 kilograms, for a total of 400 jin, 200 kilograms. You two take these bags of rice and go with the village chief to Sunji Yazwang, Lu Chen said to Miao Yeye and Miao Lingling. After the 2 sisters took the power pill, they could easily lift several hundred kilograms of things. Although Sunji Yazwang is only a little over 3 miles from Lujiazhai, it requires crossing a rather steep mountain, making it impossible to ride a horse. One can only walk there. Lu Daji was puzzled. What? We gave them a way out. They should be grateful to us. Why are we giving them gifts? Lu Chen said, The people in their village are starving to death. Even if they come, how will they work? Give them this food, so they can have a full meal and regain their strength. Lu Daji nodded repeatedly. You're so thoughtful. Okay, let's go now. Keep an eye on things, and make sure the rice is distributed to each household, Lu Chen instructed. I know. Don't worry. Lu Daji and Miao Yeye left with the rice. Lu Chen looked at Qiao beside him. During this time, Qiao lived in the backyard with Zhao Daya and others. In addition, Lu Chen was busy, so the 2 of them had even fewer opportunities to talk alone than before. My wife, let's get married once we're done with this busy period. Caught off guard by these words, Qiao blushed deeply and, after a long pause, lowered her head and said, Husband, I'll do whatever you say. Although Qiao had already entered Lu Chen's home, they had not yet consummated their marriage. Lu Chen originally planned to marry her after the new house was built, but I've been too busy lately to pay attention to this matter. Seeing that there were more and more girls in the family, Lu Chen was worried that Qiao would overthink things, so he brought up this matter specifically. But husband, Qiao suddenly added, what about Daya? When she first came to Lu Chen's house, Lu Chen would go to Zhao Daya's house every day. Qiao also knew that Lu Chen and Zhao Daya were childhood sweethearts and had a very good relationship. She was just someone Lu Chen's parents bought with 3 caddies of coarse grains, so she had no say at all. Therefore, she never thought of breaking them up. Lu Chen patted her shoulder. Only you are my wife. Qiao's eyes were immediately clouded with a thin mist. At this moment, Qiao was extremely grateful to her parents for selling her to Lu Chen. But I don't know if my parents are still alive. In these chaotic times, it's a stroke of luck for the poor to survive even one more day. At this moment, Qiao thought of her parents, and her heart became heavy. Bandits are coming. Bandits are coming. Lu Chen, go and see. A lot of bandits have arrived. Suddenly, a shout came from the front yard. Lu Chen got up and went to the front yard. Qiao hurriedly followed her out. Several villagers stood in the courtyard, their faces filled with panic. Lu Chen said to Qiao, call Zhao Daya and the others out, and have them all take their weapons. Zhao Daya led more than 40 girls, training in the training ground every day, without resting for a moment except for eating and sleeping. The remaining 100 or so girls temporarily squeezed into the front yard. Due to prolonged hunger and the hardships of fleeing, these girls were in very poor health. Lu Chen planned to let them rest and recover first, so he had not yet given them the stimulant. However, 40-odd powerful combat units should be enough for now. Soon, Zhao Daya led the girls to the front yard. They stood in 4 rows in the courtyard, carrying crossbows on their shoulders and holding long knives, looking heroic and valiant. Bandits are attacking. You all come with me. Lu Chen led the group to the village entrance. Before they even reached the village entrance, they saw a dark mass of people not far outside the village. Lu Chen roughly estimated that there were about 2,000 or 3,000 people. The people working on the construction site all retreated to the village entrance. Holding various tools as weapons, they stared fiercely in the direction the bandits were coming from, ready to fight them to the death. Apart from the villagers of Lujiazhai, most of the people working on the construction site were refugees who had fled from disaster. These refugees finally managed to find food here, and they were able to eat their fill every day. The food was extremely good, even better than what they ate during the New Year. This was an idyllic life they could only dream of. They'd fight anyone who dared to take away their hard-won livelihood. When they saw Lu Chen approaching with a group of girls, the crowd automatically made way for them. Lu Chen didn't say much and directly said, "Prepare the repeating crossbows." More than 40 girls stepped forward and aimed their crossbows at the bandits opposite them. Lu Chen observed the bandits opposite him. The group of people in front of us all had fierce-looking faces and were clearly not good people. However, he saw that there were many women and children behind the bandits. There were even women holding babies in their arms. Most of these bandits were clearly refugees who had been coerced into joining them. Lu Chen had an idea in mind. In his eyes, these people had become workers who helped him build the city walls. Move forward slowly. Zhao Daya immediately led the girl forward slowly. Lu Chen continued, "Listen, today I'm going to give you a task. I need you to capture all these bandits. You only need to kill those bandits who are putting up a stubborn resistance in front. As for the rest, spare their lives if possible, and try to get them to surrender. Do you all understand?" Zhao Daya spoke first. "I heard you clearly." The girls all shouted in unison. "Did you hear me clearly?" At this moment, the bandits suddenly let out a shout and charged towards them. When the bandits were within 30 feet, Lu Chen raised his hand and shouted, "Fire!" The girls fired a barrage of crossbow bolts, sending a volley of arrows flying towards the front ranks of the bandits. Chapter 57 Surrender, and you will not be killed. Watch closely how modern crossbows kill ancient bandits. A volley of crossbow bolts flew into the bandit ranks. More than 30 bandits in the front row fell instantly. Before the bandits could even react to seeing their comrade fall to the ground, a volley of crossbow bolts came flying towards them. The bandits were densely packed and lacked shields and heavy armor, making them completely defenseless against the powerful crossbow bolts. Swish, swish. With a series of whooshing sounds, the bandits at the forefront fell to the ground, one after another dead. Charge! Charge! Charge through and kill them. Kill them all, and we'll all have food to eat and women to sleep with. We outnumber them, so if we just charge through, we'll win. Among the bandits, someone was shouting and yelling. Tempted by the food, the bandits, despite suffering heavy casualties, still frantically attacked Zhao Daya and her group. Swish, swish. After 10 volleys of arrows, Zhao Daya drew her long sword and shouted, "Kill!" More than 40 young girls abandoned their crossbows for swords, lined up in a row, and charged forward to meet the swarming bandits. "Kill!" The girls shouted sweetly as they simultaneously brandished their long swords. In an instant, blood rained down from the sky. Dozens of bandits were killed, and their heads were separated. "Surrender, and you will not be killed." Zhao Daya shouted loudly. The girls followed suit and shouted in unison. "Surrender, and you will not be killed." As soon as they finished speaking, they swung their swords again. Dozens more bandits were cut down and fell to the ground. Zhao Daya shouted again. "Surrender, and we won't kill you. We'll even feed you." The girls shouted in unison. "Surrender, and you won't be killed. We'll even feed you." "Full meals guaranteed." Zhao Daya called out again. "Full meals guaranteed. Stop resisting, and we'll spare your lives." After that, they once again raised their long knives at the bandits. "Stop resisting, and we'll spare your lives. Surrender, and you will not be killed." They even provide meals. Full meals guaranteed. With a series of powerful and majestic shouts, they wielded their knives and slaughtered the bandits row by row. At the village entrance, some villagers and refugees who were watching the battle saw that Zhao Daya and her men were unstoppable. They shouted and swung their various tools, rushing towards the bandits. They charged toward the bandits while shouting loudly. "Surrender, and you won't be killed. You'll even be fed. Stop resisting, and we'll spare your lives." Seeing that Zhao Daya and her men were incredibly fierce, the bandits slaughtered the frontline bandits, causing them to fall to their deaths. Then, seeing the crowd at the village entrance rushing forward with various weapons to help, their morale was completely shattered. Seeing that things were not going well, the women and children in the back row turned around and ran away. Zhao Daya shouted, "Chuyin, take 2 squads and stop them. Don't let them escape. We don't kill women and children." Chu Yun shouted loudly, "3rd squad, 4th squad, follow me." They quickly flanked the bandits from flank. A few bandits tried to stop them, but they were easily overwhelmed. Scatter. Split up and stop them. Don't let a single one escape. Chu Yun directed the 2 teams of girls to quickly set up a large net. Each of them is like a sheepdog. Though few in number, their deterrent power should not be underestimated. Several burly men rushed towards Chu Yun, who pointed his long sword at them. Stop resisting. We'll spare your lives. Several burly men, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, brandished their weapons and charged towards Chu Yun. With a swift slash and a hack of his longsword, Chu Yun cut several burly men in two. The group of people behind the burly man were terrified by this sight and retreated in fear. Stop resisting, or you'll be spared. Surrender, and you'll be spared, and we'll even feed you. Holding a long sword, Chu Yun exuded heroic spirit, and no one dared to approach him. Xiao Mei, Xiao Lan, and the others, who were responsible for intercepting the bandits' retreat, encountered much less resistance. The bandits' rear ranks were all women and children. They had almost no fighting ability and were merely there to fill the ranks and create momentum for the bandits. Xiao Mei and her friends split up and stood in front of these people, blocking their escape route. A while ago, Lu Chen observed carefully and found that there were very few of the strong and fierce-looking bandits left, so he gave an order to Zhao Daya. Stop the attack, surround them. Zhao Daya shouted. Everyone stop attacking. The girls stopped fighting and retreated. Upon hearing Zhao Daya's order, the villagers and refugees who had participated in the battle hurriedly withdrew from the fight and surrounded the bandits. At this moment, the bandits in the front row had been utterly demoralized by Zhao Daya and her men and had no will to fight. Seeing that Zhao Daya had stopped attacking, they all showed expressions of relief, as if they had escaped a disaster. The bandits in the middle were mostly refugees. These refugees were just there to make a living and had almost no desire to fight. When they heard about the ceasefire, they were naturally overjoyed and appeared very obedient. As for the women and children in the back row, they were even less of concern. With the help of the villagers, the 4 teams led by Zhao Daya and Chu Yun easily brought the situation under control. Lu Chen stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Put down your weapons, and I will spare your lives. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." He said again, "I will count to 3. Anyone who does not lay down their weapons will be killed. 3, 2, 1. The bandits threw their weapons to the ground. Lu Chen scanned the so-called bandits and said, "Women and children, all of you, stand on the right." Several hundred women and children obediently moved to the right and gathered into a large group. Lu Chen called Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiaolan over to him. "You 3, each take turns interrogating these men individually to see which ones are real bandits and which ones are vagrants. Then let them accuse each other to see who has killed innocent people indiscriminately. If there are any vicious criminals, execute them. Anyone who has killed ordinary people or violated women, whether they are bandits or vagrants, kill them all. Release the bandits who have not committed any evil deeds or killed anyone. We only accept vagrants who are easy to manage, not habitual bandits." Chu Yun asked, "Brother Lu, what about those women and children?" "Keep them all. Letting them go would only lead to their deaths. Keeping them will be of great use to us in the future. Many of these people are families, and leaving behind women and children can help stabilize morale. Furthermore, women and children are the foundation for his future development." Lu Chen then called Qiao over and asked her to arrange for people to cook some food for these people in order to appease them. Among these people, only a small number were real bandits. Most were bandits who had brought them along, and all they wanted was a bite to eat. Once they've eaten their fill, they won't have any other ideas. Soon, outside the village, the bandits were divided into dozens of groups and were being interrogated by 40 girls. Each girl was assigned a literate person to help her record things. Zhang the Bald, he killed a woman and raped a little girl 5 days ago. Kill him. Li Daqiang, he has killed 5 refugees in half a month. Kill him. One by one, the most heinous bandits were identified and executed immediately. Several guilty thugs, sensing the danger, tried to escape, but were immediately subdued by the surrounding villagers. On the other side, under Qiao's arrangement, the women in the village set up several large pots at the entrance of the village. The aroma of rice porridge, the smell of meat from a large pot of stew, and the fragrance of steamed buns filled the air. Chapter 58. The village chief is in a hurry again. "Women and children, come and eat first. Each of you will have a bowl of porridge, half a bowl of vegetables, and a steamed bun." At Qiao's call, hundreds of women and children rushed forward and surrounded the large pots. The villagers that Qiao had already arranged immediately came over to maintain order. "Line up. Everyone line up. Hey, don't push, go to the back of the line. Stop pushing. Anyone who tries to push forward won't get to eat today." After a while of commotion, the people finally lined up and got their food one by one. The women and children got their food and squatted down on the ground a short distance away to eat. "Mom, is this meat? It smells so good." A 6 or 7-year-old child ate a piece of pork and his face turned red with excitement. "Yes, this is meat. Eat up." The woman stuffed a large white steamed bun into her mouth while nervously looking around. This is a habit she has developed over the years. As long as there's food, someone will always try to take it. So she has to be constantly vigilant while eating, guarding against the covetousness of those around her. But at that moment, everyone around her was eating the same food, and not a single person glanced in her direction. "I haven't eaten meat in years, wonder. This employer is such a kind person," the woman exclaimed with deep emotion. She thought she and her son were going to die here today, but to her surprise, they not only survived, but also got to eat some rare delicacies. Steaming hot, thick and fragrant white rice porridge, soft, white steamed buns, pork so delicious you could bite your tongue off, and tender tofu. The woman felt as if she were dreaming. Nearby, many villagers from Lujiazhai were constantly reminding the women and children who were eating. Don't overeat good food. If you're hungry for too long and then suddenly eat too much, your intestines will burst. The master said that you shouldn't be fed too much today, nor tomorrow or the day after. In a few days, we will gradually increase your food intake. Listen up, all of you. Once you've finished eating all of this, you absolutely mustn't go for any more food. If you eat too much and burst your stomachs, don't blame us for not warning you. Many of these long-starved refugees understood this principle. Therefore, no one wanted to get food again. What a kind person. This employer is so thoughtful. They even came to let us know in case we overeat. Did you hear that? They said there will still be food to eat tomorrow and the day after. Of course, they even said they'd increase our food portions in a few more days. This boss is truly like Guanyin Bodhisattva. We came to rob him, and not only did he not kill us, he also gave us food and meat. What else could he be but a Bodhisattva? Is this what it means to repay evil with good? Shame on me. Shame on me. Over there, Qiao was directing a group of women to continue cooking. Feeding over 2,000 people will keep them busy for quite some time. Looking at these refugees, Lu Chen felt that something was wrong, and later he realized why. He only saw young and middle-aged men, women and children, but not many elderly people. It must have been killed or abandoned by bandits. But this is good. It reduces his burden. Lu Chen called Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiaolan to his home and assigned them jobs. Daya, after they have all eaten, have them build a simple shack at the foot of the mountain to the south and let them stay there temporarily. Xiaolan, organize all the able-bodied men in our village into a patrol team. Have them armed and divided into 3 groups to patrol in shifts day and night. Anyone found bullying women, children, or the weak, stealing, robbing, or engaging in private fights should be driven out of the village. Each member of the patrol team will receive 3 caddies of rice every day. Furthermore, you must warn these patrol team members in advance that if they beat, scold, or bully the vagrants without cause, they should be dismissed immediately and never rehired. If their crimes are serious, they should be expelled from the village. If anyone uses their power to commit murder or rape, they should be killed. Chu Yun, select some people from the refugees and have them clean up the battlefield and bury the corpses. You only collect money. Let them distribute the weapons, clothing, and other items themselves. Anyone found hiding money and not handing it over will be expelled from the village. Chu Yun asked, "Brother Lu, what if they get into a fight when they're distributing these things?" "Anyone who engages in fighting will be expelled from the village." Zhao Daya also said, "Brother Lu, they need to cut down trees to build the shacks, but I see they have very few axes." Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Send someone to the front yard to fetch it later." Lu Chen naturally didn't have an axe, so he had to buy one from the system store. After sending Zhao Daya and the other 2 away, Lu Chen bought 500 steel axes from the system store and placed them in the left wing room next door. Afterwards, he took out half a roast chicken, a pot of boiled fish, a dish of salt and pepper peanuts, a plate of spicy tofu, 2 steamed buns, and a bottle of baijiu from his spatial storage, and sat in the room drinking by himself. Although Lu Chen hasn't done many things personally these past few days, he's been quite worried about them. He also wanted to relax. After all, it would be foolish to live a life where you only work and don't enjoy life. He had just drunk 2 cups when he saw a girl from the same village named Yang Yuan hurrying in. "Brother Lu, the village chief is back." Yang Yuan was someone he had taken in recently, and she lives in the front yard. She and her cousin Yang Yuping were assigned a job as gatekeepers by Qiao. If someone comes to visit, she will announce it first. After all, Lu Chen is not the same as before. If everyone wanted to see him, he wouldn't be able to see them all. Please welcome them. Before long, Lu Daji rushed in. Miao Yiya and Miao Lingling followed behind him. Upon seeing the food and wine on the table, Lu Daji's eyes lit up, and his throat bobbed involuntarily. "Come on, Uncle 13, sit down, let's have a drink." After saying that, Lu Chen called to Tianya and Tian Lingling. "You 2 have worked hard too. Come over and sit down and eat something." Miao Yiya said, "No, cousin, you have things to talk about. Let's go outside the village and see if there's anyone we can help with." After Miao Yiya finished speaking, she led Tian Lingling out. "What's going on outside? I just got back and didn't ask many questions before rushing to find you." Lu Daji asked anxiously. He had only been gone for half a day when thousands of people gathered outside the village. How could the village chief not be anxious? Lu Chen briefly explained the situation. Lu Daji became anxious again. "What? You're not really going to take them in, are you? This isn't just 30 or 50 people, or even 3 or 500. It's over 2,000. Where are you going to get so much food to feed them? Our village only has 3 or 400 people in total, and we just took in 6 or 700 a few days ago. That's already enough. If you take in so many more, how are you going to manage this later? Lu Daji knew this all too well. Putting everything else aside, just the meals Lu Chen arranged for these people. No one would want to leave if they stayed here for a few days. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away. Even if Lu Chen can support them, he can't support them for a lifetime. When the project is completed and these people are asked to leave the village, will they leave willingly? There's no guarantee that something big might happen. Are you suggesting we kill them all? Chapter 59. Another betrayal? 13th Uncle. I've heard that Marquis Jinyuan is leading his troops north. Marquis Jinyuan has a bad reputation. He's said to be extremely harsh on the people under his rule, frequently sending troops to suppress those who disobey, and is known for his ruthless killing. If he really reaches our area, without strong defenses, our village might not survive. Lu Chen reasoned with Lu Daji, avoiding the issue of the food source for his refugees. The most urgent task right now is to build the city wall as soon as possible and prepare for defense. With these 2,000 refugees, the construction of the city wall will be much faster. The sooner the city wall is completed, the less danger we will be in. What do you think, Uncle 13? Lu Daji thought it made a lot of sense. All right, we'll do it your way. He continued. Sun Lijing has agreed to let the people from his village help build the city wall, but he has made one request. Lu Daji looked troubled. What are the requirements? Sun Lijing said that if the city wall is built, he hopes that when the rebels attack, the people in his village can come here to take refuge. At this point, Lu Daji was very indignant. Let the people from their village come and help. We're giving them a way to survive. It's really strange that this village head's son dares to make demands. Even if the people from their village don't come, with so many refugees, what difference do we make with just a few hundred of their people? Lu Chen also felt that this Sun Lijing was a bit slow on the uptake. However, upon closer examination, Sun Lijing was trying to secure benefits for the villagers and find a way to make a living, which is understandable. Lu Chen didn't care about this. Sun Jiazwang has nearly 1,000 people. If they really come to Lu Jiazhai to escape disaster, they may never be able to leave. Agree to his conditions, Lu Chen said calmly. You actually agreed to this? Lu Daji asked, puzzled. Lu Chen said, we're all from the same village, so let's help each other if we can. We can't just watch the whole village die. Lu Daji said helplessly, since you say so, nephew, I will go and give him a reply right away. The two ate and chatted. After Lu Daji had eaten and drunk his fill, he immediately set off for Sun Jiazwang. The next day, the villagers of Sun Jiazwang arrived at Lu Jiazhai. There were more than 500 people. In addition to young and middle-aged men, there were also some young women and some children over 12 years old. These newly joined villagers first had a bowl of rice porridge outside the village entrance, and then immediately joined the working crowd. In the following days, the villagers of Lu Jiazhai, the villagers of Sun Jiazwang, and the refugees from various places entered a period of adjustment. The various factions inevitably had some minor frictions, but none of them were serious. After the refugees gradually settled down, Lu Chen instructed Tian Luzhu to select some skilled bricklayers from among them. These more professional bricklayers would then mentor newcomers, training more construction workers. Lu Chen also hoped that they would play a greater role in the future. After the construction outside the village gradually got on track, Lu Chen had a rare 2 days of leisure. Little did he know that a fly was still relentlessly trying to make a splash. Lu Qingping quietly went to the county town again. Upon meeting Magistrate Wei Shuya, he recounted in detail all of Lu Chen's recent activities, leaving no stone unturned. Lu Chen recruited another bandit group of over 2,000 men, and he forced these bandits to build city walls and dig moats for him. More than 500 people from the neighboring Sun Jiazwang village have also come to help. The city wall is being built very quickly, and it probably won't be long before it's completed. Sir, Lu Chen somehow managed to get his hands on food and meat. These lowly workers on the construction site are eating lavish meals of fish and meat every day, with white rice and steamed buns at every meal. They can eat as much as they want, and it's all they can eat. Speaking of the food on the construction site, Lu Qingping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. That damned Lu Chen, that unfilial nephew, fed and clothed thousands of villagers and refugees, yet wouldn't let his own uncle have a single bite. Whenever he thought of this, Lu Qingping would be so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. Wei Shi was also quite surprised. You're saying that the thousands of displaced people on the construction site have meat to eat every day, and that they eat rice and white flour buns every day? He really couldn't believe it. Even the few maids and servants in his mansion can only eat half full right now, and it's all coarse grains. Where did Lu Chen get so much refined rice and flour? And where did he buy the meat? My lord, everything I said is true. There is absolutely no lie. Lu Qingping said with absolute certainty. My lord, is there anything else? What else? Lu Qingping said, There are iron bars several meters long on their construction site. He gestured with his hands. Each one is this thick, and there are so many iron bars piled up in heaps, almost forming a small mountain. Wei Shuya was even more shocked. The Great Zhou dynasty had very low iron production, so the control over ironware was extremely strict. To prevent anyone from privately manufacturing weapons, the Great Zhou dynasty did not allow individuals to possess large quantities of ironware. If discovered, they would inevitably be charged with treason. What is he going to do with these iron bars? Wei Shuya asked curiously. Lu Qingping said, they cast all these iron bars into the city wall, as if to make the city wall more solid. Wei Shuya couldn't believe it. Precious iron bars were actually cast into the city wall. That's incredibly extravagant. It's unheard of. Lu Qingping added, and there's more. Wei Shuya grew increasingly alarmed as he listened, and hurriedly said, oh, what else? Tell me quickly. Lu Chen somehow obtained something called cement, which is like mud. After mixing it with the iron bar, casting it, and letting it dry, it became exceptionally strong, even stronger than stone. It was impervious to swords and spears. A steel spear could only leave a white mark when it pierced it. Wei Shuya couldn't help but gasp. There are still such things in this world. Good, good, good. Your intelligence this time was timely and very important. Guards, reward him. Wei Shuya was more generous this time. He had someone reward Lu Qingping with 5 taels of silver. After Lu Qingping left, Wei Shuya immediately wrote a letter and sent it to the prefectural city. After careful consideration, he drafted another memorial and dispatched several capable subordinates to send it to the capital at top speed. Good fortune may be a harbinger of misfortune, and misfortune may be a harbinger of good fortune. How could Wei be so fortunate to receive such a blessing? If the matter of Hedou County can reach the ears of the emperor, it will surely be a great achievement. Wei have finally seen my day. Just as Wei Shuya was dreaming of getting promoted and making a fortune, Lu Qingping encountered a great calamity. He happily hurried towards the village with 5 taels of silver in his pocket. I can still live a good life without you, Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you unfilial son. Just wait and see what happens. Once the county magistrate brings his army, you will be buried with the entire Lu family village. The county town was far from Lu Jia's high, and it was already dark before Lu Qingping had even gone halfway. Hey, stop right there. A loud shout startled Lu Qingping, making him tremble. This road is mine. These trees are mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll. On the mountain road, a row of 5 or 6 men blocked his way. Chapter 60. The army is formally established. Heroes, sirs, I truly have no silver on me. Even if you kill me, I can't produce a single copper coin. Please, heroes, spare my lowly life. I have an elderly mother and a wife and children to support. Please, have mercy and let me go. Lu Qingping knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, and kept kowtowing to the robbers. Search! 2 bandits stepped forward, lifted Lu Qingping up, and the other 2 carefully searched his body. Master, this kid is dirt poor. He doesn't even have a single copper coin on him. Damn it, what bad luck. The bandit leader went up and slapped Lu Qingping hard several times. Lu Qingping's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. Honey, what should we do? What else can we do? Kill them. One of the bandits looked at Lu Qingping on the ground with disdain and said, Master, isn't he too old? Kill him and feed him to the dogs. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingping was instantly terrified. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Hero, spare my life. Hero, spare my life. Even now, he was still unwilling to give up those 5 taels of silver. He wanted to hold out until the very last moment before handing over the silver. Just now, when he kowtowed to the robber, he secretly threw the silver from his sleeve onto the ground. Because it was dark, the bandits did not notice his little trick. A robber brandished a knife at Lu Qingping's neck and said, I'll give you a quick death because you're pitiful. After saying that, he raised his broadsword high, ready to strike. Seeing that they really wanted to kill him, Lu Qingping hurriedly tried to shout out, I have money. Just then, someone shouted from the side, stop. The robbers were taken aback. But then 2 people emerged from under a few trees by the roadside. One was tall and the other short, each carrying a large knife. The bandit leader took one look and immediately laughed. You 2 think you can block my path to wealth? The 2 men swaggered up to the bandits. My lords, we 2 brothers want this man. Aren't you afraid the wind will make your tongue slip? The bandit leader brandished his broadsword, and 5 or 6 men quickly stepped forward, surrounding the 2 men. If you know what's good for you, hand over the silver you have on you, and I'll let you go today. The 2 who suddenly appeared didn't say much, and suddenly made their move. The 2 robbers were unable to dodge in time, and were immediately cut down by the 2 men. Cut them down! The bandit leader roared and swung his broadsword, slashing fiercely at one of the dwarfs. The dwarf shifted his body and swung his knife, severing the bandit leader's arm holding the knife at the root. Oh no, this is a tricky situation. Seeing that things were not going well, the robbers turned around and tried to escape. But the 2 men swiftly swung their knives, one after another, cutting them down to the ground. Lu Qingping was still kneeling on the ground when he saw this scene, and he was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. "Hero, spare my life. Hero, spare my life." Lu Qingping kowtowed to the two men again. The short man reached out to help Lu Qingping up, saying kindly, "Brother, please get up. We too are not robbers." Lu Qingping bowed repeatedly to the two men, saying, "Thank you, brave warriors. Thank you both, brave warriors. Thank you for saving my life." "Are you from Lujia village?" the tall man asked. Lu Qingping was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a second, and then said, "Yes, I am from Lu family village." "Then, brother, please come with us." The tall man reached out and grabbed Lu Qingping's arm. "Benefactor? What do you mean by this, benefactor?" Lu Qingping panicked again. Could these two be planning to kidnap him somewhere and kill him? Compared to the dead, living sheep are easier to take away. "Let's go. You'll know when we get there." Without saying a word, the two men grabbed Lu Qingping and left. "Silver. My silver. There's still 5 taels of silver of mine over there." "Lu Jiazhai. Lu Chen's home. You mean my second uncle has been away from the village for a whole day?" Qiao said. "He left the village yesterday morning and headed towards the county town. He hasn't returned to the village yet." Lu Qingping left the village twice, but neither time did he escape Lu Chen's notice. However, he didn't care. No matter what Lu Qingping does, no matter what schemes or tricks he plays, they're all useless against him. At present, the troops in various parts of Fengzhou are already exhausted from dealing with the local bandits. With the Marquis of Jinyuan about to arrive, they had no time to spare for the small Lu family village. "Wife, go and call all the girls from the front yard over. The 60 or 70 girls in the front yard have been well taken care of for a while. It's time to give them some stimulants." Qiao had already spoken with them privately over the past few days. If they weren't lying, they should all be virgins. Soon, the courtyard was filled with girls of all ages. Lu Chen took out several bottles and distributed the vitality pills to them one by one. Half an incense stick later, Lu Chen, as usual, arranged for them to go to the martial arts arena for assessment. There were no surprises this time. All 68 girls passed. In the training ground, the girls were divided into several teams. Lu Chen's gaze swept over their heads one by one. Except for one person whose loyalty is 96, all the others are 100. As for why this girl had low loyalty, Lu Chen didn't care. As long as it's above 90, there generally won't be any problems. "From this day forward, you are my subordinates, Lu Chen's subordinates." Lu Chen said, "I have only 2 requirements for you. First, absolute loyalty, and second, absolute obedience to my orders. From this day forward, you are no longer ordinary people. You are true soldiers. Let's disperse." After the girls dispersed, Lu Chen called Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiulan over. "We now have more than 100 female soldiers. You should break up these new and old female soldiers and reorganize them into 3 teams for the time being, with each of you leading 1 team." Lu Chen suddenly said seriously, "Now I appoint Zhao Daya as the captain of the team. Appoint Chu Yun as the commander of the 2nd team. Lu Xiulan is appointed as the commander of the 3rd team." Zhao Daya and the other 2 stood up straight, their expressions solemn and their gazes resolute. After several battles, the 3 of them underwent a huge change in temperament, and they had long lost their girlish demeanor. "Tomorrow, you will divide your teams into 3 smaller teams. Then, each of you will select 3 individuals from your teams who have the most outstanding abilities to serve as the captains of each smaller team. Also, when you're training them, you should pay special attention to the female soldiers who perform well, and you can cultivate them as future captains." Finally, Lu Chen added, "As soldiers, we must have military regulations. I will draft a set of military regulations in the next few days, and everyone will be required to remember every single one of them." The eyes of Zhao Daya and the other 2 were full of eagerness. From now on, they will be real soldiers. Chapter 61, The Female General. Lu Chen quickly drafted a military regulation. Article 1. Every soldier must absolutely obey orders and follow them without question. Article 2. No innocent people shall be killed indiscriminately. Article 3. People shall not be beaten or scolded at will. Article 4. Looting is prohibited. Article 5. Comrades in arms must help and love each other and must not bully the weak. Article 6. Lu Chen wrote more than 10 entries. That evening, he called Qiao and Zhao Daya over again to discuss the military regulations, checking for omissions and making corrections, and finally settled on them. Chu Yun, in addition to serving as the commander of the 2nd team, you must continue to serve as their literacy teacher. The 1-hour literacy lesson every day cannot be missed. Zhao Daya, you will continue to serve as the chief instructor responsible for the daily training of the female soldiers. Lu Xiulan, you will temporarily serve as a staff officer in the army, responsible for formulating tactical strategies before the battle. Lu Chen then wrote and drew on the paper, carefully explaining to the 3 of them various tactical terms used in battle. You should teach the female soldiers these tactical terms in peacetime. When you give orders or communicate during training, Try to use these terms as much as possible so that you will be less likely to make mistakes in combat. Finally, Lu Chen said, I need to tell you in advance that our team is much larger than this. Each of you will be commanding thousands of troops in the future. Therefore, I hope you will learn how to lead troops and how to fight as soon as possible, grow quickly, and lay a solid foundation for leading troops and fighting in the future. Brother Lu, we've remembered it. Zhao, Daya, and the other two said in unison. All right, you guys go and get some rest. After Zhao, Daya, and the other two went to the backyard, Lu Chen said to Qiao, you should spend more time with them and learn how they lead troops, how they train, and how they fight. Qiao nodded. Husband, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Lu Chen's brows were furrowed, she asked, Husband, is something on your mind? Lu Chen said, I have never had any experience leading troops in battle. I can only learn slowly in battle. As our operations expand, the battles will definitely become more and more difficult. That's why I asked you to learn how to lead troops. I hope we can learn from each other, help each other, and make progress together, so we can have something to discuss in the future. Lu Chen wasn't just saying that for show. He meant it from the bottom of his heart. Although he had only the elite of the elite under his command, each capable of taking on 100 men, sometimes you can't rely solely on brute force in battle. He had no experience in fighting, so Qiao had to put in a lot of effort. When husband and wife are of one mind, their strength can break even metal. At this time, Lu Qingping had been taken hostage by the two mysterious men to a mountain stronghold. Dark hilltops, dilapidated thatched huts, and men with menacing expressions, carrying broadswords and spears. Seeing this, Lu Qingping secretly groaned inwardly. This is obviously a bandit stronghold. When an ordinary person enters a bandit's den, the outcome is obvious. What are you afraid of? It's not like it'll eat you. The tall man shoved Lu Qingping hard. The shorter man slapped Lu Qingping hard on the shoulder. Are you even a man? You've been trembling the whole way, and now that we're home, what are you still shaking for? They suffered a lot along the way. This guy, who was completely limp, was practically dragged back by the two of them. They were exhausted. Lu Qingping didn't want to tremble either, but he simply couldn't control himself. His legs were shaking like a leaf. Our general is in that house over there. Remember that. If you dare to talk nonsense when the general asks you questions, I'll break your legs and throw you into the ravine to feed the wolves. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingping was even more immobilized. However, his eyes darted around. What had he just heard? General? So they really are bandits. Thinking about it this way, Lu Qingping felt a little more at ease and was no longer so flustered. The three arrived at the door of a thatched hut. Two men holding long spears stood on either side of the hut's door. General, I have something important to report. Kumein. Two men, one tall and one short, shoved Lu Qingping into the house. Inside the room, illuminated by two oil lamps, Lu Qingping could only see one person in the center, dressed in armor, sitting upright in a large chair. To the left and right of this man stood two men who looked like soldiers. He glanced at it only once, but dared not look again, and immediately lowered his head. The tall man stepped forward and saluted. General, I have successfully completed my mission and captured a villager from Lujia village. Raise your head. Lu Qingping raised his head. Only then did he realize that the general was actually a young and beautiful woman. She was dressed in a plain white battle robe and golden armor, looking heroic and stunning. For a moment, Lu Qingping was stunned. Such a stunning woman, paired with imposing armor, possesses an extraordinary charm. May I have your name? The female general parted her lips slightly, her words like blooming lotus flowers, and Lu Qingping's heart fluttered at the sound. The younger one is called Lu Qingping. Are you from Lujia's High, Fengqi Town, Hedo County? Yes, the younger one is from Lujia village. Do you recognize this person, Lu Chen? Lu Qingping was taken aback. Why is this female general also inquiring about Lu Chen? The tall man said unhappily. The general is asking you a question. Lu Qingping hurriedly said, I recognize him. I recognize Lu Chen. He is my nephew. Lu Qingping had a clever plan. If this female general and Lu Chen were old acquaintances, and he were Lu Chen's uncle, not only would he not die here, but he might even be treated well. Then tell me everything you know about Lu Chen. The tall man glared fiercely at Lu Qingping. If you dare to utter a single falsehood, humph. Lu Qingping was startled and hurriedly said, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Lu Qingping was trapped in a den of demons. How could he dare to utter a single lie? Right then and there, he spilled everything he knew, leaving nothing out. The things that have happened to Lu Chen recently cannot be explained in just a few words. Lu Qingping spoke for more than 2 hours, until his mouth was dry and his lips were blistered, before he finally finished. The female general's expression grew increasingly solemn. All right, take him downstairs for dinner, then make sure he gets some rest. Yes, General, I take my leave. 2 men, one tall and one short, led Lu Qingping out of the room. After pondering for a long time, the female general suddenly asked, Ning-er, or what you two think? The female soldier called Ning-er said, General, This scoundrel is spouting nonsense and should be executed. Rower replied, with the general's divine might before him. How dare he lie? I believe that what he said is 7 or 8 parts credible. Ninger said coldly. To kill Su Hui's 1,000 men with a mere 10 men is a huge joke. Although Su Hui is a despicable scoundrel, the troops he leads are no less than those of my Meng family army. Do you think our Meng family army can't even defeat 10 immature little girls? Where do you place the general with these words? Chapter 62, Sun Lijing's Visit. Rower said, Ninger, Su Hui is really dead. I heard that all of his 1,000 men have disappeared. Since he didn't join the Marquis of Jinyuan, where could he have gone? Could he have become an outlaw? Ninger retorted indignantly. Didn't our Meng family army also disappear from the Jinyuan Marquis' army? If we can hide, why can't Su Hui hide? We hid here because we knew beforehand that Marquis Jinyuan was going to rebel. But what was Su Hui's motive? Did he hide in the mountains because he thought grass roots and tree bark were delicious? Anyway, this scoundrel isn't telling the truth at all. I think we should just kill him to avoid disturbing the general's peace of mind. The female general raised her hand and said, Stop arguing. Let me have some peace and quiet. The 2 women then stopped talking. After a long while, the female general finally spoke. Go back and prepare. The 3 of us will head to Lu family village tomorrow. What? General, you mustn't. Ninger exclaimed in surprise. Rower, unusually, stood on the same side as Ninger, saying, General, you mustn't. If you really want to find out the truth, why not let Rower go alone to investigate? Yes, let Rower and me go. General, you must not take any risks. That Lu Chen is treacherous and cunning, and has a vicious heart. If you fall into his hands, what will become of our Meng family army of 1,800 men? Yes, General, Lu Chen bullies even his own uncle like this, which shows how vicious he is. Moreover, he only takes girls, so he must be a lecherous fiend. If he sees your beauty, General, he will definitely do anything to you, and it will be extremely difficult for you to escape. Snort. The female general slammed her hand on the armrest of her chair. Do you think I, Meng Ruyu, am someone to be trifled with? My mind is made up. We'll leave tomorrow morning. General, please reconsider. Meng Ruyu said decisively. No need for further words. You may leave. Ninger and Rower exchanged a glance and reluctantly withdrew. Lu Jiazhai, Lu Qingping's wife, Madame He, was sitting at the front door, wailing loudly. My husband, you heartless bastard. How could you bear to abandon me and run away like this? How are we, a widow and her children, supposed to live? Lu Qingping, you heartless bastard, where have you gone? Lu Qingping disappeared for 2 days and 2 nights. These days, if you don't go home for 2 days and 2 nights, the chances of you surviving are extremely slim. Even if they're alive, they probably don't plan to come back. He cried and wailed, her heart breaking, which attracted many onlookers. Because all the able-bodied people in the family had gone to repair the city wall, most of the onlookers were elderly people and children. Although Lu Qingping's family didn't have a good reputation in the village, he sure cried so sadly that some people couldn't help but want to find out why. Qingping's wife, didn't Qingping say goodbye when she left? An old woman asked. When he saw someone coming to ask, she immediately stopped crying and sobbed. He said he was going to town and might be back late, but who knew he would never come back? How are my family supposed to survive now that he's gone? Someone whispered, maybe he went out to escape the famine on his own. Maybe they were robbed by bandits along the way. There's so many refugees outside. If he goes to town alone, he might get killed by them, right? The onlookers had all sorts of opinions. He became increasingly panicked as she listened and started howling at the top of her lungs again. Just then, someone reminded her, Qingping's family, isn't your daughter Xiaohua at Lu Chen's house? Why don't you go find Xiaohua? Maybe she can help you look for her. After all, Qingping is her biological father. Even if she hates you, she wouldn't abandon him, would she? All right. Your little flower is quite capable now. If she begs Lu Chen, he will definitely have a way. Yes, look at Lu Chen. He has thousands of people working for him. If even Lu Chen can't do anything about it, then there's really nothing we can do. Yes, Qingping is Lu Chen's second uncle. He won't abandon him. Upon hearing this, Missy immediately got up from the ground. I'm going to find Xiaohua right now. She's my own daughter. Her father has disappeared. Shouldn't she go look for him? He wiped away her tears and ran to Lu Chen's house. Upon arriving at Lu Chen's house, Madam He was about to barge in when Yang Yuhuan stopped her. Yang Yuhuan held a bowl of rice topped with several pieces of greasy braised pork. As she ate, she said, no one is allowed to enter without Brother Lu's permission. Mrs. He glared at him. I want to see my daughter. Why won't you let me in? Yang Yuhuan picked up a piece of braised pork and ate it, completely ignoring her. When Madam He looked at the braised pork in Yang Yuhuan's bowl, her thoughts of finding her own husband vanished instantly. All she cared about now was the meat in the bowl. She thought of her own daughter, Xiaohua. Did she get to eat braised pork every day? White rice and braised pork, just thinking about it makes her mouth water. Go, call my Xiaohua out right now, and have her bring me a bowl of braised pork. Do you hear me? Yang Yuhuan continued eating her meal at a leisurely pace. He was annoyed. She wanted to scratch Yang Yuhuan's face, but after thinking about it, she didn't dare to. The girls in Lu Chen's family are all incredibly strong. They could beat someone down with a flick of a finger. Madam, his tone softened a bit. Yuhuan, I am Lu Chen's second aunt. Go and call Xiao out. I'll put in a good word for you with Lu Chen in the future, okay? Not good. When Yang Yuhuan and the others had nothing to do at night, they liked to gossip about Lu Chen's family affairs. They all knew that Lu Chen's two uncles treated him very badly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused his two uncles' offer to help at the construction site. Of all the villagers, only his two uncles were not allowed to come to the construction site, which shows how much Lu Chen hated those two families. As Mrs. He was trying to persuade him at the door, she suddenly saw several people approaching from a distance. It was Sun, the village head of Sun Jiazwang. Sun Lijing only governed two villages, Sun Jiazwang and Lu Jiazhai. As soon as he saw Sun, she rushed to his side. Sun Lijing was puzzled, but he could only patiently listen to her long explanation. How about this, Qingping's wife? When I go to see Lu Chen, I'll mention your matter to him. However, I can't guarantee whether he'll take action or not. He expressed his deepest gratitude to Sun, the village head. After Yang Yuhuan went back to report, Sun, the village head, went inside. It was only then that he noticed the two girls following Sun Lijing. Who are those two girls behind him? They're quite pretty. Suddenly, Mrs. He thought of something and raised her eyebrows. No way. Even village chief Sun is going to give his daughter to that little brat, Lu Chen. Mrs. He was instantly flustered. Once upon a time, Sun Lijing was considered a very important figure by the He family. Besides the county magistrate, Sun, the village head, was the most powerful. He never expected that even Sun, the village head, will be trying to curry favor with Lu Chen. No, these two girls must be his granddaughters. Chapter 63, Mysterious Spy. You're saying you're going to give me the entire Sun family village. Lu Chen never expected that as soon as Sun Lijing sat down, he would offer to give him a whole village. That's right, young Master Lu. I've already discussed this with the village elders, and they all agree with my proposal. In the past 2 days, Sun Lijing sent people to Lujia village to inquire about Lu Chen's background and finally found out his details. Lu Chen's strength is too incredible. Nowadays, there are years of famine and chaos, with war breaking out everywhere. Governments at all levels and local garrisons are too busy taking care of themselves to care about the lives of ordinary people. Sun Lijing could only try to save himself. Lu Chen is undoubtedly the best choice. Lu Jiazhai and Sun Jiazwang are closely connected, supporting and looking out for each other, and many farmers from the two villages have intermarried. Unfortunately, Sun Lijing made a wrong decision recently. Sun, the village head, had heard that bandits and government troops had attacked Lujia village several times. He thought that the bandits and government troops were too powerful, and that even if the two villages joined forces, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. That's why he kept the villagers of Sun Jiazwang inside the village and didn't send anyone to help them. When Sun Lijing learned that Lu Chen had single-handedly defeated the bandits and killed all the government soldiers, he was filled with remorse. Young Master Lu, I have come here today to apologize to you. Your village was attacked by bandits and government troops a while ago, and my village did not send anyone to help. It was my fault. Lu Chen laughed and said, You're just worried that Sun family village will be implicated. What's wrong with you thinking about your own village? Sun Lijing shook his head and said, Young Master Lu, I know you harbor resentment towards this old man, so I've come here to apologize. He pointed to the two girls standing beside him. This is my eldest granddaughter, named Sun Da Qiao, and this is my youngest granddaughter, named Sun Xiao Qiao. I'm sending them here to be your maids. What do you think? Sun Lijing wasn't stupid. Lu Daji's daughter came to Lu Chen's house and lived a very comfortable life, and was also quite favored by Lu Chen. He said he would have his two granddaughters serve as maids for Lu Chen, but he had already inquired and found out that Lu Chen treated the maids in his household like his own sisters. He never beat or scolded them, provided them with good food and clothing, and gave them excellent skills. His two granddaughters came to Lu Chen's house to enjoy a life of luxury. Okay, I'll take them. Lu Chen agreed readily. Then he added, You gave me your Sun family village and your precious granddaughter. Surely you have something else to say? Please speak. Sun Lijing didn't mince words and immediately said, Young Master Lu, I have only one request. I would like to ask young Master Lu to protect my Sun family village from the ravages of bandits and government troops. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Besides protecting your villagers, you also have to provide them with 2 meals a day, right? Sun Lijing's face turned red to the roots of his neck. Don't be fooled by his seemingly equal conversation with Lu Chen earlier. Actually, he came here today to beg for food. Although right now people from his village can come to Lujiazhai to work and have a full meal. However, there are currently several thousand people in Lujiazhai repairing the city wall. The city wall will be completed soon. At that time, Sun Jiazwang will run out of food again. The government doesn't care about the lives of the people, and neither does the wicked heaven. Crops couldn't be grown in the fields, and the villagers had nothing to eat but the soil. A few days ago, more than 100 people starved to death in their village. Many of them died from bloating because they were so hungry that they could only eat soft mud from the ground to fill their stomachs. Only his family, the village head, had a little bit of coarse grain. His family of nearly 20 people only ate 2 caddies of coarse grain a day to survive. Even so, it can only last for a month or 2 at most. Just then, Lu Daji went to their village and asked the villagers to come and help. On the surface, Sun Lijing still pretended to be a good guy, but in his heart he was overjoyed. The Sun family received several kilograms of rice from the several hundred kilograms delivered by Lu Daji, Miao Yiya, and Miao Lingling, and that evening they enjoyed a delicious bowl of rice porridge. This rice porridge smells so good. How long has it been since I've had such thick rice porridge? The next day, when his family of about 10 people returned from working in Lijiazhai, Sun Lijing heard that they not only had thicker rice porridge to drink at the construction site, but also meat and white flour steamed buns to eat. Sun Lijing immediately lost his composure. He decisively sent villagers to Lijiazhai to inquire. Upon hearing this, he immediately brought his 2 granddaughters and came running over excitedly. With unlimited rice and steamed buns at every meal, his 2 granddaughters had gained an enormous advantage. Seeing that Lu Chen had seen through his little scheme, Sun Lijing felt a little embarrassed. He was trying to do his best to secure some benefits for the villagers of Sunjiazwang, but Lu Chen said, "Uncle Village Head, look, I've managed to feed these thousands of refugees outside. How could I not feed the 1,000 or so people in your village? This matter is settled." Sun, the village head, was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. After thanking him, he didn't forget to flatter Lu Chen. "Young Master Lu, I can tell at a glance that you are destined for great things. You are upright, kind-hearted, understand the big picture, and have a very promising future." Listen to that. No wonder he's the village head. Even his flattery is more sophisticated than the average person's. Sun Lijing left his 2 granddaughters behind, and then took his leave with a beaming smile. Lu Chen asked Qiao to arrange for the Sun sisters, the Qiao and Qiao, to stay, and also to give them 2 sets of military uniforms. He then went into his study. This Sun family village will be very useful. Lijiazhai has a decent geographical location, but its flatland area is too small, which seriously restricts the development of this city. He needs to build military camps, warehouses, armories, and training grounds within the city. After deducting the land needed for these purposes, there won't be enough land left to build the villagers' living quarters. However, given the limited architectural capabilities of that era, he was also unable to construct taller buildings. Sun Lijing's visit this time has solved his big problem. After much deliberation, Lu Chen gently tapped the table. "It's settled then. The troops will be stationed at Lijiazhai, and the residents will be the residents of Sunjiazwang." Just then, they heard Yang Yuhuan's voice outside. "Brother Lu, Lu Huaishan is outside and wants to see you." Lu Chen said, "Let him in." Lu Huaishan is Lu Daji's eldest son. A few days ago, Lu Chen asked Lu Xiaolan to select patrol team members. When Lu Xiaolan was selecting patrol team members, she also arranged for her older brother to be the patrol team leader. If we're talking about selfish motives, Lu Xiaolan definitely had some selfish motives too. However, Lu Huaishan does indeed have this ability. Lu Huaishan arrived at the main room. "Boss, we found 2 suspicious people on the construction site. They were asking all sorts of questions and were spotted by the patrol team. They said they fled here and are looking for work, but judging from their complexion, demeanor, and behavior, they don't seem like refugees. They seem more like spies. Boss, what do you think?" Lu Chen said, "No need to pay attention to it. If you can control everything, how can you control what people say? Let him be." Chapter 64, Qiao's Growth. "General, I told you long ago that Lu Qingping has a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, and he looks like a treacherous villain. Everything he says is a lie," Ning'er said angrily as soon as she saw Meng Ruyu. At this moment, Meng Ruyu was dressed as a peasant woman, with mud and ash smeared on her face, concealing her unparalleled beauty. Hearing Ning'er say this, Meng Ruyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Did he really deceive this general? Is the Lu family village not as he said? Rower said, "General, Lu family village is indeed as Lu Qingping said. Lu Chen has an invincible women's army, and there are thousands of refugees in his village building a city. In addition, what he feeds the refugees every day is all refined rice and white flour, as well as meat and vegetables." Meng Ruyu looked at Ning'er. "Why do you say he lied to me?" Ning'er said, "General, please let me explain in detail." She then recounted all the information she had gathered to Meng Ruyu. After hearing this, Meng Ruyu remained silent in thought. After a long silence, she asked, "Ning'er, do you think Lu Chen isn't the treacherous and ruthless person Lu Qingping described?" Ning'er said, "That's right, General. Lu Chen is kind and gentle. He treats the villagers like fathers and brothers, and he's especially good to the refugees. He strictly disciplines his subordinates, forbidding them from beating or scolding the refugees. Everyone says he's a rare and good person. That Lu Qingping actually dared to lie to the general. He deserves to die." Ning'er said finally, Meng Ryu smiled and said, perhaps there's some grudge between them, uncle and nephew. If I really kill him, I might offend Lu Chen. Roer said, the general is absolutely right. Even if they have a grudge against each other, they are still uncle and nephew, and should not be killed. Meng Ryu said, since they didn't do anything to you, the two of you should go again tomorrow to learn more about this Lu Chen. Yes, General. Meng Ryu curled the corners of her lips into a smile. Let me slowly come up with a plan for this matter. At the Lu Jiazhai construction site, Zhao Taidan held a sharp-edged entrenching tool and was slowly digging into the soil in the ditch. Brother Taidan, take a break. I'm strong. I can do more. A migrant from out of town, all smiles, grinned humbly at Zhao Taidan. Yes, Brother Taidan, what's your status? You're really being put through a lot in this job. Even if you just laid down and rested for a day, no one would dare say a word against you. A large crowd surrounded Zhao Taidan. They were all refugees from other places. When Zhao Taidan heard them speaking to him so apologetically, he felt much lighter. Then you guys will have to work a little harder. I'll take a break first. Oh dear, I'm a bit tired from yesterday. My back is aching. Zhao Taidan pretended to rub his back and was about to go to the side to slack off for a while. A refugee suddenly rushed forward and helped Zhao Taidan up. Hey, Brother Taidan, why didn't you say your back was sore sooner? Look at you. If you're not feeling well, just rest for a couple of days. Come on, let me massage your back and see how good my skills are. As he spoke, the refugee pinched and pressed Zhao Taidan's waist, making Zhao Taidan groan with pleasure. Zhao Taidan has gotten a bit cocky these past few days. Actually, he has been behaving very honestly lately, even walking with his head down, keeping a very low profile. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, Lu Chen might find fault with him and kick him out like the Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan brothers had done. Then his whole family would be doomed. But somehow, some of the refugees learned from the villagers that he was actually Zhao Daya's biological father. From that moment on, he became the object of their flattery. Who is Zhao Daya? She is the #1 person in Lu family village besides Lu Chen and Qiao. He was highly regarded by Lu Chen. Now, she is the head instructor of those young female soldiers. In this Lu family village, Lu Chen rarely manages affairs directly. Most of the time, it is his capable female subordinates who take charge. In this way, among these thousands of villagers and refugees, Zhao Daya was the one who had the final say and was a powerful figure. Zhao Taidan is Zhao Daya's biological father. Wouldn't everyone be scrambling to curry favor with him? Under the flattery and praise of these refugees, Zhao Taidan became arrogant. Zhao Taidan! Suddenly someone shouted. Zhao Taidan was startled and hurriedly got up from the ground. He reached out and picked up the entrenching tool next to him, as if to dig a hole. When the construction site started, Lu Chen had said that anyone found shirking their duties would have 3 days' worth of food deducted, and if they were found to be lazy again, they would be kicked out of the construction site and never be hired again. Each section of the construction site will be assigned a foreman to supervise the work. These foremen not only had the responsibility of supervising the work, but also the power to reward and punish. Boss, one of the refugees laughed. Boss, Brother Tian's back is tired, so we've taken over his work. Please let him rest for a while. The foreman was from Lu Jiazhai village, and seeing this, he didn't know what to say, so he turned around and left. Brother Taidan had a lot of influence. Even a foreman wouldn't dare to say anything. Right. Who is our Brother Taidan? A mere foreman, yet he dares to boss you around? Zhao Taidan was once again bewitched by the drug narcotics of a few refugees. In fact, Zhao Taidan's situation is not an isolated case. Anyone who has any connection with Lu Chen has more or less shown signs of laziness and shirking responsibility. After finishing work that day, it was time to distribute the rice. Qiao made a rare appearance at the food distribution site. Upon seeing Qiao arrive, the villagers distributing rice stopped. All the villagers and refugees looked at Qiao, waiting for Qiao to speak. Qiao looked at the crowd waiting to receive their food and slowly asked, on this construction site, we work for an hour and then rest for half an hour. Do you feel tired? Madam, we're not tired. Not at all. Madam, as long as we can have enough to eat, what's a little tiredness? What we're afraid of is not having enough to eat. Working on this construction site is much easier than working in the fields. I've lived most of my life and done all sorts of jobs, but no employer can compare to you, sir. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. Some said they weren't tired, some praised the employer, and some said the food was excellent. No one complained of being tired. Qiao said seriously, if you're not tired, then why are some people slacking off? Remember, we don't support lazy people or cunning individuals here. Qiao spoke calmly, her expression indifferent. But the scene was completely silent. Qiao said, today someone saw Zhao Taidan sitting on the ground to rest during work hours. He will have 3 days' worth of food deducted from his rations. If this happens again, please leave. All eyes turned to Zhao Taidan. Zhao Taidan wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He never expected Qiao to be so disrespectful to him. Previously, Qiao was so shy in front of him that she didn't dare to look him in the eye. In just over 2 months, She has undergone such a transformation. Qiao left after she finished speaking. Once inside her own courtyard, Qiao immediately covered her face. She felt a burning sensation on her face. When the foreman reported this to her, her first thought was to go find Lu Chen. His second thought was to go find Zhao Daya. But in the end, she didn't contact anyone. She decided to handle the matter herself. Lu Chen is going to do something big in the future. She can't hold him back. She needs to grow up quickly and help Lu Chen achieve great things. Chapter 65. Sharpening the knife again? In the following days, there was a noticeable change in the people working on the construction site. They're usually so lazy, but now they're all sprang into action. Zhao Taidan lost face in front of thousands of people, and no one wanted to be caught by his employer like him. Losing face is a small matter, but being kicked off the construction site is a matter of life and death for one's wife, children, and elderly parents, and no one dares to risk that misfortune. After hearing about this, Lu Chen specifically sought out Qiao to praise her for handling the matter exceptionally well. Then he and Qiao went to find Zhao Daya and told her about it. Zhao Daya coldly replied, "I only have one home now, and that's here. I gave my life back to my parents long ago. I no longer have parents." She completely severed ties with her original family. That day, Lu Chen sought out Tian Luzhu and asked him how long it would take for the yard next to his house to be completed. Lu Chen was getting a little anxious. Now, many refugees want to see him every day. These refugees were all there because of the same thing. They wanted to send their daughters of marriageable age to Lu Chen's residence. Their main reason for doing this was to find a good future for their daughter. These refugees all saw through it all. As long as they could enter Lu Chen's house, they would surely be well fed and clothed for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, if their daughter were to enter the Lu family, they could also benefit from her influence. Perhaps they can even settle down in Lujia village then. If they could settle in Lujiazhai, they would no longer have to wander from place to place, and they would no longer be afraid of bandits and government soldiers. Lu Chen is currently short-staffed and wants to recruit more subordinates. But they were troubled by the lack of a place to stay. Tian Luzhu thought for a moment and said, "It should be completed in about half a month." Lu Chen asked, "How much longer will it take to build the city walls and moat?" 1 month. It can be completed in a month at most. However, the towers outside the city have not yet been started, and it will probably take some time before they are completed. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay, here's what we'll do. Once the neighboring courtyard is finished, you can lead a group to build a few more houses. I'll draw up the blueprints for the houses in the next couple of days, and then give them to you." Tian Luzhu was taken aback. "You want to build more? Master, are you going to build a few more houses?" "Yes, but these places can hardly be considered residences. I have other uses for them." Lu Chen plans to build another barracks, a granary, an armory, a warehouse, and a training ground. Let's build these few things for now, and we'll talk about more when needed in the future. Don't rush this. Let's build the city wall first. When we have enough manpower, these projects can start at the same time, and it won't take too long. Tian Luzhu was naturally overjoyed at this, and his brows were filled with delight. He's not afraid of working. He's afraid of not having any work to do. He can earn 5 caddies of fine rice every day he works. With his 2 children, his wife, and his 2 daughters-in-law, he can earn more than 10 caddies of rice a day. Moreover, Lu Chen's construction site provides meals, so he can store all this food and eat it sparingly when there's no work to do in the future, which will last him a long time. Lu Chen saw through Tian Luzhu's thoughts, but said nothing. "Want to work? You'll have plenty to do in the future." After the two finished their discussion, Lu Chen had just seen Tian Luzhu off when Lu Huaishan came running over. Boss, things are not good." The construction site wasn't far from Lu Chen's home, but Lu Huaishan was panting heavily from running. "What's up?" "Another bandit attack." Lu Chen frowned. Did these bandits all know he was a fat sheep? They came running over one after another. "Oh, I see. Go and call everyone back from the construction site." Lu Huaishan ran off again. Lu Chen said, "Go and call Zhao Daya and all the others to the front yard." Yang Yuan hurried to the training ground. Before long, Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiulan, along with more than 100 female soldiers, assembled in the front yard. Lu Chen approached the female soldiers. "New recruits who joined a few days ago, all of you step forward." The new recruits stepped forward and lined up again at the front. "Bandits are attacking our village from outside. Today, you new recruits are going to fight. You must annihilate all the invading bandits. Any questions?" The new recruits shouted in unison, "No problem." Set off. With the addition of Sun Qiao and Sun Xiao, there were a total of 70 new recruits. Led by Zhao Daya and the other 2, they quickly walked out of the courtyard and headed out of the village. After they left, Lu Chen picked up his military binoculars and, along with Qiao, headed to the village entrance. At this time, the location of the village entrance had been moved from the original village entrance to the location of the city gate under construction. The city walls and moat, which were only half built, were already effective in preventing the invasion of foreign enemies. The bandits could only attack from the direction of the city gate. When Lu Chen arrived, the villagers and refugees who were working at the construction site had already evacuated to the city. Zhao Daya and her two companions each led a squad of female soldiers, who lined up in a neat row outside the city gate. They held crossbows in their hands and carried long swords on their backs, ready for battle. Dust billowed from several distant hillsides. Lu Chen stood in the center of the city gate, holding binoculars and looking ahead. 3 teams. Because the dust was rising high, Lu Chen couldn't see how many people were coming from the other side. Judging from this, there must be at least 2,000 people. Lu Chen guessed that these bandits were likely related to the 2 outsiders from a few days ago. Lu Huaishan said that the 2 outsiders were asking around the construction site, asking all sorts of questions, and it was clear that they had no good intentions. Sure enough, here it comes. Perfect timing. I was just worried that these new recruits lacked combat experience. You brought them over to sharpen their skills. Lu Chen found it amusing. Everyone sees him as a fat sheep, but they don't even consider whether they have the ability to take a bite out of him. Attention, all personnel. Target directly ahead. Crossbows ready. Listen to my orders. No one may act rashly without my command. These bandits are here to kill us. If we don't kill them, they will kill everyone in the village. What do you think? Should we kill them all? Although there are many people on the other side, to you, they're just ants. The 3 commanding officers, Zhao, Daya, and Lu Xiaolan, were giving orders to the female soldiers. These female soldiers all came from different backgrounds and had different experiences. Their temperaments are also very different. Although they are now incredibly powerful, some of them are naturally timid and cowardly, and they will inevitably feel afraid when facing a large number of vicious bandits. Zhao Daya and the other 2 also need psychological preparation before the battle. Just then, the bandits charged towards the village. They brandished knives and guns, shouting and yelling. Charge! Kill them! Kill them all! Loot them all! Kill all the men! Rob all the women! Kill! 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 The bandits split into 3 groups and rushed toward the city gate from the left, center, and right. Seeing that the bandits' front line had entered the effective range of the crossbows, Zhao Daya raised her hand high and swung it down forcefully. Release the arrows. Suddenly, a thunderous clap rang out, and a volley of crossbow bolts flew straight into the bandit ranks. The powerful crossbow bolts easily pierced the bandits' bodies. A series of screams rang out as dozens of bandits were shot down on the battlefield. Chapter 66, How Come I Didn't Know I Had Allies? A repeating crossbow can fire 10 bolts. 70 men means 700 crossbow bolts. A volley of crossbow bolts flew out, and before the bandits could catch their breath, another volley of arrows rained down on them. Round after round of crossbow bolts rained down, sending the bandits sprawling and falling to the ground. Bandits are inherently dangerous and suicidal. They continued their charge forward, stepping over the corpses of their comrades. In their eyes, those dozens of little girls were nothing more than fish on a chopping board. They brought a total of 3,000 people this time, while the village had at most 3,000 refugees. 3,000 refugees were utterly insignificant compared to the fighting strength of 3,000 bandits. Kill these children, and this village will be ours. Kill them. Those refugees don't dare show their faces when they see us. They're all cowards who are afraid of death. Once we get into the village, we'll have a good slaughter and avenge our fallen brothers. Kill them. Just as the bandits were about to attack, Zhao Daya shouted, Draw your sword. The female soldiers put away their crossbows and drew their swords. They gripped the knife hilts tightly with both hands, each staring at the bandits ahead. Upon seeing this, some of the bandits couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look at these girls, they're really fearless. Do you think they might try to kill someone with a knife? How old are these girls? I think some of them are only 10 or so years old. I doubt they've ever even killed a chicken. At this moment, Zhao Daya waved her hand and shouted, Charge! The female soldiers leaped forward in unison, like sharp swords, piercing straight into the bandit group. Kill! A group of female soldiers let out a crisp, clear battle cry. Immediately afterwards, a flurry of flashes of light appeared, and the bandits in the front row were instantly cut down to the ground. Kill! The female soldiers shouted again in unison, and before the shout had even faded, nearly 100 more bandits died on the spot. Once the female soldier drew blood, she became unstoppable, killing more and more skillfully among the bandits, until the bandits were terrified and their legs trembled. Oh no, how can these little kids be so fierce? Some clever bandits already knew that they had met their match this time. No wonder they dared to fight against thousands of bandits with only a few dozen people. They really have some skills. The female soldiers charged into the bandit ranks, their long knives flashing wildly like autumn leaves, swiftly reaping the lives of the bandits. Only then did the female soldiers remember what Commander Chuyin had said earlier. These seemingly fierce bandits were actually as vulnerable as ants in their hands. At this time, the half-built city wall was completely filled with villagers and refugees. So that's why the boss didn't let us help. Turns out, he didn't need us at all. I used to hear that the female soldiers my employer trained were very strong, that one of them could take on 100. To be honest, I didn't believe it at all, but now I really do. Look at that girl. She's not even 10 years old, right? She's so short. Not even as tall as a knife in her hand, but how is she so skilled? She can take down a bandit with every strike. Sometimes she can even kill two with one strike. Amazing. Incredibly amazing. No way. Tomorrow I have to send my daughter to the employer as well. If my daughter learns such good kung fu, who would dare to bully her in this lifetime? With her around, who would dare to bully our whole family? I also have to send my niece to the master. My brother and sister-in-law are both gone, and I only have this niece left. I'll do whatever it takes to let her go to the Lu family to enjoy a life of luxury. At this moment, on a mountain ridge not far from Lujiao village, Meng Ruyu frowned deeply. As expected, Lu Chen only sent those girls to fight, while the thousands of refugees just watched the excitement from the city wall. Lu Chen has some nerve. General, how did Lu Chen train these female soldiers? How come they're all so strong? Ningya Usket, puzzled. Meng Ruyu shook her head. Train? Do you think these super strong individuals can be trained? Ninger was speechless for a moment. If they weren't trained, then how are they cultivated? Meng Ruyu said, this Lu Chen has a secret technique. Secret technique. Ninger and Rower were both taken aback. The information you gathered says that even girls as young as 10 under his command can take on 100 men single-handedly. Do you think such young children can be trained like that? Did they start learning martial arts and training from the womb? A strange smile appeared on Meng Ruyu's face. This Lu Chen is a bit of a mystery to me. He's quite interesting. Ninger and Rover stiffened upon seeing Meng Ruyu's expression. They often accompanied Meng Ruyu on hunting trips, and she always had this expression whenever she saw prey. While the three were talking, the battle below had already reached a fever pitch. The two sides were locked in fierce combat, with shouts of battle rising and falling. General, the bandits are in disarray, Rower suddenly said. In reality, the bandits had no real strategy whatsoever. They don't even know how to set up a formation, so naturally they wouldn't have any concept of formations. But Rower had already realized that the bandits were showing signs of defeat. The momentum of the bandits' charge at the front was halted, and at this point the bandits in the rear had a very low desire to attack. This was reflected in their scattered formation and the fact that very few people took the initiative to charge forward. Ninger was anxious. General, if we don't send troops now, it may be too late. Meng Ruyu observed for a moment longer, then said, beat the drum. Suddenly, a drumbeat rang out from behind the mountain. Attack! Meng Zhongyu gave the order. The messenger shouted, all troops attack. As the drum beats grew louder, a group of men rushed from behind the mountain toward the battlefield. At the city gate, Lu Chen saw another group of people charging towards them from not far away and raised his eyebrows slightly. Another group? According to Lu Chen's careful observation, these bandits were not of the same ilk. Based on the clothes and equipment worn by these bandits, he deduced that they were 3 different bandit gangs. Now another group has arrived. Did he win the lottery today? For groups of bandits arrived at the same time. He pondered deeply whether or not to send out those 40-odd veterans. Later, judging from their equipment and formation, that bandit group was far stronger than the 3 bandit groups opposite them. And the number of people is quite large, estimated to be nearly 2,000. In this way, the total number of bandits was nearly 5,000. With so many enemies, can these new recruits hold out? Even if they can withstand it, there's no guarantee that someone won't get hurt. Husband, how about I take Xiaomei and Xiaolian up? Seeing that Lu Chen's expression was somewhat serious, Qiao knew what he was worried about, so she made a suggestion to him. Lu Chen said, no rush, let's wait and see. It's a good thing to put some pressure on the new recruits first. How many enemies are there in front of us? In the future, they will face 10 or even 100 times more enemies. Battles not only hone their individual skills, but also temper their character. Husband, look, something's not right. Qiao pointed to the right front. Lu Chen looked over. The group that followed them was not heading towards the village entrance. Instead, they launched a surprise attack directly towards the rear of the bandit forces. Lu Chen immediately lost his composure. Are they friendly forces? What the hell are my friendly forces? I had no idea I had any friendly forces. Chapter 67, The Most Poisonous Heart is a Woman's. Kill them. Amidst shouts of battle, Meng Ruyu's troops, like wolves and tigers, stormed into the bandits' rear. The bandits charged at the female soldiers led by Zhao Daya for a long time, but the female soldiers were unharmed, and their morale was already low. Suddenly, they were attacked from behind by another unit, and chaos ensued. These bandits were originally a motley crew, relying on their ferocity to bully unarmed civilians. They had absolutely no combat experience, let alone any tactical skills. Faced with this situation, they were all a loss. For a moment, they didn't know whether to fight or flee. Some were forced to fight, while others tried to escape. Some ran west, while others rushed east, and soon chaos ensued. Meng Ruyu's troops, on the other hand, had a clear objective. They advanced step by step, steadily and surely, their weapons gleaming, and they routed the bandits. On the front, the female soldiers saw that a unit had outflanked the bandits. Their fighting spirits soared even higher. They wielded their long knives without mercy, moving through the bandit ranks as if they were in an empty field, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, like killing chickens and slaughtering dogs, until the bandits cried out in despair. Seeing that the situation was not good, one of the bandit leaders abandoned his hundreds of brothers and ran into the mountains. After running for more than 2 miles, the bandit leader sat down on the ground, panting heavily. It's over. It's all over. All the team I worked so hard to build has been wiped out here today. The bandit leader's eyes were filled with resentment and deep regret. That damned woman. I must have been blinded by greed to believe her lies. A few days ago, a young woman came to the hill where he lived. She dared to go up his evil man's ridge with only a few followers. She really had guts. Seeing that the woman was young and beautiful, he harbored evil intentions and wanted to forcibly keep her as his wife. Little did he know that one of the woman's attendants would beat several of his most capable men half to death with a single move. Only then did he sit down properly and talk to her about serious matters. According to the woman, she was also the leader of a gang on a nearby mountain. She recently heard about a big deal. If it goes through, she'll be set for life. She has already contacted several surrounding mountain strongholds to partner with them on this big business deal. He wasn't entirely convinced at first, so he sent a scout to investigate. Sure enough, what she said was true. This Lu family village is indeed very promising. Just as the woman said, there are thousands of refugees in Lu family village, and it would be quite difficult for one family to swallow it up. So he discussed it with the leaders of the other mountain strongholds and decided to go down the mountain together today to complete the deal. Damn it, the ancients were right. The most poisonous heart is a woman's. Beautiful women really all have wicked hearts. The bandit leader caught his breath, dusted himself off, stood up, and prepared to continue his escape. Sumatsi, where do you think you're going? Sumatsi shuddered and turned around abruptly, only to see that beautiful face he would never forget. You wicked woman, I'll chop you up. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. This woman is the one who caused him to lose everything in an instant. Sumatsi reached out and drew the broadsword from his waist. Meng Ruyu's face showed a mocking expression. Boss Su, your few hundred men are really pathetic. They can't even beat a few girls. I think you might as well go home and take care of your children. Sumatsi was so angry that his face turned a deep liver color. I want you dead. Sumatsi roared and pounced on Meng Ruyu, swinging his broadsword down at her head. The next moment, Meng Ryu gracefully turned around and arrived on the other side of Sumatsi. I'm a kind-hearted girl. I'll give you a ride. Meng Ryu gently patted Sumatsi's body with her jade-like hand. Sumatsi let out a muffled groan and flew out like a kite, falling more than 10 feet away. Meng Ryu clapped her hands, seemingly disgusted that they were dirty. She looked up towards the battlefield. There's still 2 left. We can't let them get away. At this moment, on the battlefield, Zhao Daya suddenly shouted, Attention everyone! Those with red bandages wrapped around their arms are friendly forces. You must not hurt them. Zhao Daya was naturally pleased to see that someone had come to help kill the bandits. But she was afraid that the female soldiers would get carried away with killing and even kill the friendly forces who were helping to fight the bandits, which would be disheartening. However, she quickly noticed that the friendly forces had obvious markings, which prompted her to point them out. Standing at the city gate, Lu Chen also noticed the differences in this so-called friendly force. These later allied troops were impeccably dressed and behaved with discipline, clearly having undergone rigorous training. Although their clothes were civilian attire, they were clean and tidy, quite different from the slovenly bandits. Were they a unit that fled from the battlefield? Lu Chen felt it didn't quite seem like it. Deserters wouldn't have such military discipline. He gazed at this mysterious allied force on the battlefield and fell into deep thought. On the city wall, thousands of villagers and refugees also witnessed the changes on the battlefield. See that? This team is here to help us kill the bandits. Where did they come from? Why are they helping us? Could it be reinforcements brought by young Master Lu? Young Master Lu does want to call for reinforcements, but does he have the time? The bandits have just arrived, and the reinforcements are already here. Do you think that's possible? These people watched the spectacle from one side of the city wall while chatting in a relaxed and pleasant manner. This doesn't look like a bandit attack at all. It's clearly a scene of people watching a melon. Actually, they also wanted to go out of the city to help fight the bandits. But young Master Lu doesn't need their help at all. Judging from the performance of these female soldiers on the battlefield, even if they went to help, it would only affect their efficiency in killing the enemy. These female soldiers are incredibly strong. They were all martial arts masters, killing bandits as easily as cutting straw. Look, there's a group of bandits trying to escape. They're done for, aren't they? I knew they wouldn't last long. If we don't run now, when will we? If we do, they won't be able to escape later. Look, they've been caught again. They can't escape now. No way. No way. Does young Master Lu intend to wipe out all these bandits? There are thousands of them. Look at our boss. His audacity is truly unmatched. He actually intends to leave all these bandits behind. I thought it would be good enough if we could just drive the bandits away, but I never expected that young Master Lu would annihilate them all. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Actually, these villagers are overthinking it. Lu Chen didn't really think that way. There were too many bandits this time, and he had too few soldiers at his disposal. He had not initially planned to do so. Lu Chen just wanted to defeat these bandits. Unexpectedly, a friendly force suddenly appeared halfway through the journey. Lu Chen immediately changed his mind. He instructed Zhao Daya to cooperate with this mysterious allied force to wipe out all the bandits in one fell swoop. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, trouble will surely follow. Chapter 68. Actually, I'm a farmer. On the battlefield, the three bandit groups were attacked from both sides and suffered greatly. Needless to say, Lu Chen's female soldiers are all tough nuts to crack. They're dead if you even touch them, let alone try to gnaw on them. The other unit is not to be trifled with either. Although Meng Ruyu's troops were not as individually strong as Lu Chen's female soldiers, their formation made them incredibly well-coordinated, and the bandits could not withstand their attacks. As a result, the bandits could only scatter and flee. Don't let them get away. Chase after those guys. Stop them. They're trying to break out from there. Kill. Leave no one alive. Meng Ruyu's troops had only been in the battle for a short while when the battle turned into a one-sided, crushing victory. What was initially thought to be a closely contested battle quickly escalated into an encirclement and pursuit operation. The remaining two bandit leaders only knew how to lead their men in burning, killing, and looting. They had no idea how to command a real battle. Seeing his troops collapse like a house of cards, he was immediately at a loss and didn't know what to do. The bandits could only flee for their lives, and if they couldn't escape, they fought their own battles. Seeing this, Lu Chen could only feel sorry for the new recruits, as they had wasted a good opportunity to hone their combat experience. My lady, you take them upstairs. Although Qiao and a group of veterans did not go into battle, they remained at the city gate, fully prepared and ready to go. Firstly, they can protect the people in the city, and secondly, they can go into battle to kill enemies at any time. Follow me. At Qiao's command, she led more than 40 female soldiers to charge into battle. With the addition of this new force, the bandits' doom came even faster. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll never do it again. Amidst screams and pleas for mercy, one bandit after another fell on the blood-soaked battlefield. Most of the female soldiers under Lu Chen's command were children of the lowest social classes. They had witnessed too many of the bandits' evil deeds, and even if they hadn't seen them with their own eyes, they had heard a lot about the bandits' brutal acts. Now, these bandits are attacking Lu Family Village. If Lu Chen hadn't been there, Lu Family Village would definitely have been captured by them. At that time, the fate of them and these people will be unimaginable. Therefore, despite their young age, they showed no mercy in their actions. Seeing that the overall situation was settled, Lu Chen began to consider the cleanup work after the battle. The work of looting and burying corpses is too troublesome and too time-consuming. Although there are thousands of refugees at present, there are also many bandit corpses. It looks like construction will have to be temporarily suspended again. Lu Chen looked around and saw Lu Daji standing not far away, also watching the battle. Lu Chen walked over. 13th uncle. Xiao Chun, Lu Daji said with a smile. I didn't expect so many bandits to come this time. It scared me to death. If it weren't for you, our village would have been in big trouble. Now that Lu Chen is becoming increasingly powerful, Lu Daji has to be very careful when speaking to him. Lu Chen said, it's all thanks to the villagers' kindness. Uncle 13, you'll have to take care of cleaning up the battlefield later. Lu Daji hurriedly said, this is all the proper thing to do. Tell me, how do you want to do it? I'm listening. When we're cleaning up the battlefield later, have the village patrol team supervise. As usual, hand over the money to me, and the clothes and weapons belong to the villagers and refugees. You can distribute them as you see fit, and try to avoid any fights arising from the distribution. Also, tell them that anyone who dares to hoard any money found on the battlefield, no matter how much, will be immediately expelled from the village. Understand. Understand. Don't worry, I will handle this properly. I will go and arrange for a patrol team to organize the refugees to prepare to clean up the battlefield. After Lu Daji left, Lu Chen saw that the battle was nearing its end and there was no need for him to stay there, so he returned home. In fact, Lu Chen is a real farmer. The amount of farm work he has done in the past month or so exceeds that of any other farmer in the world. He entered the system space and began his work for the day. Reclaim 100 acres of farmland. Harvest all the ripe crops. Process all brown rice into polished rice. Process all the harvested wheat into flour. Plant 500 mu of rice. Plant 500 mu of wheat. Plant 200 mu of corn. Plant 200 mu of soybeans. Plant 100 mu of potatoes. Plant 50 mu of cabbage. We'll plant 50 acres of soybeans. Planting. Looking at the quantities of various grains in the warehouse, those numbers filled Lu Chen with immense pride. One day, the food in his space will be enough to feed all the people of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. When that day comes, no one will go hungry anymore. However, The grain in his hands must absolutely not pass through the hands of officials of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Once the grain passes through the hands of those officials, no matter how much grain there is, it won't be enough for them to embezzle. After tending to the crops, Lu Chen left the space. He bought another 200 sets of military uniforms from the system store, in various sizes, all tailored to the female soldiers' figures. He had just put the clothes into the side room that he used as a storeroom when he heard footsteps outside. It was Qiao and Zhao Daya who returned from the battlefield outside the village with the female soldiers. It was inconvenient for them to be present when cleaning up the battlefield. Although the refugees can now have enough to eat, they are still extremely short of supplies. Many refugees are still barely clothed. It's already late autumn, and in another month or two, it will get cold. Although the clothes on the bandits' corpses on the battlefield were soaked in blood, they were still highly sought-after items for these refugees. After the battlefield has been cleaned up, there probably won't even be a single loose thread left. The female soldiers were all unmarried young women, so naturally they couldn't stay on the battlefield to watch those ugly human body art. My lord, all the bandits outside have been wiped out. Qiao met Lu Chen and reported the results of the battle to him. Lu Chen said, "All right, you've worked hard." Then he said to Zhao Daya, "Send someone to move the clothes from the west wing to the girls' quarters and distribute them to them according to their numbers. Let them take a bath and change into the new clothes. As for the old clothes that they take off, put them all in the warehouse according to the old rules." The female soldiers' uniforms were covered in blood and were difficult to wash clean. It's impossible to throw them away. These uniforms are only for the female soldiers under his command and must never be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Lu Chen put all the blood-stained military uniforms into his spatial storage. At this moment, Qiao said, "There is a young woman outside who says she is the leader of that team. She says she wants to see you and has something to discuss." Lu Chen then realized that he had almost forgotten about this. He immediately said, "Send someone to cook right away. They helped us, so we should at least treat them to a meal." "Yes, my lord. I'll have someone prepare the meal right away." After Qiao finished speaking, she asked, "Do you want to see that woman outside?" "Of course we should see her. Please invite her in. They helped him so much, there's no reason for him to turn them away." Although, in a way, she made things worse. Chapter 69, The Illustrious Name of General Meng. When Lu Chen first saw Meng Ruyu, his eyes lit up. This woman is stunning. Her beauty was different from that of ordinary women. The heroic air between her brows made her look like a soldier. "Young Master Lu, I've heard so much about you." Meng Ruyu bowed to Lu Chen with a dignified and respectful demeanor. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your help today, young lady. May I ask how I should address you?" "I am Meng Ruyu, and I apologize for disturbing you today." Lu Chen was stunned when he heard this. He looked the beautiful woman up and down and asked, "You said your name is Meng Ruyu?" Meng Ruyu smiled and said, "I will not change my name or surname. I am Meng Ruyu." Lu Chen was still not quite convinced. "Are you really General Meng Ruyu, who fought against the Tartars?" Meng Ruyu nodded. "It is indeed me." Lu Chen, filled with doubt, said, "General Meng's fame is widespread. Everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty knows him. I have long admired your name, and I never expected to have the honor of meeting you today. It is truly a great honor. But I wonder what brings General Meng here today. Why did you come to this place?" As he just said, General Meng Ruyu was a renowned figure in the Great Zhou dynasty. If you ask anyone in the village now, they can tell you several heroic stories about Meng Ruyu fighting the Tartar soldiers. In particular, the women's army led by Meng Ruyu fought bloody battles on the border, winning countless victories, killing countless Tartar soldiers, and writing countless heroic deeds worthy of being sung and moved. However, all the soldiers Meng Ruyu brought today were men. Where did her female warriors go? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Meng Ruyu's brows furrowed with worry and indignation. "Young Master Lu, please don't joke. I am now a fallen phoenix, worse than a chicken, as frightened as a stray dog. Let's not talk about the past." Lu Chen felt that he might have touched on Meng Ruyu's sore spot, so he didn't press the matter further. He introduced Meng Ruyu, saying, "This is my wife, Qiao." Meng Ruyu had already heard of Qiao's name from the intelligence she had gathered. He then said to Qiao, "Ruyu greets Madame Xie. Madame Xie is dignified and elegant, truly a beauty." Qiao stared at Meng Ruyu with admiration and said, "General Meng, I never thought I would be able to see you in person in this lifetime. You are so beautiful." Meng Ruyu is an idol in the hearts of countless women. Qiao was once her little fan. She had fantasized countless times about how wonderful it would be if she could become a great general like Meng Ruyu one day. "Madame Xie, I'm just a roughneck in the army. How could I compare to your beauty and charm?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen realized that these two were actually flattering each other. He hurriedly said, "My lady, please take General Meng downstairs to bathe and change his clothes." After Meng Ruyu and the others left, Lu Chen instructed the kitchen to prepare a fine banquet. If it were someone else, even if he sent troops to help him out of the predicament, he would only be perfunctory and not truly sincere. But this is General Meng Ruyu. As a woman, She fought against the Tartars in the northern frontier for several years, sacrificing countless lives to bring peace to the people of the northern frontier. Although the Great Zhou dynasty was corrupt and decadent, Meng Ruyu's personal achievements cannot be erased. It seems that Meng Ruyu has encountered some difficulties. Lu Chen thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out why Meng Ruyu would come from the northern frontier to this central plain. Now the Tartar soldiers are running rampant in the northern border, trying to take advantage of the Zhou dynasty's weakest moment to break through the gates. Why is Meng Ruyu not fighting the enemy in the northern frontier? What is he doing in the central plains? I can't figure it out, Lu Chen said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it anymore. I'll go to the store and see if they have any good ingredients. I'll come out the right time and try something new today. The system store also sells all kinds of fresh dishes, the kind they just made. It makes perfect sense for an arms store to sell freshly stir-fried shredded pork with garlic sauce, perfect for officers. The system store has a wide variety of products, and Lu Chen only recently found the cooked food category in the food category. Within the subcategories of cooked food, there are various dishes. Meat and vegetables, hot and cold, Chinese and Western styles, you name it, they have it all. At this moment, Meng Ruyu was taking a bath. Miao Lingling is instructing her on how to use the various facilities and supplies in the bathroom. Little sister, where does this hot water come from? Meng Ruyu soaked in the bathtub, and in the steam, every pore on her body seemed to be laughing joyfully. Miao Lingling enthusiastically explained it to her. This water comes from the reservoir in the backyard, is heated by the stove, and then flows here. What are these bubbles called? And why do they smell so good? Miao Lingling said, General Meng, this is called shower gel. It's specially for bathing. Using it not only cleans you up, but also leaves your skin smooth and smells nice all day long. Miao Lingling patiently explained it to Meng Ruyu. When she first arrived, she was also very curious about these things. She had never seen them before, let alone heard of them. Meng Ruyu had never heard of it either. She had met the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty before, and even in the palace, these things were not available. Just like the square pieces of glass on a window, so pure and clear, all exactly the same, even the emperor's palace didn't have them. This Lu Chen is becoming more and more unfathomable to me. Just as they were thinking this, the two in the bathroom suddenly heard a strange sound. A blush instantly spread across Meng Ruyu's pretty face. Tian Lingling said, General Meng, are you hungry? There's food being prepared outside. I just heard that my cousin had the kitchen prepare a huge feast, just waiting for you to finish washing up before you eat. Upon hearing Tian Lingling's words, Meng Ruyu felt an even greater discomfort from the emptiness in her stomach. Good heavens, what kind of life has she been living for the past month? To gamble on this, she ordered that all the remaining food in the village be eaten, which gave her soldiers some strength. She only ate one meal in 2 whole days. The same was true of her soldiers. I hope Lu Chen can cook more food. Otherwise, I'm afraid my foodies will eat all the pots and pans in his house. When Meng Ruyu finished bathing and was getting dressed, she blushed again. Tian Lingling brought over the entire military uniform and began explaining it to Meng Ruyu. This is called underwear. This is so embarrassing. Meng Ruyu hadn't felt blushing for many years. Tian Lingling was still young and didn't understand what adults were thinking. She even mentioned it specifically. This is what my cousin told me to pick out, saying that he wanted to find an outfit that would fit your figure. Meng Ruyu couldn't help but lower her head and glance at him. This person was so rude. What kind of man would say something like that? Also, the style of this lingerie is really erotic. Chapter 70, I heard you're going to take on some underlings? Meng Ruyu had initially refused the banquet that Lu Chen had specially arranged for her. Over the years, she has always shared weal and woe with the soldiers, eating the same food every day. If there's meat, we all eat it together. If there's no grain, we all eat grass roots together. I have never been given special treatment. After she finished bathing and changing, she intended to go out and have a meal with her subordinates. But Qiao grabbed her arm. Meng Ruyu struggled twice, but couldn't break free. General Meng, my husband has specially prepared this banquet for you. If you don't eat, wouldn't it be a waste of my husband's good intentions? Meng Ruyu had no choice but to comply. Firstly, she figured that with her own strength, she really wouldn't be able to get away from Qiao. Secondly, she could already smell the aroma of the food wafting out. What kind of life has she been living for the past month? They ate cornbread and wild vegetable porridge every day and hardly ever ate salt. Not to mention the profits. Come, General Meng, please have a seat. As soon as Meng Ruyu and the others entered, Lu Chen greeted them. You all come and sit down too. Apart from Meng Ruyu and Qiao, there are also Ninger, Rower, and Tian Lingling. Ninger and Rower hurriedly said, Young Master Lu, we don't need to sit down. They were Meng Ruyu's close attendants, responsible for protecting his safety. No matter where Meng Ruyu went or whose house she visited, there was never a place for the two of them. When Meng Ruyu ate with the host family, the two of them stood by her side. After Meng Ruyu finished eating, the two of them would dine with the servants of their master. Qiao smiled and gestured to Ninger and Rower. Please sit down. My family doesn't have many rules. Come on, sit down and eat. In fact, what Meng Ryu disliked most deep down was the idea that people should be divided into different classes based on social status and wealth. But since everyone in the world was like that, she had no choice but to submit. Seeing Lu Chen and his wife like this today, she suddenly found Lu Chen much more pleasing to the eye. Since young Master Lu and Madame Xia have said so, please sit down. Ninger and Rower hesitated for a moment, then had no choice but to sit down next to Meng Ryu. Meng Ryu looked at the dishes on the table. Young Master Lu, this is far too lavish. I am truly unworthy of such a sumptuous meal. When Meng Ryu saw the dishes on the table, she was extremely shocked. In the center of the table was a large basin containing a bear paw. This bear paw is over a foot wide and about the size of a wash basin. It's steamed until it's shiny and oily, and just looking at it makes your mouth water. Next to the bear paw was a bright red prawn, nearly 2 feet long. Even though Meng Ryu was well-traveled and knowledgeable, she had never seen such a large prawn before. On the other side of the bear paw was a roast suckling pig. The whole pig roasted until the skin was golden brown and still sizzling with oil. Meng Ryu hadn't seen oily food in a long time. She felt she could swallow a whole roasted suckling pig by herself. Besides that, there was a whole fish whose name she didn't even know. In addition, there are whole chickens, whole ducks, foie gras, and chicken feet. There were a total of 16 dishes for soups and several staple foods such as egg pancakes, scallion noodle rolls, and steamed rice with juju cake. Come on, Lu Chen gestured. Everyone, I won't bother with formalities. Have something to eat first, and then General Meng and I will have a few more drinks later. Meng Ryu said generously. Young Master Lu, then we won't stand on ceremony. The group immediately picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. The meal was incredibly satisfying. Meng Ryu hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, and today's meal finally made up for all the stomach trouble she'd suffered during this period. Ninger and Rower were initially a little embarrassed, but the food was so delicious that they let loose and enjoyed themselves as they ate. Lu Chen didn't eat much. He ate slowly while secretly observing Meng Ryu. Ultimately, he became basically certain of one thing. The woman in front of me is undoubtedly Meng Ryu herself. She possessed neither the tyranny and affectation of those in power during that era, nor the coyness of a young woman. This aligns perfectly with the rumors circulating about her among the public. Yes, it suits my taste perfectly. Seeing that Meng Ryu had almost finished eating, Qiao picked up a bottle of baijiu and poured wine for Lu Chen, Meng Ryu, and the other 3. You're too young, you can't drink alcohol. Seeing Tian Lingling staring expectantly at the wine bottle, Qiao immediately shattered her fantasy. Lu Chen picked up a bottle of orange juice with pulp from the side and poured a glass for Tian Lingling. Here, try this. It tastes much better than wine. Tian Lingling took a sip and immediately forgot about the wine. This is delicious. This is really delicious. Over there, Lu Chen and Meng Ryu had already finished a drink. Meng Ryu put down her wine glass and got straight to the point. Young Master Lu, would you be interested in cooperating with me? Lu Chen laughed and said, Cooperation? General Meng is someone who always wants to control the overall situation. Why don't you say you want to take me as your subordinate? Didn't you come here today to take me as your subordinate? Meng Ryu was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the news has been leaked? She looked at Ninger and Rower beside her. Only the 2 of them knew about this. General, Ninger hurriedly waved to Meng Ryu. Rower didn't speak. She just shook her head vigorously. Meng Ryu looked at Lu Chen and said solemnly, Young Master Lu, let's not beat around the bush. I've come here today to ask you to assist me in accomplishing something truly great. Oh, Lu Chen looked at Meng Ryu with a hint of mockery. Then why did you change your mind? Just as you said, I am someone who wants to control everything, but I can't control you, young Master Lu. Lu Chen nodded admiringly at Meng Ryu. General Meng, you are indeed a man who can accomplish great things. Meng Ryu stared intently at Lu Chen with her beautiful eyes. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Lu Chen remained non-committal, saying, General Meng, why don't you rest here for 2 days? We can discuss this matter again after 2 days, shall we? Meng Ryu pondered for a moment, then said, Agreed. This is a huge matter for both sides, and Meng Ryu believes that Lu Chen needs to consider it carefully. Young Master Lu, then I shall take my leave. All right, I'll take you. Meng Ryu took her leave and, after leaving the Lu residence, headed straight for the village entrance with Ninger and Rower. She still missed her soldiers. Because of the large number of people, cooking took a long time, and it was only at this point that her 1,800 soldiers had just started eating. General, upon seeing Meng Ryu approach, the soldiers who were eating with their bowls straightened up. Meng Ryu glanced at the food in their bowls. 1-inch slices of fatty meat, 1-inch pieces of fried tofu, vermicelli soaked in oil, fluffy white rice, and soft, white steamed buns. The soldiers all had oil all over their mouths from eating. Meng Ryu felt a tremor in her heart. After so long, they finally had a full meal. Moreover, the standard of the food was so high that it was something she had never experienced in the army. In the past, even when there was a meal of meat in the military, each person would only get a small piece at most. Meng Ryu suddenly looked into the distance. There, the land stretched out endlessly, with hardly a trace of green. The trees were withered and yellow, and even the bark had been peeled off. Where did Lu Chen get the meat? Where did he get the refined rice and flour? He even managed to buy tofu, vermicelli, and cabbage. Meng Ruyu felt a throbbing pain in her head. Chapter 71. Where can I find brave warriors to slay on all sides? This bandit gang that attacked brought Lu Chen nearly 10,000 taels of silver. Lu Chen felt it was a pity that he forgot to capture a few alive, so he could ask them where their hideout was. That evening, when Lu Chen arranged for Meng Ruyu to rest in the backyard, he suddenly remembered this matter and casually asked Meng Ruyu about it. Meng Ruyu said, "According to my subordinates, they come from Qingfeng Cliff, Evil Valley, and Broken Soul Mountain. These bandits have been entrenched here for many years, and many people know their leaders." Lu Chen was surprised by the unexpected surprise and said, "Could you have your men come with me? I want to go to their stronghold and wipe out the remaining bandits." "No problem. I'll call them over right away." Meng Ruyu asked Ning'er to go to the outpost outside the village and find a few scouts who were familiar with these mountain strongholds. "My lady, please arrange a room for General Meng in the backyard so that she can get some rest." Qiao accompanied Meng Ruyu to the backyard and found a room for her to rest. When Meng Ruyu entered the room, she saw that although the furnishings were simple, the room was very clean. She was really tired today, so she lay down on the bed. This bed is so soft." Meng Ruyu pressed her hand against the bedboard beneath her and found it to be exceptionally soft. Lying on it felt like lying on a cloud. "What is this made of?" He really knows how to enjoy himself. Even the Emperor's bed must be no better than this. I must say, lying on this is really comfortable. Meng Ruyu discovered that Lu Chen could surprise her anytime, anywhere. Meng Ruyu lay on the soft, cotton-like bed and slept comfortably all night. She had never slept so soundly in years. When I woke up, it was already broad daylight. When Meng Ruyu got up to wash, Tian Lingling came to instruct her on how to use shampoo, facial cleanser, soap, toothpaste, and toothbrush. Having served in the military for many years, Meng Ruyu has always maintained a simple and unrefined lifestyle. But today, she suddenly felt that she had wasted her short life of more than 10 years. She went to war with her father when she was 13, and her father died on the battlefield when she was 15. Because of her outstanding military achievements, she gained the trust and love of her father's former subordinates, and naturally took command of them. From the time she could remember, she practiced martial arts with her master every day, constantly training her body regardless of the scorching heat or bitter cold. After that, she joined the army and fought battles every day, constantly on the move. I've never known what the word enjoyment means. Using these things occasionally seems pretty good. Everyone has a love for beauty, especially Meng Ruyu, who is only a 19-year-old young woman. When Lu Chen comes back, I'll buy some from him to keep with me. The 3 bandit strongholds were not close to Lujia village. They were dozens of miles away. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Chen returned with several of Meng Ruyu's subordinates. After Meng Ruyu's subordinates returned to the village, they immediately reported back to Meng Ruyu. "You must have had a long journey." The scouts all shook their heads. "General, it's no trouble at all. I didn't sleep a wink last night and ran over 100 miles straight. How could I not be exhausted?" The lead scout, named Jiang Zan, replied, "General, it's really not tiring. I haven't slept for just one night. I'm used to it." Meng Ruyu smiled gently and said, "Tell me, have you encountered any trouble along the way?" Jiang Zan said, "No, not a bit of trouble. It wasn't just trouble-free, it was like walking on flat ground." When Lu Chen went out, he only brought one attendant with him, in addition to Jiang Zan and a few others. The attendant's name was Tianya, and judging from their conversation, she should be Lu Chen's cousin. Tianya didn't talk much along the way. She was just an ordinary farm girl. But when they arrived at the bandit stronghold, Jiang Zan and his companions were truly amazed. Each bandit stronghold had anywhere from dozens to hundreds of people. The first mountain stronghold they arrived at was the Valley of Villains. Although it was night, the gates of Evil Valley were still brightly lit and heavily guarded. Jiang Zan thought this was going to be another tough battle. After all, there were only 6 of them in total. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Chen simply waved his hand, and Tianya rushed forward all by herself. To the astonishment of Jiang Zan and the others, Tianya leaped up and jumped directly onto the more than 2 zhang high stockade wall. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Before Jiang Zan and the others could figure out what was going on, Tianya had wiped out all 80-plus people in the Valley of Villains. The same applies to Qingfeng Cliff and Duanhuan Mountain. Lu Chen waved, while Jiang Zan and the others stared in disbelief. Tianya was responsible for killing the bandits. "General, you have no idea how strong that girl Tianya is. She's just too strong." Jiang Zan continued. "If we had a few, even just 2 fierce warriors like Tianya in our army, our Meng family army would be invincible, winning every battle and sweeping all before us." A bitter feeling welled up in Meng Ruyu's heart. Lu Chen has more than just 1 or 2 Tianyas under his command. His more than 100 female soldiers likely all possess similar abilities. Tian Lingling, who has been guiding her on how to use various novel items these past 2 days, is Tian, Ye's younger sister. Meng Ryu had observed Tian lingling before. Although she was only a girl of about 10 years old, her strength was unfathomable. Even if she were to take action herself, she might not be able to defeat this girl who is only 10 years old. I heard these girls are training in the courtyard next door. I had nothing to do, so I want to check it out. Meng Ryu is now a guest of honor at Lu Chen's house, coming and going as she pleases, and no one stops her. She turned around and went to Lu Chen's house. She didn't go to find Lu Chen, but went directly to the martial arts arena. At this moment, Lu Chen was alone in his study, taking stock of his spoils. This trip to the bandits' stronghold yielded a variety of gold and silver jewelry, worth nearly 30,000 taels of silver. Adding the 9,000 taels that were previously looted from the bandits, the total came to 38,000 taels. Adding to the previous nearly 20,000 taels, the total is more than 50,000 taels. He spent quite a bit of money at the store lately. The purchase of materials for building city walls and houses, as well as the weapons and equipment issued to the girls, cost nearly 20,000 taels of silver, which is nearly 20 million system coins. He still has more than 30,000 taels left. Next, there are many more and larger projects that will require a lot of money. Even 30,000 taels might not be enough. This is all thanks to the stable value of the system currency. If he were to buy these supplies in the real world, he would probably have run out of money long ago. We need to find another opportunity to make some more money. Lu Chen felt he was very poor. A mere county magistrate can easily amass tens or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Surely he can't be less capable than a county magistrate? While Lu Chen was thinking about how to make money, Meng Ryu was completely absorbed in the performance. On the training ground, these young female soldiers were practicing an incredibly skillful sword technique. Chapter 72, the general, is actually a martial arts fanatic. From her master, Meng Ryu learned that she was a martial arts prodigy, 1 in a million. It was precisely because of this that she became a half-step grandmaster at such a young age. This is also why she was invincible on the battlefield. Although she is known as a general, only she knows that she has another identity, a martial arts fanatic. Obsessed with martial arts as if it were her life, perfectly describes someone like Meng Ryu. On the training field, Zhao Daya was directing the female soldiers to practice swordsmanship. Thanks to the 100x proficiency boost, the female soldiers' swordsmanship improved rapidly, especially the new recruits, who are making progress at a visible rate almost every 15 minutes. Those veterans still have great potential for improvement. After all, this was the master-level sword technique that Lu Chen purchased from the system store. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. This sword technique is worlds apart from the sword techniques that humans have gradually developed through trial and error. Meng Ryu became more and more engrossed in watching, lingering there for a long time, as if she had forgotten everything else. General Meng, General Meng. A voice rang in her ears, and Meng Ryu was jolted awake from a reverie. So it's Miss Lu. Excuse me, may I ask where you obtained this sword technique? Lu Xiaolan said, General Meng, this sword technique was taught to me by my young master. When Lu Xiaolan first started practicing the sword technique, she was just an ordinary girl who knew nothing about martial arts. But after practicing for so long, she has mastered 70% of this sword technique. At this point, she was considered a top expert in martial arts. Her vision far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. Of course, she knew the subtleties of this sword technique. It can be said that if this sword technique were to be leaked, it would surely bring bloodshed and chaos to the martial arts world. Meng Ryu was somewhat surprised. You're saying this sword technique was taught to you by young Master Lu? Exactly. Meng Ryu sighed inwardly. Could this Lu Chen be a bottomless treasure? Miss Lu. Meng Ryu felt ashamed. She had actually thought of making this request, and she was too embarrassed to face anyone. But she followed her heart and said, I wonder if I could watch you train from the sidelines? Stealing someone else's martial arts techniques is a major taboo in the martial arts world. Moreover, this sword technique is so profound that even a glimpse of it would greatly benefit the cultivation of an ordinary martial artist. General Meng, as my young master's guest, I'm sure he won't mind. Please feel free to look around. If there's anything lacking, I hope you can point it out to me. Then thank you very much, Miss Lu. Meng Ryu breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at it and saw that the training was over. Meng Ryu then reluctantly left the training ground. At this moment, Lu Chen had already set up another table of food and drink. Seeing Meng Ryu come out of the martial arts arena, he invited her to come and have a meal. Young Master Lu, I have a request. I wonder if you would be willing to grant it. Lu Chen smiled. What is it first? I would like to stay at your residence for a few more days. What do you think, young Master Lu? Can. Lu Chen readily agreed without the slightest hesitation. This was completely unexpected by Meng Ryu. Doesn't he know what this means? If she stays here for another day, Lu Chen will have to spend a lot of food to support her 1,800 soldiers. Lu Chen seemed completely unconcerned about this. Judging from his demeanor, raising nearly 2,000 more soldiers seemed to be nothing more than a few copper coins to him. Since he doesn't care, It means he has the ability. He's already supporting thousands of displaced people on a construction site, so adding another 1,000 or 2 soldiers doesn't seem like a problem. Meng Ryu prepared herself mentally and tried to dispel her unease. Then, she settled in without any qualms. This day lasted a whole month. For the past month, Meng Ryu has been spending every day at the martial arts training ground, rarely paying attention to outside affairs. Anyway, her soldiers are well-fed and well-treated every day, so she wants to take them away now. They probably won't be very willing. The food here is amazing. We get to eat meat every day. They never even dared to dream of this before. It's a sin to even think about it. Right now, many people don't even have tree bark to chew on, yet they're eating meat here every day. It's hard not to feel guilty about it. In the past month, the village has undergone tremendous changes. The military camp next to Lu Chen's house has been completed. The houses are like matchboxes, with 4 rows of houses surrounding a courtyard. 10 rooms in a row, 2 floors, a total of 80 rooms. Besides 4 public restrooms, 2 kitchens, 2 laundry rooms, and 2 bathrooms, there are 70 houses. After the military camp was completed, Tian Luzhu immediately led a team to begin building the training ground. The training ground didn't need many buildings, so it was completed by the time the city walls were finished. Without stopping, Tian Luzhu led several more teams to begin constructing warehouses, armories, restaurants, and other facilities. Of course, the 1,800 soldiers brought by Meng Ryu couldn't just eat for free every day. The day after Meng Ryu arrived, she arranged for them to join the ranks of bricklayers, carrying bricks, plastering, lifting sand, doing whatever they could, as long as they couldn't rest. The projects that have just started are relatively small, far less extensive than the construction of the city walls and moat. These projects will require at most a few hundred people. Meng Zhongyu alone brought 1,800 soldiers. Therefore, the refugees began to panic. There's no work to do here. Shouldn't young Master Lu send us away? Of course. They've taken care of us for so many days. We should be grateful. Do you expect them to take care of us for the rest of our lives? If we leave here, where should we go? Although we have some food on hand, it won't last long. Sigh, I'm going to have to endure hardship again. I wonder when I'll ever meet a kind person like young Master Lu again. What are you thinking? Meeting someone like young Master Lu, even once in your life, is already a blessing from your ancestors. At night, in the shacks outside the village, 2,000 or 3,000 refugees huddled in the darkness, all sighing and lamenting. Sigh, let's hurry up and pack our things tomorrow. We have to leave tomorrow. We've had enough to eat here in this lifetime. Even if we starve to death later, it'll be a good thing we didn't live our lives. Many refugees packed their bedding overnight, preparing to set off the next day and continue their wandering in this chaotic world. Early the next morning, Lu Huaishan arrived at Lu Chen's house. Master, those refugees outside the city are all waiting at the city gate. It seems they are here to say goodbye to you. Lu Chen then realized that there were some things he hadn't explained to these refugees. Actually, this was something he did intentionally. He deliberately avoided making definitive statements, hoping to instill a sense of crisis in these displaced people. As I said before, he doesn't tolerate lazy people here. A sense of crisis is what fuels ambition. Let's go take a look. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he walked out. Qiao hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at the city gate, before even leaving the city, Lu Chen saw a large, dark mass of people standing outside. Chapter 73 continues the large-scale construction. Young Master Lu, boss. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, the 2,000 or 3,000 refugees erupted in shouts. Lu Chen waved to them, then looked at the bags and packages they were carrying and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Several respected and eloquent representatives of the displaced people came before Lu Chen. Young Master Lu, thank you for taking care of us during this time. Now that the city wall has been completed, it is time for us to leave. The refugees' eyes were filled with gratitude and reluctance to leave. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Where are you planning to go?" The expressions on the faces of the refugees instantly darkened. Young Master Lu, the situation is unstable right now, with wars raging everywhere. We don't know where we can go, so we can only take it one step at a time. Lu Chen said, "Since you don't have a better place to go, why don't you all stay at my Lu family village?" The refugees were both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. They certainly couldn't ask for that. The representative of the refugees said, "Young Master Lu, how can we, with so many of us, eat here for nothing? You have been more than kind to us these past few days, and we cannot burden you any further." Lu Chen laughed and said, "How can you just eat for free? You all work so hard every day. I should be the one thanking you." Before they could refuse, Lu Chen continued, "In a few days, I have another big project here, even bigger than the city wall construction. I'll need your help from now on." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the thousands of refugees immediately erupted in cheers. They no longer need to leave. No more wandering and begging for food. "Thank you, young Master Lu. Thank you so much for your kindness, employer." The refugees' expressions of gratitude rose and fell in waves. After comforting the refugees, Lu Chen returned home. "My lady, Tomorrow you should go and tell those refugees that our Lu family needs to recruit 300 people. Yes, my lord. Do you still only want unmarried women? Lu Chen nodded. Of course. The military barracks next to the house are now habitable, and with the standard configuration of these rooms, they can accommodate 280 people. 300 people can fit in if they squeeze in a little. Once the second phase of military camps is built, we will be able to recruit even more people. The second phase of the military camp will be much larger than the current one, and it can easily accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 people. Afterwards, Lu Chen had someone invite Lu Daji to his home and prepared a table full of fine wine and food in advance. In fact, Lu Daji's life is now worse than that of the migrant workers on the construction site. Although these refugees work hard every day, they are able to eat several large pieces of fatty meat every day. But Lu Daji couldn't do that. No matter what, he is the village chief of Lujiazhai. In name only, he was the second most powerful person in the village after Lu Chen. As the village chief, he couldn't possibly go to the construction site to do manual labor like everyone else, could he? Because of his position as village chief, he could only eat rice and drink rice porridge every day, although these days are infinitely better than before. But he can't get any meat. From the very beginning, Lu Chen set a rule that people working on the construction site were not allowed to bring food home. No one dares to break the rules set by Lu Chen. Even Lu Daji's sons and daughters-in-law who work on the construction site don't have the guts to do that. Therefore, whenever Lu Chen consulted with Lu Daji about village affairs, he would prepare a feast for the village chief. That's why, as soon as Lu Chen called for him, Lu Daji immediately came running over. Uncle 13, I've invited you here today to discuss two matters, one major and one minor. Lu Chen got straight to the point. While gnawing on a tender and crispy chicken leg, Lu Daji nodded repeatedly. Go on, I'm listening. Right now, every household in the village has some rice stored up. In the future, the villagers can use the grain to exchange for pork. 1 pound of grain can be exchanged for 2 ounces of pork. You can tell the villagers about this later today. Lu Daji was overjoyed when he heard this. Isn't this exactly the thing I've been dreaming of day and night? These days, he eats white rice and drinks rice porridge every day, but he still feels hungry. He later realized that he wasn't hungry. He was craving something. Many times he looked at the rice stored at home and thought how wonderful it would be if he could exchange it for pork. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen fulfilled his wish today. Excellent. That's wonderful. Nephew Lu Chen, your idea really hits the nail on the head. Lu Daji was so excited that his face was flushed. His wife is so hungry for pork that her eyes are practically glowing green. So much so that every day when she saw her sons and daughters-in-law coming home with their greasy lips, she would inexplicably feel angry and always find fault with the children. There's a second matter, and that's the important one, Lu Chen said. Actually, the idea of exchanging rice for pork that he just suggested was something he came up with on the spur of the moment. If even the village chief, Lu Daji, is so greedy for meat, then everyone else in the village must be too. It's not a big deal to occasionally give the elderly, weak, women, and children who can't work on the construction site a bite of meat. What is it? Tell me. Lu Daji put down the chicken leg he was holding. Since we can eat meat every day from now on, what's a little more meat? Go to Sun Lijing tomorrow and tell him that I'm planning to bulldoze all the houses in Sunjiazwang. Lu Daji was shocked and hurriedly asked, what happened? What did the people from Sunjiazwang do to offend you? Lu Chen laughed and said, 13th uncle, why are you in such a hurry? I just want to flatten the entire Lu family village and rebuild the houses, all of them 2-story brick and tile houses. Lu Daji gasped, my God, how much money must this have cost? Lu Chen shook his head. I don't just want to build a few hundred houses. I want to build thousands of houses in Sunjiazwang. Not only can the people of Sunjiazwang live there, but all the villagers of Lujiazhai will also be able to live there. In addition, the thousands of refugees outside will also live in Sunjiazwang. Nephew, you're not joking with your uncle, are you? So many houses, wouldn't that be worth tens or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver? Lu Chen secretly sighed, thinking that Lu Daji was indeed worthy of being the village chief, as he had immediately estimated the amount of silver needed. However, tens or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver are definitely not enough. Because the houses Lu Chen wants to build are not just for the villagers of the 2 villages and the refugees from outside, he also wants to attract more people to settle here in the future. You can just discuss this matter with Village Chief Sunday. As for the money, I still have some on hand. If it's not enough, I have other ways to help. Lu Chen bought building materials from the system store at a much lower price. Even so, he didn't have enough money on hand. However, he was not worried about it. Chapter 74, The Great Zhou's #1 Grandmaster. Lu Chen plans to visit the county town when he has time. During this period, he was not short of money, because the local bandits were very savvy and always took the opportunity to give him money. But now, with the need to build the city wall of Sunjiazwang and construct thousands of houses within the village, he certainly doesn't have enough money. Sunjiazwang was already several times larger than Lujiazhai, and with the farmland near the village, it could easily be developed into a small county town. Sunjiazwang is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one mountain road leading out of the mountains. This path is not far to the east of Lujia village. As for the path leading from Lujiazhai to Sunjiazwang, it was rugged and difficult to traverse, and could not be called a road at all. Lu Chen plans to build Sun Family Village into a fortified city. This city will be Lu Chen's permanent base in the future. Building a city is extremely costly. This is also why Lu Chen wanted to visit the county town. There must be plenty of treasures in the county town. If he didn't find enough silver coins in the county town, he would go to the prefectural city. If the prefectural city is not enough, then go to the state city. If the state city is not enough, then go to the capital. We can always dig up enough silver. However, recruiting new soldiers is the priority right now. As his territory expanded, he needed more and more subordinates. This is the most important thing. The news that the Lu family was recruiting people spread quickly the next day. The area in front of the Lu residence gate was immediately packed with people. Countless refugees brought their daughters, hoping to try their luck. If these helpers can eat so well at Lu Chen's house, wouldn't their lives be heavenly if their daughters enter the Lu family? However, there are limited spots available, and their daughter may not necessarily be able to enter the Lu family. For a time, the area in front of Lu Chen's gate was packed with people, bustling and lively. Why are you pushing? I'm in front. How did you squeeze into my front? I was standing here. Who pushed you? Can I say that with your daughter? Look how old she is. She must be 17 or 18 by now, right? Everyone here knows that Lu Chen doesn't take older women. My daughter is only 13. She can definitely do it. She absolutely can. Daughter, I'm counting on you from now on. Don't push. Don't push. You step on my foot. The crowd quieted down a bit after Qiao walked out the door. Line up, one at a time. As soon as Qiao spoke, everyone obediently lined up in a long queue. A literate female soldier, holding paper and pen, began to take notes on the table. Another female soldier was responsible for asking about the girl's situation. Name, age, where are you from? What are your parents' names? You've never been married, right? Note that if you have, you should leave as soon as possible. We don't accept people here. The recruitment process is proceeding smoothly. Meng Ryu was unusually absent from the training ground today. As soon as she heard that Lu Chen was hiring, she rushed over. She wanted to see what kind of qualities the girls Lu Chen had recruited were. After all, she's a half-step grandmaster, so her eyes are incredibly sharp. This girl is naturally weak and sickly. She's definitely not cut out for martial arts. No way, no way. Even took a girl like that. What was Lu Chen thinking? This girl is passable, but she's not particularly outstanding. Which of my female soldiers isn't better than her? No way. You accepted this too. Seriously, Lu Chen is indiscriminate. Does he accept any girl? As Meng Ryu watched, she kept muttering to herself. She looked around for a long time, but couldn't find a single promising girl among these girls. They're not picking and choosing people, they're just scavenging for scraps. Meng Ryu didn't look down on these girls. Rather, these girls were simply not cut out for martial arts. Isn't this misleading and corrupting young people? I'm not watching anymore. My stomach hurts from anger. Meng Ryu angrily ran to the training ground to continue observing and learning swordsmanship. At this moment, in a dense forest north of Hudou County, a team was hurrying forward. The leaders, dressed in brocade robes and riding tall horses, exuded an imposing aura. One of the middle-aged men was thin, with a pale, beardless face and a pair of triangular eyes under his slanted eyebrows, exuding a cold and indifferent aura. Beside him, an elderly man with white hair rode alongside him. He suddenly said, "Sir, we are less than 100 miles from Lu family village. Should we stop and rest for a while?" The pale-faced middle-aged man said calmly, "Mr. G, this matter concerns the fate of our Great Zhou dynasty. How dare we slack off for even a moment?" Mr. G's face showed a slight disdain. How could a poor and remote place like this possibly harbor hidden talents? Even we only know a little about this matter, which shows how important it is. I hope Mr. G will be careful with his words. Mr. G then stopped talking and looked at the group of disguised soldiers behind him. This time, 2 grandmasters and 2 half-step grandmasters have emerged. This lineup is enough to destroy a top-tier sect. Even the 50 soldiers behind them were all top-notch experts, carefully selected from the best. It seems that the Emperor is determined to succeed in this secret mission. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the woods. Immediately afterwards, 200 or 300 people rushed out from the side of the road and surrounded the group. The leader, wielding a spiked club, stood menacingly in the middle of the road. He said in a strong voice, "Leave your money behind, and I'll save your lives." Mr. G sighed softly. He's killed so many people on this road that his hands are sore from killing. Among them were refugees begging for food on the road. There are also reckless highway robbers like these. "Mr. G, please," the pale-faced eunuch said coldly. Mr. G had no choice but to urge his horse forward. The bandit leader swung his spiked club, dare to come any closer, and I'll smash your dog's head in." Mr. G drew his long sword from his waist. "Don't blame me. Blame your bad luck for running into us." After saying that, he swung his long sword, and a cold light flashed past. Before the bandit leader could block it, his head flew off. Seeing their leader's blood splattered on the spot, the henchmen shouted and swarmed over to kill him. "Kill!" The two men behind the white-faced eunuch also drew their weapons and charged into the crowd. 50 soldiers drew their swords and charged at the bandits. In an instant, a cold light flashed and blood mist filled the sky. Screams of agony echoed through the air. One life after another was lost. 200 or 300 bandits were utterly defeated by these martial arts masters. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the bandits had been killed or wounded. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining bandits let out a shout and scattered like birds and beasts, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Mr. G took out a silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the long sword. The pale-faced eunuch spurred his horse forward, saying, "Mr. G truly lives up to his reputation as the greatest master of our Great Zhou dynasty. His swordsmanship is superb, reaching the pinnacle of skill. I am truly impressed." A hint of anger flashed in Mr. G's eyes. If this person hadn't wielded immense power, he would have torn him to pieces long ago. What a disgrace it is to make a grandmaster like him serve as someone's dog. Chapter 75, The General Wants to Bully the Little Girl. After recruiting 300 new recruits, Lu Chen instructed Qiao to administer a powerful drug to them. After testing, all of these new recruits passed the test. Lu Chen distributed clothing and weapons to them and instructed Zhao Daya to lead them and the previous veterans to the newly built training ground for swordsmanship training. Meng Ryu followed them all the way to the training ground. She wanted to see just how much potential these mediocre girls could have. More than 400 female soldiers were training diligently on the training ground, practicing each move meticulously. Meng Ryu, watching from the sidelines, became increasingly alarmed until she was completely stunned. The girls we just recruited were all mediocre yesterday. When Meng Ryu looked at them again today, she found that they were all of superior talent. Moreover, these girls were agile, their knife strikes were incredibly fast and powerful, and they all seemed to have practiced martial arts for many years. Meng Ryu kept rubbing her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. "I've heard that in the remote, snow-capped mountains of the north, there's a secluded sect. I've heard that decades ago, they used a 1,000-year-old snow lotus to refine a marrow-cleansing pill. It's said that this pill can cleanse the bones and marrow, transforming an ordinary person into a martial arts prodigy, a talent unseen in 1,000 years. Could it be that Lu Chen gave them a marrow-cleansing pill?" Meng Ryu felt she must be crazy to have such a thought. Decades ago, all the top experts in the entire Great Zhou dynasty fled to the frigid north to seize the marrow-cleansing pill. Ultimately, this battle for the marrow-cleansing pill resulted in the deaths of countless top experts. The last marrow-cleansing pill also disappeared without a trace. Just one marrow-cleansing pill caused a bloodbath throughout the martial arts world. But Lu Chen suddenly took out a full 300 coins. 300? How is that possible? But if it wasn't the marrow-cleansing pill, how did he manage to transform these 300 girls? Meng Ryu wanted to rush into the Lu residence and get to the bottom of things from Lu Chen, but she immediately dismissed the idea. Even if Lu Chen were incredibly stupid, he would never tell her. Next, Meng Ryu saw something even more shocking. These 300 new recruits had only practiced swordsmanship for half a day on the training ground, yet they were already performing it quite well. No, it can't be said to be well done. They have even grasped some of the essence of this sword technique. Meng Ryu felt her worldview had collapsed. For the past month, she has been watching them practice this sword technique at the training ground every day. When night fell, she would practice secretly by herself. After a month, she had only just begun to understand the basics and was far from mastering them. You should know that she is a recognized martial arts prodigy in the martial arts world. How could all these girls be exceptionally talented prodigies? Could it be that the pills Lu Chen gave them not only strengthened their bones and marrow, but also greatly enhanced their comprehension? If that's true, wouldn't this elixir become a divine medicine? Only then did Meng Ryu understand why Lu Chen recruited people so casually. He simply didn't care about their qualifications. No matter how poor their physical constitution, he could transform them from the inside out. Meng Ryu gently touched her forehead, feeling a slight ache in her head. She decided that she had to find Lu Chen and get to the bottom of things. She can't sleep peacefully until she gets to the bottom of it. When it was time for dinner, after they had eaten and drunk their fill, Meng Ryu brought up the matter to Lu Chen. "Young Master Lu, what secret method did you use to elevate those girls' aptitude to the highest level?" Lu Chen knew she would ask this question. He then smiled calmly and said, "General Meng, please forgive me, but I cannot reveal this secret technique to outsiders." Meng Ryu also knew that her asking was due to her inner demons, and that she shouldn't have asked, but she just couldn't help it. Still unwilling to give up, she asked again, "Then what will it take for you to tell me?" Lu Chen stretched out his hand. Please enter my Lu residence. What? Impossible. Meng Ruyu almost jumped up. What brings her here? She came here because she wanted to recruit Lu Chen as her subordinate. Later, seeing that things were hopeless, she decided to cooperate with Lu Chen so that the two of them could create a great enterprise together. Now that Lu Chen actually wants to take her as a subordinate, how could she possibly agree? No, you will agree. Lu Chen smiled. You wish. Lu Chen stared into Meng Ruyu's beautiful eyes and said, You have no choice. Meng Ruyu retorted defiantly. Why don't I have a choice? Do you think I can't live without being your subordinate? Indeed, Lu Chen said. You and your men have no money, no food, and nowhere to go. Where else can you go besides my Lu family village? Meng Ruyu immediately deflated. Actually, she had been thinking about this issue for some time now. After thinking it over and over, she still couldn't come up with a good solution. She led her father's former troops from the northern frontier to the army of Marquis Jingyuan. Due to Marquis Jingyuan's rebellion, she had no choice but to lead her men and some provisions to live in seclusion in the deep mountains. If she hadn't learned of Lu Chen by chance, she and her men would probably be in dire straits by now and might have really become bandits. Lu Chen stared at the loyalty rating above Meng Ruyu's head, already convinced that he had her under his thumb. Meng Ruyu's current loyalty level is 82. Although this number isn't very high, it shows that Meng Ruyu already highly approves of him. Once she truly joins his team, this number will definitely exceed 90 and may even exceed 95. Seeing Meng Ruyu's uncertain expression, Lu Chen unleashed his ultimate move. If you follow me, I will also modify your body, and your strength will definitely leap forward. Meng Ruyu scoffed. Does this general need to improve his physical constitution? Do you think this general is one of those little girls you just picked up? Lu Chen laughed. What? You look down on my soldiers. Meng Ruyu didn't say anything because she truly looked down on her. She didn't look down on those girls, but how could their natural talent and comprehension possibly compare to her, a prodigy? She just didn't want to say it outright because of Lu Chen's feelings. How about this? Lu Chen said, Choose any one of my soldiers. If you can defeat them, I will never mention this matter again, and I will even send you another 10,000 share of grain. What do you say? Really? Absolutely true. Meng Ruyu slammed her hand on the table. Agreed. Meng Ruyu felt that she had been greatly insulted. However, compared to the prospect of receiving 10,000 share of grain, she could bear this slight injustice. 10,000 share of grain, if eaten sparingly, would be enough to feed his 1,800 soldiers for 2 whole years. Let's go pick some people. After saying that, Lu Chen and Meng Ruyu went out together and headed towards the military camp. Young Master Lu, we're joking, but are you really going to let me choose those newly arrived young girls? Lu Chen gave Meng Ruyu a strange look. Do you think you can beat the girls in my courtyard? The girl living in Lu Chen's house is now considered a veteran by Lu Chen. Meng Ruyu wasn't really sure about this. However, Meng Ruyu felt a little reluctant to let a general who had fought on the battlefield for many years bully those peasant girls who had only practiced swordsmanship for half a day. Fine, for the sake of those 10,000 bushels of grain, I'll break my vow this time. At worst, I'll go easy on her later and not make her cry. Chapter 76 Imperial Edict arrives. The two arrived at the military camp next to the Lu residence. It was already evening. The girls were busy taking baths and washing clothes, while many others gathered in a group, chattering incessantly. They were not yet fully familiar with life in the military camp and its various facilities, all of which made them feel very curious. Look at this house, it's so beautiful. It's 1,000 times better than the shacks we live in. Look at this window, then look at this floor, and this bed, this table. We get 3 meals a day here, and every meal has meat. This is truly a life of paradise. Look at us now, and then think back to the past. What kind of lives were we living? Upon seeing Lu Chen, Meng Ruyu, and the others enter, the girls all stopped and stood in rows. Greetings, young Master Lu. Greetings, Madam Xia. Greetings, General Meng. Girls, Lu Chen said, this is General Meng. She wants to choose one of you to spar with. When you choose someone, be careful not to hurt General Meng. These new recruits were not like the girls previously selected from Lujia village. They had been well fed and cared for a month or 2 before they arrived. The physical deficiency is not significant. After taking the power pill, the body's strength increased dramatically. In addition, practicing swordsmanship for half a day made up for their physical shortcomings. At this point, their physical strength had exceeded the limits of human beings. If they were to attack with all their might, Meng Ruyu would not be able to withstand it all. Lu Chen's words made Meng Ruyu feel like her self-esteem had been hit by 1,000 blows. Girls, don't listen to young Master Lu. Meng Ruyu immediately said. Lu Chen gestured for Meng Ruyu to choose someone from among them. Meng Ruyu casually pointed to a tall girl of about 15 or 16 years old. Little sister, what's your name? Replying to General Meng, my name is Chunanen. Meng Ruyu said gently. Chunanen, would you like to have a fight with me? Chunanen puffed out her chest and said, I do. Lu Chen nodded. All right. Chunanen, remember what I just said. Be careful when you make a move, and don't hurt General Meng. Meng Ryu glared at Lu Chen and then said to Chun Inen, use as much force as you can, and don't listen to your young master Lu's nonsense. Xie Qiao said to Chun Inen, just remember, don't hurt General Meng. All right, I'll listen to Mrs. Xie. Lu Chen said, you two, you can begin. The girls immediately cleared a large open space in the middle. Meng Ryu and Chun Inen stood facing each other. Meng Ryu waved her hand. You go first. Chun Inen didn't hold back and stepped forward to punch Meng Ryu. Meng Ryu shook her head slightly. Sure enough, he looked like someone who had never practiced martial arts. Arms, torso, waist, legs, feet, every part of my body is very uncoordinated. She shifted her body to avoid the punch, then raised her leg and swept it towards Chun Inen. The two quickly found themselves locked in combat. They fought back and forth, making for quite a lively battle. Meng Ryu initially held back, not daring to attack with all her might for fear of injuring Chun Inen. However, the more she hit him, the more she felt something was wrong. Chun Inen has a very fast reaction speed, and many of her moves are difficult for others to dodge. But Chun Inen was able to easily dodge it, and even had the strength to fight back. Moreover, whenever the two exchanged blows, Meng Ryu felt that her opponent was very strong, and she was actually at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. As the fight continued, Meng Ryu felt even more frustrated. Because she discovered that Chun Inen had indeed done as Lu Chen had told her, she had not used her full strength. Chun Inen's punches and kicks were completely haphazard, relying solely on instinct to fight. Well, Chun Inen only used one set of boxing techniques from beginning to end. This set of boxing techniques is the well-known turtle fist. Even so, despite Meng Ryu's best efforts, she could not do anything to Chun Inen. Her punch was incredibly powerful. How did she dodge that move? That speed, that movement, is it even possible for a human to do that? Meng Ryu was utterly shocked. What kind of opportunity did Lu Chen give to these girls? That makes their strength reach such a terrifying level. She has practiced martial arts for many years and has never been defeated in a one-on-one fight. Today, is she going to be defeated by a little girl who doesn't know martial arts? Boss, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, an urgent shout came from outside. Lu Chen said, stop, you must stop fighting. Lu Chen knew that if the fight continued, Meng Ryu would undoubtedly lose. After fighting for a while, Chun Inen hadn't used her full strength and had been very relaxed throughout. Looking at Meng Ryu again, beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. Lu Huaishan ran all the way into the military camp. What's up? Lu Chen looked at Lu Huaishan and thought to himself that he had come at just the right time. If it weren't for him, Meng Ryu would have been in a rather embarrassing situation today. Meng Ryu has a strong sense of pride. If she loses today, she will probably be upset for several days. Master, someone from the capital is looking for you, saying that an imperial edict has arrived. Everyone in the military camp was stunned. Imperial edict? How could the emperor's edict end up in this godforsaken place? Meng Ryu was the most nervous. She is now nominally a subordinate of the Marquis of Jinyuan. Since the Marquis of Jinyuan has rebelled, isn't she also a rebel? She immediately took out a veil and covered her face. Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chen with concern. She hadn't expected the emperor to find out about Lu Chen's existence so quickly. Lu Chen currently only has a few hundred men at his disposal. How could he possibly stand against the royal family? Lu Chen frowned slightly. What does this emperor want with me? Let's go out and take a look. Lu Chen stepped out of the military camp. Meng Ryu and Xie Qiao followed closely behind. In the military camp, 300 new recruits followed Lu Chen and his men out in single file. At this moment, at the city gate, the pale-faced eunuch's eyes held a hint of anger, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. How audacious! Such a small village has built such a tall city wall. Who are they guarding against? Could it be against the Great Zhou Dynasty? Mr. G stroked his beard and chuckled. Sir, with bandits running rampant right now, the troops stationed in various places are too busy to deal with them and have no time to attend to these villages. It's understandable that they built cities to protect themselves. Mr. G discovered that whenever he stroked his beard, the old man would inexplicably get angry. Therefore, he enjoyed stroking his beard more and more. Snort! The pale-faced eunuch sneered. Is Mr. G implying that the Great Zhou Dynasty is incompetent? Mr. G smiled and said, not at all. Our Great Zhou Dynasty is known for its clean and honest administration, and the current emperor is a man of both civil and military prowess. The whole country is peaceful and prosperous. A few petty rebels are nothing but a minor ailment, not worth mentioning. Good to know. The pale-faced old man looked around the city and saw that most of the houses were dilapidated thatched huts, with only 2 houses that looked decent. Just a bunch of troublemakers. He endured hardships and slept outdoors the whole way here. When had he ever suffered like this before? He'll definitely get his revenge later. They're here. Mr. G pointed to a large group of people not far away. Chapter 77-1, Strike to Slay Him. The pale-faced eunuch looked at the group of people coming from the opposite direction. The leader was a young man, handsome and refined, with an extraordinary air about him. Behind him were hundreds of teenage girls. They were all dressed in the same sky blue outfits and carried long swords. Although they could not be described as having stunning beauty, they were all pretty and charming. The pale-faced eunuch's face revealed undisguised contempt. We thought he was really capable, but it turns out he was just a kid playing house. As Lu Chen and the others approached, the pale-faced eunuch cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Lu Chen, receive the imperial decree." Lu Chen stopped, raised an eyebrow, and sized up the uninvited guests without saying a word. The pale-faced eunuch looked at Lu Chen with a cold gaze. "Are you Lu Chen from Lu family village?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Exactly." The pale-faced eunuch shouted sternly, "Since you are Lu Chen, why don't you kneel to receive the imperial edict?" Lu Chen scoffed lightly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you?" The two men behind the pale-faced eunuch shouted in unison. Mr. G smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, this is the Grand Eunuch of the Imperial Household, the Director of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Director of the Directorate of Ceremonial, the Grand Eunuch in charge of writing and supervising the Baohe 3 shops, Sima Zhongxian, Eunuch Sima." Lu Chen was almost startled by his long list of official titles. Any one of these titles would be highly coveted. It seems this person enjoys the Emperor's deep favor. However, his name sounds somewhat familiar. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't recognize it." Mr. G glanced at Sima Zhongxian and saw that his face was terribly gloomy. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Lu, whether you recognize him or not, you have to accept this imperial edict." Lu Chen shrugged. "Why should I accept? Rebellion! Rebellion!" Sima Zhongxian screamed in a hoarse voice. At his shout, all 50 of his followers drew their weapons from their waists, gripped the hilts tightly with both hands, and pointed the blades upwards, creating a dazzling display of light. Seeing that the other side was about to resort to violence, the more than 400 female soldiers behind Lu Chen also drew their swords, their eyes gleaming as they stared intently at the other side, ready to take action at any moment. By this time, hundreds of villagers and thousands of refugees had gathered around them. They were all terrified to see the two sides on the verge of war. This is a high-ranking official personally dispatched by the Emperor, yet young Master Lu shows no fear whatsoever. What's there to be afraid of? Young Master Lu has slaughtered over 1,000 soldiers and government troops. Why would he be afraid of a few officials? Since we've followed young Master Lu, we'll go all the way. If we rebel, so be it. What's there to be afraid of? No matter what, this is an imperial edict from the Emperor. Even if young Master Lu is just going through the motions, won't he anger the Emperor and send troops to besiege us? I heard that the old Emperor is almost driven mad with worry right now. There are Tartars in the north, rebels in the west, and the Marquis of Jinyuan in the south has also rebelled. How can he possibly have time to care about as few people? That's true, that's true. Mr. G watched coldly, and seeing that Lu Chen's expression was calm and he showed no panic, he smiled and said, "Put them away. Put all your weapons away. Let's talk this out." Sima Zhongxian stared coldly at Lu Chen. "Will you accept this imperial edict or not?" Lu Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately burst into a tirade. "You son of a bitch! You dead eunuch! You childless bastard! You dare to act all high and mighty on my turf!" Lu Chen suddenly realized who this Sima Zhongxian was. This person flatters the Emperor every day, ruthlessly shuns loyal ministers, commits numerous evils, and is utterly devoid of conscience. Such a person deserves to die 10,000 times to atone for his sins. He would be missing out if he didn't take this opportunity to hurl a few insults. Sima Zhongxian rolled his eyes in anger and pointed at Lu Chen. "Take him down," Zhao Daya said crisply. "Protect the young master." Several hundred female soldiers quickly stepped forward and formed several human walls in front of Lu Chen, holding their long swords horizontally in front of their chests. "Ha!" The two half-step grandmasters behind Sima Zhongxian burst into wild laughter. One of them pointed at the female soldiers and said, "You ignorant little brats. I am Long Wentian, the leader of the Haotian sect. Today, I alone can annihilate you all." Zhao Daya said in a deep voice, "Who is willing to fight? Kill this scoundrel. I am willing to fight." Hundreds of female soldiers shouted at the same time. Zhao Daya pointed at Xiao Mei in the front row. "Xiao Mei, go and kill him." Xiao Mei stepped out of the line and came to the center of the field. Long Wentian almost laughed out of anger. He pointed at Xiao Mei, his words stammering, "You really want to die?" Xiao Mei brandished her long sword. "Hurry up and come to your death." Long Wentian looked at Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian gritted his teeth and said, "Tear her to pieces." Long Wentian drew his sword, twirled it gracefully, and arrived 5 steps away from Xiao Mei. "Hey girl, I think you're pretty. If you come with me, I'll spare your life and take you to the capital to eat and drink the finest food. How about it?" Xiao Mei's face was frosty, and she remained silent. With a swipe of her long sword, she charged straight at Long Wentian. Long Wentian chuckled. "Well done." With a move called Rhinoceros Gazing at the Moon, he aimed his long sword straight for Xiao Mei's throat. Xiao Mei nimbly twisted her body to avoid the sword tip, and then slashed fiercely at Long Wentian with her long saber. Long Wentian was greatly alarmed. What a fast knife! He quickly retreated, drawing his sword to defend himself. But he has a beautiful dream. Reality, however, is often disappointing. All his plans were based on the assumption that the other party was a martial artist of the same level as him. Pity. No, that's not the case. He was too slow. Xiaomei's knife was too fast. Whoosh! One cut. Just one cut. Long Wentian's head rolled to the ground. This. Mr. G couldn't help but gasp. At the same moment, another half-step grandmaster behind Sima Zhongxian also made the same move as Mr. G. That's it. A half-step grandmaster, the dignified sect leader of Haoyan sect, actually lost his life in a single move. How is this possible? Many people think it's impossible. Sima Zhongxian's body stiffened. Including him, there were a total of 4 top-tier masters, and in the blink of an eye, one of them was gone. Meng Ruyu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, could see everything clearly even though she was wearing a veil. She also secretly gasped. The leader of Haoyan sect is one of the most renowned top experts in the Imperial City. Even she was no match for him, but Xiaomei beheaded him in a single exchange. Meng Ruyu suddenly remembered her martial arts competition with Chunin today. If the two of them were to compete with weapons, Meng Ruyu didn't know how many moves she could withstand from her. Mr. G. Sima Zhongxian screamed. Mr. G raised his head and said, I never fight with women. Sima Zhongxian said sternly, Does Mr. G also intend to defy the imperial decree? At this moment, another half-step grandmaster called out loudly, My lord, He Chun requests a battle. Sima Zhongxian glanced at He Chun. Are you confident? He Chun sneered. This woman is definitely bluffing. I only need to be careful, and I will surely win. He Chun simply couldn't believe that a mere teenage girl could possess the strength of a grandmaster. It should be noted that in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, there were only a handful of grandmasters. Moreover, they're all over 50 years old and have been immersed in martial arts for decades. Even if you told him the whole story, he still wouldn't believe that this little kid in front of him could be a grandmaster. Chapter 78, Big Brother. Do you take a little sister? Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. The people opposite me are all rich and powerful. They must be very wealthy. Leaving aside Sima Zhongxian, the leader, even the Haoyan sect master who was just killed must have been very wealthy as a sect leader. He immediately said, Daya, capture them all alive. Zhao and Daya turned around. Okay, Brother Lu. She said to Xiaomei, Xiaomei, go down and rest for a while. Xiaomei had no choice but to return to the queue. What she really wanted to say was that she wasn't tired at all and didn't need a rest. Xiaoju, you're up next. Xiaoju stepped forward, knife in hand. Note, it must be alive. Yes, instructor. Xiaoju arrived at the center of the field. At this moment, He Chun had already taken off his special weapon from his horse, a 9-foot-long azure dragon blade. Holding the green dragon blade, he arrived at the front of the formation and saw that the girl from before had returned to the team and another girl had taken her place. He Chun felt regret. If he had killed that girl earlier, wouldn't that prove that his strength far surpasses that of Long Wentian? What a pity! What a pity! He Chun, holding a knife in both hands, stopped 2 zhang away from Xiaoju and then stopped going forward. He was afraid of falling into the other party's trap like Long Wentian. Little brat, Grandpa will teach you how to write the word death. After saying that, He Chun slammed the hilt of his knife against the ground. Using this force, He Chun leaped into the air, soaring nearly 2 zhang high. The first form of the Overlord's Mad Blade. Raging Dragon Break. The Azure Dragon Blade descended from the sky. Its momentum is fierce as a raging fire, cleaving straight down on Xiaoju's petite body. Before the knife even arrived, the wind pressure had already made Xiaoju's beautiful hair dance wildly. I'll show you that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. A cruel glint appeared on He Chun's lips. Xiaoju looked up at the knife, but her face remained expressionless. D. He Chun added 3 more points of force to his hand, using all his strength. Boom! A muffled thud. The ground shook. The knife fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The onlookers were all on tenterhooks. That was a devastating blow. The dust stirred up enveloped the entire space within a 10-foot radius of Xiaoju, unsure of whether he is alive or dead. Ah! He Chun laughed loudly. But the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. He instinctively reached for his knife, only to find it motionless. Only then did he see Xiaoju standing tall in front of him amidst the billowing smoke and dust. It's empty? How could it have cleaved into nothing? He Chun could see clearly that his knife strike should have hit the target. Oh no! Have we fallen for a trick again? He Chun hurriedly drew his knife again, but the knife remained unmoved. Only then did he notice that Xiaoju's hand was gripping the knife. Oomph. Do you think your one hand is stronger than my 2 hands? He Chun drew his sword with all his might once again. The knife remained completely still. He Chun shuddered violently, a chill running through him. Could she really possess the strength of a grandmaster? No, even a grandmaster probably wouldn't have such strength. No, she's definitely cheating again. He Chun simply abandoned his knife and reached out to grab Xiao Ju's head. Besides his swordsmanship, his specialty is eagle claw kung fu. If he can catch Xiao Ju, he will leave 5 bloody holes in her head. At this moment, Xiao Ju suddenly made a move and grabbed He Chun's wrist with a single grab. She pulled hard to the side. He Chun felt as if he had been dragged by several horses and involuntarily fell to the ground, his face hitting the ground hard. He was about to get up when Xiao Ju stepped on his back. He tried to get up, but Xiao Ju's foot felt like it weighed a ton. The dust settled. Only then did people see the situation clearly. He Chun was completely trampled under Xiao Ju's feet. He lay face down on the ground, his face covered in blood. His hands and feet were clawing and scratching at the ground, just like a turtle trapped under a boulder. Helpless. It's ridiculous. Sima Zhongxian's face turned from white to green, then from green to red, and finally to the color of a pig's liver. Yi Yongnian. Ji Yongnian, who was watching He Chun's performance, was suddenly startled and looked at Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian addressed him by his given name, which shows that he was truly angry. Ji Yongnian was furious, but also helpless. His entire family, along with many relatives and friends, were all in the capital. He immediately said, "Father-in-law, I don't believe these girls have become spirits." Having said that, he lifted his long robe and walked into the arena. At this moment, 2 female soldiers stepped forward, twisted He Chun's arms, and restrained him. Zhao Daya said, "Xiao Ju, you have rendered meritorious service in this battle. You may leave now." Then she looked at the female soldiers. "You Li Shui, go up." "Yes, instructor." A girl of about 14 or 15 years old, gripping a long knife tightly, walked into the arena. Upon seeing this, Sima Zhongxian's face instantly darkened. First, for the first time in his life, he felt fear. Could all of these hundreds of little kids possess the strength of a grandmaster? Thinking of this, he felt a sudden dizziness, his groin relaxed, and he involuntarily urinated. Ji Yongnian entered the arena and bowed to Li Shui, saying, "I am Ji Yongnian, and I would like to ask you for some pointers. I hope you will be merciful and not break my old bones." Following suit, Li Shui also cupped her hands in greeting to Ji Yongnian. "Li Shui, please enlighten me, senior." Ji Yongnian drew his long sword and said, "This sword technique of mine is called Tianya. Tianya is far away. Life is short. I roam the world with my sword. I am not a hero. I only want to kill. Kill." Before a flash of cold light even arrived, the sword intent was already radiating fiercely. Li Shui narrowed her eyes. A rain of swords filled the sky, each one aimed at her vital points. But with 9 parts illusion and 1 part reality, Li Shui immediately saw the real sword. She brandished her sword and charged forward. Clang! A dragon's roar resounded, lingering in the ears. All the people saw was a sword flying high into the sky. You lost. The knife in Li Shui's hand was already pressed against Ji Yongnian's neck. Ji Yongnian looked completely dazed. Everyone was astonished. One move. With just one move, Li Shui defeated the old man. Outsiders might not understand. But Sima Zhongxian only felt a loosening in his crotch again. Innate. Sima Zhongxian was as shocked and horrified as if he had woken up to find that he had become a real man again. Innate level. You're actually an innate level expert. Ji Yongnian's face was deathly pale, and his whole body was trembling. The Grandmaster realm is not the limit of human potential. Above the Grandmaster realm, there is the innate realm. The innate realm exists only in legends. It is said that more than 100 years ago, the Great Zhou dynasty produced a master of innate talent. But that's just hearsay. There is no factual basis to support this claim. Ji Yongnian never expected that he would actually see a master of the innate realm in his lifetime. Ironically, this master of innate talent was just a teenager. At this moment, Meng Ryu hurriedly approached Lu Chen's side. "Young Master Lu, Brother Lu, are you still going to take me in as your little sister? What do you think of me? Am I qualified to be your little sister?" Chapter 79, The Serious Consequences of Quizzing. Although Meng Ryu is a soldier, she is also a martial arts fanatic. Every martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty knew one name, Ji Yongnian. Ji Yongnian had been famous for a long time and was recognized as the #1 martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty. He had already advanced to the Grandmaster level more than 20 years ago and had never encountered an opponent. Now, Ji Yongnian has been defeated by an unknown little girl. Moreover, this little girl defeated the #1 martial arts master of the Great Zhou dynasty with just one move. Meng Ryu was so shocked that she could not express it. She knew that among Lu Chen's female soldiers, Li Shui was mediocre and unremarkable. Innate realm. When Meng Ryu thought of the words innate realm, her heart burned with excitement. If she also joins Lu Chen's ranks, could she also become a Xiantian realm cultivator? This was something she never dared to dream of. Therefore, she immediately told Lu Chen that she was willing to follow him. We'll discuss this later. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he looked towards the arena. Sima Zhongxian's eyes darted around as he considered his escape route. Things are hopeless today, so it's best to retreat. But he couldn't just flee in such a panic. Facing hundreds of innate masters, he thought he could escape? Not so easy. Lu Chen, do you know your crime? Sima Zhongxian mustered his courage and forced a show of bravado. At this moment, Zhao Daya had already ordered her men to take Ji Yongyan away. At this moment, Ji Yongyan had completely lost his previous nonchalance and detachment. He was expressionless, like a walking corpse, and was escorted to the back of the line by 2 female soldiers. Lu Chen smiled calmly and said, "You damned eunuch! What other tricks are you trying to pull? How dare you? You killed and injured the Emperor's envoy, and even arrested Mr. Ji. Do you know what the consequences will be?" Lu Chen, "You damn eunuch, just spit out already, don't waste my time." Consequences? Do you think I don't know what the consequences are? Do I need you to remind me? Sima Zhongxian was speechless after being choked by Lu Chen, and after a long while he finally said, "If that's the case, then don't blame me for telling the truth in front of the Emperor." He was all bark and no bite. He wanted to put on airs but dared not provoke Lu Chen. Lu Chen laughed. "Oh, you damned eunuch. You think you still have a chance to speak ill of me to the Emperor?" If it were anyone else who dared to call someone a dead eunuch, Sima Zhongxian would have wiped out their entire clan long ago. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to pretend he hadn't heard. "What do you mean?" Sima Zhongxian had already realized that things were not going well. "What do you mean?" Lu Chen shouted. "Arrest them all. Don't let a single one escape." Sima Zhongxian suddenly leaped into the air and sped away from the city. Zhao Daya shouted, "Bring him back to me." The 2 female soldiers immediately ran away. At this moment, only 50 soldiers remained on the field. They were in a panic, wanting to run, but not daring to, and were in complete disarray. They're not stupid. Even Ji Yongyan and the 2 half-step grandmasters suffered such a crushing defeat. These little Karami are nothing but peanuts in front of so many experts at the innate realm. Dare to resist? They'll devour you in no time. 400 female soldiers quickly surrounded them, leaving no room for escape. In no time, the 2 female soldiers brought Sima Zhongxian back. Only then did Sima Zhongxian finally give up hope. He still harbored a sliver of hope. Perhaps these girls are not at the innate realm. It is possible that, as He Chun said, they used some secret method to cheat and defeat Ji Yongyan and the other 2. But just now, his fight with the 2 female soldiers wasn't really a fight. Sima Zhongxian was completely overwhelmed by the 2 of them. He was like a chick encountering a wolf in front of the 2 female soldiers, and was instantly subdued. He, a grandmaster and one of the top experts in the Great Zhou dynasty, was dragged back by 2 teenage girls who twisted his arms, as if he had been caught red-handed stealing a chicken. "Young Master Lu, brave warrior Lu, what are you doing? I am an imperial envoy sent by the Emperor." As soon as Sima Zhongxian saw Lu Chen, he started howling in a hoarse voice. Lu Chen glanced at him, but ignored him. He ordered his men to tie up all 50 soldiers. "Tie them up tight. They are all martial artists. It won't do if they're tied up too loosely." Several female soldiers ran back to the Lu residence and brought back several bundles of rope. These ropes were used to tie scaffolding when the city wall was being built. All of them were nylon ropes that Lu Chen bought from the system store. They were both strong and elastic, making them perfect for tying people up. Soon, the female soldiers had tied all the soldiers up tightly. When it was almost Sima Zhongxian's turn, he started wailing again. "Young Master Lu, I serve the Emperor every day. If I don't return to the capital for a long time, I'm afraid he won't be able to eat or sleep well. Master Lu, please have mercy and let me go. The Emperor worries about the affairs of state every day, and his hair has turned white from worry. What will he do if I'm not there to serve him?" Lu Chen laughed. "Then how about I tie up the Emperor too, so it'll be easier for you to serve him?" Sima Zhongxian was immediately speechless. He never expected that Lu Chen would dare to say such treasonous things. Lu Chen approached Sima Zhongxian and asked, "Don't you love arresting people? Let me ask you, if you arrest someone with high martial arts skills, how do you guard them?" Sima Zhongxian didn't understand what it meant at first, but after thinking about it, he broke out in a cold sweat. "You're not going to tell me, huh? Then I'll go ask someone else." Suddenly, someone rushed forward and kicked Sima Zhongxian in the back. "Are you going to talk or not? You want a beating, don't you?" That kick was really vicious, sending Sima Zhongxian sprawling face first into the mud. When he finally managed to lift his head, his face was covered in blood, and even his nose was crooked from the impact. When Lu Chen looked, it was Chu Yun who made the move. At this moment, Chu Yun's face was filled with hatred, and his eyes were practically spitting fire. As expected, Chu Yun is a man with a story. However, this was not the time to talk about these things. Lu Chen let Sima Zhongxian go and looked at the soldiers. Before he could even ask a question, several soldiers started answering. "Young Master Lu, I know. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Several soldiers chattered amongst themselves, recounting their methods for dealing with the warriors. Lu Chen shook his head after hearing this. "Oh, how cruel, but I like it." After saying that, Lu Chen led a small squad of female soldiers home. After arriving home, he bought more than 50 chains for tethering Tibetan mastiffs, more than 50 handcuffs, several thick chains, and several thin chains from the system store. Then, carrying these items, he he returned to the city gate. After the village was expanded, the town gate was still more than 200 meters away from the village entrance, and the open space was just right to be used as a square temporarily. Seeing the weapons in Lu Chen's and the female soldier's hands, and hearing the clanging sound of the chains being dragged on the ground, Sima Zhongxian and his soldiers were all terrified, their faces turning as white as paper. The soldiers who had answered the question earlier were now filled with regret. I wish I hadn't gone into so much detail. Chapter 80: The Screams Like a Pig Being Slaughtered. By this time, it was already dark, but the number of people watching the spectacle at the city gate did not decrease but increased. Even elderly women who need assistance to walk came from their homes. The screams of the dozens of people in the field did not make the common people feel uncomfortable. Serves them right. Not a single one of these officials is a good person. Yes, the suffering we've endured isn't entirely their fault. My two poor children, if it weren't for that damned official embezzling the disaster relief grain, you wouldn't have starved to death. And these soldiers, not one of them is any good. Where were they when our village was burned, killed, and looted by bandits? We, the common people, fed them with grain, but when we needed their help, they cowered like turtles. My poor parents suffered terribly at the hands of the bandits while protecting me. I love hearing their screams. The more pitiful they scream, the happier I feel. Yes, me too. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, because they were a bit far away and it was too dark, they didn't get to see the bloody scene. Otherwise, they might have been even happier. In the arena, Chu Yin made a request to Lu Chen. Brother Lu, I'll deal with this damned eunuch myself. Lu Chen looked at Chu Yin, whose hatred intensified. Judging from her appearance, if it weren't for him, Chu Yin might have already skinned Sima Zhongxian alive. Okay, just don't kill him. Chu Yin strode towards Sima Zhongxian. Seeing Chu Yun's unfriendly expression and recalling her kick earlier, Sima Zhongxian sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, Sima Zhongxian soon let out a pig-like scream. His screams drew another commotion from the onlookers. Listen, it sounds like that dead eunuch is shouting. Yes, that's him. His voice sounds like a woman's. I heard that this eunuch holds a very high position. He's a favorite of the emperor. The higher the official rank, the more evil they commit. Why don't they be punished to death? It would be better if they were punished to death. Listen, doesn't his screams sound like a pig being slaughtered? So alike. My family used to make that same pitiful screaming when they slaughtered pigs. Amidst Sima Zhongxian's pitiful howls, Meng Ryu approached Lu Chen and whispered, "Big brother." Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her. What big brother? How old are you? I am 19. Lu Chen, I'm only 16. Meng Ryu looked at Lu Chen meaningfully. Oh, I'm 3 years older than you. Lu Chen, you're not going to say anything like the girl is 3 years older than him, are you? Anyway, I'll call you big brother. I like calling you big brother. Meng Ryu is shrewd. Calling him big brother will bring many benefits. Do whatever you want, but I don't have a sister like you. Meng Ryu almost forgot the important matter. She said softly, big brother. Lu Chen felt goosebumps all over. Something just didn't feel right. Where did that arrogant and domineering General Meng go? Brother, I also want to ask you for a favor. Lu Chen shifted his body to the side. You can talk business, but don't be like this, okay? Qiao was watching closely from the side. Meng Ryu, I just wanted to get closer to my older brother. What are you thinking? Lu Chen, what is it? Tell me. It's like this, brother. Look how old Mr. G is. Could you perhaps? Cannot. Meng Ryu clenched her fists in anger. Big brother, this is the first time I've ever asked you for a favor. Can you please not refuse so decisively? Why are you pleading for him? Meng Ryu loosened her grip and said in a low voice. After all, Mr. G is the #1 martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty and has a very high reputation among martial artists. If we are too rough with him, we may offend the entire martial arts world. Lu Chen laughed. I thought that someone as dignified as General Meng would be extraordinary, but turns out you're nothing special. Meng Ryu said awkwardly, Big brother, I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and Mr. G has always been the person I admire the most. Lu Chen's expression suddenly changed. From the day he became the emperor's dog, he should have been prepared to be one. Meng Ryu paused for a moment, then said nothing more. She knew that countless people had died at Ji Yongyan's hands, and a large portion of them were innocent. With that thought, she felt relieved. However, thinking of the strong person she had admired most since childhood, enduring the humiliating pain of having iron chains piercing her collarbone, Meng Ryu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Chen suddenly added, remember this. What martial arts masters or grandmasters are nothing to me. If you want, you can easily beat them to a pulp tomorrow. Meng Ryu was overjoyed. Big brother? Really? Big brother? You really are my big brother. Lu Chen chuckled. These so-called martial arts masters and grandmasters, no matter how high their martial arts skills are ultimately just ordinary people. They simply push their bodies to the limit and maximize the potential of the human body. Compared to the girls under his command who were given superpowers, they were nothing. By this time, it was completely dark. A group of female soldiers had already brought kerosene lanterns from Lu Chen's house and arranged them neatly in several rows in the field, making it easier for the female soldiers to fabricate images of Sima Zhongxian and others. Lu Chen gave Zhao Daya and Lu Xiaolan some instructions, and then prepared to go home with Qiao. Zhao Daya and her friends grew rapidly. With strong backing, they gained equally strong self-confidence. Their strong self-confidence makes them more adept at handling various matters. Lu Chen felt very reassured leaving things to them. He and Qiao had only taken a few steps when they heard someone shouting loudly from the city wall. "Who are you? What do you want? The city gates are closed. We'll discuss this tomorrow." Qiao said, "Husband, it seems there are people outside the city trying to get in." Lu Chen then heard a faint commotion outside the city gate. Sima Zhongxian and the other screams were so loud that he hadn't noticed them earlier. "Let's go see what's going on." Lu Chen and Qiao arrived at the city wall and looked down. Outside the city gate, a large crowd had gathered, numbering 200 or 300. "Please, sir, have mercy and let us into the city. We've been walking for days, we're exhausted and hungry. Please give us some food. Sir, please let us in. Hey, sir, please give me some food. My child is starving. He'll die if he doesn't eat something soon." Lu Chen's eyesight is now excellent. He saw that the people below were all ordinary refugees, so he immediately ordered the city gates to be opened. Then he said to Qiao, "Go back and tell them to have 2 big pots of porridge cooked and to arrange for a few people to distribute the porridge to them." Qiao rushed home. By then the city gates had opened, and refugees poured in. Zhao Daya assigned a team of female soldiers to maintain order and prevent chaos. Looking at the group of refugees, Lu Chen sensed that something was wrong. With so many refugees arriving suddenly, something must have happened. Chapter 81. I want it. The Imperial Army has been defeated. The rebel army of the Marquis of Jingyuan has attacked. Before Lu Chen could even ask, several refugees started shouting. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The most panicked were the several thousand refugees. Lu Chen had just settled them in and thought he was finally going to have a few good days. Who knew the rebels would attack again? The rebels are attacking. I wonder if the walls of Lujia village can hold them off. After all, the rebels were not bandits. They numbered in the tens of thousands. Lu Chen immediately ordered the patrol team to intensify their patrols, working day and night. He then ordered Zhao Daya to escort Sima Zhongxian and the others to several rooms in the training ground. 5 or 6 buildings were built at the training ground to store the soldiers' clothing, weapons, and personal belongings. They cleared out 2 or 3 rooms and imprisoned Sima Zhongxian and others. As for whether it was too crowded, that was no longer a concern. Then Lu Chen summoned Tian Luzhu and asked him to arrange for more people to speed up the construction of several towers outside the city. Starting tomorrow, you will take a few hundred men and build a section of city wall and a city gate at the entrance of Sunjiazwang. As for the other areas, we can build them later. Tian Luzhu said, "Yes, boss. I'll take some men there first thing tomorrow morning." In addition, arrange for another 3,000 men to build some houses around Sunjiazwang. If there are not enough refugees, select some from General Meng's men. These houses should be built according to the style of the military camp next to my house, all 2-story buildings. I will draw up a blueprint for you later and explain the planning of Sunjiazwang to you. Also, once the city gate of Sunjiazwang is completed, all other projects will be suspended and manpower will be concentrated on building houses. The days are getting colder and colder, and if the houses are not completed as soon as possible, the refugees will suffer in winter. Okay, I understand, boss. Tian Luzhu nodded repeatedly. However, Tian Luzhu quickly frowned. But boss, time's a bit tight. I'm afraid we can't build that many houses before winter. Lu Chen said, "I know. Let's build as many as we can. If we can't, let them squeeze in for now." Tian Luzhu sighed. "Master, if it weren't for your shelter, most of these refugees would probably have starved or frozen to death in the winter. Save as many as you can." After Tian Luzhu left, Lu Chen called Lu Xiaolan over and asked her to select 200 more able-bodied men from Sunjiazwang to bolster the patrol team. From now on, you will organize the patrol team into several small teams to patrol our Lu family village and Sun family village respectively, without stopping day or night. Okay, Brother Lu, I'll go right away. Lu Xiaolan left in a hurry. At this moment, Qiao came over again after arranging for the kitchen to distribute porridge to the refugees. "My lady, Sima Zhongxian's meals consist of only 3 bowls of thin porridge a day. As long as they don't starve to death, that's fine. Let them experience the suffering of us common people." Qiao snorted coldly. "They're getting off easy. Where are the people going to get porridge right now? Besides, our porridge is just plain white rice porridge." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen exclaimed, "That's right. Then let's cook some cornmeal porridge for them separately. You know, even cornmeal porridge is something most refugees can't afford." Qiao smiled and said, "All right, husband, cornmeal porridge it is." Lu Chen harvested a lot of corn in his space warehouse. However, all of these corn kernels have been removed from the cob. Of course, there is also cornmeal that has already been crushed. But how could Lu Chen possibly let Sima Zhongxian and the others eat these? Cornmeal and corn flour are completely different things. Cornmeal is made by mixing and grinding corn kernels and the cobs after removing the corn cobs. Eating this kind of cornmeal feels like having a knife slicing back and forth in your throat. It's incredibly tangy and unpleasant. Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Lu Chen's predecessor, on his deathbed, still longed for one last sip of cornmeal porridge. In chaotic times, people are as worthless as weeds, living worse than a dog. Only then did the village chief, Lu Daji, approach Lu Chen. Lu Chen had been busy, so he didn't dare to disturb him. Lu Daji said cautiously, "Xiao Chen, I've discussed this with Sun Lijing 2 or 3 times, but I just can't get through to him. He says that if all the houses in the village are demolished, the villagers will have nowhere to live when winter comes." Lu Daji was afraid that Lu Chen would blame him. As the village chief, he can't even handle this simple matter. Lu Chen laughed and said, "I didn't think this through. I've already arranged for Uncle Lu Zhu to go to Sun Jiazwang tomorrow to build houses. After the houses are built, we'll demolish their old houses." Lu Daji breathed a sigh of relief and then told Lu Chen about the imperial envoy delivering the imperial edict. "I was just about to ask you about this. Could you arrange some people to take care of Sima Zhongxian and the others' food, drink, and other needs? You know, all my staff are girls, so it's not convenient for them to look after each other." Sima Zhongxian and his group were all handcuffed and shackled, with an iron chain piercing their collarbones. They were strung together in groups of 5, and even the slightest movement of their hands and feet caused them to sweat profusely from the pain, making everything they did painful. Even so, Lu Chen planned to assign 10 more female soldiers, divided into 2 groups, to watch over them day and night to prevent them from escaping. After making arrangements, Lu Chen returned home. Once home, Lu Chen didn't rest either. He asked Yang Yuhuan to call Meng Ruyu, who lived in the backyard, over. Meng Ruyu rushed over, her face flushed, and she looked extremely excited. "Big brother, are you planning to improve my cultivation level?" As soon as she saw Lu Chen, she immediately asked him a question. If she hadn't mentioned it, Lu Chen would have almost forgotten about it. "Here's the thing, you'll be my subordinate from now on. You're good at training troops and arranging formations, so you'll be in charge of military affairs together with Zhao Daya. What do you think? I thought it was something serious. Leave the military matters to me." Meng Ruyu readily agreed. "Besides this, don't you have anything else to say to me?" Meng Ruyu stared at Lu Chen and said. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, revealing a powerful pill in his palm. When he agreed to take Meng Ruyu in, her loyalty level instantly reached its maximum. So Lu Chen didn't say anything more and directly gave out the ultimate reward. That's it. Meng Ruyu stared at the powerful pill in Lu Chen's hand, still unable to believe it. Could such a tiny pill really have the power to instantly elevate her from a half-step grandmaster to the innate realm? You don't want it? Seeing that Meng Ruyu was staring blankly at the pill without making any move, Lu Chen pretended to take it back. Yes, I want it." Meng Ruyu snatched the pill and immediately put it in her mouth. "Lu Chen, look how anxious you are. I haven't even mentioned the side effects yet." "Side effects? This medicine has side effects? Tell me, what are they? Why does my body hurt so much? This is poison. Why are you trying to harm me?" Meng Ruyu angrily tried to grab Lu Chen, but the intense pain she was in made her unable to do anything. Lu Chen looked at her teasingly. "The side effect I was talking about is what you look like now." Chapter 82, What is cornmeal? Is this the power of the innate realm? After the pain in Meng Ryu's body disappeared, she closed her eyes and felt the power surging within her body. As a top-tier expert, Meng Ryu's vision is naturally extraordinary. Strength. She felt an immense power within her. Powerful. She felt incredibly powerful at that moment. She felt that she was invincible and capable of anything. She also felt that her body was as hard as steel, and that no one could defeat her. She felt as light as a swallow, and wanted to soar into the sky. Innate realm. This is the innate realm. Meng Ryu felt that she could beat 100 of her former self now. Meng Ryu opened her eyes and saw Lu Chen looking at her with a smile. She stepped forward and grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Big brother, you're a god, aren't you? Aside from gods, who else would possess such miraculous abilities? You're hurting me. Meng Ryu quickly let go of Lu Chen's hand and smiled apologetically. Her current strength is too great. She hasn't adapted to it yet. I'll have Zhao Daya teach you the sword technique again tomorrow. Meng Ryu then remembered something and hurriedly asked, Brother, there's something I've never understood. Why do the girls under your command improve so quickly in swordsmanship, while I've been learning for a month and still haven't even mastered it? Lu Chen smiled and said, Try again tomorrow. I'm going to find Zhao Daya right now. After saying that, Meng Ryu ran out like the wind. Lu Chen shook his head. Does this still look like a great general? At this moment, in the storage room of the training ground. What is this? Did you bring the wrong thing? Is this food for humans? My dog wouldn't even look at it. Two villagers carried a wooden bucket and were responsible for serving food to Sima Zhongxian and others. The other villagers then removed their handcuffs. Sima Zhongxian looked at the thin porridge, so watery that you could see your reflection in it, and had no appetite whatsoever. Qiao was so hungry that his stomach was practically sticking to his back, so he picked up the bowl and drank. He took a sip of cornmeal porridge and immediately spat it out. I simply couldn't swallow it. It feels like with chips mixed with water. A villager named Lu Chen said sarcastically, "Oh, sir, do you still think you're enjoying yourself here?" Another villager said, "This is cornmeal, which is what we country folk eat most often. In this year of great disaster, people don't even have this to eat, and you're complaining about it." Yes. If it weren't for young Master Lu's kindness, our Lu family village wouldn't even have cornmeal to eat. Several soldiers, upon hearing this, also picked up their bowls and tried a sip. Tui, this is not fit for human consumption. This tastes awful. Do you have any steam buns? I'll skip the porridge. I just need 2 steam buns. Upon hearing this, the villagers all burst into laughter. Steam buns? Are you dreaming? In this day and age, which family can afford steam buns? Let alone steam buns, there's not even grass to eat. Giving you a bowl of corn porridge is already a great favor for my young Master Lu. The soldiers were all dumbfounded. What? You're not saying we'll just drink this thin porridge every day? Can you survive on thin porridge every day? How can they possibly survive? They'll starve to death in a few days. The soldiers inside the room were all wailing in grief. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken, because speaking aggravated his injuries, and the agonizing screams that had just stopped echoed through the room once again. Sima Zhongxian was as if he had lost his parents and remained silent. Jiongnian, on the other hand, took the bowl and drank the whole bowl of cornmeal porridge in one go. This drew the attention of all the soldiers. When I was young, I drank a lot of this cornmeal porridge. These young men are right. During the off-season, this is what the villagers drink every day. Jiongnian smacked his lips and said, "If you add a few wild vegetables, it will be even more delicious." His appearance made even the soldiers a little hungry. Jiongnian looked at the soldiers and said earnestly, "Hurry up and drink it. If you drink less, you may live one less day." The soldiers looked at each other, thinking that Jiongnian was probably right. In addition, they had indeed been hungry for most of the day, so they could only endure the discomfort and drink the corn porridge in their bowls. Sima Zhongxian, however, didn't even glance at the thin porridge. It wasn't that he didn't want to drink it, but after so many years of living a life of luxury, he really couldn't stomach this porridge. Even if you drink it, you have to spit it out. It's better not to drink at all, so as to avoid losing face in front of everyone. After the villagers who brought the food left, the soldiers burst into mournful cries. I thought this was a great job. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have bothered to come here and suffer like this. I even bribed my boss with 100 taels of silver to squeeze into this job. I gave 200 taels. My God, is this any way to live? When will this ever end? We've only just arrived. I think we've got a long way to go. They didn't say it aloud, but they were secretly cursing it from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone knows that following Sima Zhongxian means you'll have a good life, so everyone wants to follow him and get some benefits. Little did they know that this time they would suffer a major setback. I wonder what kind of food we'll have tomorrow. They can't be making us drink this every day, can they? Who knows? I just finished this bowl of porridge, and I'm already hungry again. These soldiers, who had just finished dinner, were already looking forward to breakfast the next day. However, when the soldiers waited and waited the next morning, they still hadn't received breakfast. Around noon, several villagers brought over another large bucket. A soldier glanced into the bucket and immediately sighed in despair. Ugh, cornmeal porridge again. Qiao angrily said, "Tell me, why didn't you bring us breakfast?" One villager scoffed. "Breakfast? What breakfast? Don't you know we only have 2 meals a day in the countryside?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers let out another mournful sigh. They complained, but no one dared to swear at them. Yesterday, several of Lu Chen's men warned them that if they didn't behave, they would beat them until they did. Even Sima Zhongxian and Jiongnian dared not say anything, so they dared even less. This continued for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, Sima Zhongxian finally started drinking porridge. After drinking the porridge, he carefully licked his lips, as if it were quite delicious. These soldiers no longer complained about the corn porridge. In fact, they asked the villagers serving the food to give them more. "You think you can drink as much porridge as you want? You're dreaming." Lu Chen mocked without any politeness. These poor soldiers, after drinking the porridge, felt as if they hadn't drunk anything at all. Their stomachs were still growling with hunger. At this moment, Meng Ryu strode in with an air of indifference, as if she didn't recognize anyone. Upon seeing Meng Ryu's face clearly, Sima Zhongxian's expression suddenly changed. "Oh, you could be General Meng." Meng Ryu smiled gracefully. "It is indeed this young lady." Chapter 83, Money Over Life. "General Meng, weren't you under the command of the traitorous Marquis Jing Yuan? Wang Lang? What did you end up here?" Meng Ryu smiled and said, "Speaking of this, I have to thank you, father-in-law. If it weren't for your efforts, how could I have been transferred to Wang Lang's command? And if I hadn't been transferred to Wang Lang's command, how could I have met young Master Lu? Meng Ruyu leaned closer to Sima Zhongxian and whispered, if I hadn't met young Master Lu, how could I have advanced to the innate realm? For the past 3 days, Meng Ruyu felt as if she were in a dream. For more than a month, she watched the female soldiers practice swordsmanship at the training ground every day, but she could never quite grasp the basics. However, after taking the power pill, she made rapid progress in her swordsmanship, advancing by leaps and bounds every day. Meng Ruyu had asked Lu Chen about this several times, but Lu Chen just smiled and remained silent. At this moment, Meng Ruyu was at the innate realm, and with Lu Chen's miraculous swordsmanship, she was not invincible in the world, but at least apart from Lu Chen, she was certain that there was no one else in the world who could rival her. This feeling of being invincible is wonderful. Innate realm. Sima Zhongxian was shocked and felt a mix of emotions. Not long ago, Meng Ruyu had to be extremely careful when she met him, but in less than a year, their statuses have been completely reversed. General Meng, what brings you here today? As for your transfer to the Marquis of Jinyuan, I was merely handling official business. I hope you won't hold it against me. Meng Ruyu chuckled and said, I don't care about the past at all. As I just said, I have to thank you, father-in-law, for this opportunity. She put away her smile and said seriously, Father-in-law, are any of your trusted confidants among these soldiers? Sima Zhongxian didn't know why she would ask that, and said, General Meng, I trust all these people. All right, pick 2 of them and have them go to the capital to deliver a message to the emperor. Is that all right? General Meng, what message do you want to send? Meng Ruyu, of course it's ransom. Don't you want to go back to the capital and continue enjoying your wealth and luxury? Upon hearing Meng Ruyu's words, the soldiers' eyes all lit up with joy. 3 short days felt incredibly long to them. Upon learning that 2 people would be chosen to return to the capital to deliver a message, they all looked at Sima Zhongxian expectantly, hoping that he would choose them. At this moment, Ji Yongnian, who had been keeping his eyes closed, spoke up. General Meng, how much ransom does your young Master Lu want? Meng Ruyu said, I won't hide it from you. The ransom for each of these soldiers is 5,000 taels of silver. For you, Mr. Ji, and for this Lord He, it's 100,000 taels of silver each. At this moment, Sima Zhongxian could no longer wait. He asked impatiently, General Meng, how much is the ransom for my family? My family has lived a life of poverty and has never had a penny to our name. The emperor occasionally bestows a few taels of silver, but I have used it to help the poor. There are hardly any copper coins left in my family. Sima Zhongxian knew that the emperor was worried day and night about the money, and that they might have to pay the ransom themselves. Meng Ruyu was almost laughing in exasperation at him. Everyone knows that among all the officials of the Great Zhou dynasty, who dares to say that they are richer than Sima Zhongxian? And yet, he's still complaining about being poor. Popular legend has it that Sima Zhongxian was incredibly wealthy, but extremely stingy. He would even reach into a latrine and fish out a single copper coin. Once the money was in Sima Zhongxian's pocket, even 8 horses would be hard to pull out of his pocket. It seems the rumors were true. He was about to die, yet he was still clutching his wallet tightly. He's a real money grubber. Meng Ruyu immediately said, I don't care if you have money or not. If you don't hand over the silver, you'll be sitting here in jail for the rest of your life. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, young Master Lu is planning to build a dungeon these days. General Meng, we truly have no money. Do you know how much our ransom is? Sima Zhongxian looked at Meng Ruyu cautiously, fearing that she might utter an astronomical number. Father-in-law, your ransom is 100,000. Meng Ruyu had only spoken half a sentence when she heard Ji Yongnian sigh softly. Clearly, the number 100,000 disappointed Ji Yongnian. But Sima Zhongxian reacted as if he had stepped on his tail and almost jumped up. What? 10,000 taels of silver? General Meng, you might as well kill me. Even if you dismember this old man, you won't get many taels of silver. General Meng, I beg you to plead with young Master Lu for me. Just tell him that I'm a powerless eunuch. Where would I get so much silver? Sima Zhongxian pleaded desperately, tears streaming down his face. If it weren't for the fact that Meng Ruyu was a woman, he would have rushed over and hugged her leg to beg her. Meng Ruyu took a step back in disgust and said, Father-in-law, I haven't finished speaking yet. Sima Zhongxian immediately perked up and hurriedly said, General Meng, even 100,000 copper coins are beyond my means. Perhaps a few thousand copper coins could be scraped together. His performance was so realistic that Ji Yongnian and the soldiers almost vomited up the cornmeal porridge they had eaten the night before. Meng Ruyu took another step back and said, Father-in-law, listen carefully. Your ransom is 100,000 taels of gold. Sima Zhongxian rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Meng Ruyu said no more, saying, Mr. Ji, after he wakes up, tell him to pick someone quickly. If he still doesn't have a good candidate when I come next time, then cut off one of his arms. After saying that, he left without looking back. No sooner had Meng Ruyu left than Sima Zhongxian woke up. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. What's the point of me living? Without money, what's the use of my life? Sima Zhongxian burst into tears, weeping as if his life depended on it, weeping with heartfelt emotion, weeping until the sky and earth seemed to darken. She cried for more than 2 hours, until she could no longer make a sound, and was still whimpering with snot and tears streaming down her face. Meng Ryu recounted to Lu Chen how Sima Zhongxian refused to pay the ransom, laughing uproariously as she spoke. This is even more painful than killing him. Lu Chen asked, isn't this asking for too much? What if he really doesn't take the money? Wouldn't we have wasted our time? Don't worry, my dear brother, Meng Ryu said. 10,000 taels of gold is just a small amount of pain for him, far from being a serious injury. Really? Lu Chen suddenly became interested. If he had a large amount of gold and silver, he could fly freely in the sky and leap across the seas. Meng Ryu rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. Let alone 100,000 taels of gold, even 1,000,000 taels of gold would only slightly weaken him. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately frowned and began to ponder. Meng Ryu said, you don't really want him to give you 1,000,000 taels of gold, do you? Let me tell you, even if you kill him, he still won't come up with that much money. Don't believe me? He really is the kind of person who would rather die than give up money. Chapter 84 Preemptive Strike. That wasn't what Lu Chen was thinking. He was thinking about how to get his hands on all of Sima Zhongxian's assets. From the moment Lu Chen learned that this person was Sima Zhongxian, he had no intention of letting him go. Where did Sima Zhongxian's vast fortune go after his death? No matter where they go, they will never end up in the pockets of ordinary people. Has anyone ever seen a case where, after confiscating the assets of a corrupt official, a portion of it is distributed to ordinary people? Never before. But all of these assets come from the hard-earned money of ordinary people. If that's the case, why doesn't Lu Chen just snatch it away? With this money in his hands, he could at least help some of the people. How can this be called robbery? A gentleman loves money, but he acquires it in a proper way. I only take ill-gotten gains. After giving himself some psychological guidance, Lu Chen made up his mind. Go over there again later tonight, and quickly release the person to collect the ransom. Meng Ryu hesitated. I'm afraid that old scoundrel Sima won't agree so easily. Lu Chen smiled and asked, why do you think Sima Zhongxian was crying so bitterly? Because he can't bear to part with the money. Is that even a question? That's more like it. Meng Ryu asked, puzzled, what's right? Lu Chen said, since he's crying about his silver, what does that mean? It means he thinks the silver no longer belongs to him, which is why he's crying. If he didn't want to give up the silver at all, would he need to cry so bitterly? Meng Ryu was a little confused, but he felt that what Lu Chen said seemed to be right. That seems to make sense. Lu Chen laughed and said, it's just a simple logic problem. Logic? What logic? I'll explain this to you slowly later. When you go there later, do whatever it takes to get this done as soon as possible. I'm short of money right now. The project in Sunji Azwang has already started. These past few nights, Lu Chen has purchased a large amount of building materials from the system store. They spend money like water. But since there was no source for this water, the only solution was to try and find a way through Sima Zhongxian. After Meng Ryu left, Lu Chen called Chu Yun over. Are you familiar with the capital? Chu Yun replied straightforwardly. I lived in the capital for several years. All right, you get ready first. I'm planning to go to the capital in a few days, and you'll come with me. A hint of hatred flashed across Chu Yun's face, but quickly disappeared. Lu Chen caught her subtle expression. Clearly, she had a major enemy in the capital. Brother Lu, I'll go prepare right away. After Chu Yun left, Lu Chen called Zhao Daya over to him. Choose 4 of the more clever female soldiers, preferably older ones, and have them come over here. Okay, Brother Lu. Zhao Daya left quickly and soon returned with 4 girls. Lu Chen saw that they were all around 15 or 16 years old and nodded slightly. In this era, it is rare for a girl to be unmarried by the age of 17. 16 years old is considered relatively old for an unmarried girl. Lu Chen asked them some questions, such as what their names were, where they lived, and who else lived in their families. The girls answered calmly. Lu Chen chatted with them for a while longer and felt quite satisfied. After all, they were chosen from hundreds of girls, so they must be very outstanding. I'm arranging for you to go to the capital. You may have to leave soon, so go and prepare now. Come back later, and I'll explain the details to you. Before they leave, they should be allowed to say goodbye to their family members. You should also prepare some personal belongings. Daya, send a few more people to scout around Hedo County and find out where the Marquis of Jingyuan's army is encamped and how many troops they have. Zhao Daya accepted the order and left. No sooner had Zhao Daya left than Meng Ryu returned. How about it? Meng Ryu laughed and said, it really is just like you said. At first, that old scoundrel Sima was still stubborn, but as soon as I took out my knife to chop off his arm, he immediately agreed to pay money to redeem his life. She continued, he's picking people now, and he'll be leaving in a little while. Lu Chen said, I have arranged for a few people to secretly follow them when they set off. Meng Ryu asked in confusion, why are we following them? Their families are all in the hands of that old scoundrel Sima. How dare they run away? No, I just wanted them to lead the way. I wanted to send a few people to the capital first, but they don't know the way there, so I had them lead the way. I see. But why did you send someone to the capital? You'll find out tonight. That night, Lu Chen called Meng Ruyu, Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiaolan to the main room. I called you all here because I want to talk to you about something. I plan to go to the capital soon. Upon hearing this, Qiao, who was preparing tea for the group, couldn't help but tremble slightly in her hand as she held the teacup. Sima Zhongxian is a man who oppresses the good and persecutes the loyal. He has done all sorts of bad things. Now that he is in my hands, I will naturally not let him go. However, he is still useful now. It is not too late to kill him after I have used him. Meng Ryu looked at Lu Chen. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to be so ruthless. He demanded the ransom, and then wanted to kill the hostage. However, she wholeheartedly supports this move. Sima Zhongxian amassed a fortune. After his death, it would be better for us to benefit from his wealth rather than let it fall into the hands of others. Therefore, my purpose in going to the capital this time is to take over his property. Meng Ryu glanced at Lu Chen. How come she never noticed before that this person was so shameless to describe robbery in such a grand and respectable way? Zhao Daya and the others remained silent, supporting whatever Lu Chen said, because they knew Lu Chen had that ability. Lu Chen then said, "Next, you all tell me how many government troops we have right now can hold off." After a moment's thought, Zhao Daya said, "If we are just defending the city, we are not afraid even if 30,000 to 50,000 government troops come." Chu Yun said, "I think 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers can hold them off." Meng Ryu scoffed, "Even if 100,000 government troops come, we can still win." Lu Chen asked, "Is it possible to achieve this without any casualties? The lives of every one of our soldiers are extremely precious, and we cannot afford the slightest mishap." At this point, everyone fell silent. If tens of thousands of soldiers really come, and they only have a mere 400 or so female soldiers, it seems very difficult to remain completely unharmed. As the saying goes, swords and knives have no eyes. Even if these girls are invincible in close combat, it's hard to say what will happen if the enemy deploys a large number of archers. Therefore, before I went to the capital, I planned to launch a surprise attack on the military camp stationed in Hudou County. Zhao Daya and the others were all taken aback. Qiao said, "Husband, if the government troops don't come to attack us, wouldn't it be a bad idea for us to provoke them first?" She was worried about angering the government and having them send more soldiers to besiege Lu family village. Lu Chen said, "In the past few days, I have obtained a lot of information from the refugees. It is said that the government grain in Hudou County is running out, and these defeated soldiers did not carry any food. They are currently searching for food everywhere. I think they will come to our Lu family village in a few days. After all, our Lu family village is famous now. Everyone knows that our thousands of refugees eat meat and white flour buns every day." Meng Ryu understood. "Brother, are you trying to strike first?" "Yes, I want to strike first." Chapter 85. Assault rifles issued to all members. As soon as Lu Chen said this, he was immediately questioned by Meng Ryu and Lu Xiaolan. They just spoke more tactfully. Meng Ryu immediately said, "Brother, you must have your reasons for doing this, but have you thought about it? If the government troops suffer too many losses, who will stand in front of our Lu family village when that scoundrel Jinyuan Marquis attacks?" Lu Xiaolan also said, "Brother Lu, General Meng is right. Weakening the strength of the government troops is also indirectly helping the Marquis of Jinyuan. If the Marquis of Jinyuan attacks and the government troops retreat without a fight, then we will become the Marquis of Jingyuan's #1 enemy. Brother Lu, doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate?" Meng Ryu was a seasoned veteran with extensive combat experience and a strategic vision far exceeding that of ordinary people. Although Lu Xiaolan had not fought in many battles, she was well-versed in the records of Chu and had a thorough understanding of ancient battles. Her judgment of the overall situation was also unmatched by most. Lu Chen knew that what they said made a lot of sense. However, they were unaware that they had a backup plan. "Don't worry, I have my own plans." Lu Chen said, "Tomorrow morning, summon all the soldiers here. I'm going to distribute new equipment to them." "What equipment?" Zhao Daya's eyes lit up. The weapons that Lu Chen gave to the female soldiers were really useful. The repeating crossbow is powerful, has a long range, and is highly accurate. The long sword was incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through iron like mud, and it was also very durable. After several battles, the blade was rarely damaged. Meng Ryu was also curious. What equipment is better than your repeating crossbow and longsword? Recently, she had also tried out the female soldiers' repeating crossbows and longswords, which were far superior to the standard weapons issued by the Great Zhou dynasty. What kind of equipment will Lu Chen distribute this time? You will know tomorrow. After the meeting, Lu Chen purchased 400 assault rifles for 1,000 magazines, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, and a number of target papers from the system store, and put them all in the East Wing. The next morning, 400 female soldiers gathered at Lu Chen's training ground. Lu Chen ordered his men to carry 400 rifles and some ammunition to the training ground. Zhao, Daya, and the others were overjoyed when they saw the assault rifle. They had seen Lu Chen use an assault rifle before. With a few bursts of fire, a large number of enemies fell down. It was truly a deadly weapon on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen actually managed to get several hundred of them this time. If one possesses this divine weapon, who in the world could rival them? Although Meng Ryu had never seen an assault rifle before, she probably knew that it was a type of firearm. The Zhou dynasty had firearms. However, the firearms of the Great Zhou dynasty were ugly and extremely crude, a world apart from Lu Chen's firearm. But Lu Chen's musket, though exquisite and beautiful, is useless. Meng Ryu immediately said, "Brother, this firearm is good, but the firing process is cumbersome. It takes a long time to fire a single shot, and reloading is too slow. It's fine if it's just used as an auxiliary weapon, but it's definitely not suitable as a main weapon." Lu Chen smiled and said, "General Meng, this musket is not that kind of musket. You'll know once you've used it." Meng Ryu retorted, "I've seen plenty of muskets. I even personally led a musket squad to raid a Tartar camp. How could I not know what a musket is?" Lu Chen didn't want to argue with her and just smiled and said, "General Meng, you'll find out soon enough." After the rifles were distributed to each female soldier, Lu Chen picked up a rifle and explained and demonstrated it to them. "This is the trigger. The trigger is the most important part of this rifle. Only by pulling the trigger will a bullet be fired. This is a magazine containing 35 rounds. When the bullets are used up, press here to remove the magazine. Replace it with a new magazine full of bullets, and then you can continue firing. This is the fire selector switch. Switch it here for single-shot firing, 3-round bursts, and continuous fire. To hit the enemy, you must aim at them. To aim, you must know the 3 points in a straight line. When pulling the trigger, you must hold your breath, keep your hands steady, your eyes accurate, and pull the trigger smoothly to kill the enemy with one shot. To accurately hit the enemy, you need to know the distance between yourself and the enemy. I've already taught you the basic handheld range finding. Once you know the approximate distance, adjust the sight and position it accordingly." After explaining, Lu Chen said, "From now on, for the next 2 days, you will practice shooting for 7 hours every day without any slackening. Now, Zhao Daya will lead the team. Take your guns, these bullets, and these target papers, and head to the woods behind the mountain to begin shooting training." Zhao and Daya grabbed her rifle and led the female soldiers to the back mountain. Meng Ryu also received a rifle, but she did not leave. Instead, she asked Lu Chen all sorts of questions. "Brother, you said this musket can hold 35 rounds of ammunition at once. Is that true? Brother, if a soldier carries 10 or 20 magazines and hundreds of bullets, wouldn't he be invincible on the battlefield? Brother, in the Great Zhou dynasty, firearms beyond 50 paces were completely based on guesswork. You're saying this rifle can achieve accurate shooting within 500 paces? Is that true? Big brother." The once mighty and domineering General Meng has now become a curious child. "Lu Chen, why don't you try it and you'll see." Meng Ryu then grabbed her rifle and hurriedly chased after the main force. After seeing everyone off, Lu Chen suddenly noticed Qiao's expectant expression. He then realized that he hadn't given her a rifle earlier. "My wife, you don't need to go to the battlefield, and you don't need to carry this rifle." Lu Chen suddenly pulled out a pistol and handed it to Qiao. "My lady, this pistol may not be as powerful as a rifle, but it is small and can be hidden on your person at any time, making it difficult for others to notice. It is very suitable for you." Qiao approached the pistol with a look of delight, playing with it with obvious affection. "Come, my wife, let me teach you how to use it. This thing may be small, but it's quite powerful. If you're not careful, it can hurt someone or even kill them. So you have to be extra careful when handling and using it." Lu Chen then gave Qiao a holster and a magazine pouch. "You can put the gun and ammunition pouch in your belt like this." Lu Chen personally helped Qiao put on the holster and ammunition pouch. With a pistol tucked into his waistband, Qiao looked even more heroic and had a unique charm. In fact, with Qiao's current skills, he doesn't need a pistol for self-defense at all. It's just for fun. "I wonder how Xiao Qian and the others are doing?" Qiao suddenly asked. Xiao Qian was one of the girls who followed 2 soldiers of Sima Zhongxian to the capital. Because she was quite opinionated, Lu Chen appointed her as the captain of the team for this trip. It's alright. With their abilities, no one in the entire Great Zhou dynasty can do anything to them. Besides, they're carrying the Eastern Depot's badges. Nowadays, people need a travel permit to go anywhere. The waste token of the Eastern Depot was 100 times more useful than a road pass. At the same time, Lu Chen also gave them enough compressed biscuits to last a month, some decent military rations, and a few gold ingots so they wouldn't go hungry. Chapter 86 Midnight Raid. The county government office of Hedo County. County Magistrate Wei Shuya is entertaining General Jiang Wenyu of Fengzhou. "Lord Jiang, I'm absolutely telling the truth. Lu Chen of Lu Family Village is raising thousands of refugees in his village. The food he provides for these refugees is better than what I, the head of the county government, eat. Wei Shi has had a really tough time these past few days. The county didn't have much grain to begin with, and Jiang Wenyu led his troops to retreat from Fengzhou City. In just a few days, they ate up all the grain in the county. If he doesn't get rid of Jiang Wenyu soon, he might not be able to keep the grain he's hoarded. He might not care about the lives of others, but he couldn't ignore the lives of his own family. Jiang Wenyu slowly munched on a chicken leg, his expression unmoved, and said, "I've heard that Commander Su was defeated by this Lu Chen. This man is very strange and should not be dealt with lightly." Jiang Wenyu isn't stupid. Lu Chen easily wiped out Qianhu Suhui, so he must be a tough nut to crack. Although he had many soldiers, they couldn't withstand any more losses. In these chaotic times, whoever has the most soldiers is the boss. Even if the emperor wants to appoint someone, he has to be careful and dare not speak too harshly. In this battle against the rebel army of Marquis Jinyuan, he has lost nearly 20,000 soldiers. If he suffers further losses at Lujia village, his status as a general will be greatly diminished. Lord Jiang, to tell you the truth, our Hudou County has suffered from famine for years, with no harvest at all. The grain in the granary is all disaster relief grain sent from above, which was not much to begin with, and now there is not a single grain left. The implication was that Hudou County could no longer afford to support Jiang Wenyu's troops. But Jiang Wenyu had no choice. He retreated further north into another disaster area. Further north from the disaster area, it's not far from Beijing. If the emperor issues an edict saying that he is incompetent in leading troops and incapable of suppressing rebellions, and takes the opportunity to take back his military power, he will be in a difficult situation. After all, being right under the noses of the capital, the emperor couldn't do anything about the Tartars and rebels, but he had plenty of ways to control him, the general. Therefore, as long as there is any way, Jiang Wenyu cannot continue to retreat northward. If there really is no food, I'll find a way myself. I've heard that there are countless refugees in your Hudou County area, and these people are useful too. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Wenyu's eyes. Wei Shiya felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected Jiang Wenyu to be so ruthless, and he actually thought of this. Sigh, as long as he doesn't harm the people of this county, let him be. The large number of deaths among the people of this county will also affect his political achievements. Both were preoccupied with their own thoughts, and they didn't enjoy the banquet very much. After a hearty meal and drinks, Jiang Wenyu took his leave from the county government office and, with a few personal guards, left the city gates that very night to head to the military camp. His troops were stationed not far outside the city. Before Jiang Wenyu even reached the military camp, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from ahead. Immediately following was a burst of intense gunfire. Oh no, could it be that Marquis Jinyuan has already caught up with us here? Jiang Wenyu panicked and hurriedly spurred his horse to gallop towards the military camp. At this time, the military camp was in complete chaos. Zhao Daya led 400 female soldiers and charged into the military camp. Da-da-da, bang, bang, bang. The female soldiers, carrying assault rifles and in neat formations, pushed their way through. The assault rifle is equipped with a flashlight and a red dot sight, allowing it to accurately spot every enemy, even in the darkest of nights. Any officers or soldiers who stood in their way were immediately shot down. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the officers and soldiers were disoriented and could only flee in all directions. Some mid-level officers tried to organize resistance, but the resistance was quickly wiped out by the powerful firepower of the female soldiers. The Lu family army is here. Anyone who stands in my way will die. As Lu Chen had instructed her beforehand, Zhao Daya fired her gun while shouting loudly. The female soldiers joined in the shout. The Lu family army is here. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The Lu family army is mighty. The Lu family army is invincible. The Lu family army is invincible. Slogans echoed throughout the military camp. Meng Ruyu, also carrying an assault rifle, walked at the front of the group. She aimed at a soldier hiding next to a tent and shot him down with a single shot. This gun is amazing. It kills people effortlessly, much better than a knife. My marksmanship has improved so fast, just like my knife skills. I've only practiced for 2 days, and I can already hit every shot. It's truly amazing. At this moment, in Meng Ruyu's heart, Lu Chen was no longer an ordinary person. She even felt that Lu Chen might be a god descended to earth. Whether it's swordsmanship or spearmanship, if an outsider tries to learn it, they will never be able to learn it well. However, if they take a power pill or join Lu Chen's team, they can learn quickly and make rapid progress. Also, where did Lu Chen get such a useful rifle? Meng Ryu had never known that muskets could be so powerful. If I lead such a musketeer unit to fight the Tartars in the northern frontier, wouldn't those Tartar soldiers flee at the mere sight of me? She mentioned this to Lu Chen yesterday. Lu Chen said at the time that he would fight the Tartars sooner or later. Meng Ryu was very excited, saying that she would personally lead a team to give the Tartar soldiers a good beating. Defeating the Tartars was Meng Ruyu's greatest wish. Too many of her female soldiers and her father's former troops had died at the hands of the Tartar soldiers. Watch out, a team is coming from the left. Zhao Daya reminded everyone. Meng Ryu saw a group of soldiers rushing towards them, numbering over 1,000. She swept the bullet across the field, instantly knocking down more than a dozen people. She quickly changed to a new magazine and opened fire on the soldiers again. The female soldiers concentrated their firepower, and after a round of bullets, a large number of these officers and soldiers fell. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining officers and soldiers hurriedly retreated. That was so exhilarating. Meng Ryu had never fought so many battles before. The Lu family army is invincible. Meng Ryu shouted. The female soldiers also shouted in unison. The Lu family army is invincible. Meng Ryu. The Lu family army is invincible. The Lu family army is invincible. Amidst shouts and bursts of gunfire, Zhao Daya led her troops from the northernmost point of the military camp to its southernmost point. They've broken through. Let's go back and fight our way back. Zhao Daya gave the order. The group turned around and began fighting again from south to north. The officers and soldiers were numerous, but they were so frightened that few dared to charge forward. Some stubborn officers, eager to gain merit, led their men in a reckless charge. But soon they were caught in a hail of bullets and scattered in disarray. Not far from the battlefield, Jiang Wenyu, surrounded by dozens of personal guards, stared grimly at the spot where the gunshots had rang out. The Lu family army is invincible. The Lu family army is invincible. Hearing the shouts of these female soldiers, Jiang Wenyu already knew where these enemies came from. Lu family village. Lu Chen. Chapter 87. Another expansion of the army. My lord, we are incompetent. We could not stop them. My lord, their muskets are too powerful. We can't get close to them at all. My lord, I beg you to punish me. I led a team up, and in just one exchange, over 100 were killed or wounded. I couldn't break through. Several brigade commanders and guerrilla generals knelt before Jiang Wenyu and begged for forgiveness. Jiang Wenyu was furious, but he also knew that he couldn't blame his subordinates for being incompetent. He had just seen it from afar. Several hundred soldiers had just charged forward when a large number of them were instantly mowed down by muskets. Even if he personally leads the troops up there, he probably won't end up well. Jiang Wenyu was furious, but he didn't know what he had done to offend Lu Chen. Just then, he suddenly heard the gunfire gradually subside. Several soldiers rushed over. Report. Sir, the rebels have retreated north. Sir, the rebels number only a few hundred. Should we pursue them and surround and kill them? Jiang Wenyu kicked the brainless guy over with one foot. He knew, of course, that the enemy only numbered a few hundred, but these few hundred men moved freely and were invincible in his camp. They were not to be trifled with. Lu Chen, this feud is now officially on. Jiang Wenyu's face was ashen, his heart filled with unbearable hatred. Fortunately, his losses from this sneak attack were not significant. Immediately treat the wounded and count the casualties. Inside the military camp, there was another flurry of activity, which gradually subsided only at dawn. While Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu were launching a night raid on the military camp, Lu Chen was also busy. He sneaked into the county town and, under the cover of night, explored the entire town. The county town wasn't very big to begin with, just 3 or 5 streets. His purpose in coming to the county town this time was, of course, to search for treasure. He's short on cash right now and needs to hurry up and make some money. Although Hutto County is not as historically significant as Fengqi Town, it still has a history of 200 to 300 years. Lu Chen found nearly 200 treasure locations within the county. Unfortunately, most of these treasure locations are inside residential houses. Only 1/3 of them are outside residential buildings. For example, under a well, under a tree, or beside a ditch. As Lu Chen opened the map, he also dug out the treasure spots that were easy to find. Lu Chen stopped just before dawn, found a relatively secluded spot, climbed over the city wall, and left the county town. In one night, he dug up more than 20 treasure sites and obtained 6,000 or 7,000 taels of silver. Lu Chen estimated that if all the treasures in this county were dug up, they could yield tens of thousands of taels of silver. This money is enough to alleviate his immediate financial crisis. In a mountain valley more than 20 miles outside the county town, Lu Chen met up with the 50 female soldiers led by Chu Yun and returned to Lu family village. As for Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu, they led 350 female soldiers and continued south. On the way, Chu Yun asked Lu Chen worriedly, Brother Lu, Marquis Jinyuan has nearly 100,000 troops under his command and has also incorporated several bandit groups along the way, so his current strength is 150,000. Daya and General Meng only brought more than 300 people with them. Will they be in danger? Lu Chen laughed and said, they're just going to make our Lu family army famous, not to fight to the death with Marquis Jinyuan. With their abilities, if they wanted to leave, how could Marquis Jinyuan stop them? Chu Yun thought about it and agreed. That's right. Lu Chen's decision to lead female soldiers in a battle this time was not merely to attack the government troops' camp. They have now detoured to Fengzhou City. At this time, Marquis Jinyuan had just captured Fengzhou City and was in a state of great pride. They never dreamed that anyone would dare to plot against them. Their mission is merely to intimidate Marquis Jinyuan, to let him know that our Lu family village is not to be trifled with, and our Lu family army is not to be trifled with. Their mission is to demonstrate our military might, and to let them know that if they want to provoke Lu Chen, they'd better see if he has the teeth to back it up. Otherwise, they might end up breaking their teeth instead of getting any meat. Lu Chen was extremely envious of Sima Zhongxian's vast wealth, so he had to go to the capital to take it all for himself. After he left, the troops of the Fengzhou general and the rebel army of the Marquis of Jinyuan became the biggest threats to Lujia village. Lu Chen had no choice but to strike first to let them know his power and deter them from causing trouble. This is called nipping a threat in the bud. After returning home, Lu Chen arranged for people to spread the word in the surrounding villages that he was recruiting unmarried women from respectable families. Before leaving, he wanted to recruit several hundred more new soldiers. Hurry up if you want to come. It's only for today or tomorrow. After these 2 days, I won't accept any more. Lu Chen originally did not plan to recruit soldiers at this stage because the second military camp had not yet been completed and there was nowhere for them to live. However, judging from the intelligence obtained in the past few days, both the government troops in Fengzhou City and the rebel army of Marquis Jinyuan are too numerous. This general of Fengzhou, in order to preserve his strength, actually handed over Fengzhou City so easily. It seems that the fate of the Great Zhou dynasty has run its course. General Jiang Wenyu's troops in Fengzhou did not suffer too many losses in Fengzhou City. They still had tens of thousands left. The number of troops under the Marquis of Jinyuan was even more astonishing. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he decided to expand the size of the team. The news that Lu Chen was recruiting spread like wildfire throughout the surrounding dozen or so villages. Immediately, these villagers, who had been suffering from hunger, rushed to Lujiazhai with their families. As usual, Lu Chen arranged for several female soldiers to receive the new recruits. Chu Yin will be in charge of this matter. In just half a day, Chu Yin reported to Lu Chen, "Brother Lu, we have now recruited 400 new people. Should we continue? Is anyone else here?" Lu Chen asked. The surrounding villages aren't very big, so it's already quite good that they could gather 400 unmarried girls. Brother Lu, many distant villages have also received the news, and many people are still arriving in droves. Lu Chen understood. Who doesn't have a few relatives? It's likely that word spread, which is how even more distant villages heard about it. In that case, let's collect another 200. This was far beyond Lu Chen's expectations. If he recruits another 600 people today, the number of female soldiers under his command will reach 1,000. This could barely be considered a small unit. That evening, Lu Chen had the 600 new recruits assemble at the training ground. After saying a few words, he instructed Qiao to distribute the Viagra pills. Then they were put to a physical fitness test. Brother Lu, 3 people failed the test this time. Chu Yin reported to Lu Chen with shame. Chu Yin was well aware of how precious the power pill in Lu Chen's hands was. Each one can completely change a person's life, making them invincible. This time, 3 more were wasted, which is a real shame. Lu Chen replied, "It's all right, it's only 3, which is still within an acceptable range. However, we must be more careful next time and try to investigate more thoroughly." "Yes, Brother Lu." Lu Chen continued, "The training of these new recruits will be entrusted to you and Lu Shilon. Within these 7 days, their training time must not be less than 6 hours a day. The soldiers of Fengzhou City and the rebel army of Marquis Jinyuan may attack my Lu family village at any time. We must make these new recruits have a certain combat capability as soon as possible." Chapter 88 accidentally hit Marquis Jinyuan. Outside Fengzhou City, at the camp of Marquis Wang Lang of Fengjingyuan. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire rang out, waking the soldiers who were fast asleep in their tents. "Oh no! Enemy attack! Quickly! Get up! Soldiers are coming to raid our camp." The soldiers groggily got out of bed, grabbed their weapons, and rushed out. The gunshots grew louder as they approached. Screams could be faintly heard. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Could it be the Fengzhou troops attacking? Even General Jiang Wenyu of Fengzhou was so frightened that he ran away with his head in his hands. How could it be him? Could it be reinforcements transferred from the capital? Marquis Jinyuan, Wang Lang, was awakened by his guards. "What? Someone's raiding the camp." Wang Lang jumped up, grabbed the spear from the bedside, and strode out of the tent. "Where's the enemy?" Someone scrambled over. "Report. Sir, a musketeer squad has launched a night attack." Wang Lang was taken aback. "The musketeers?" He was puzzled. A mere musketeer squad dares to attack the camp? Are they tired of living? Without the cover of other military units, the musketeers would be utterly vulnerable. He simply couldn't understand why a musketeer squad would dare to raid the camp. Is he looking for death? He roared, "Prepare the horses." My lord, no." One of his subordinates hurriedly tried to stop him. Wang Lang angrily asked, "Why are you stopping me?" "My lord, this musketeer squad is exceptionally fierce. Our troops have suffered heavy casualties. You must not put yourself in danger." Wang Lang couldn't help but laugh. "You cowards who fear death. Watch as I slaughter them without leaving a single one alive. Musketeers? To Wang Lang. They were all just there to deliver their heads. Wang Lang himself had a musketeer squad, and he knew best how effective they were. Even the musketeers dared to attack the camp. They really didn't take Wang Lang seriously at all. Tonight, Wang Lang is determined to kill to his heart's content. At this moment, 2 soldiers had already led the warhorse over. Wang Lang mounted his warhorse and raised a spear high. Men, follow me. My lord, you mustn't. My lord. Before his 2 subordinates could stop him, Wang Lang had already spurred his horse and charged into the brightly lit area. Not good. Quick, stop the marquis. Hurry and catch up. Hurry and catch up. If anything happens to the marquis, you will all lose your heads. At this moment, someone shouted, quickly, go and fetch the second young master. Yes, only the second young master can stop the marquis. Suddenly, a great commotion erupted outside the central command tent. Wang Lang spurred his horse forward, followed by only 20 or so riders. Along the way, Wang Lang saw wave after wave of soldiers retreating from the front. Wang Lang was furious and cursed. You bunch of good-for-nothings. I've wasted my time raising you. A few measly musketeers, and you're all so afraid of me. He shouted, I, the marquis, am here. Follow me to kill the enemy. But the fleeing soldiers ignored him and just kept running away. Enraged, Wang Lang killed a fleeing soldier with a single spear thrust. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Even so, it still couldn't stop the soldiers from fleeing. Wang Lang looked up and saw a bright, dazzling expanse ahead, with beams of light dancing wildly. It didn't seem to be torches. It's definitely not a torch. These beams of light are just accessories for assault rifles, high-powered flashlights. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu, each in charge of one route, led their female soldiers in a crushing advance. They carried assault rifles, lined up in a row, and took small, quick steps, killing anyone who stood in their way, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. The sounds of bursts and rapid-fire shots, like firecrackers, fill the air. The front line is responsible for clearing out enemies blocking the way. The flanks are responsible for eliminating enemies coming from the 2 sides, and the rear line is responsible for protecting the teammates in the front line from being ambushed. Take steady and cautious steps, proceeding cautiously and methodically. All around them were corpses lying in pools of blood. Some rebels, relying on their superior numbers, attempted to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. But from a great distance, they were knocked to the ground by their powerful firepower. Those who remained, seeing the situation was turning against them, had no choice but to retreat hastily. Meng Ruyu was having a great time killing. After emptying a magazine, she touched her waist and found that she had used up all the bullets she had. Ninger, come here, lend me 2 magazines. Ninger reluctantly took down 2 magazines and handed them over. General, young Master Lu said that these bullets are used up very quickly, so we should use them sparingly. Rower added, General, during training, young Master Lu said that this isn't how you use a gun. Meng Ruyu's face darkened, and she snorted coldly. You keep calling me young Master Lu, what? You betrayed me so quickly. Ninger and Rower panicked immediately. General, that's not what I meant. General, I was only trying to advise you out of good intentions. Meng Ruyu stretched out her jade-like hand. If you give me 2 more magazines, this general will not be angry with you anymore. Ninger and Rower looked at each other and both sighed. Then he obediently handed over 2 magazines. That's more like it. Meng Ruyu quickly changed the magazine and fired a long burst at the front. On the opposite side, a man who looked like an official let out a strange cry and fell off his horse. My lord! My lord! Oh no! The marquis has been shot. Quickly! Protect the marquis! Quickly! Save the marquis! Poor Marquis Jingyuan, Wang Lang, had intended to pick an easy target tonight, just for amusement when he had nothing else to do in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, Meng Yuru shot him right in the first encounter. Hearing the chaotic shouts from the other side, Meng Ruyu raised an eyebrow. I think I've hit a really big shot. Zhao Daya also noticed the situation on the other side. She raised her hand, signaling the group to stop advancing. Lu Chen only instructed them to intimidate Marquis Jingyuan, but did not tell them to kill him. If Marquis Jingyuan were to die at this time, would it affect Lu Chen's plans? In the brief moment she was stunned, a group of people in front of her had already lifted the fallen Marquis up and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Meng Ruyu considered it for a moment and said, I think that's enough. Let's head back. Zhao Daya said, okay. She waved her hand. The vanguard becomes the rear guard. Withdraw from the camp immediately. By this time, the female soldiers had completely demoralized the rebel army of Marquis Jingyuan, and hardly anyone dared to stop them. More than 300 female soldiers quickly rushed out of the military camp and disappeared into the night. At this moment, inside Lu family village, Lu Chen exchanged the silver he dug up in the county town for the system's currency. Millions in hand. An assault rifle costs 8,800 yuan. 600 rifles would cost over 5 million yuan. At $1 a bullet, he bought 500,000 bullets. After buying all of these, there was very little system currency left. We'll have to wait until we have more money to equip the new recruits with long swords and repeating crossbows. Maintaining an army is really expensive. Lu Chen thought back to the days when he was poor in his previous life. This made him even more eager to seize Sima Zhongxin's assets. Chapter 89, Is the Marquis Dead? For the next 2 days, Lu Xiaolan and Chu Yun trained the new recruits from morning till night. These new recruits learned swordsmanship in the training ground in the morning and practiced marksmanship in the back mountain in the afternoon. Lu Chen, along with Qiao and several female soldiers, disguised themselves and carried the East Depot badges they had taken from Sima Zhongxian and others, and quietly went to the county town. They stayed in the county town for 2 full days. Led by Lu Chen, they first unearthed the treasure hidden outside the houses at night. Then, during the day, they entered the houses by various means and dug out most of the treasure buried under the houses. Because some residents of the city did not cooperate, they were ultimately unable to clear all the treasure from the county town. My lord, there are 2 families who refuse to let us borrow their houses, even though we offer them money. Perhaps they are quite wealthy. Young Master Lu, there are several houses that are very dilapidated. We offered to buy them with money, but they refused to sell, saying that they were their ancestral homes and would never sell to anyone else. Only Qiao knew that Lu Chen possessed extraordinary abilities to locate hidden silver, while the female soldiers were unaware of the reason behind it. They found it amazing that Lu Chen could know exactly where the silver was buried, and which family had gold and silver treasures buried a few feet deep under their bed. These gold and silver have been buried underground for many years. Even if we don't dig them up, they will benefit future generations. They may not be discovered for hundreds or even thousands of years. It's better to let them benefit us. In 2 days, Lu Chen had unearthed 80 or 90% of the treasures hidden throughout the county. Then they headed back home. After arriving home, Lu Chen and Qiao counted the items in the house. I didn't expect that Hetou County, which has only been established for a short time, would have so many wealthy people. All of these can be converted into more than 50,000 taels of silver. This gain was far beyond Lu Chen's expectations. 2 treasure locations left the deepest impression on him. One of them was a large family's house with a corner behind the wall, where there was a jar of silver ingots, totaling 6,500 taels. There was another place in the backyard of the county government office, where an iron box contained 1,000 taels of gold bricks. These must have been hidden by a corrupt official. For some reason, he was unable to take these gold bricks with him when he died. With some money in hand, Lu Chen took advantage of the night to buy a large amount of building materials and pile them up at the entrance of Lu family village. He then went to Sunjiazwang and placed the building materials outside the village. These materials should last for quite some time. Lu Chen also didn't forget about the food. Lu Chen had plenty of grain in his spatial storage. He took out 500 tons of grain and piled it up in the east courtyard. The east courtyard is quite large. It could easily hold thousands of tons of grain. We can have Zhao Daya lead a group to set up a tent then. However, it doesn't matter whether we build a shed or not. Judging from the sky, it's unlikely to rain for a long time. Everything is ready. He could go to the capital with peace of mind once Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu returned from the south. Although Fengzhou City was far from Hetou County, Zhao Daya and her entourage were fast and strong, making their marching speed several times that of ordinary troops. If things get urgent, Lu Chen's female soldiers can march 2 or even 300 miles a day without any problem. At this time, outside Fengzhou City, at the central camp of the Marquis of Jinyuan, the soldiers outside the tent were all very cautious, speaking in hushed tones, for fear of being used as a punching bag. Inside and outside the commander's tent, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. Physicians of all ranks went in and out of the main tent, each with a furrowed brow. Officers of all ranks gathered outside the tent, their faces showing worry. For 2 whole days, Marquis Jinyuan, Wang Lang, remained unconscious. These civil and military officials were filled with anxiety. What would they do if something happened to Marquis Jinyuan? Marquis Jinyuan was their backbone. If something happens to Marquis Jinyuan, what should they do? Father, 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 why did you leave us like this? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from inside the tent. The people outside the tent were horrified. Is the Marquis of Jinyuan really gone just like that? Yesterday, several medical officers said that the Marquis might wake up again. How could someone suddenly be gone in just 1 day? Father, father, how could you abandon your child like this? Wang Han, the second son of the Marquis's family, wept bitterly, almost fainting. Several of the Marquis of Jinyuan's capable generals also burst into tears. The entire camp was shrouded in grief. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu returned to Lujia village. You mean the Marquis of Jinyuan was shot? Lu Chen was quite surprised. This Marquis of Jinyuan has really bad luck. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu led more than 300 female soldiers into the camp of an army of over 100,000, but only managed to kill or wound less than 3,000 enemy soldiers. How'd we end up running into their head coach? Brother Lu, if Marquis Jinyuan were to die at this time, Would it have a significant impact on our Lu family village? Zhao Daya asked. Lu Chen laughed. He's just a marquis of Jinyuan. Whether he lives or dies is irrelevant. He continued. As originally planned, I will set off for the capital tomorrow to take over the property of that old scoundrel Sima. Meng Ruyu patted his chest and said, Brother, you can go with peace of mind. With me here, no one will be able to get close to Lu family village. The rifles that Lu Chen gave them are really useful. As long as she has enough bullets, she is not afraid of any number of enemies. Lu Chen just said he bought another 500,000 bullets, which, together with the previous 500,000, brings his total to 1 million bullets. They have only used up a little over 10,000 bullets in the past few days. Lu Chen remembered something and said, Once I leave, you'll only be able to eat rice and white flour buns every day. Zhao Daya immediately said, Rice and steamed buns are plentiful. Anyone who dares to complain about the food can get out of Lujia village. Meng Ruyu added, That's right. Anyone who dares to complain about the food should be kicked out of Lu family village immediately. Lu Xiaolan said, Brother Lu, I think we should take advantage of your absence to change our meals. Instead of having meat every day, we should change it to having meat once every 2 weeks, so as not to spoil their palates. Okay, in the future, I will get involved in these kinds of things less often or not at all, and you guys can discuss and decide for yourselves. Lu Chun readily agreed. At this moment, Qiao suddenly said, Husband, your second uncle secretly returned to the village a while ago. He rarely goes out after he came back, and many people don't even know he's back. Meng Ruyu's expression changed slightly. She looked outside the door and then glanced at the corner of the wall as if she were looking for something. She had already released Lu Qingping and even gave him 10 taels of silver. During this time, she also learned about the relationship between Lu Chun and his nephew from various sources. She shouldn't interfere in Lu Chen's family affairs, nor should she say anything about them. I have nothing to do with him, and you don't need to mention his affairs to me in the future. Lu Chen didn't take Lu Qingping seriously at all. He was just a passerby. After everyone left, Xie Qiao said to Lu Chen, Husband, I want to go to the capital with you. Xie Qiao had wanted to tell Lu Chen about this for a long time. Since my wife wants to go, then let's go together. Chapter 90, Buying a helicopter isn't out of the question. After settling matters at home, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao and Chu Yun and headed to the capital. Lu Chen dressed up as a rich young master, while Xie Qiao and Chu Yun dressed up as Lu Chen's attendants. The three packed a few simple belongings, bid farewell to everyone, and headed north out of the village. 90 li north of Hudou County lies Majiang County. Even in broad daylight, the three of them couldn't travel too fast, but even so, they could reach Majiang County within a day. Along the way, there were people fleeing with their families everywhere. Some went out to beg for food because of famine in their hometowns, while others went out to escape the ravages of war. The three of them hurried along, their steps quick, and finally arrived outside Majiang County before nightfall. Lu Chen estimated that if they continued on this route, it would take about half a month to reach the capital. Upon arriving at the city gate, Lu Chen flashed his waist badge to the soldiers guarding the city. When the soldiers guarding the city saw the distinctive tiger head emblem of the Eastern Depot on their waist tags, they immediately let them pass with smiles on their faces. Lu Chen was now certain that there shouldn't be any trouble along the way. My lady, let's stay here for the night. If you're too tired from your journey, we could buy a carriage tomorrow. Actually, the three of them weren't tired, but they had traveled a long way and were covered in dust. Lu Chen felt that Xie Qiao had worked too hard. This was the first time he had taken Xie Qiao out. Xie Qiao said, The carriage might not be as fast as we can go, so let's not buy it. Chuyan also said, We're traveling during the day, so we're a bit slow. If we were traveling at night, we could walk faster than a carriage. Lu Chen had no choice but to give up. The three of them found an inn, booked 2 superior rooms, ate a simple meal, and then went back to their rooms to rest. As usual, Lu Chen entered the space to harvest crops and vegetables. After finishing his work, he slept for a few hours in the space. After waking up and leaving the space, Lu Chen checked his watch and found that less than an hour had passed outside. In this era, without entertainment programs, Lu Chen was bored, so he browsed the product catalog in the system store. Even if you don't buy anything, it's good to take a look. This is way too cheap. Lu Chen was like someone shopping online. He wanted to buy everything he saw. However, because many of his products were out of step at the times, he often had no choice but to give up. The store he was seeing now was actually a helicopter. This helicopter is designed to be small and lightweight, and costs only a little over 3 million. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel an itch to buy it. He carefully examined the detailed specifications of the helicopter. It can carry 4 people, including the pilot. It has a speed of 280 kilometers per hour and a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers. This time, they dug up tens of thousands of taels of silver from the county town. If converted into system currency, that would be tens of millions. He spent 20,000 taels on building materials for his home, and now he has 30,000 taels, which is equivalent to 30 million system coins. Spending over 2 million to buy a helicopter is not out of the question. Oh dear, I was too hasty. Lu Chen felt a little regretful. If he had thought of this earlier, why would he have had to go through the trouble of walking to the capital? Just as he was considering whether or not to buy the helicopter, he suddenly heard a commotion in the inn. Lu Chen was too lazy to go out and see the excitement, since he had already slept enough in his space. But soon there was a knock on the door. My husband. It's me. Lu Chen opened the door, only to find Qiao and Chu Yun standing outside. Husband, shall we go down and take a look? Qiao rubbed her eyes. Clearly she had just been sleeping soundly. Okay, let's go down and take a look. Lu Chen didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but if he disturbed Qiao's rest, then he couldn't. At that moment, two groups of people downstairs were arguing fiercely. Don't think that just because you're the county magistrate's brother-in-law, you could be the only reason with me. I'm sleeping soundly in my room. Why should I give you the house? The speaker was a young man in his 20s, quite handsome, but he spoke with a very assertive tone. The other group acted unreasonably, clearly used to being domineering and tyrannical. In particular, a man in his 40s with a pockmarked face was shouting wildly, spitting as he spoke. I told you to give up the house, and you have to give it up. If you dare not to tonight, I'll make sure you can't leave Mahjong County tomorrow. The young man retorted defiantly. I'm not letting you through today. If you've got the guts, don't let me leave the city gates tomorrow. The two sides were on the verge of exchanging blows, just short of actually drawing their weapons. Judging from their appearance, Lu Chen estimated that it would be difficult to determine a winner for the time being. Although the middle-aged man with pockmarks was a local bully and had his brother-in-law, the county magistrate, backing him up, this young man didn't seem to be a pushover either. If he didn't have some confidence, this young man would never dare to go against Ma Zi. Lu Chen shook his head and said, all right, aren't you guys going to let other people sleep? His words immediately drew everyone's attention. At the same time, Lu Chen successfully drew the firepower to him. The middle-aged man with pockmarks had lived half his life, so he was certainly not stupid. He could also tell that the young man he was arguing with must have some kind of background. He was simply too proud to back down. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear out of nowhere, he immediately changed his target. He glared at Lu Chen and roared. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge your Uncle Su? Lu Chen said coldly. Who are you calling Grandpa? I'll call you Grandpa. As soon as Ma Zi uttered those words, he realized something was amiss. He immediately flew into a rage. You brat, are you itching for a beating? Someone loosen his bones. The two men behind him immediately rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. They argued for ages, but didn't dare to lay a hand on him. What's wrong with him? They think he's easy to bully. Just as the two men were about to punch Lu Chen in the face, Chu Yun suddenly stepped forward, casually spread his arms, and the two men were sent flying. Chu Yunlu's move astonished everyone in the inn. Ma Zi was also taken aback. However, he quickly sneered, You dare to beat my men in this Mahjong County? If I don't send you all to jail today, I'm not a Sioux. He waved his hand. Go. Beat them to death. The 4 or 5 men behind him all took out their weapons, including iron whips and iron rods, but no swords or other sharp blades. Clearly, they know how to fight. Seeing this, the handsome young man hurriedly shouted, Young man, you guys run. He was about to step forward and stop the men, but his thin, frail body couldn't stop him. Several men brandished sticks and iron whips and began to attack Lu Chen and his companions relentlessly. Lu Chen's expression turned cold, and he said, Just don't kill them. Chu Yun used a clever technique to knock the 2 men away. The 2 men were almost unharmed after she knocked them away. It seems that Chu Yun didn't want to cause trouble. I just wanted to give them a little punishment so they would back down. To everyone's surprise, this time they went even further, actually using weapons to try and beat the man half to death. Then you can't blame Lu Chen for being ruthless. Chu Yun nodded slightly and charged towards the group of men. Chapter 91 One shot repels the enemy. Chu Yun's move was swift and decisive. She broke a man's nose with one punch and sent a burly man with a whip flying with another. With a backhand slap, he severed another man's arm, followed by a kick that broke another man's calf. The last one, seeing the situation was bad, turned to run, but Chu Yun kicked him in the back, and he immediately vomited blood and fainted. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 menacing burly men were lying on the ground. At this moment, all the guests in the inn got up and were amazed to see that Chu Yun, a thin and small man, had defeated 5 strong men in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man with pockmarks was also frightened. When he saw Chu Yun looking at him coldly, he thought that Chu Yun was going to harm him, so he knelt down in front of Chu Yun. Young hero, spare my life. Young hero, please let me go. I'll never dare to do it again. To his surprise, Chu Yun ignored him, took 2 steps back, and stood next to Lu Chen. Only Ma Zi was left kneeling there, looking incredibly awkward. The handsome young man hurried over and thanked Lu Chen. My name is Lu Citian. May I ask your honorable surname, sir? Lu Chen said, My surname is Lu. Thank you so much, young Master Lu, for your righteous assistance. And thank you to this young hero as well. May I ask your esteemed name? Chu Yun said, Chu Yun. Thank you so much, young hero Chu. I am truly grateful. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chen pestered Chu Yun with questions, expressing great admiration for her martial arts skills. It's getting late, young Master Lu. You should get some rest. Before Lu Chen could say anything more, Lu Chen led Qiao and Chu Yun back to their room. They thought that was the end of it. To everyone's surprise, the inn was in an uproar again early the next morning. Lu Chen got up and opened the door, only to see a person standing outside. It was the young man, Lu Chen, from last night. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked, somewhat displeased. Lu Chen, however, paid no attention and hurriedly said, Young Master Lu, something bad has happened. Last night, that scoundrel brought a group of soldiers to cause us trouble. Lu Chen said coldly, They're looking for trouble with me. What's it to you? Young Master Lu, you fought with that Su guy last night because of me, so of course it has something to do with me. At this moment, Qiao and Chu Yun came out from the next room. Lu Chen immediately abandoned Lu Chen and started pestering Chu Yun. Young Master Chu, did you sleep well last night? Before Chu Yun could speak, Lu Chen added, Young Master Chu, that fellow brought reinforcements again last night. I'll hold them off here, but you should escape through the back door. Chu Yun remained silent, only smiling as she looked at Lu Chen. Qiao also looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt that something was off about the three of them, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Young Master Lu, even if you want to run now, do you think you can escape? The enemy came prepared, and with a troop of soldiers, they must have already surrounded the inn completely. As they were talking, a large group of soldiers carrying long guns rushed in from outside the inn. The leader was so fat that he looked like he was carrying twins. I'm ordered to capture these bandits. All unrelated persons, leave immediately. The innkeeper and waiter were all so frightened that they huddled together in a corner behind the counter, trembling with fear. The guests in the inn hurriedly packed their luggage and ran out of the inn as if they were escaping. Before long, apart from the innkeeper and the waiter, only Lu Chen and his two companions, along with Lu Chen and his several attendants, remained in the inn. At this moment, the middle-aged man with pockmarks, surnamed Su, who had been away the previous night, squeezed his way to the front from among a group of soldiers. He spotted Lu Chen and his group on the second floor at a glance. Sir, it's them. They're the ones who injured my men last night. The heavily pregnant officer looked up at Lu Chen and his group. You lot, get down here. As a mere banner commander, he barely earns a few taels of silver a year. The county magistrate's brother-in-law was really rich. He threw out 500 taels of silver in one go. For the sake of 500 taels of silver, we have to put on a good show today. However, things didn't seem to go as he expected. The four people upstairs weren't scared out of their wits by him. She didn't fawn over him or try to get close to him. What's even more infuriating is that they didn't even give me a second glance the whole time. The commander was furious. He waved a thick, fleshy hand forward. Men, take him down. A group of soldiers, carrying long guns, rushed upstairs. Lu Chen and his group were standing at the top of the stairs. Just as Chu Yun was about to make a move, he saw Qiao pull out a pistol from his pocket. Smack! A crisp gunshot rang out. The soldier at the front was shot in the shoulder. In pain, he could not stand and fell backward. Unfortunately, this soldier was a big, burly man. When he fell, he knocked over the people behind him, and they all tumbled down the stairs. A musket. The flag bearer was taken aback. However, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. They really are bandits. No, they might even be rebels. Heaven is on my side. If he could personally capture a few of the Marquis of Jingyuan spies, then he would have a good chance of being promoted. Mia muskets. Charge. 5 taels of silver for each one captured. Upon hearing that there was a reward, all the soldiers became excited and rushed up the stairs without regard for their lives. These men had served in the military for many years and knew that although the sound of a musket was frightening, it was not practical. Reloading a single shot takes the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. In that time, he would have died countless times over. Therefore, they're not afraid. Slap, slap, slap. Qiao fired several shots, and several more soldiers were hit and tumbled down the stairs. The captain craned his neck in confusion, peering intently ahead. He could see clearly that there seemed to be only one musket on the other side. But how could a single musket fire several shots in succession? He didn't see the man loading gunpowder or bullets. At this moment, Qiao spoke indifferently. If anyone dares to step forward, they shall die. She didn't aim for vital organs with those shots. These soldiers should be out of danger if they receive timely medical attention. But if they still don't know what's good for them, then she won't be so polite. She carried 4 magazines, plus 1 from her pistol, for a total of 5 magazines and 75 bullets. There were only a few dozen people in and around the inn. She was all alone, with just a gun. That was enough to handle it. At this moment, the commander saw his men looking at each other, none of them daring to step forward, and he was furious. You cowards! I've been feeding you all for nothing. They only have 1 musket, and there are so many of you. What are you afraid of? Get up and charge. Charge now. Anyone who dares to back down, I'll chop you up. At this moment, Qiao aimed his pistol at the flag bearer. The captain shuddered, instinctively shrinking his head back into his neck and hastily taking 2 steps back to hide behind several soldiers. That's right. They only have 1 musket. What are you afraid of? Charge! All of you charge! One of the junior officers, who loved to flatter the head officer, shouted loudly. The soldiers' morale was reignited, and with a shout, they charged forward again, guns raised. Smack! A soldier had just stepped onto the stairs and hadn't taken 2 steps when a gunshot rang out, hitting him squarely in the chest. He let out a muffled groan and fell backward. One of his companions was shocked and shouted, "Neo Air has been shot and is dead." Upon hearing this, the soldiers who had been rushing forward in a swarm suddenly retreated like a tide, all the way to the outside of the inn. The flag bearer was momentarily stunned when he suddenly realized that he was the only person left in the entire inn. Chapter 92, Never to Meet Again. Seeing Qiao pointing the pistol at him, the flag bearer broke out in a cold sweat. Qiao became angry when she saw that the official was still not leaving. She pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang out. The flag fell to the ground with a thud. Qiao was slightly taken aback. She did not intend to kill him. Did I make a mistake? Just as she was wondering, several bold soldiers rushed in from outside the inn and dragged the flag officer out of the inn. Lu Chen paid no attention to any of this. He was staring intently at the pistol in Qiao's hand. "Young man, what about your musket?" Qiao put the pistol away before he could finish speaking. Lu Chen could only sigh helplessly. Lu Chen then said, "Let's go. If we don't leave now, there will probably be more and more people." After saying that, he stepped out of the stairwell. Lu Chen followed closely behind Lu Chen and said, "Young Master Lu, it's not so easy to leave now." Outside the inn, dozens of soldiers blocked the door. They had a whole array of knives and spears in their hands, which looked quite intimidating. Of course, if Lu Chen and the others are not strong enough, then they're not just bluffing, they can really kill people. Lu Chen strolled along leisurely, politely saying as he went, excuse me, please let me pass." At that moment, the flag bearer was lying not far from the door. Several soldiers, their brows slick with sweat,